In the 53rd year of Konoha, the village of Konohagakure was peaceful. 2 years after the Nine Tails attack, the villagers had gradually recovered from the disaster, and their smiles grew more evident. Unfortunately, all of this had nothing to do with the Uchiha. Jin, how long do you estimate until you can awaken the Mangekyō? The speaking youth wore a simple dark blue robe with the Uchiha clan crest embroidered on the collar, plain yet dignified, radiating a gentle and warm aura. His long black hair was casually tied back with a few strands falling over his gentle face, adding a hint of mystery. Master Jin, at most 2 more months and my brother, and I will both be able to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan. Then we can better complete your tasks. Uchiha Jin's eyes flashed with fervor, clearly regarding the youth before him as his faith. Uchiha Jin nodded slightly, showing a refreshing smile, and continued to ask, "What about the other 15 clan members who have awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan?" Uchiha Jin and Ing were subordinates Jin had recruited 2 years ago. The others naturally joined later. They have all reached the peak of the 3-tomo, but awakening the Mangekyō is still difficult and requires time to accumulate. After all, you asked them not to awaken the Mangekyō through any stimulation, which is really difficult for them. But fortunately, each of them now has at least the strength of an elite jonin. Uchiha Jin restrained his fervor and reported the specifics. "No hurry, I have 2 Kage-level experts like you, that's enough for now." Thinking of Shisui, who had been brainwashed by the 3rd Hokage, and Uchiha Itachi, who was about to follow suit, a cold glint flashed in Jin's eyes. However, he didn't care too much. After all, with his current power, taking the position of clan leader would be easy. But unfortunately, he didn't have that idea, as it was too troublesome for him. Just the 2 factions of the clan were enough to give one a headache. He hadn't even awakened the Mangekyō yet. How could he suppress the entire clan? Even if he didn't need the Mangekyō to easily defeat a few Uchiha, it would be too conspicuous. If he were targeted by Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu, he would have no peace. Although they probably couldn't defeat him, causing trouble would be easy. If they threatened him with Izumi or Nono, he would really have no way out. After finishing this patrol, we can go back. Lately, adjust your mindset, think carefully about what abilities you need, deepen that thought, and imprint it in your heart. This should subtly influence the awakening of the Mangekyō techniques. Uchiha Jin recalled descriptions of the Sharingan from his previous life and gave his advice. Although uncertain if it would work, there was no harm in trying. As for why he himself hadn't awakened the Mangekyō, it was naturally because he actively suppressed it. Although Shisui had awakened it at around 10 years old without any issues. But the example of Uchiha Itachi awakening the Mangekyō at 13 and contracting a blood disease made Uchiha Jin hesitate to relax the restrictions on his Sharingan. Better safe than sorry. Anyway, he had no urgent need for the Mangekyō. Unlike other Uchiha, he only liked studying herbs and had little interest in fighting. It's better to leave such opportunities to subordinates, which is also very safe. I believe they are willing to serve. Yes. Naturally, Jin trusted Uchiha Jin's words completely. Returning to the Uchiha clan district, Uchiha Jin soon parted ways with Uchiha Jin. Walking alone on the wide path, Jin fell into deep thought. 13 years ago, a soul from Earth was reincarnated into the world of Naruto, making him a member of the Uchiha clan. Perhaps due to the transmigration, he gained a spirit-like ability, herb affinity. With this blessing, he frantically studied herb knowledge and researched secret medicines to enhance his strength. A body-tempering secret medicine that accelerates recovery and repairs hidden injuries. A gentle mental secret medicine that promotes spiritual energy increase. A pupil power secret medicine that helps convert spiritual energy into dojutsu power. And other medicines that can heal wounds, etc. were all important reasons why he survived the Third Ninja War and gained dozens of Uchiha subordinates. Yes, besides over a dozen quasi-Kage-level experts at the peak of 3-tomo, there were also newly recruited members with 1 or 2 tomos slowly improving. They would all be Uchiha Jin's loyal subordinates in the future. "Brother Jin, you're back. Mother asked me to invite you to dinner at our place. Come along." A naive and romantic voice sounded from behind, bringing Uchiha Jin back to reality. Her voice was like a spring breeze brushing past his ears, soft and soothing with a unique tenderness. "It's Izumi, let's go." Uchiha Jin smiled and gently patted her head, then followed her to a nearby courtyard. After coming to this world, he unintentionally got to know Izumi, and naturally had no reason to let her go to Itachi. After all, a beast like Uchiha Itachi didn't deserve Izumi's gentleness. Also, during the Nine Tails night, he specially kept Izumi and her mother Yuzuki at home, preventing them from being contacted by Uchiha Itachi. "Jin, you're back early today. Auntie hasn't finished cooking yet. Just a routine patrol, nothing special happened. But Aunt Yuzuki, you've worked hard these days," Uchiha Jin said politely. "It's nothing as long as you take good care of my Izumi." Faced with Aunt Yuzuki's teasing, Jin showed a rare hint of shyness. By the way, Jin Nono has made some significant progress today. You should go check it out when you have time. After dinner, Yuzuki specifically mentioned it. This was reported by Nono's messenger not long ago. Indeed, a year ago, after his power had developed, Jin cooperated with the orphanage. First, he injected considerable funds into the orphanage and took in Yakushi Nono and Yakushi Kabuto. Second, he dispatched several Uchiha clan members to guard the orphanage, preventing the root organization from causing trouble. As for whether Shimura Danzo would use this to target him a year ago, he might have been wary, using the excuse that Nono was his girlfriend. But now, with 2 Kage-level and 15 quasi-Kage-level subordinates under his command, he truly wasn't afraid of facing Shimura Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Alright, I'll go take a look later. Thinking that Yakushi Nono would be off work soon, Jin didn't waste any time and headed straight to his laboratory. Considering the insecurity of the Leaf Village at night, he didn't intend to let Nono stay out late, returning to the orphanage. Lord Jin. As Uchiha Jin approached the entrance above the laboratory, 3 Uchiha guards suddenly appeared and respectfully greeted him. Continue guarding the laboratory, don't let any oversight occur. Once you're tired, rest immediately and rotate shifts, understand? Yes. The 3 showed excitement, deeply convinced by Jin's words. This was a charisma their current clan leader lacked. And Hazuki told me you've made progress here, so I came to check. As soon as Jin entered the laboratory, he saw a young woman with long blonde hair and another woman with the Uchiha clan's fan pattern on her back studying a summoning scroll. The blonde woman wore a pair of black round glasses with a simple and generous round face, lovely and cute. Her skin was fair and delicate with a faint blush like a blooming flower in spring. She was dressed in a white pharmacist's robe, loose and light, fluttering gracefully in the wind. The Uchiha woman had soft facial lines but a determined expression, her face somewhat cold, forming a sharp contrast with the blonde woman beside her. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall paired with the clan's attire. Every gesture exuded both the pride of the clan and the unique demeanor of a researcher. The former was naturally the director of the orphanage, Yakushi Nono. The latter was the only researcher among his dozens of Uchiha subordinates, sharp-minded no less than Kabuto. Lord Jin. The moment she saw Jin, Uchiha Tsukimi immediately became excited and put down her work. Jin, you're here. Sister Hazuki was right, the reverse summoning technique has been mostly researched by us. Come take a look at the results. As soon as she finished, Nono felt a bit embarrassed. The reverse summoning technique was actually a very small achievement. Although difficult, several ninja cats in the clan already knew it. What they had to do was at most enhance it in the direction of the Flying Thunder God technique. That's great, I really owe it to you two this time. No, Kabuto also helped me a lot, and with the pills you provided it was impossible not to succeed, Nono said happily. Having worked with Uchiha Jin for so long, she had gradually come to enjoy this life, no longer worrying about the future. By the way, where's Kabuto? He went back to the orphanage. Saying this, Nono's body stiffened slightly, though she quickly suppressed it. Jin caught it. Something happened at the orphanage that even Nono could barely control her emotions. Thinking this, he didn't ask, proactively deciding to follow Nono recently. She was one of the few researchers he could find, and he didn't want anything to happen to her. Moreover, the other researcher was also related to her, so he had to be cautious. Nono and Tsukimi came to an open space nearby. The latter summoned a jet-black ninja cat. Meow, Lord Tsukimi. Lady Nono, what do you need me for? The jet-black ninja cat licked its lips, blinking its bright eyes. It's Lord Jin who needs to see your reverse summoning technique. Ding dong, your body hasn't grown. Uchiha Jin frowned and asked from behind. Lord Jin, the pills you gave me can only increase chakra and regulate meridians, not make me grow. And I don't like growing up, it's too troublesome, and I might not even fit in my home. That's true. Alright, show me your technique. Uchiha Jin waved his hand, looking at it with curiosity. Alright, Lord Jin, I'll summon you to Cat Grandma's place soon. The next moment it disappeared with a poof, into white smoke. Soon Jin and Nono felt an unusual spatial pull. Without resisting, they turned into white smoke and disappeared from the laboratory. It's really amazing, but it's somewhat similar to the Flying Thunder God formation since it can teleport multiple people at once. Recalling the spatial fluctuation, Jin's face showed a ripple of emotion. It seems I also have spatial talent. But then again, I am a transmigrator. Recalling the familiar spatial fluctuation, Jin believed that as long as he diligently studied the summoning technique, he could definitely create an ability no less than the Flying Thunder God technique, or Kamui. But what's easier than creating one's own is stealing it. Thinking of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo, Shimura's exploitation of the Uchiha Jin showed no intention of backing down. As long as either Uchiha Jin or Uchiha Kage awakens the Mangekyō, we should be able to seize the Scroll of Seals. And we also need the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. Uchiha Kage had been sent to find the Uzumaki clan imprisoned by the grass village, so naturally he needed ninjutsu to train new Uzumaki subordinates. With sealing techniques, the laboratory's defense level can also be greatly improved. White Setsu probably won't be able to sneak in easily. Lord Jin, this reverse summoning technique can teleport up to 3 people at once, very convenient. As long as one of them has a contract with Ding Dong, it can be performed. This jutsu is very practical. Thank you for your hard work. Alright, Ding Dong, send me back. After casually greeting Cat Grandma, Jean and Nono prepared to leave. Alright, but you'll have to compensate me later. Well, forget the chakra elixir, I'm sick of it. No problem, I'll have my men buy some dried fish for you. Ding Dang was naturally very excited after getting Jin's promise. Nono, how many ninja cats have learned the reverse summoning technique so far? To distinguish them from other Uchiha clan members, they naturally cultivated newborn ninja cats that had not yet been contracted, which required a lot of effort. Only 3 so far, but Ding Dang is the best. Hopefully it'll be faster now that we have experience. That's enough for now. There's another project. How's it going? What Jean referred to was the project to enhance neural reflexes. Jean, we haven't made any progress yet. It's different from the reverse summoning technique, we have no reference. Neural reflexes are naturally innate. Although long-term training can gradually strengthen them, there is ultimately an upper limit. But Uchiha Jin demanded rapid enhancement through external means, which was quite demanding. Take your time. I'll come to assist you tomorrow too. Lord Jin, don't you need to patrol? No, let Jen handle it. He can manage. Jin, I'm leaving. Lord Jin, I should go home too. After the two said goodbye to him, they left the basement. Uchiha Jin's expression was deep. He quietly followed behind Nono. Just as they reached a forest not far from the orphanage, Nono was stopped. Lord Danzo. Yakushi Nono, have you made up your mind? My patience is limited. A man with a bandage on his right eye said in a deep voice with 2 subordinates behind him. I'll give you 1 more day. You must give me an answer or don't blame me for being ruthless. Without hesitation he led his men past Nono and slowly disappeared into the forest. Nono's legs gave way and she knelt on the ground, her face pale. Danzo, you old dog, why can't you just leave me alone? Jean did not hide any longer. He suddenly appeared behind Nono, gently helping her up. Sai, why didn't you tell me when something went wrong? Do you still consider me a friend? If you don't explain, I'll be angry. Uchiha Jin wiped the tears from her face and said somewhat irritably to Yakushi Nono. Jin, how did you get here? Nono suddenly panicked, looking visibly at a loss. When I mentioned Kabuto earlier, you seemed off, so I followed to check. I never expected to be right. Jin said with exasperation, shooting her a glare. As a spy master, Nono could easily hide her emotions deep within, making it hard for others to read her. If it weren't for him noticing that tiny detail about her, he would have been kept in the dark. Danzo ordered me to spy on the Uchiha, using the orphanage as leverage to keep me from exposing myself. Listening to Nono's words, Jin sighed and asked, If I hadn't found out, what would you have done? Lord Danzo kept threatening me, first because of my spy talent, wanting me to keep serving him, second because I knew too many secrets. So I thought if I just died. I've helped your orphanage so much, and this is how you repay me. By wanting to end it all like this. Jin cut her off. Alright, I have a plan for Danzo. Don't worry. Come to the lab as usual tomorrow. Besides, I have dozens of subordinates. Are you afraid Danzo would harm the Uchiha? Jin's tone gradually softened as he began to comfort her. But the Uchiha already have a bad reputation, and he's a Konoha elder. Please don't do anything reckless. Seeing Jin's increasingly assertive expression, Nono's voice faded. Though he was much younger than her, she always felt he was remarkably mature, giving her a strange sense of security. Don't worry. Lord Danzo will be very busy soon and won't have time to bother you. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Jin's mouth, calming Nono down. But since I helped you this time, how will you repay me? I'll do my best with the experiments. Unable to meet his intense gaze, Nono looked away. After sending Nono back to the orphanage, Jin immediately went to find Uchiha Jin. Jin, I have a task for you. Tomorrow go to the commercial district of Konoha and spread these things widely. Use shadow clones and don't get caught. Uchiha Jin acknowledged and left. I hope you like the gift I've prepared for you, Danzo, you old dog. Uchiha Jin sipped his tea, a deep playful look in his eyes. How is this possible? How dare Lord Danzo do such things? Uchiha Jin was stunned as he read the handbook. If all this is true, it's terrifying. Konoha has really fallen. The next day at noon, Danzo sat in the root base carefully studying the intelligence his subordinates had brought. Lord Danzo, it's bad. A masked root shinobi burst in. What is it? Danzo frowned, sensing trouble. His subordinates wouldn't dare disturb him unless it was serious. All our operations have been leaked. The research on Hashirama cells, the assassination of the Uchiha, the framing of the White Fang, and more. Danzo's face flushed with agitation. Who did this? He had done all those things and the other elders knew it tacitly. But if the villagers found out, it would hinder his path to becoming Hokage. Unknown. The culprit is cunning, sometimes using shadow clones to stir up the crowd. We haven't caught anyone yet. Useless. What good are you? Danzo raged, but after a long while he calmed down. Deploy all root members to suppress the rumors. I'm going to the Hokage's office. Now only his old friend could salvage his reputation. At the Uchiha clan head's home, Uchiha Fugaku listened to his subordinates report, his eyes flickering with excitement as he considered how the clan could benefit from this, perhaps even improving their standing in Konoha. Clan head, we could fan the flames. Give the order, the subordinate said eagerly. No, it's better to stay out of it. If the third Hokage thinks we started this, it would be trouble. The subordinate's words ultimately brought him back to his senses. He dared not be too bold. After the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha's reputation had hit rock bottom. It was time to lie low. As for those Uchiha killed by Danzo, he could only apologize. The clan's situation was already precarious, and he needed to be cautious. While the storm raged in Konoha's commercial district, Jin sat in the basement studying herbs as he listened to Uchiha Kage's report. Lord Jin, when I reached the land of grass, I found a mother and daughter from the Uzumaki clan. They had bite marks all over their bodies. The woman was especially on the verge of death. If I hadn't given her healing medicine, I couldn't have brought her back. Kage spoke respectfully, his tone flat. Where did you put them? Jin asked curiously while grinding herbs. In a small courtyard in the land of fire. How convenient. Thinking of the reverse summoning technique he had developed yesterday, Jin said, I've figured out the reverse summoning. You can use Ding Dang to perform it. He'll bring you back, avoiding the village barrier's detection. While others used the ordinary reverse summoning technique, they would use the reverse summoning array. It had taken nearly a year to develop this result. Very well, Lord Jin. I'll go now. Good, I'll await your good news. Sensing the others' departure, Jin went to Nono and Tsukimi. Quick, take these 2 secret medicines. Nono fed the ninja cat chakra medicine and enlightenment medicine. The former increased the cat's chakra while the latter made it smarter and sped up the experiments. Meow. Nona looked very gentle as she fed the white kitten the medicine. Digest it, then keep refining chakra and try to form hand seals. I'll assist you with my chakra. The reverse summoning technique originally had only 5 hand seals, but after studying it they split it into 8, making it easier for the ninja cat to sense the chakra flow. After a while the cat collapsed unresponsive. Failed. Yes, not all ninja cats have space-time talent. Nono and Tsukimi weren't too bothered. They had seen this many times over the past year, so they didn't feel much disappointment. You can go back. Here's your dried fish. Tsukimi stroked the cat's smooth fur and handed it a pack of dried fish. Meow. Though disappointed, the cat, remembering the cat matron's instructions, vanished in a puff of smoke with a sad expression. By the way, where's Kabuto? Jin looked around but didn't see the gray-haired boy. The orphanage has been busy lately, so. Nono said apologetically. That's fine. You can also command my subordinates back at the orphanage. I'll let them know. Jin waved dismissively. A genius in research deserves some convenience. Thank you? Nono's voice was so faint Jin almost missed it. She knew Jin had a special feeling for her, and she felt an inexplicable fondness for him too. But he was several years younger, extremely powerful, and had so many capable subordinates. Was she really worthy of him? We'll proceed with this experiment tomorrow. Let's begin the neural response project now. Unaware of Nono's thoughts, Jin decided with anticipation. Although the Uchiha possessed the Sharingan and excelled in insight, it did not mean their reaction speed was equally outstanding. Jin's idea was that if he could make enhanced reaction speed a permanent ability, his subordinates might not need such arduous efforts to reach the Kage level. After all, Shien and Kage were already 3 Tomo elite jonin. Their battles during the Third Shinobi War honed their ocular prowess to the clan's peak. With 2 years of his continuous secret elixir cultivation, they had steadily ascended to the Kage level. Now if the Neural Response Project achieved a breakthrough, perhaps a year or 2 would suffice. And if they made significant progress now, they might even hold their own against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Understood, Jin, Lord Jin. Currently Nono and Tsukimi usually tested neural responses using wild rabbits as experimental subjects. As for human experimentation, Jin had entertained the thought, but given the lack of results dared not attempt it rashly for now. He planned to wait and observe for a while longer. After all, he was a reincarnator, and not so cruel. We have recently begun using spiritual elixirs to enhance the subject's mental strength while nourishing their nerves with chakra to achieve the final goal. Nono produced the experimental data and handed it to Uchiha Jin. Then the medicines I prepared earlier, were they all useless? Jin furrowed his brows slightly, asking in confusion. Some time ago he had concocted quite a few neural elixirs, but it seemed they had all been ineffective, otherwise the two wouldn't have remained silent about them. That's right, Lord Jin. Those medicines had negligible effects on neural enhancement, far less noticeable than the results from training. Tsukimi chimed in with some frustration. So what are your current thoughts? Jin pondered and pressed further. By combining spiritual elixirs, chakra nourishment, and targeted training, we aim to achieve the desired effect. Nono clearly articulated their new idea, a conclusion reached after repeated discussions and research with Tsukimi, and the most reliable plan they had so far. The elixir is a spiritual one. How does it affect the experimental project? Jin asked curiously. For a period after taking the spiritual elixir, the wild rabbit's mental energy becomes more active and their concentration improves. This makes them well suited for training with far better results than mere exercise. Nono explained patiently. Does chakra nourishment have any effect? Based on our study of dozens of rabbits, we believe it is effective. As the two continued to answer his questions, Jin gradually accepted the revised plan for the neural response project. He also realized how difficult it was to rely solely on elixirs to enhance neural responses. However, just because it wasn't possible now didn't mean it wouldn't be in the future. The current bottleneck was due to his insufficient collection of herbs and incomplete accumulation of knowledge. The next day, with a puff of smoke, Kage appeared in the laboratory accompanied by a mother and daughter. Lord Jin, I have succeeded in my mission. Kage knelt on one knee, speaking respectfully. Very good. You've worked hard, Kage. Go back and rest. Lately, calm your mind and think deeply about what abilities you need. Reinforce that desire. It should subtly influence the awakening of your Mangekyō techniques. Jin said with a smile. Yes, Lord Jin. After Uchiha Kage left, the three turned their attention to the mother and daughter beside them. The woman's face was deathly pale, her body covered in dense bite marks. Her hair was mostly red, but upon closer inspection streaks of yellowed hue were visible, a clear sign of malnutrition. As for the little girl, she was quite delicate in appearance, but due to malnutrition and other issues she was nothing but skin and bones, lacking any plumpness, and her face was etched with unease. My lord! Both of them looked nervously at Uchiha Jin, not daring to make any sudden moves. Hello, I am Uchiha Jin. This is the Uchiha clan compound in Konoha. It's very safe here, so don't worry. I assume Kage has already explained everything to you, right? Jin spoke gently. Yes, Lord Jin. As long as my daughter can live well, I am willing to give everything. It's not that dramatic. From now on you are my subordinates, and I won't let you suffer the pain of the grass country again. So please relax. With that, Jin exchanged a glance with Nono and Tsukimi, who immediately understood and led the pair to the adjacent room to help them wash up and change clothes. Lord Jin, what should I call you? Jin took a sip of tea and asked slowly. My name is Uzumaki Kana, and this is my daughter Uzumaki Karen. From now on you can live here. But for now do not leave the compound or you will inevitably fall under Konoha's surveillance. Jin nodded and cautioned. Understood, my lord. The two of us only seek a peaceful life. We have no trust in Konoha, but we have heard of the Uchiha's reputation. Uzumaki Kana, now gradually calming down, spoke composedly. During this time you two need to recuperate. Once your bodies recover, follow Nono to refine chakra. I will find the Uzumaki sealing techniques for you both. But there will certainly be many tasks requiring your help in the future. Be mentally prepared. Jin smiled and nodded non-committal. Yes. Hearing Uchiha Jin's request, Kana breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't assigned her any task, she wouldn't have been able to accept his help with peace of mind. Looking at the lab setup, it didn't seem so dark. He probably wouldn't use her and her daughter for experiments, right? Half a day later, Jin followed Nono and Tsukimi, recording various data on the ninja rabbits. In the arena, a plant with crimson-red body fired its fruits at a ninja rabbit, while the latter continuously dodged the attacks. This plant was of course inadvertently cultivated by Jin. His constitution was herbal affinity, and his blood could also accelerate plant growth. As the plant's fruit-firing speed increased, the ninja rabbit began to move clumsily, soon becoming completely covered in red juice. Your response improved by nearly 0.5%. Uchiha Tsukimi analyzed the data and announced the result. That's less than ideal. It seems I'll need to spend some time adjusting the spiritual elixir when I get back. Jin muttered to himself, causing the two beside him to roll their eyes. But recalling his ability to produce various elixirs, they wisely kept quiet. How is the matter I entrusted to you progressing? Jin looked at Uchiha Shien, whose aura had grown increasingly steady, and asked. Lord Jin, those news items caused quite a stir in Konoha, and the dissemination was thorough. Even though Root and the Umbu tried to suppress it, the majority of Konoha's populace inevitably learned about it. You should follow Nono recently. If Danzo continues to contact her, keep spreading the news in the village. Don't give him any breathing room. Jin ordered coldly. It's time to go back. As Shien turned to leave, Jin picked up his trench coat and was about to depart when he was called out by Uzumaki Kana. What is it, Kana? Jin frowned and asked. Lord, let's have a meal together. I just finished cooking. Kana looked at Uchiha Jin shyly, her eyes full of anticipation. No need. I have to go back. Aunt Hazuki has prepared something for me. With that, Jin performed a body flicker technique and instantly vanished from the laboratory. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay, rather Aunt Hazuki had instructed him to go there often for meals and get closer to Izumi. Naturally, Jin wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Moreover, he had spent most of this time in the laboratory, so it wasn't as if he lacked the chance to dine with Uzumaki Kana. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi was puffing on his pipe, wisps of smoke curling from his mouth and filling the entire office. Hiruzen, haven't you found the spy who slandered me yet? A figure shoved open the office door. Danzo, his face twisted with rage, spoke in a dark voice tinged with anger. Danzo, haven't I told you to stay in the root base and reflect properly? Why have you come out again? Do you still have any respect for me as the Hokage? But I still need to contribute to Konoha. Contribute to Konoha. Look at what you've done. You know better than I do whether those rumors outside are false or not. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked sternly at his old friend, feeling a sense of disappointment. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Knowing that he would likely be confined to the root base for reflection this time, Danzo could only utter a harsh threat. Enough, Danzo, I am the Hokage. With a dull thud from the door, the office fell into silence once more. Uchiha! Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression was profound, his thoughts unknown. Someone summon Uchiha Shisui to see me. The next moment a figure leaped out of the building and dashed into the distance. Lord Hokage, you called for me. Soon after, Uchiha Shisui stood respectfully inside the office. Shisui, you are the Uchiha I have seen besides Kagami who understands the will of fire the most. After another round of indoctrination, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally changed the subject and revealed his purpose. Have you noticed anything unusual in the Uchiha compound recently? No, but third Hokage-sama, do you suspect that those who spread the rumors are from our Uchiha clan? Yes, I hope you can keep an eye on it for me, Shisui. Yes, third Hokage-sama. Facing the Hokage, he still maintained a great deal of trust. Patriarch, there is only 1 hour until the clan meeting. Uchiha Inabi suddenly spoke, his expression filled with excitement. The reason was simple: the spread of these rumors had dealt a heavy blow to Elder Danzo's reputation. Presumably for a long time to come he would have no chance to target the Uchiha. All right. Fugaku nodded, his heart also filled with a glimmer of hope. Elder Danzo was finished and the third Hokage was old. Although the Uchiha could not become Hokage, their lives would gradually improve and eventually they would be accepted by the villagers of Konoha. By the way, Inabi, go invite Uchiha Jin to this clan meeting. Fugaku thought of the main target of the rumor spread, and a guess suddenly arose in his heart, so he spoke. Uchiha Jin, that Chunin. But Patriarch, only Jonin can attend the clan meeting. Inabi asked with a puzzled expression. Uchiha Jin is not simple. After all, Shien and Kage are his subordinates. As the clan leader, he was naturally well aware of many matters within the clan. If Uchiha Jin had no strength, how could he have dozens of followers? In the past he would not have invited him because some of Jin's actions both puzzled him and filled him with wariness. But this clan meeting was a good opportunity to understand the other's character and strength. He wanted to see whether the other had any designs on his position as clan leader. What? Patriarch, is that true? Do I have any reason to lie to you? Go quickly. Invite me to the clan meeting. No need, I'm not interested. Uchiha Jin shook his head and refused straight-faced. It was a joke. What did a clan meeting for Jonin have to do with him, a Chunin? Moreover, he didn't want to interact much with those lunatics, it would easily affect his own intelligence. What? This is the Patriarch's order, you must go. Faced with Jin's disdain, Anabi's temper flared instantly. Xian, make him leave. Seeing the other persistently pestering him, Jin's expression turned cold. Swoosh! The next moment Xian appeared in front of Anabi, closing in with a body flicker. Damn it! How dare you look down on me? Don't think I'll be afraid just because you're an elite jonin. Finish it quickly. Thinking that Anabi's strength seemed decent within the Uchiha clan, Jin directly reminded. He still had to hurry to the lab to conduct research. He had no time to bicker with the other. Although letting Xian reveal his strength would inevitably attract Hiruzen Sarutobi's attention, the benefits were not insignificant. It would deter others from casually provoking him, while also attracting Uchiha Shisui to approach him willingly. That's right, he had decided to make a move against Shisui. After all, the others' Mangekyō posed a considerable threat to him at present. Better to benefit himself than to let others have it. Bang! After a few exchanges, Anabi was kicked away and crashed into the wall beside him. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Anabi was stunned for a few seconds. Seeing that the two were about to leave, he gritted his teeth and began forming hand seals. You're asking for death. Uchiha Xian naturally noticed the anomaly at once. With a flicker of his body, he appeared in front of Anabi and kicked him away again, interrupting his last hand seal. This time Anabi suffered an even more severe attack. Several ribs seemed to be broken, blood gushed from his mouth, and he lost consciousness. Such was the gap between a Kage-level and an elite jonin. Lord Jin, is this alright? Seeing the other's miserable state, Xian frowned, realizing he had been too harsh, and asked with some unease. If the Patriarch used this as a pretext to make trouble, it would be bad. It's fine. The matter won't blow up. Let's go. Someone will come to take him back later. Even if it did blow up, he wasn't afraid. After all, Uchiha Itachi alone could kill most of the clan. Xian was equally capable. However, Uchiha Fugaku would most likely not come looking for trouble given his indecisive nature. Then we won't hide anymore. He knew that his lord always disliked trouble. If we keep hiding our strength, there will always be petty people causing trouble. Revealing our power appropriately can also bring some peace. Anabi, are you alright? Half an hour later, the person sent by Uchiha Fugaku found Anabi, and immediately became angry. I'm fine, take me to see the Patriarch immediately. Anabi spat out another mouthful of blood staining his jacket. Chief, we found Daohua. He's been attacked. Daohua, what's wrong with you? Fuyue sensed something was amiss when he saw the other's disheveled state. Daohua, who attacked you? Tell us and we'll avenge you. The crowd erupted in righteous indignation. I struck first. Though Daohua was furious, unable to defeat a clansman several years his junior, his pride as a Uchiha forbade him from lying. What happened, Daohua? Spill it. Seeing the clan's emotions rising, Chief Fuyue quickly asked. That guy's gone too far, attacking a fellow clansman so ruthlessly. But Daohua was the one who tried to surprise him with a hand seal first. Another argument erupted on the scene, giving Fuyue a splitting headache. Only then did he realize how formidable Uchiha Jin was, able to subdue a Kage-level subordinate. As far as he knew, within the Uchiha clan only he and Gen were at the Kage-level. As for Shisui, though he had the potential to awaken the Mangekyō, he was still too young. If a conflict really broke out, it would harm the unity of the Uchiha, and might even spawn another faction. Then the third Hokage would likely use it as an excuse to meddle in the Uchiha's internal affairs. Forget it, since it was Daohua's fault, we won't pursue it. But Daohua, your resources and salary for this month are cancelled. Yes, Chief. Though aggrieved, Daohua knew it was what he deserved. Chief, should we send someone to summon Uchiha Jin for a talk? Another subordinate suddenly suggested. It's useless. If he doesn't want to come, forcing him will only end up like Daohua. Leaving aside the others at the clan meeting, Uchiha Shisui watched Daohua with a grave expression, deciding to tail Uchiha Jin for a few days to see what he was hiding. Can't we just sit down and talk things out? Why resort to violence? Brother Jin. Is that you, Kabuto? How's the orphanage lately? The children at the orphanage are doing well. Thank you for your care. It's nothing. I'm only doing this for your foster mother's sake. Jin chuckled lightly, feeling quite pleased inside. He knew that Kabuto still harbored considerable hostility toward him. The reason was simple: Jin's kindness to Nono, and his refusal to hide his feelings, irked Kabuto, who feared Jin would steal his foster mother away. But when it came to matters of principle, Kabuto was reliable. At least he never sabotaged Jin's experiments. Let's continue the research. Nono watched their exchange, covered her mouth with a light laugh, and stepped in to mediate. Lord Jin, the 3 Tomo clansmen have returned. Uchiha Jin suddenly appeared in the lab, alerting him. They're back. How much did they earn this time? Jin's interest was piqued. He needed to purchase various herbs for new formulas and the lab required a variety of equipment for experiments. The expenses were considerable. That was why he had come up with the idea of sending the 3 Tomo clansmen out to take bounties. Taking missions within Konoha risked being framed by Danzo, who had been covertly targeting the Uchiha for years. A full 10 million ryo, Jin said excitedly. Still a bit slow. Jin shook his head dissatisfied. After all, the herbs Jin consumed for his secret elixirs alone cost at least several million ryo, given that he had dozens of subordinates to support. With the research materials and equipment added, little would remain. Like this, arrange for a few people to control some minor nobles and turn them into puppets to fund us. He had no sympathy for the nobility anyway. Without strength they dared to lord over shinobi. Such a state of affairs couldn't stand. I'll arrange it in a few days. As a native of the ninja world, Jin was momentarily taken aback, but he never questioned Jin's orders. Good. You can send Kage. His genjutsu skills are the best. After leaving the clan meeting, Shisui rushed straight to Jin's home. Unfortunately, Jin was still in the lab, so Shisui found nothing. Sensing the empty room, he waited for nearly an hour, then shook his head and left. Though he wanted to barge in, he restrained himself. Itachi, how have you been? Arriving at a familiar forest, he saw Uchiha Itachi practicing kunai throwing. Brother Shisui, I'm doing all right, but my teammates and the villagers still misunderstand us a lot, Itachi said gloomily, the lively atmosphere stiffening. Don't worry. I'll work hard too. I believe the Uchiha will improve under our watch. Shisui patted his head, speaking gently. I believe you, brother Shisui. Itachi, your talent surpasses mine. In a while I'll recommend you to the 3rd Hokage. Try this secret elixir. 2 days later, Jin brought a vial to the lab. This elixir, a lucky accidental discovery, proved far more effective at enhancing soul activity than the previous mental elixir. Lord Jin, what kind of elixir is this? Tsukimi asked curiously, a hint of excitement in her voice. Every elixir Uchiha Jin produced was extraordinary. A neural elixir I've been developing. Let's see if it helps with the nerve reaction project. Understood, I'll test it right away. Tsukimi and Nono stood on either side of a wild rabbit that had been fed a significant amount of enlightenment elixir and poured the new elixir into its mouth. After a while, Nono held up the data report, beaming. Gene efficiency improved by 10%. 10%. Not bad, I suppose. Faced with Jin's dissatisfaction, the 3 of them held back their complaints, merely grumbling inwardly. Research wasn't that easy. Sometimes months yielded no results. In just a week they had achieved notable progress, which was already remarkable. I'll try to improve it when I get back. By the way, where are Aunt Kana and Karen? Time to start training them. With 2 Uzumaki clansmen, Jin naturally intended to cultivate their foundations thoroughly. Once they learned sealing techniques, they could quickly master them and assist him. They're resting in their room. Be careful, though the life elixirs have restored their health, they can't withstand intense training yet, Nono warned gently. Don't worry, I'm a qualified pharmacist, Jin joked, earning an eye roll from Nono. This is a body-tempering secret medicine. You can do some light exercise during this period, it will greatly aid your recovery. This is a spiritual secret medicine. Take it before exercising and after your workout, it will significantly enhance your mental power, bringing considerable benefits to your future. Lord Jin, we haven't learned chakra extraction yet. Can we still take it? And Xianglin is still young, I thought. Rest assured, even without chakra, these 2 secret medicines will have no adverse effects. After all, the essence of these 2 medicines is to strengthen the body and spirit, which has little to do with chakra. As for your daughter, I will control the dosage. It won't cause any negative impact on her, in fact it may promote her development, and bring great benefits in the future. Xianglin stared with her watery eyes unblinkingly fixed on Uchiha Jin, her gaze revealing a hint of reverence. Lord Jin looks so handsome when he's serious. I heard from Sister Yu Jian that Sister Yunayu and Sister Quan are both his girlfriends. I wonder if I'll ever have a chance. Uchiha Jin was naturally unaware of the little thoughts running through Xianglin's mind. He led the 2 to the spacious training ground of the underground laboratory and handed the secret medicines to them. Mix it with water and drink it, then you can start exercising. A moment later, all 3 in the underground training ground began their workout. Even with a multitude of powerful subordinates, Uchiha Jin never relaxed his own training. After all, he couldn't guarantee that his followers would remain loyal forever or that they could always protect him. Though he only trained for a few hours each day, not as obsessively as other ninjas, it at least kept his combat instincts sharp. Lord Jin, Uchiha Shisui is outside, stopped by Gensama. A figure suddenly burst in and reported to Jin. Oh. He tracked me here. But I don't recall sensing anyone tailing me today. Filled with various doubts, Uchiha Jin followed the figure to the door. The entrance to the laboratory was hidden inside a room, so it was unlikely for ordinary people to find it. Jen, let me in to have a look, or else don't blame me for being rude. Shisui, give up on that idea. You have no right to enter, and even if the Hokage himself came today, he wouldn't get in. Jen's tone was extremely firm, showing no respect. Uchiha Shisui, is there something you need? Jin emerged from the room with steady steps and a gentle tone. He was pondering which eye to pluck out first. After all, since the man had tracked him to his doorstep, failing to make a statement would make him seem weak. Jin, what exactly is in there that makes you come investigate every day? And Yi Nayu and Yu Jian are inside too, aren't they? What are you all doing? I can let you in to see, but you must not frighten my women. Put away your kunai. Seeing that Uchiha Jin showed no hostility, and even stepped aside to reveal the door, Shisui breathed a sigh of relief. However, he still didn't fully relax, keeping most of his attention on Uchiha Jin. The pressure from this Kage-level powerhouse was truly immense. The pupil power in Jin's eyes matched his own, or even surpassed it, making him deeply wary. Just as he was about to step past Jin and examine the room's interior, his heart was suddenly pierced by a hand. Impossible, Jin, you! Shisui, why did you have to oppose me? You brought this upon yourself. Jin chuckled lightly, completely unfazed by the shock in Shisui's eyes. Even in a direct confrontation with Shisui, Jin would not be at a disadvantage, let alone when Shisui's focus was mostly on Jin, unconsciously overlooking this unremarkable peer of his. Bang! Shisui collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath him, a gruesome sight. Remove his eyes and preserve them. Throw the body. No, seal it in a storage scroll and keep it. Thinking of the impure world reincarnation technique, Jin decided to play it safe. Yes. Jin showed no emotion throughout the process, simply accepting Shisui's death as inevitable. He had heard Lord Jin mention before that Shisui had betrayed the Uchiha clan, becoming a blade under the third Hokage, ready to be turned against the Uchiha at any time, and should be eliminated early. As for the Mangekyō he had awakened, it was an even greater menace, potentially used by rats to target their own people, turning them into puppets without will. Lord Jin, how did this guy find this place? Jin asked with curiosity and guilt. It must be that bastard Fugaku who told him. A flicker of icy cold crossed Jin's eyes and a sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Should I go teach him a lesson? Forget it. Although you and Kage have Kage-level strength, it's still not enough. We have dozens of subordinates to think about. We still need to survive within the Uchiha compound. Once you two awaken the Mangekyō and those dozen or so 3-Tomo clan members break through to Kage-level, then we won't need to hold back anymore. Jin's expression was profound, his tone laced with confidence. Inside the laboratory, Yi Nayu was transplanting a pair of eyeballs into a Uchiha clan member in his 30s. Indeed, they were Shisui's eyes. A moment later, Uchiha Hong opened his eyes, channeling chakra and pupil power into the orbs. An icy aura emanated from his eyes, and in the next instant Han's eyes transformed. The 3 tomos spun wildly, finally forming the Mangekyō. How do you feel? Jin asked calmly without any hesitation. Hong immediately suppressed his frenzied grin and bowed respectfully. I feel like I can fight a Kage-level opponent. The drain is considerable, but I can sustain it for an hour. Uchiha Hong, a 3-Tomo clan member, had been trained by Jin for nearly a year, and was now only a step away from Kage-level. With another month or two of consolidation, he could match the Uchiha Jin brothers. Thus he was immensely grateful for the opportunity Uchiha Jin had given him, and naturally held great admiration for Jin. What are the abilities of your eyes? The left eye can permanently alter a person's will with a cooldown of up to 10 years. The right eye can temporarily alter a person's will, similar to genjutsu, with a very short cooldown. In theory, as long as chakra and pupil power are sufficient, it can be used continuously. Moreover, both ocular powers can be used without eye contact. As Hong explained, he drew a sharp breath himself. This ability was too overpowering and stealthy. With one careless move, a person could become a puppet without will. No wonder Lord Jin had to kill that brat Shisui. He had silently awakened such a terrifying ability. No one could feel at ease with him around. Not only Uchiha Hong felt a chill, but everyone present except Jin felt a sense of relief. However, they admired Jin's foresight, and had no objections to his killing of a fellow clan member. Alright, Yi Nayu, take out his eyes now. Jin waved his hand at Yi Nayu, signaling her to proceed. Lord Jin. Hong was instantly flustered. Having experienced a higher level of the Sharingan, he naturally did not want to give it up easily. Do you not believe that you can awaken the Mangekyō yourself? Another's possession is ultimately another's. It is not the Mangekyō best suited for you. Once you choose Shisui's Mangekyō, your future ceiling will not be as high as other clan members. Are you certain? Hearing Jin's admonition, Hong ultimately gave up. He had great faith in Uchiha Jin and knew the latter would not deceive him. Jin, how do you plan to use this Mangekyō? Nono asked curiously. In my view it's nothing. No, perhaps I could use it on you to make you obediently listen to me. Jin suddenly paused, looking at Nono with a hint of teasing. You! Nono instantly blushed crimson, casting a charming glare at him. Yujian pouted, her small lips lost in thought with a trace of disappointment in her eyes. As for Uchiha Shien, he silently left the laboratory. Alright, I'm just kidding. I haven't decided how to use it yet. This Mangekyō still has a major flaw. Once one realizes their thoughts are abnormal, they can actually break free from the controlled state. However, overall this Mangekyō is quite useful, since detecting one's own abnormality is no easy task unless someone points it out. As he spoke, Uchiha Jin turned his gaze back to Nono. Jin, if you dare use it on me, I'll ignore you. Nono glared at Jin with a puffed-up face, looking somewhat angry. Yet this girlish side of her surprised Uchiha Jin and left him wanting more. Yakushi-do, seeing the increasingly ambiguous atmosphere between the two, quickly stepped between them. Brother Jin, Cat Granny sent word through Ding Ding that she wants to buy some enlightenment elixir and chakra elixir from us. What do you think? Do braced himself, trying to divert their attention. Nono looked at her adopted son standing before her, letting out a sigh of relief, yet also feeling a hint of disappointment. She had never known whether she should cross that line with Jin and take their relationship further. In the past, due to her age and status, she had simply decided to let fate take its course. But now, just when the barrier was about to be broken and their relationship deepened, her adopted son had interrupted it. Her emotions were now extremely complicated, and it was hard to calm down in a short time. This is acceptable, but Cat Granny must agree to a few conditions. Jin was silent for a while, then casually glanced at Nono and spoke. At the same time, he found himself increasingly displeased with the boy Do. The atmosphere had been perfect, yet it was forcibly cut short. Such a lovely Nono, and he hadn't teased her enough. Time to find that kid something to do. Yakushi-do shuddered, looking around nervously, feeling as if misfortune was about to befall him. What conditions? He took a deep breath, suppressing his unease, and asked. First, from now on you must unconditionally fight for us and spread information. Second, under no circumstances can you betray us. Third, if we leave Konoha, you will serve only our lineage from now on. Upon hearing the first condition, everyone present was taken aback. The first two were not too excessive. But the last one surprised both Nono and Do. You have thoughts of leaving Konoha? Exactly. Konoha is becoming more and more corrupt, and I don't like having anyone above me. Jin spoke calmly, but his gaze unconsciously drifted to Nono, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Are you and Do willing to come with us? I can't. I still have the children at the orphanage to take care of. Nono hesitated for a moment, her expression conflicted, then finally rejected Jin's invitation with a hint of melancholy. Are you really not coming with me? Jin asked again, his face expressionless, but his heart sank. No, Jin. I'm very grateful for what you've done for me and the orphanage. If it weren't for you, I might have been framed and killed by Shimura Danzo long ago, and the orphanage children would have known no peace. But leaving Konoha is truly impossible. I grew up in an orphanage and the previous director helped me a lot. I can't just abandon the orphanage, it would be too unfair to the orphans. Nono lowered her head as she spoke. No need to struggle anymore. It's probably impossible with Jin now. She mocked herself inwardly, looking utterly dejected. It seems she does have thoughts of leaving with me, but the orphanage is indeed a problem. Jin weighed his options and offered his terms. If you come with me, I'll find an excellent director for the orphanage, and before we leave I'll kill Shimura Danzo and destroy Root. Originally he had no intention of eliminating Danzo and Root, as they were quite a nuisance in Konoha and for him useful pawns to weaken the village. He had endured so much frustration in Konoha, always being scolded during patrols, and he was already fed up. He didn't want to dirty his own hands, so he needed Danzo's help. Thus the more Konoha declined, the happier he was. But now for Nonosake he could make such a promise. After all, once pain arrived, everyone would die anyway. Hearing Jin's words, Nono's heart trembled, and she felt a surge of temptation. She knew the orphanage faced two potential crises. One was the lack of financial resources. Sarutobi Hiruzen had barely allocated any funds to the orphanage in recent years. If it weren't for meeting Uchiha Jin, who paid her a very generous salary, the orphanage children might have struggled to even fill their stomachs. The second was the threat from Shimura Danzo. Whenever his Root organization needed new members, it would always recruit from the orphanage first. It was convenient, and no one dared refuse. But for the children this was extremely cruel. Nono was about to say something more when Uchiha Jin interrupted. I will also anonymously send a sum of money to the orphanage every year, and if you want to visit Konoha I won't restrict your freedom. Is that acceptable? Seeing Nono still hesitating, Jin was growing impatient. He had already offered such generous terms. If she still refused, then he had misjudged her. After all, in Nono's original fate she would die at the hands of her most beloved adopted son. His appearance had essentially saved her life. But if he left now, Nono might only face even harsher oppression from Shimura Danzo. Though somewhat regretful, he could only wish her well, since he wouldn't lack women in the future. There were so many good girls in the ninja world, he couldn't hang himself on one tree. Alright, I agree. As a seasoned spy, Nono naturally noticed the change in Jin's expression, and agreed immediately. She had no reason to refuse. Leaving with Jin might be the best choice for her. Do saw that Yinayu had agreed, and he wanted to say something but hesitated, finally sighing and not interrupting. He admitted that although he was indeed somewhat talented, it was still too idealistic to confront Tuan Tsang in a short time. He might need 10 or even 20 years to grow to the Kage level and protect the orphanage under the other's control. However, not long ago his thoughts had changed again. Why does Big Brother Jin have 2 Kage-level subordinates, but has not yet left or caused a big commotion? Could there be some danger in Konoha that he doesn't know about? That's good, but there's no hurry for now. We still need some time to prepare. Do first contact Granny Cat and inform her of my conditions. Seeing the annoying Do, Jin got a headache and casually dismissed him. However, thinking of the ninja cats, Jin was reminded of something that could greatly enhance their strength: Sage Art Chakra. But the prerequisite was still to master natural energy. Then how should I get in touch with that thing? After thinking for a while, Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. I remember that Orochimaru once subdued a subordinate with the ability to Sage Transformation who could absorb natural energy and enter Sage mode, very similar to the Sage mode of Ryuchi Cave. And in Takigakure, besides the Seven Tails, there is an ancient tree that produces hero water. It might be closely related to natural energy, and can serve as an ingredient for me to prepare a secret medicine similar to toad oil. Thinking this, he summoned Xian. Lord Jin, what are your orders? How many days have Hong and the others been back? My lord, they have been back for 5 days. I see. Let them rest a few more days, then have them do a task for me. Jin nodded and stated his purpose. What is it? I will mention it to them later. In a deep mountain in the land of fire there lives a clan that can turn themselves into sages. They are very helpful to my research. Have them bring back a child named Yugo for me. Also in Takigakure there is an ancient tree called the Sacred Tree whose produced hero water can temporarily increase a ninja's chakra 10-fold. In my view this might be closely related to natural energy. Have them bring it back as well. Uchiha Jin took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. Very well, Lord Jin. However, the latter is easier, the former is too difficult to find and will likely take a considerable amount of time. It's fine. Have all the clansmen with 3 Tomo deploy. First bring back the sacred tree, then search for Yugo in pairs. Remember not to cause trouble. Take your time, I am not in a hurry. Yes. Xian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lord Jin really knows everything about the ninja world. Although he suspected that Lord Jin might have awakened the Mangekyō, and could know many things, he never asked. After all, some things were not his place to inquire. He only needed to do his duty as a subordinate. Why haven't I seen Shisui lately? Fugaku looked at his subordinate with a puzzled expression. Chief, I haven't received any news about him either. Since he went to tell Uchiha Jin, it's as if he has vanished. Hearing his subordinate's report, Fugaku's face first turned serious, then, as if he thought of something, his expression changed in shock, but he quickly suppressed his inner unease. He didn't believe Uchiha Jin would be so bold. Moreover, Shisui's strength was not weak and his ocular power was strong. For an ordinary person to silently take him down was simply impossible, even he himself was not capable of that. Keep an eye out recently. If he appears, you don't need to report to me. You may go. Watching his subordinate leave the room, Fugaku's face showed no signs of relaxation. Honey, take a break. You can spend time with Sasuke today, otherwise he'll be too bored alone. Uchiha Mikoto walked out of the kitchen holding a plate of fruit. Alright, I'll teach him some training later. Mikoto gave a bitter smile, somewhat helpless. Fugaku was indeed very good to her, but when it came to educating children he was a bit too strict. In his eyes their son must shoulder the heavy responsibility of the Uchiha's revival, which made her worry whether the child's psychological pressure would be too great. As for her eldest son, he never opened his heart to them. But as a woman her words ultimately carried little weight. Here's a week's supply. Take it, ding dang. Do handed over 2 storage scrolls with a smile. Meow, thanks. I'm going back. With a poof, Ding Dang turned into white smoke and vanished. Ding Dang's summoning technique is getting more and more skilled. Jin walked up from behind and said calmly, Big brother Jin, do you think the reverse summoning technique can be improved? Jin voiced his doubt. It's a bit difficult. After all, we are not familiar with time-space ninjutsu. It will likely take a long time of research. But if we have corresponding ninjutsu as a reference, it should speed up the progress considerably. Jin nodded, growing more and more eager to seize the scroll of seals in a few months. The sacred tree has been sent back by them via reverse summoning. Let's study it together. If it works, perhaps mastering natural energy will not be a problem and sage art won't be far off. Jin set aside these thoughts and led Do to the sacred tree. The sacred tree of Kage-level was dozens of meters tall, its dark brown trunk covered with weathered textures. Among the branches, emerald leaves rippled like waves, and hanging vines adorned with pale purple bell flowers swayed gently in the wind, exuding a subtle fragrance, all displaying mystery and solemnity. How can we determine whether this sacred tree bears the trace of natural energy? Jin took out a bottle containing the sacred water and examined it carefully, but could not come up with any ideas. After all, scientific research was tedious and the most uncertain thing. If a wrong judgment led to a wrong start, it could waste a lot of time. And what Uchiha Jin hated most was doing useless work. Do you sense anything? Jin suddenly thought that Do had the potential to absorb natural energy in the future. After all, he was the only human in the original story to learn the Sage Art Chakra mode of Ryuchi Cave. Asking for his opinion was definitely the right move. The others present also looked at him with curiosity, making Do a bit embarrassed. Big brother Jin isn't trying to get back at me, is he? I'm only about 10 years old and haven't read many books. What ideas could I have? However, as he carefully observed and felt, his mind trembled slightly. It really seemed different. How come it felt like some special energy had become denser, something that could not be felt elsewhere? Big brother Jin, can I have a look at that bottle of hero water? Taking the hero water and opening the lid, Do's expression shifted slightly. The sensation is even stronger. It seems Big brother Jin's guess was right. This should be the so-called natural energy. But why is it in water form? With his doubts, he expressed his feelings. Jin nodded in satisfaction and discussed with the others. Time flew by and another month and a half had passed. Xian, your ocular power is growing stronger. Yes, Master Jin. In a few more days I will be able to evolve my Sharingan. Uchiha Xian touched his eyes, his heart surging with excitement. What he had once dreamed of was now within reach, and only his younger brother In could truly understand his feelings at this moment. Should I tell them the secret of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? How will Xian and these two brothers choose? Jin mused with a hint of mischievousness, but quickly dismissed the thought. Forget it, it's too early to mention this now. They've just awakened the Mangekyō and need to fully adapt to its abilities. I can't let them aim too high. Moreover, the eternal Mangekyō requires Indra's chakra, and merging it is a troublesome matter. Besides, I will eventually find a way to unlock the eternal Mangekyō without needing a brother's eyes. In this regard, he had absolute confidence. Master Jin, the clansmen who were out on missions found the group capable of absorbing natural energy 3 days ago. Everyone is slowly approaching them now. Although there are only a few left, we haven't alarmed them yet. Oh, finally found them. That's great. Thinking of his lack of progress in studying the sacred tree, he had been racking his brains. Now, with new experimental subjects, he could surely accelerate the pace of his research. Uchiha Jin then gave a few more instructions and headed toward the laboratory. After 2 months of cultivation with Jin's blood, the sacred tree had grown considerably, and the production of Hero's water had also quickened. Ding Dong, why are you here again? Jin looked helplessly at the ninja cat lounging lazily on the sacred tree, fast asleep. Ever since discovering this tree, Ding Dang would sneakily use the reverse summoning technique every now and then to transport himself here, quietly absorbing natural energy. Although among Jin's subordinates, only Do could barely absorb it for a short while, and even then needed someone to watch over him to prevent accidents. But the fact that ninja cats could absorb natural energy without harm made Jin feel a bit unfair. Were animals simply more suited to absorbing natural energy than humans? Leaving aside Mount Myaboka, where even the toad sage, the couple Fukasaku and Shima Gamabunta, and even Gamakichi could absorb natural energy to grow rapidly. In Ryuchi Cave there were also the White Snake and the 3 Snake Princesses. Even without mentioning these, when humans practice sage mode, if they were unskilled they would even develop animal-like features. Something was clearly off. Master Jin, this place is so comfortable. I can sleep and slowly grow stronger at the same time. I love it here. Fine, go ahead. Jin simply let it go and began the day's tests and research with his 4 assistants Nono Do Yuejian and Xiangnai. 3 ninja cats gazed enviously at the carefree ding-dong while Nono tested them one by one. They were all recently selected young ninja cats. As long as they could learn the reverse summoning technique, they would receive abundant resources for training. Even if they wanted to spend time under the sacred tree like Ding-Dong, that would be no problem. Unfortunately, only 4 qualified ninja cats had been selected so far. Among them, only Ding-Dang could absorb natural energy. Do, what is the current limit of Ding-Dong's reverse summoning technique? Brother Jean, Ding-Dang can teleport up to 4 people at once, but afterward he'll be exhausted for a while. It consumes a lot of chakra. His talent in space-time techniques is still too poor. What about the other 3 ninja cats? They're about the same as Ding-Dong, some even worse. That's why we focused on training Ding-Dang. After a while, the 3 ninja cats each clutched a bag of dried fish, reluctantly glanced at Ding-Dong's unfettered back and vanished from the laboratory in a puff of white smoke. Next was the Neural Response Project. Thanks to Jin's generous support, the project, which had seen little progress for a year, finally began to show improvement. First, wild rabbits were fed the Enlightenment Elixir, then countless versions of the Neural Elixir were tested, and finally the rabbits had to dodge attacks from the fruit-throwing plants. Great! This method is 0.5% more efficient than last week's. Yuejian exclaimed, her joy evident. As a pure researcher, seeing progress naturally delighted her. Don't get too excited. Our test subjects are still ninja rabbits whose body structures are vastly different from humans. Jean was not so optimistic and poured cold water on the celebration. Master Jean's scientific research is never easy. A little progress is already good. With so few of us, achieving the ideal situation will take at least several years of continuous practice. Hearing this, Jean pondered deeply. His research team was indeed too small, leading to few collisions of ideas and slow experimental progress. Moreover, the cat grandma had recently been requesting large quantities of chakra elixir and enlightenment elixir, but Jean only had a few dozen people, far from enough to meet the demand. After all, they too needed to live, train, and rest. They couldn't spend all day preparing elixirs for him. It seems it's time to establish a base outside Konoha and expand our workforce. The Uchiha base was sufficient for just a few of them. As for the base outside Konoha, he would let the hired professionals conduct research there, and he would periodically drop by to collect the results. With this in mind, he summoned Uchiha Jin. After the clansmen return from their missions, gather them in my courtyard at a convenient time. It's time to start the next phase of development. Hearing Uchiha Jin's words, Xian was instantly thrilled, eager to call back the dozen or so clansmen. 2 days later, the group used the reverse summoning technique to return to the clan compound. Master Jean, we've brought back that orange-haired kid. Jean looked toward the back of the crowd and saw a nervous little boy hiding among them, glancing around occasionally. Good work. Rest for a day and we'll have a meeting later. Xian will inform you. After dismissing the others, Jean walked step by step toward Jugo. Little one, what's your name? Jean asked in a gentle tone, like a ray of spring sunlight illuminating the boy's heart. My name is Jugo. Those big brothers told me that here my inner urges will be suppressed and I won't cause destruction. Is that true? Looking at the nervous Jugo, Jean found him somewhat amusing. Just as described in the original story, he was kind by nature, afraid of harming the lives around him. Of course. Almost any of my subordinates can suppress you with one hand. You must have felt that already. Jugo recalled how those big brothers had fought against his clansmen and nodded. As for the sorrow of leaving his clan, there was hardly any. After all, he had frequently brought destruction to that clan, unintentionally hurting them. Now that he had left, he actually felt relieved. Xian, stay close to this child during this time. If he goes berserk, use Genjutsu to stop him immediately. Though Xian was not as skilled in Genjutsu, as in his ocular power was formidable enough to cast a passable illusion, albeit somewhat crude. Rest assured, Lord Jean. From the returning clansman, he had learned much about Yugo's tendency to lose control and consciousness, and harbored little doubt. Let's go. First, come with me to the lab. Jean smiled as he took Yugo's hand and led him into the laboratory. Brother Jean, is this the child who can undergo sage transformation? Kabuto pushed up his glasses, a gift from his foster mother, and asked with curiosity. That's right. But just as they stepped inside, Yugo suddenly began to act strangely. Is he going berserk? Brother Jean, the equipment in the lab is very precious. Kabuto's expression changed, and he quickly warned. Yugo, clutching his head, shuddered as if affected by Kabuto's words, and his screams grew louder. Stop me or I'll lose control. His words carried a hint of pleading. Jean shook his head and tapped the boy's forehead twice with his right index finger. At that moment, Xian subdued Yugo with a genjutsu. Though it was just a simple illusion reinforced by his spiritual energy, it was more than enough to handle a child. Even if the boy could absorb natural energy to resist some illusion attacks, he hadn't yet entered sage transformation. Holding the unconscious Uchiha Jin turned his gaze to the sacred tree. Is the natural energy too dense, causing him to go berserk? After a moment's thought, Jin handed Uchiha to Xian to be taken out of the lab. After all, it was a problem that he would go berserk whenever he encountered a place rich in natural energy. But Jin had some ideas on how to solve it. "And Kana, I'm here to see Karen." Jin knocked on a door in the lab's hall. "Come in, Jin." Seeing Uchiha Jin's gentle smile, Kana seemed affected and invited him in. "Where's Karen?" "Brother Jin, I'm here." Karen, rubbing her sleepy eyes, hopped over and sat on Jin's lap. Kana smiled approvingly at the sight, which made Jin a little uneasy. "How have you been recovering lately?" "Almost there. Though I'm still a bit behind an average Uzumaki, I'm much stronger than ordinary people. I can even spare some blood for your research." She looked at Jin with sincere eyes without any hesitation. "No need, Aunt Kana. There's no rush. At least wait until you're fully recovered before we study your Uzumaki bloodline. For now, just focus on healing. Besides, I came to ask how you and Karen are doing with the basic sealing techniques. We've finished them all. Mother learned even faster than me and finished long ago." Karen blinked her eyes, looking adorable. "That's good. In a while I'll send over more advanced sealing techniques. Then you'll have plenty to keep you busy." Jin smiled, stroking Karen's smooth red hair with affection. "Really? That's great. Then I can finally help Brother Jin, right?" Karen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Exactly." After chatting for a while, Jin set Karen down and prepared to leave. But after a few steps, he recalled something he had overlooked. Karen was just a little girl at an age full of energy, yet she had been confined to this underground lab with few close friends. Short-term isolation was fine, but prolonged confinement would eventually take a toll on her psyche. As for Kabuto, though he was gentle with Karen, he had little time to keep her company busy as he was with experiments and running the orphanage. "Brother Jin, what's wrong?" "Nothing. How about I bring a friend for you to play with tomorrow?" "Really? But I'm not supposed to be seen, am I?" Jin fell silent. Karen was mature in a heartbreaking way. "It's fine. She's one of us." Jin shook his head and continued. "And in a while I'll have Yakashino dye your hair. Then you can use the transformation technique to explore the streets of Konoha." "Really, Lord Jin? Won't we be exposed? I've heard Konoha is strict about spies." "Don't worry. I'll have him accompany you. Without Kage-level strength, no one will detect you." The next day, Jin brought Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Hazuki to the lab to keep the Uzumaki mother and daughter company. Watching the children quickly bond and the two women chat like old friends, Jin left with a sense of satisfaction. A day later, Jin sat in his courtyard nodding silently as the three Tomo clansmen arrived via reverse summoning. He ignored the exhausted ninja cats lying nearby. It was impossible for them to transport 15 three Tomo clansmen at once, unless they used chakra-enhancing pills. "Lord Jin, everyone is here." "Good. Let's begin the meeting. I called you here to discuss how our small, almost entirely Uchiha organization should develop next. Among us there are too few who pursue science. Most are just fighters who love to train. That's not good. But Lord Jin, in the ninja world, strength is what matters most. Without power we couldn't even leave Konoha." "True enough. But without the secret medicines I developed to boost your strength, would you have achieved your breakthroughs today? So scientific talent is still important. I need you to go out and find such people to help us grow. The 3 projects in the lab are all stuck in a bottleneck. We need more minds to spark new ideas." Jin believed that many hands make light work. Why did Orochimaru value Kabuto so much? Because he could exchange ideas and accelerate experiments. But even geniuses hit a wall when working alone. So Jin decided to recruit more scientifically inclined ordinary people from the ninja world. As for ninjas, they were too rare, and who would bother with tedious research once they became a ninja? With the reverse summoning technique, it shouldn't be too difficult to transfer them to the base outside the village. Jin's few words silenced any further objections, and everyone nodded in agreement. As beneficiaries, they had no intention of betraying their benefactor. "Very well, since you all agree, half of you will go out to recruit talent, while the other half will search the Land of Fire for suitable locations for a laboratory base. Remember, the base must be in a concealed location that cannot be easily discovered." Jin slowly laid out his requirements, his gaze sweeping across his subordinates. "Lord Jin, we could recruit more Uchiha clan members. Having lived together for so long, many of our friends have yet to join us." Uchiha Jin suddenly spoke and many of the subordinates below nodded in agreement. Well, you know how it is. Most of our clansmen are nothing short of lunatics. Even Fugaku the clan head can't control them, let alone a nobody like me. Besides, I'm constantly researching formulas every day and have no time to discipline them. So, let's forget it. Jin waved his hand dismissively. To him, he could easily cultivate powerful subordinates as he pleased. The other Uchiha clan members were of no concern to him. Had he not effortlessly eliminated Uchiha Shisui, the rising star of the clan, when he snooped around? His current force of 50 ninja subordinates was sufficient for his needs, as they were at least guaranteed to reach the Kage-level in the future. If he could synthesize the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan or unlock its secrets, achieving super Kage-level strength would not be a problem. Rest assured, Lord Jin. I can handle this matter. I will evaluate the remaining clan members, and having used genjutsu to assist in interrogation. If they don't meet the criteria, I won't bring them in. Qian continued. He still had many brothers who had not been recruited, former colleagues from the police force. Though they had grown distant, the bonds of their past remained. Thus he wanted to make one more effort to bring in as many as he could. This would also indirectly strengthen the organization. All right, I'll leave this to you and Ing then. After a moment of thought, Jin recalled that Qian had been serving him diligently without any mistakes, so he did not refuse. Receiving Jin's promise, Qian was filled with gratitude and immediately agreed. Very well, you may proceed, but be wary of the Akatsuki members. And do not act alone, always move in pairs. If you encounter a powerful enemy, flee immediately. Do not engage in prolonged combat. Always remember your mission and do not mess it up. If you truly face danger, I permit you to activate your Mangekyō on the spot. The dozen or so Three-Tomo clansmen present were already on the verge of unlocking the Mangekyō. A sufficiently intense stimulus would allow them to awaken it. However, under normal circumstances he would not allow his subordinates to do so, as it was unknown whether mental stimulation to evolve the eyes would cause any side effects. Hence he strictly forbade such behavior. By the way, do not approach Uchiha Fugaku's family. Jin suddenly thought of something and spoke directly. The actions of Fugaku's family in the original story were truly hard to evaluate, and left him deeply disappointed. The clan head and his wife offered no resistance on the night of the massacre, and ultimately surrendered their lives. The eldest son was the culprit of that massacre, a loyal dog of Sarutobi Hiruzen of Konoha. The younger son, after being brainwashed by a few words from Naruto, abandoned his plan to destroy the world and faithfully helped Konoha gather intelligence, yet in Konoha he couldn't even buy a house without taking out a loan. The entire Uchiha clan compound, so vast, was not defended at all. Truly idiotic behavior. This family of four had let him down immensely. 3 days later, Qian sat in the laboratory surrounded by several people. Ing absorbed this atmosphere well. Next time it will be your turn to awaken. Jin reminded him calmly. Yes, Lord Jin. I can awaken successfully in at most 2 more days. Good, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Let it happen naturally. After all, you are my most valued subordinates. At that moment Qian finally cleared his mind, swallowed the spiritual elixir and the ocular elixir in one gulp, carefully sensed the changes, and began to slowly circulate his ocular power through the meridians around his eyes. Those present soon felt the chilling aura emanating from Qian's eyes, which grew increasingly intense, involuntarily sending shivers down their spines. After a while Qian's aura finally stabilized. The next moment he abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a peculiar pattern of the Sharingan that spun continuously, exuding an eerie and otherworldly beauty. How do you feel? Jin asked, first filled with curiosity. In his previous life, while watching anime, he had always loved the Mangekyō with its various dojutsu, some seemingly invincible, some touching upon rules, and some utterly bizarre. It ignited a deep envy within him. Lord Jin, I have awakened 3 dojutsu, 1 in each eye and Susanoo. Moreover, my physical constitution has slightly improved, my chakra has increased significantly, and my spiritual power has surged. It must be due to the evolution of my bloodline limit. Feeling the changes in his body, Qian was extremely excited and could hardly wait to find someone to spar with. Once Ing also obtains the Mangekyō, you can spar with him. First tell us about those 2 dojutsu. I'm very curious. My left eye is ninjutsu enhancement, and my right eye is ninjutsu analysis. The former enhances the power and speed of my ninjutsu. The latter accelerates my learning of ninjutsu and gradually allows me to understand its mysteries, eventually enabling me to cast ninjutsu without hand seals. These abilities are excellent and well suited to your combat style. Study them well, and soon enough even Sarutobi Hiruzen will be no match for you. Jin nodded in satisfaction, his curiosity now satisfied. 2 days later Ing also awakened the Mangekyō before everyone's eyes. My left eye is Dreamweave and my right eye is Memory Corridor. The former can evoke the fears lurking in an enemy's heart. The more they refuse to face their weaknesses, the harder it is to escape the illusion. The latter, on the other hand, evokes the sweet memories within an enemy's heart, causing them to slowly sink into it until they are unable to extricate themselves. When both dojutsu are used simultaneously, they can also read the enemy's memories. Listening to Ying's report on the effects of his Mangekyō, Jin nodded with great satisfaction. Each of Ying's 2 dojutsu taken alone was already troublesome. A single misstep could trap someone permanently. But what he valued even more was the ability to read memories. After all, the inheritance of many ninjutsu was not typically carried on paper but stored in the minds of ninja. To obtain those abilities, Jin naturally needed to steal their memories. Go back and practice your abilities. In a month we will begin stealing the sealing scroll and the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. Brother Jin, you haven't spent much time with me lately. What's there to adjust in that formula? Is it more important than me? Uchiha Izumi pouted, her pink cheeks flushed with displeasure, as she glared at Uchiha Jin. I've been too busy lately. Alright, I won't go today. I'll spend the whole day with you, how about that? That's good, but you're not allowed to call Xiangling. Just the 2 of us. Hearing Izumi's words, Jin froze instantly. Why? Did Xiangling upset you? He found it hard to believe. He knew Xiangling's temperament all too well. Rescued from the dark place of the grass country, she always felt somewhat inferior when facing him and Do, and she never had a temper. Although he had emphasized it many times and tried to change her, it ultimately yielded no results. In the end, he decided to let it be. Time would surely wash away the darkness in her heart, allowing her to slowly emerge and face him or others without feeling inferior. It's not that. I just want to spend a day alone with you, no one else to disturb us. Izumi shook her head, looking utterly adorable. Childish jealousy, it seemed. That was fine. Alright, but you have to promise me that you'll become good friends with Xiangling afterward and not bully her, understood? Of course. We're already the best of friends. Izumi's sweet smile brought Jin great comfort. The 2 spent half a day playing in the shopping district before arriving at a barbecue restaurant. Kakashi, have you been busy with work lately? I haven't even seen your face. Kakashi. Jin caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. A man in a green tight-fitting suit had his right arm around Kakashi's shoulders, flashing his gleaming white front teeth. The ANBU work is naturally heavy. If it weren't for your invitation, I'd probably still be busy. Having experienced the death of the 4th Hokage, Kakashi was no longer deeply grieving, but he still seemed somewhat dejected. If not for his friend's invitation and the 3rd Hokage's orders, he would likely have continued numbing himself with ANBU work, drifting aimlessly. Kakashi, I challenge you. Without eavesdropping further, Jin began to ponder. Kakashi's Mangekyō is extremely powerful. If Uchiha Obito takes it back, that would be trouble. It seems I'll have to send someone to retrieve it. Brother Jin, here, eat this. Thank you, Izumi. Shien, tonight you and Ing will ambush Kakashi and bring back his Sharingan. That Sharingan has already evolved into a Mangekyō, a space-time attribute one at that. So you must be extremely cautious. If possible, having used Genjutsu to subdue him. Also remember to wear colored contacts. Don't get discovered. Late at night, Shien and Ing approached Kakashi's residence one after the other. Kakashi had not yet fallen asleep, engrossed in a book by Jiraiya. Shien and Ing exchanged a glance, then crashed through the window and burst in. Who's there? Kakashi shouted, trying to alert the nearby ANBU members. But Shien and Ing had already avoided the ANBU patrols, otherwise they wouldn't have appeared so directly. The moment Ing appeared, his eyes locked on to Kakashi, plunging the latter into terror. No. Ren, I didn't mean to kill you. Obito, I'm sorry. Shien took 2 steps forward, dug out the Sharingan from beneath Kakashi's mask, placed it in a bottle, and then vanished into the darkness with a few body flickers. Half an hour later, Kakashi slowly awoke, feeling a sharp pain in his left eye. Startled, he rushed to the bathroom, ignoring the pain. No. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the dazed Kakashi and sighed. I've already ordered the ANBU to increase patrols. If anyone is suspicious, they will definitely be stopped. Even as he said this, Hiruzen knew the chances of recovery were slim. After all, how could an enemy capable of trapping Kakashi in a genjutsu at first sight be discovered by the dozens of ANBU who started patrolling half an hour late? Such powerful genjutsu. Could it be the Uchiha? The last incident with Danzo hasn't been resolved, and now 2 masked men have stolen Kakashi's Sharingan. Truly a time of turmoil. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, blowing out rings of smoke. Hiruzen, those 2 masked men are definitely evil Uchiha. Leave them to me. I will. The office door burst open with a bang, making the 3rd Hokage frown. Danzo, don't harbor such malice toward your fellow villagers. Besides, the Uchiha clan doesn't lack Sharingan. What need would they have for Kakashi's eye? Hiruzen, you're too indecisive. If it were me, I would have. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Go back and calm down. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Someone summon Uchiha Itachi to see me. Watching him leave, Hiruzen sighed again and gave the order. Lord Third, what is the matter? Uchiha Itachi asked solemnly. Because of Uchiha Shisui's disappearance, he had been sent to the ANBU early by Uchiha Fugaku, serving as a double agent. Kakashi's Sharingan has been stolen, Hiruzen said slowly, causing Itachi to freeze. Lord Hokage, it shouldn't be the Uchiha clan. I know. I never suspected the Uchiha. But Danzo is too radical. I'm afraid he'll act recklessly, so you must be mentally prepared. Itachi was silent for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Hiruzen interrupted again. Have you found Shisui? Not yet. I've searched the entire Uchiha compound and questioned almost half the clan, but I haven't gotten any useful information. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's eyes shimmered with deep confusion. Shisui had always been his guiding light, and now that he had vanished, Itachi felt he had lost most of his reason to live. Do you have any suspects? Hiruzen's expression hardened as he stared intently at him. Uchiha Jin. After my father told Shisui of a possible location, he disappeared shortly after. Itachi said seriously, his face showing both gravity and resentment. What do you plan to do? Hiruzen sorted the documents in his hand, his expression growing even more solemn. I will keep a close watch on him. If it's not him, I'll apologize. But if it is, it will be a fight to the death. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly changed. First 3 tomo, then they transformed into Mangekyō Sharingan. After so many days without Shisui appearing, he believed that things were likely grim. As for desertion, that was impossible. Shisui was his most cherished friend. No matter what, he would seek revenge. You! The Mangekyō Sharingan! Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart leaped as he instinctively mobilized the chakra within him, ready to dispel any genjutsu. Meanwhile, the Umbu hidden in the shadows appeared instantly, with a body flicker blocking in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The scene immediately became tense. Stand down, there's no need to worry. I trust Itachi. As he waved his hand, the several Umbu hesitated for a moment, then vanished. How did you awaken these eyes? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was deep, and there was a hint of wariness hidden within. During these days since Shisui went missing, I was extremely worried. Until yesterday, I suspected that Shisui was in grave danger, and my subconscious emotional upheaval made me awaken these eyes. Itachi touched his own eyes, feeling extremely resentful. His once like-minded brother had vanished like this. Don't worry, the Leaf Village will help you investigate Shisui's whereabouts. Go back and rest well. The future of the Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan is in your hands. As soon as Uchiha Itachi left, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a deep sigh and said to the side, Summon Elder Danzo. In the underground laboratory, Jin sat in a study organizing the various secret medicines he had created since arriving in this world. First were the body-forging secret medicine and the mental secret medicine. Both were the key to building a solid foundation during his first 2 years at the Ninja Academy. After that, there was the chakra secret medicine. This was developed in his 3rd year at the Ninja Academy, allowing his chakra to increase slowly while also recovering quickly. In the same year, as his spiritual power slowly increased, he spontaneously awakened the single tomo Sharingan. Therefore, he began researching a secret medicine that could convert spiritual power into eye power, the eye power secret medicine. In his 4th year at the Ninja Academy, fearing that he might not be able to join the Konoha police force and would have to go to the battlefield after graduation, he developed the healing secret medicine as a trump card, which could accelerate the recovery of physical injuries, similar to the mystical palm technique, but not as exaggerated. Unfortunately, he eventually succeeded in joining the police force, and the effect of the healing secret medicine became less significant, so he could only reward it to his subordinates, who went out on bounties. After that, he no longer researched new formulas, only improving the existing ones, since he had no immediate need for other secret medicines. Until the construction of the laboratory, he developed the Enlightenment secret medicine and the Nerve secret medicine to help Nono and the others speed up the progress of their experimental research projects. These 2 secret medicines were both derived from the mental secret medicine developed by Uchiha Jin. Finally, when Uzumaki Kana and her daughter were brought to the Uchiha clan's laboratory, he improved the healing secret medicine into a new one, the life secret medicine, which restored their bodies to normal within just 2 months. Of course, the role of a healthy diet was indispensable. It's also time to research a new secret medicine. Uchiha Jin performed the summoning technique and summoned a potted plant from his room. The tree of life cultivated from Hashirama Senju's wood style, Every time I look at it I'm filled with awe. Indeed, this small tree before him, less than half a meter tall and emitting a dense vitality, was cultivated by Jin using fragments of Hashirama Senju's wood style. As for where he found the fragments, look up the valley of the end. As usual, Jin cut his finger and dripped a few drops of blood onto the tree of life. The next moment the lush leaves of the tree of life trembled slightly, seeming delighted. The healing secret medicine is a combination of ordinary herbs that possesses the effect of accelerating the healing of physical injuries. As for the life secret medicine, it was improved from the healing secret medicine by adding a large amount of tree of life essence, but its essence is still that of a healing medicine. Then if a secret medicine is formulated with the tree of life essence as the main ingredient, could it solve the problem of blindness from the Mangekyō Sharingan? Last night Jin had asked Xian whether using eye power after awakening the Mangekyō would have side effects. The result was as expected, it indeed consumes eye power. Even though the mental secret medicine and eye power secret medicine could compensate for these losses, that was not what Jin wanted to see. After all, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't use it after awakening the Mangekyō. Once used, it meant the secret medicines taken earlier were wasted, requiring even more to compensate. But every medicine has its side effects. Long-term use of the same two secret medicines would not be beneficial to the body. Moreover, he could not guarantee that these two secret medicines could continue to enhance the essence of the Mangekyō, allowing it to evolve. After all, this might involve the issue of genetic integrity. Even if he continuously used these two secret medicines, if they could truly cause the Mangekyō to evolve, it would likely take a considerable amount of time, and eventually it might become stuck at a certain point. That's right, the synthesis of the Rinnegan. The fusion of yin and yang gives birth to all things. Actually, Jin had considered a different evolutionary path, but in the end he gave up. After all, there was already a ready-made evolutionary path, why bother researching other paths? That would be foolish. How much time would be wasted in the process? Even if he possessed the herb Affinity spiritual body, he still needed to research slowly. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time nurturing his own wife? Give me some of your liquid. The tree of life did not respond. Jin did not stand on ceremony and directly used the kunai to slit open its trunk. Although the tree of life had considerable consciousness, it was comparable to a 1-year-old child and often could not communicate with Jin. Jin filled the bottle with the life sap rich in vitality and began his research. You go find me some wild rabbits. Yes. Uchiha Jin was already busy enough training his Mangekyō and screening clan members who could become his subordinates, so Jin naturally wouldn't trouble him further. He transferred a subordinate who had just been promoted to 3 tomo. 10 minutes later, Jin poured the freshly prepared secret medicine into the rabbit's mouth and observed the changes. For a while the man and the rabbit stared at each other, but there was no change. I can indeed feel that its vitality has become more vigorous, but it's still not precise enough. I should ask Nono and the others for help. Jin left the room, bringing the rabbit to Nono's side. Help me check its physical changes. Nono looked at Jin with some surprise. In the past he had never thought of asking for her help. The vitality is very strong, but among the 5 organs only the heart and lungs have been nourished by the secret medicine, the others are far behind. Nono held the report and said slowly, I see. I understand. Give me the report. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and Jin had been experimenting on wild rabbits. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi was staring at a nearby house with a grave expression, his mind in turmoil. The reason was simple. He had learned from Shisui's lesson, and used ninja crows to observe the other party for half a month, but found nothing. Of course, these were all deliberate flaws left by Jin. He couldn't expose the laboratory, so he had to reveal some other flaws to attract Itachi's attention. Even with 3 clan members guarding the laboratory, it couldn't withstand constant probing. Moreover, his main concern was guarding against white Zetsu. Uchiha Jin's life was very regular. He would read in a house north of the clan compound every day. Itachi had also checked and found that the house was left by Jin's Chunin uncle. As for where Jin currently lived, it was a newly purchased house. But it was precisely because everything was too normal that Itachi was troubled. He had never seen Jin train, not even basic ninjutsu or taijutsu practice. It seems I still need to find a time to talk with Uchiha Jin. Itachi finally decided to probe him later. After all, continuing to observe like this was not a solution. An abnormal clan member hiding within the Uchiha compound was like a hidden bomb capable of destroying the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan at any moment. Shisui, rest assured. I will definitely avenge you, and I will carry on your will. Uchiha Itachi steeled his resolve and walked toward the nearby house. The shadow clone hidden in the living room, seeing Uchiha Itachi approaching, put down the book and walked over. Is there something? The shadow clone smiled unfazed. Uchiha Jin, you're just a chunin, yet you come here every day just to read books. Don't you train? Have you forgotten the glory of the Uchiha clan? Heck, can I interpret this as an interrogation from the clan leader's son? Jin's expression gradually turned cold. He didn't want to cause trouble, but if the other party really didn't appreciate the kindness shown, then he wouldn't be polite. No, this is an interrogation from the Umbu. Uchiha Itachi stared at him, his tone very serious. Does the Umbu have such broad authority? As soon as the words were spoken, the three subordinates who had been hiding in the room instantly appeared beside Itachi, seemingly about to surround him. You, a ninja of at most Chunin level, how did you subdue so many subordinates? Thinking of Uchiha Jin, who defeated Inabi, and the several clan members before him who were at least elite Jonin level, Uchiha Itachi's heart sank. Get lost, don't force me to lay a hand on you. The shadow clone turned and went back into the room, but his words reaching Itachi's ears made his heart skip a beat. Does Shisui's disappearance have anything to do with you? Seeing Jin about to enter the room, the impatient Uchiha Itachi asked again. I couldn't keep him. Perhaps you can look for answers in the direction of the masked man from the Nine-Tails Night. Thinking that Itachi would soon come into contact with the masked man, Jin casually dug a pit for Uchiha Obito and continued browsing books related to herbs. Even with the blessing of herbal affinity, he would not slack off. After all, this was just his talent. To truly utilize it to study prescriptions, he still needed sufficient knowledge as a foundation. The sky was as blue as clear lake water, with a few white clouds lazily drifting. Sunlight poured down without restraint, and a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers and grass, giving a pleasant sense of comfort. Jin rarely left the laboratory, and now he was patrolling the streets. He had delegated the patrol duty to his subordinates some time ago. If not for the need to relax and spark inspiration, he would not have returned. After walking a few steps, Jin's expression suddenly turned serious. A figure running upside down approached, and the other's attire was the green bodysuit. My guy, I wonder how many gates he has opened. He is indeed a threat. I need to find an opportunity to kill him, then Konoha will have nothing to fear. Last time they met, Jin's attention was still on Kakashi, who possessed the Kamui Mangekyō, and his thoughts were occasionally interrupted by Izumi, so he subconsciously ignored the other. He gave the other a deep look, but unexpectedly locked eyes with him. This person means me ill. Might Guy flipped over and was about to step forward to chat with him, but saw Jin turn and leave. Lord Jin, Miss Izumi came back from the Ninja Academy crying today. Uchiha Yora suddenly appeared and reported to Jin. Oh, is that so? Have you sent someone to investigate? Instantly Jin's expression turned cold. Already sent. Good, report to me later. Izumi was an innocent and lovely girl. Jin had always regarded her as his reverse scale. Now that someone dared to disrespect her, they wouldn't have it easy. And Hazuki, where is Izumi? Hazuki gave a bitter smile and didn't hide it. She's in her room. She's in a bit of a bad mood today. Was she bullied at the Ninja Academy? I'm not sure, but it's probably the case. I was about to talk to her, but since you're here, I'll leave it to you. Under Aunt Hazuki's teasing and satisfied gaze, Jin entered Izumi's room. Ah, brother Jin, why are you here? Izumi frantically buried her head in the quilt, afraid that her current appearance would be seen. Tell me what happened at the Ninja Academy. If someone really bullied you, I will retaliate. Jin gently pulled Izumi out of the quilt and comforted her. Is it okay? Izumi was not a naive child. She was afraid that this would worsen the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. My subordinates can already sweep through Konoha. They wouldn't dare confront us, so rest assured. Well, except for Might Guy, but with Izanagi he could still fight. That's good. After a moment, Jin's gaze grew colder. Izumi had been quite ostracized at school, and some classmates, oblivious to the danger, constantly shouted insults at the Uchiha, and amused themselves by teasing Izumi. This was not the worst after all. Weren't the Uchiha and Konoha cursed at every day? Even ordinary villagers dared to trash talk on the streets. Afterward, Izumi exchanged a few words with them and was surrounded. With her training from various secret medicines, Izumi naturally knocked down the children easily. When the Chunin teacher arrived without any investigation, he dragged Izumi outside to stand as punishment, and told her to bring her parents to school tomorrow. Interesting, truly interesting. Jin revealed a cold smile and told Izumi not to go to school anymore. With such an oppressive atmosphere at school, if he forced Izumi to continue studying, not to mention what she could learn, the psychological pressure alone would suppress her cheerful personality, and it wouldn't be rare for her to develop depression. Jin, is Izumi okay? Don't worry, Aunt Hazuki, I'll handle it. But it's better not to let Izumi go to school. That filthy place will only make her unhappy. Jin shook his head and didn't tell her what he planned to do. All right, after all, there's nothing worth learning at the Ninja Academy. Izumi already mastered the 3 basic techniques long ago. Half an hour later, Uchiha Yora handed the information to him. Looking at the information that matched what Izumi had said, Jin nodded and said coldly, "Tomorrow morning send Hiro to beat that Chunin teacher half to death, just enough that he can't take care of himself. As for the brats of these families, have Gen release a few criminals from the police force to cause trouble for them, preferably scaring them out of their wits." Through Gen's efforts, quite a few people had joined his organization. The police department was now partly under Jin's control. The remaining ones were all lackeys of Uchiha Fugaku. That was why Jin issued such a mission. After all, it was nothing for Jin. Moreover, as Jin recruited more and more clan members, the police force would eventually become Jin's. Unfortunately, they would leave in less than 2 years. Gaining control of the police force was just a chicken rib to him, tasteless but a pity to discard. "Xian, what brings you to me today?" Seeing Uchiha Xian, whose aura had grown increasingly steady and whose dojutsu power seemed to overshadow his own, Uchiha Yun felt a wave of disorientation as he recalled some rumors from before. "I've come to offer you an opportunity. Would you like to join us?" Uchiha Xian said with a smile. "Join you to become Jin's subordinate, right?" Thinking of Xian's strength, to be honest, he was curious. Originally of similar potential, yet the other had stepped into Kage-level power in his 30s. Even if he himself were not injured, he could never have reached such a level. It was impossible for him not to feel jealous of the other's momentum. "That's right. This is an opportunity one fought for with Lord Jin. If it weren't for the fact that we are of the same clan, and you don't have an extreme personality, I wouldn't have come to you. You know I'm somewhat lazy by nature. I even use shadow clones to skip clan meetings. I really don't want to bother with the troublesome affairs of the Uchiha anymore." Without much hesitation, Yun directly refused, for he had little ambition left. "What if I told you we have a secret medicine that can heal your leg?" "What? Is that true?" Uchiha Yun had awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan during the Third Shinobi War, and his combat power surpassed that of some clan elders. If it weren't for being ambushed by a group of root agents near the end of the Third War which injured his leg beyond recovery, he wouldn't have become so despondent, nor would he have joined the dovish faction within the Uchiha. He only wanted to live leisurely until the end of his life. "You can try it first." This was the second version of the life secret medicine that Jin had developed earlier. Because it was related to the Tree of Life, its effect was naturally stronger than the palm healing technique. After drinking the secret medicine, Yun carefully sensed the changes in his body. "This secret medicine. It feels like it's increased my vitality. My leg actually has some sensation. Is there more?" Yun's face instantly became excited. After so many years, he finally saw hope and naturally had no reason to let it go. Xian shook his head, indicating nothing. Although he hoped the other could take control of his own life again, he was ultimately partial to Uchiha Jin as he was Jin's subordinate. If Uchiha Yun did not join, it would only be his loss, and he would not show any favoritism. "All right, I'll join." Seeing Xian's indifferent expression, Yun sighed, knowing he had no other choice. "I hope Uchiha Jin won't disappoint me. Rest assured, in the future you will be glad for today's decision. Brother Xian, Lord Jin has a mission." Having just left Yun's room, Uchiha Xian in a good mood encountered Uchiha Yi. "These damn brats. Don't worry, I'll complete the Lord's mission properly." Xian naturally valued the honor of the Uchiha clan. Now that the clan's children were being bullied by a few brats and a Chunin teacher, he had to teach them a lesson. In the evening, Xian arrived at the prison of the security division. "You 3, you still have 10 days of sentence, right? I can release you early, but you must do me a favor." A red glint flickered in Xian's eyes, causing the 3 in the prison to tremble and nod incessantly. These 3 were all genin but not heinous criminals. They had simply drunk too much at a hotel, disrupted its business order, and accidentally knocked over many utensils in the shop, hence they were arrested and detained for a period. Sending them out to cause trouble now was most appropriate. "Lord, what if we get caught again because of this?" "I will protect you. Even if you do get caught, I can have you released on the very first day. So are you in or not?" "We'll do it." A round-faced fat man quickly nodded. This opportunity to curry favor with the lord of the security division was rare, he had to seize it. Seeing this, the others naturally had no intention to refuse. That night the 3 households of the brats suffered heavy losses. One house caught fire. In another house all furniture was smashed to pieces and a considerable amount of money was stolen. In the third house all 3 family members were injured. The male head of the household was bedridden, the female head was scared half to death, and the brat was beaten black and blue with blood flowing from the back of his head. "Take the criminals away." The security division arrived in time and brought the 3 criminals back to the prison. "Lord, you must seek justice for us. Our family suffered heavy losses. You must make them compensate us. interfering with the security division's investigation. Arrest them all for interrogation. No. Lord, we dare not. Unfortunately, their retraction was useless. This was a scheme against them. An hour later, Hiruzen Sarutobi was awakened by the Umbu staring at the report sheet with a dark expression. Is that Chunin teacher all right? No, we patrolled around. There were no traces of others near him. Regardless, have someone protect him. Once day breaks, the Uchiha won't dare to act rashly. Hearing that the Chunin teacher was safe, he also breathed a sigh of relief. If the Uchiha really attacked a teacher, it would be a slap in their own face. Fortunately, the Uchiha didn't completely break ties. Tomorrow I can hint to that Chunin teacher to not go too far. Hiruzen Sarutobi valued his reputation highly. The longer he stayed in the position of Hokage, the more he cherished his own feathers. Here are this week's life secret medicine, chakra secret medicine, mental secret medicine, dojutsu secret medicine, and body tempering secret medicine. Every time Jin named a secret medicine, it made Uchiha Yun's heart skip a beat. When did the Uchiha clan have such resources? I've never heard of these secret medicines. As for whether they would be ineffective, he had no doubt about it. What was the point of deceiving himself? Apart from spoiling the goodwill within the clan, there was no benefit at all. And he still had some reputation within the clan. After seeing the other off, Jin gazed into the distance, took a sip of tea, his expression flickering with a hint of coldness. A mere civilian Chunin dares to boss around our Uchiha clan. Who gave you the courage? Hiruzen Sarutobi. I'll see if he will come to trouble the Uchiha for the sake of a single Chunin. Remember, stay low-key in Konoha. If you have no background, don't think you're so important. Haven't you seen that even the Hyuga dare not openly target us? I don't know what got into you. Hong beat the other half to death, the kind that would likely leave him bedridden for the rest of his life. Then he dropped a few harsh words on the playground and turned to leave. A group of students and teachers instinctively shrank back as they watched the receding figure. The Uchiha are too ruthless. What? Are the Uchiha rebelling? Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed down the documents in his hand, heavily glaring angrily at the Uchiha clan grounds located on the outskirts of Konoha. It's Uchiha Jin's men again, isn't it? That's right, Lord Hokage. Quan and Uchiha Jin are very close. They were even seen strolling together in the Konoha shopping district recently. What has Elder Danzo been up to recently? Bring him to me. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up his pipe and began to smoke, the weariness in his expression impossible to conceal. He had thought the Uchiha would have enough sense not to cause a big stir, but unexpectedly even his authority, as the third Hokage, couldn't suppress them. Fugaki, you really disappoint me. How should I punish you? Rijan, what do you want from me? Tuanzong pushed open the door of the Hokage's office, his tone feigning a hint of pride as he pretended to inquire. Before coming, he had already received the news. He should have directly dealt with the Uchiha clan, but recalling Yuan Fei Rijan's attitude towards him, he felt somewhat uneasy. Even if they were best friends, he still needed to save face. He would wait for Rijan to come and beg him. He knew that this best friend of his, though appearing gentle on the surface, was inwardly as greedy for power as himself, and his desire to suppress the Uchiha clan was even more intense than his own. He had taken back the clan grounds in the central area of the Uchiha, paid no salary to the security department for years, brainwashed two of the most promising Uchiha into becoming his lackeys and spies, turned a blind eye to the petitions of the Uchiha clan leader, and always mooched off them. Tuanzong, stop pretending. What do you want to help me suppress the Uchiha? Yuan Fei Rijan was also somewhat angry at this moment, but thinking that he still needed Tuanzong as his black glove, he held back. My root still needs many subordinates. You can find them from the orphanage. Yuan Fei Rijan's expression froze, and he knew exactly what the other was up to. He could not hand over his own umbu, or else they would be brainwashed and never return. Moreover, in recent years Tuanzong had become increasingly arrogant, acting without reporting to him, and he could barely contain him. The orphanage. Ha, you don't know that the orphanage has already been taken over by the Uchiha, do you? Now the Uchiha even dare to send people to monitor it. The moment my subordinates go, they are driven away. In their eyes, do they still regard me as the elder of Muyi? Tuanzong sneered a few times, filled with murderous intent towards Yi Naiyu as well. He had given that woman a chance, yet she never came to seek him, the elder. It seemed he had been too busy lately giving her the illusion that he was merciful. These Uchiha are getting more and more arrogant. Anyone who doesn't know would think that Muyi is ruled by them. Seeing Yuan Fei Rijan remain silent, merely smoking, Tuanzong intensified his efforts, ranting wildly. I can spare 10 umbu for you, but you must teach the Uchiha a profound lesson. In the end he spoke slowly, his tone heavy. Rijan, just watch. The Uchiha are nothing but chickens and dogs. Within 2 months I'll make them come and apologize obediently. Tuanzong puffed out his chest leaning on his cane and left the Hokage's office. Brother Jin, thank you. Let me treat you to some tricolor rice balls. Haha Quan, don't mention it. It was just a small effort. Besides, those guys really needed to be taught a lesson or they'll always think that our Ujibwa are easy to bully. Jin took the tricolor rice balls and tasted them. It's very sweet. Ujibwa Jin, come out. Just as the two were teasing each other, someone without discretion always jumped out to cause trouble. You get rid of him. I don't want to talk to this cowardly clan leader. Jin's expression was stern, completely ignoring the frantic shouts of Ujibwa Fuyu outside. Ujibwa Fuyu, I respect you as the clan leader, but do not make things difficult for me. Please leave. Lord Jin does not wish to see you. He also tells you not to meddle in other people's affairs, just keep your own subordinates in line. If you really insist on opposing us, Lord Jin will send Brother Xian to have a word with you. Ye's tone, neither servile nor overbearing, instantly infuriated Ujibwa Fuyu. He immediately disregarded his status and charged at Ujibwa Yi. I want to see how a mere chunin dares to speak disrespectfully to the clan leader. The irrational Ujibwa Fuyu, gripping a kunai, thrust it forward. The two immediately engaged in combat, the sound of metal clashing resounding around. After a few exchanges, Fuyu slowly regained his composure, but the shock in his heart persisted. He was just a two-tomo not long ago and hasn't been on the battlefield since. How did he advance to 3 tomos so quickly and hold out so long under my attacks? Seeing the growing crowd, Fuyu had to stop, looking solemnly at the two figures in the courtyard. Ujibwa Jin, you really have surprised me. Time slipped through the fingers and soon a month passed. During this month, Jin had been studying and improving the life elixir 2.0. Although the complexity was high, he enjoyed it. Meanwhile, the subordinates he had recently recruited were gradually getting on track, their strength visibly increasing day by day. Especially Ujibwa Yun, who was already a rare genius in the Ujibwa clan, not much inferior to Shisui and Yu. After his legs were healed with the secret medicine, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Now he had become a loyal fan of Ujibwa Jin. As for the brothers Ujibwa Xian and Ujibwa Ing, their strength had gradually stabilized around the strong Kage-level. Even if they faced Yuan Fei Rijan alone, they could hold out for a long time without falling behind. As for the clan members who had been out searching for a base, they had found several suitable locations waiting for Jin's on-site inspection. Although Ujibwa Jin's side was developing steadily, Ujibwa Fuyu's situation was dire. Rude ninjas monitored the Ujibwa clan grounds around the clock. Of the clan members who went out to take missions, only a few returned alive, many of them covered in blood. Even though Ujibwa Fuyu had reported to the third Hokage many times, he was still brushed off with simple excuses with no action taken. Fuyu had even come to Ujibwa Jin's place several times in anger to cause trouble, but was repelled by Xian each time. Now his reputation within the Ujibwa clan grounds had plummeted. Do you two have confidence? Jin held a book, asking calmly. No problem, Lord Jin. I look forward to fighting Yuan Fei Rijan, Xian said excitedly. Remember, the main task this time is to steal the scroll of sealing and those Uzumaki sealing techniques. Do not put the cart before the horse. After completing the mission, I won't care what you do as long as you don't reveal your identities. Lord Jin's instruction is correct. Prepare, we'll act tonight. Night enveloped the Hokage village, leaves dancing in the cold night wind, moonlight like water flowing over winding stone paths. The Hokage rock's silhouette grew more stern in the shadows. Two figures darted through the dark night, heading east of the Muyi village. These two figures were naturally the shadow clones of Xian and Ing. Their mission was to attack the root base, attracting the attention of the third Hokage and the Umbu, thereby facilitating the real bodies to enter the Hokage building to steal the scroll of sealing and the Uzumaki sealing techniques. Boom! With nearly half of the original's chakra, the shadow clones were naturally formidable. Even ordinary elite jonin were no match for them. At that moment, a blazing fire suddenly erupted above the root base. A man wearing a tiger mask and colored contacts wrapped in flames and lightning intertwined looked imposing. A man wearing a fox mask, however, did not stand out. He seemed to merge with the night, easily making people overlook his presence. The former, with a casual strike, could send sparks and arcs flying, injuring enemies along the way. The latter, with just a glance, would make the enemies fall into an illusion, unable to extricate themselves. With the two working together, they were momentarily unmatched and soon broke into the interior of the root base. Let that old dog Tuan-san come out, or don't blame us for causing massive destruction here. Looking at the nearly 20 Genbu ninjas in front, the shadow clone remembered its mission and stopped. What is your purpose for attacking the Genbu base? Regarding the incident of the Shao organization in the Rain country back then, I wonder if your Lord Tuan-san still remembers. We two brothers are the survivors of that conflict. The moment the words fell, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness, his tone carrying a hint of anger. I only regret that I didn't kill you all back then. I never expected that my negligence would bring such great losses to my Genbu base. Although Tuan Sun could not recall how many remnants of the Shao organization remained, the damage they had inflicted on Genbu was undeniable. He had just requested 10 Enbu ninjas from Yuan Fei Risen only to find that a dozen of his own subordinates had died at the hands of the enemy. However, despite his anger, Tuan Sun was not blinded by it. He needed to stall for time waiting for Yuan Fei Risen's reinforcements. He had been hiding in the shadows just now and had a preliminary understanding of the two's strength. All he could say was that they were at least at the Kage-level. He needed to feign weakness, wait for Risen's arrival, and then completely eliminate the two, reducing Mu Ye's formidable enemies. You go focus on entanglement. Tuan Sun silently stood behind the Genbu, trying to minimize his presence. The enemy was approaching aggressively, so naturally he had no intention of fighting personally. With Yuan Fei Risen absent, he could not guarantee that he would be lucky enough to survive under two Kage-level enemies. And just as Yuan Fei Risen was leading a group of Enbu to the East Xian, and Ing exchanged a glance, one directly stormed into the Huang office while the other headed to the library on the second floor. Who is there? As soon as the words fell, the Enbu who poked his head out was incinerated into ashes by a ball of flame. Hurry and send a signal to Lord Huang. The enemy's target is the Huang building. A Chunin level Enbu had just taken out a flare when Uchiha Jin approached him with a flourish of his blade. The ninja fell to the ground lifeless. Bastard, don't let him get close, use ninjutsu. The battle in the library, however, was silent. In just a few breaths, Ing had defeated all the enemies, controlled them to open the library door, and obtained all the sealing techniques of the Xianhua clan. Bang! Ing used the reverse summoning technique, handing all the Xianhua sealing techniques to Ding Dang. Ding Dang, send these things back. Meow, okay, my lord. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jin, who was also in the Huang building, completed the same step and arrived at the Huang rock waiting for Ing. Ing, I'm a bit excited. I never thought I'd have the chance to fight that old thing Yuan Fei Risen. We're truly lucky. Xian tightened his mask, looking at the brightly lit Muyi village in the distance, filled with emotion. That's right, all of this has been brought to us by Lord Jin. Ing, however, did not show much emotional fluctuation. Indeed, in just 2 years we have grown to this level. I wonder what kind of life awaits us following Lord Jin in the future. Who exactly are you, and what is your purpose for breaking into Muyi? Haven't we already explained? It's all because of your Muyi elder Tuan Sun. As long as he dies, we will return the sealed book and all the sealing techniques of the Xianhua clan that we have taken. Bastards, how dare you touch the foundation of Muyi? I have nothing to say about the sealed book, but as for the Xianhua sealing techniques, I don't need to explain how they were obtained, do I? Yuan Fei Risen's expression stiffened, and his heart grew uneasy. They probably don't know the identity of Xianhua Mingren, otherwise they wouldn't be so indifferent. After calming down, he stopped arguing with them verbally and directly summoned his summoning beast Yuan Mo. Risen, what's wrong? Yuan Mo, this enemy is very troublesome, I need your help. Alright. Then Yuan Mo transformed into a 3-meter-long Rui Jingyu Bang, standing crosswise before Yuan Fei Risen. Fire release Dragon Flame Ring. A dragon-shaped flame erupted from him, spreading outward to form a fiery tornado. This was his self-created fire release technique, derived from the fire release dragon flame singing technique, with even greater power. With the enhancement of his pupil technique, the power of the flame technique was naturally even more astonishing. Even though a group of Enbu used water release techniques, they barely managed to withstand it. The moment fire release and water release collided, a great deal of mist filled the air. Xian relied on his Xiaolun Yen to move swiftly through the mist. The hidden mist technique could naturally affect the perception of the Xiaolun Yen, but ordinary water mist had no effect. Soon Xian was locked in battle with Yuan Fei Risen. This guy's physical prowess is no less than mine in my youth. When did such a formidable young man emerge in the ninja world? Is this really all caused by Tuan Sun? Feeling the clash of power transmitted through the Rui Jingyu Bang, Yuan Fei Risen's heart sank. As expected of the third Huang, even though his strength has waned with age, he can still match me with various techniques. 5 releases great combo technique. Seeing that he could not defeat the one in front, while the other fellow was easily killing many, and Yuan Fei Risen knew he had to quickly finish off his opponent. Fire lightning release Jilin. Uchiha Xian leaped back a few steps as the pupil power in his Wan Huatong frantically dissipated to enhance his technique. This technique was gradually perfected with the help of Lord Jin. A technique combining fire lightning release and the power of heaven and earth. Without the assistance of the Wan Huatong's pupil technique analysis, it would have taken him a long time to master. With the aid of technique enhancement, the fire lightning release quickly took shape and collided with Yuan Fei Risen's attack. This guy. How is it possible? Watching the awe-inspiring technique, the lifelike Qilin Yuan Fei Risen felt that he was truly old. The third Huang, once a master of the 5 releases, could not even compare to a rising star. Lord Huang couldn't have lost, could he? How could that be? Lord Huang is the strongest Huang. As the dust settled, Yuan Fei Risen's somewhat disheveled figure appeared before everyone. At the critical moment, if not for Yuan Mo blocking most of the attack, he would have been at least severely injured. Let's go reverse summoning technique. In came to Xian's side and seeing his staggering form quickly supported him, then performed the reverse summoning technique. Lord Huang has won. Great, the enemy has finally been driven away. Yuan Fei Risen heard the cheers of the Chunin, forced a bitter smile, but still did not step out to dampen the mood. His summoning beast had been sent back to the sacred land, and although he still had half of his chakra left, the other side still had a mysterious genjutsu expert who had barely moved. If it came to a real fight, the outcome was still uncertain. Dispelling the distracting thoughts, Yuan Fei Risen stood before the crowd and began to arrange the follow-up work. He was the Huang, so naturally he needed to pull himself together and maintain the order of Muyi. How do you feel? Jin asked, holding the sealed book in his hands, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he regarded the rather disheveled Uchiha Jin. Lord Jin, the Kirin technique is extremely difficult to master fully. The consumption of my chakra is still too great. Then he recounted the details of his execution of the jutsu to Jin. The time you spent performing the technique was far too short. You barely borrowed any power from heaven and earth. Otherwise the consumption would not have been so severe. Besides, the Kirin technique was meant to be your trump card, yet you used it hastily just to counter Sarutobi Hiruzen's 5 elements great combo bomb. It's fortunate you weren't struck by the backlash of the jutsu. It won't happen again. Xian nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed become a bit carried away. Having just developed the Kirin technique, he was eager to showcase it to the world, only to nearly harm himself in the process. You performed well on this mission. Go rest now. Oh, and regarding your battle, the Mangekyō Sharingan's ocular power must have been heavily drained, hasn't it? Yes, Lord Jin. After using the ocular techniques extensively, our vision becomes blurry. Ing recounted the sensation he had experienced from overusing genjutsu some time ago. Then, for the time being, take a few more doses of the spiritual elixir and ocular power elixir. After all, the feeling of depleted ocular power is quite unpleasant, isn't it? Currently, Jin had not yet developed version 2.0 of the life elixir, so he could only let the two of them use these 2 elixirs as a temporary measure. After all, having expended so much ocular power, their eyesight was deteriorating rapidly, affecting their daily lives. Thank you, Lord Jin. After sending them off, Jin continued browsing the sealed book. The next day, Jin arrived at the laboratory and first knocked on the door of the Uzumaki mother and daughter. In his hands he carried all the Uzumaki sealing techniques. At the same time, he had also recorded the dead demon consuming seal and tucked it at the very bottom. Don't misunderstand. He didn't intend for the Uzumaki mother and daughter to learn this jutsu, but hoped they could draw some inspiration from it. After all, much of the knowledge within sealing techniques is interconnected. Perhaps they could improve something from this seal. If they could truly summon the death god without injury, that would be terrifying. Even if not, using something else as a substitute would be fine, as long as it wasn't a soul or life entity. As for using this technique against enemies, ridiculous. With so many powerful subordinates, there were hardly any opponents in the ninja world worth considering. If it weren't for the fear of drawing attention from other ninja villages and losing peace, he would have long left Konoha with his subordinates. As for powerful figures in the ninja world who posed a threat, Uchiha Madara had died years ago. The sages of the 3 great sacred lands rarely left their sanctuaries. As for the Sage of 6 Paths in the original story, he only appeared to show his presence when Kagaya Otsutsuki broke free. In short, as long as they didn't cause a major commotion that would provoke a siege from the entire ninja world, peaceful development would be essentially trouble-free. Brother Jin, you've finally come to see me. Karen cautiously ran to Jin, looking a bit nervous. Jin chuckled softly and, taking advantage of the moment, lifted her into his arms. It's only been a few days. Have you started to dislike me? No, it's just... Karen buried her head in Jin's chest, not daring to look at him, stammering as she spoke. Jin, what is this? After months of nourishment, Shanghai had grown increasingly feminine. Her fair skin, cascading red curls over her shoulders, deep violet eyes as gentle as water, and oval face with delicate features. When she smiled, dimples appeared, exuding a gentle and graceful temperament. Karen, with the help of Jin's various elixirs, had gradually shed the emaciated appearance she had when they first met. She was now lively and adorable, and she no longer suffered from the nearsightedness she had in the original story. These are the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. My subordinates just retrieved them from the Hokage's office yesterday. I hope you can restore the glory of the Uzumaki clan. Jin explained with a smile which deeply moved Xiangnai. Jin, I am truly grateful. If my grandfather could see this, he would be very pleased. If you want to thank me, then train diligently in these sealing techniques. There will be no shortage of places where I need your help. These leisurely days may soon be a thing of the past. Don't worry, Jin. Karen and I will work hard. Yes, brother Jin, I will study hard and strive to help you as soon as possible. Karen had now returned to normal and spoke earnestly. I believe in you. Leaving the room, Jin arrived at the laboratory hall. Jin, you're here so early. How did your plan go last night? Of course it was a success. Here is the sealed book, you can take a look. The multiple shadow clone technique. This jutsu seems to be an upgraded version of the shadow clone. Correct, but this technique is probably only suitable for the Senju and Uzumaki to learn given the immense consumption of spiritual energy and chakra. This is the impure world reincarnation technique, quite eerie. This one can be given to Do to study, it might be of great use. Are you sure that's okay? Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. It seems we can improve our reverse summoning technique. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God technique is extremely difficult. Currently, I doubt anyone else in Konoha besides me has the aptitude to learn it. However, if we extract some of its theories and incorporate them into the reverse summoning technique, it would be a good way to solve the problem. Jin spoke slowly, full of anticipation for the future of the reverse summoning technique. Still, Jin, you could also pass this technique to your subordinates. If someone happens to have the talent for it, it would be a huge gain, and it would better assist us in researching the reverse summoning technique. You need to study it thoroughly too, don't slack off. Nono knew that Jin only enjoyed researching herbal formulas and rarely trained for more than a few hours simply maintaining his combat skills. That's true. Although Jin himself thought it unlikely, there was always a chance. I'll go find Xiangnai later to create a spatial sensing tool. It should save us a lot of time. By the way, is there any jutsu you want to learn? You can give me the creation rebirth, but forget the rest, they don't suit me. Nono shook her head, not too disappointed. Even if she didn't become stronger, she didn't mind. With the support of various elixirs, though her progress wasn't as fast as the Uchihas, she was still far better off than most of Konoha. Moreover, she was satisfied with her current life and didn't want to get involved in fighting and killing. If danger ever arose, Jin would never allow her to be bullied. At this moment, Nono cast a glance at Jin, her eyes carrying a hint of barely perceptible affection. However, Jin naturally did not notice. After all, the woman before him possessed an incredibly formidable spy talent, and was extremely skilled in self-concealment. The last time she was discovered, it was only because she had lost all hope and her heart and mind were consumed by despair. Oh, by the way, the Uzumaki clan has a sealing technique called the In Seal. It might be very suitable for you. The In Seal. Is it really available? Nono, who had been indifferent, suddenly became animated. During her study of medical ninjutsu at the hospital, she had heard of the In Seal. Forget about its ability to store chakra and support forbidden medical techniques. The effect of keeping a woman youthful and vibrant was enough to make many girls flock to it. Unfortunately, it was a secret technique of Lady Tsunade. Then go find Xiangnai and ask for it. I gave all the sealing techniques to them earlier. Even if he had kept the In Seal separate, Nono would have eventually sought it out from her, so he simply gave it to her for study. I'll go right now. Nono immediately abandoned Jin and ran toward the nearby room, causing Jin to chuckle lightly. No matter which world, girls place an exceptionally high importance on their appearance. The next morning, Jin summoned a 3-Tomo clan member who had been traveling outside. Lord Jin. The clansman knelt on one knee, his tone respectful. Come take me first to see the recruited talents. Jin instructed calmly, his expression composed. The subordinate immediately performed the reverse summoning technique, and in an instant the two vanished in a puff of white smoke, reappearing in a hidden valley within the land of fire. Jin's gaze swept over the group of disheveled yet solemn-faced individuals before him, and he nodded inwardly. Research-oriented talents indeed, each one is steady and introverted, exuding an academic demeanor. Lord Jin, these are the professionals we found from all over the land of fire. Every one of them is deeply interested in scientific research and possesses a solid foundation in the field. Are you sure? Don't be deceived. We asked Yuejian to help, it should be fine. That's good. Jin thought of Yuejian, that girl who, though a bit reserved and admiring in his presence, was quite serious about science. Then leave it to you for now. Settle their families. I'll go check out a few suitable bases. The valley currently housing the research talents and their families was a temporary settlement arranged by his subordinates, one of several suitable bases. Jin paced through the valley quite satisfied with its seclusion. Nestled among desolate mountains and wild hills, the entrance was concealed by lush vines and tangled dead branches difficult to spot without careful inspection. Inside the valley a perpetual mist hung in the air. The cliffs were as sheer as if carved by a blade. Ancient trees with hanging roots obscured the view, creating a deep, quiet, and mysterious atmosphere. Although villagers might occasionally stumble, and while gathering herbs a single genjutsu would ensure they left without revealing any secrets. "What herbs do you need?" "Moon vine and magic mushroom," the villager answered with a vacant stare. "What are they for?" "Thanks to the doctor. There's a doctor in your village." Jin narrowed his eyes, sensing difficulty. With a doctor there would certainly be a great demand for herbs, and before long more villagers might venture into the valley to curry favor. "Yes, a wandering doctor well reputed who treats people in our village for free." "Oh. What is his name?" Jin breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes grew deeper, feeling a strange familiarity with the scene. "We don't know his name. He arrived in the village 3 days ago. Describe his appearance to me." After a moment Jin had someone give the villager the herbs and a subordinate weave a genjutsu for him, then let him go. "Send a few clansmen to capture that doctor tonight. Our final base is set." "Lord Jin, what about the other places?" The subordinate reminded him, a bit confused. "You see, that's an aerial fortress. Those who cannot fly will never find it." Jin smiled mysteriously, and the subordinate grew excited as well. Night fell and all was silent. 3 dark figures slipped like phantoms into the village outside the valley, heading straight for Shinon's room. "Who's there?" As they approached Shinon's room, he still sensed their presence with his keen perception. But the next second 3 pairs of Sharingan eyes glowing with a sinister red appeared before him. The overwhelming ocular power instantly suppressed his resistance, trapping him in a genjutsu, and turning him into a puppet. "Come follow us to see the Lord." Shortly after, Shinon knelt before Jin, his eyes vacant like a walking corpse. "Where is the aerial fortress of the Sky Village?" "In a forest within the Land of Sky." "And Zero Tails?" "Still inside the fortress." "Copy down both forbidden medical techniques and the Zero Tails formula." After a moment Jin stored 3 scrolls, asked a few more questions, then had the man kill himself. "We'll use this place for now. Within a few months at most we should relocate to that aerial fortress. Also summon the other clansmen back. We have enough talents now. Once they return I'll have Shadow assist you in taking over the fortress." Jin bid farewell to his subordinates, feeling quite satisfied with this expedition. "Little Jiraiya, the great Toad Sage has a new prophecy. Come back to Mount Miyaboku at once." In a pleasure quarter, Fukasaku Sage suddenly appeared, startling Jiraiya, who had been indulging in the company of women. "I'm coming." Knowing the great Toad Sage's ability well, Jiraiya dared not delay and immediately set off for Mount Miyaboku. He couldn't afford to arrive late, or the great Toad Sage might forget even the content of the dream. "Little Jiraiya, what brings you here? Did Fukasaku not treat you well?" "Great Toad Sage, what prophecy did you dream of? Could you tell little Jiraiya?" Fukasaku Sage's face stiffened, and he quickly reminded him. "Oh right, I summoned you. Let me think. Little Jiraiya, an entity more evil than Uchiha Madara, has appeared in the ninja world. In the future he may destroy Konoha and the entire world. Before he fully matures you must find him and guide him. If he remains stubbornly unrepentant you must kill him to change the fate of the ninja world." Thinking of the chilling figure in his dream, the great Toad Sage trembled slightly, though Jiraiya and Fukasaku Sage, immersed in the shock of the prophecy, did not notice. "Great Toad Sage, can you describe what that person looks like?" Jiraiya asked with a heavy expression. He had believed he had found the child of prophecy, but had he still failed to save the ninja world? Even worse, during that time a being had emerged who might destroy Konoha and the ninja world. "I didn't see clearly, but what struck me deeply was that he possessed a pair of Rinnegan." "Rinnegan? Impossible. His disciple Nagato had a pair of Rinnegan, but how could he destroy Konoha and the ninja world? Also, that figure had many powerful subordinates, each also possessing a Rinnegan." At this the great Toad Sage's expression turned grim. This is impossible. Isn't there only one pair of Rinnegan?" After a moment's silence Jiraiya asked again. "Great Toad Sage, what color is the leader's hair?" "Let me think. Black. Then it's not Nagato, his is red." Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief and took his leave from the great Toad Sage and Fukasaku Sage. He had to act immediately. The fate of the ninja world was at stake and he couldn't afford to be careless. "Lord Jiraiya, the third Hokage requests your assistance back in the village." "What happened?" "The village was attacked. The sealing book and all Uzumaki sealing techniques were stolen." "What?" Jiraiya's face changed drastically. He didn't refuse and headed back to Konoha with the others. For now he had no leads on the Child of Destruction and could only search slowly. Perhaps using Konoha's resources would save time. Wait, could it be that the Rinnegan wielder's subordinates did this in Konoha? And what about Nagato and the others? I wonder how they are. No, wait, could it be that Nagato's Rinnegan were stolen and then they researched mass-producing them? Thinking of his closest comrade Orochimaru, Jiraiya's expression darkened. Then he said to the ANBU beside him, "You go back first. I need to go to the Rain Village." With that, Jiraiya turned and dashed off in another direction, leaving the ANBU members exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. "Lord Hokage, urgent report from the ANBU." Sarutobi Hiruzen took the confidential letter from his subordinate and began to read it. In a moment his brows furrowed tightly, the wrinkles on his forehead deepened, and his eyes were filled with worry. These 3 disciples truly are none of them easy to worry about. Although he was furious, he was also helpless. Those who once revered him as their master were now going against him one by one, showing no concern even when Konoha faced a crisis. Could it be that I am truly getting old? Hiruzen, are these the disciples you have raised? Now that Konoha is in crisis, he abandoned it for an illusory prophecy seeking answers. Does he still have any regard for you as his teacher or for Konoha? Seeing Danzo burst into the office with a furious expression, Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and explained with a worried face. He will return. This time he left only to confirm something. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. I am making a mountain out of a molehill. Do you not know the current state of Konoha? Many ninjutsu in the Scroll of Seals are missing their supplementary volumes. Who will bear the responsibility for the loss of so many forbidden techniques? And the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, how many have been fully mastered? What if the Jinchuriki goes berserk in the future? Enough, Danzo. I will take responsibility for this matter. By the way, Konoha is currently short on manpower. Give me half of your root division. Stop stirring up trouble and have a good rest at the root base for a while. What? Hiruzen, you were the one who told me to target the Uchiha not long ago, and now you are pushing me aside. Is this how a Hoken should act? Danzo's expression darkened. In his view, Hiruzen was using this matter to teach him a lesson. Was it all because of the words of those 2 intruders? Can their words be trusted? And what about the evil Uchiha? Are we just going to ignore them? If it weren't for the mess you left in the Rain Country, would Konoha have been invaded? Hiruzen did not give Danzo a good face and burst out angrily. If it weren't for Danzo's blunder, how could Konoha have suffered such a great loss? Hiruzen, I suspect this is the Uchiha's mischief. Seeing Hiruzen's anger, Danzo softened his tone a little, trying to regain some authority and personnel from Root. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Go back and reflect on your actions. The Uchiha. Can the Uchiha produce 2 individuals with power close to a strong Kage? If that were the case with the Uchiha's nature, would my position as Hokage still be secure? Hiruzen, you will regret this. Knowing there was no other way, Danzo choked out a sentence after a long pause, then left in disgrace. Kage, lead the returning clan members to Sorigekure in a few days. The scientific researchers of Sorigekure can be spared, but as for the others, show no mercy. After returning, Jin told Kage his plan and also handed over the Zero Tails technique as a precaution. It's time to go shopping with Izumi and Karen. Thinking of how Karen had recently taken the initiative to mention going shopping, he felt quite gratified. The fact that she could make a request to him was a sign that she was finally stepping out of her shadow. However, what he thought would be a simple shopping trip soon turned into regret. Brother Jin, have this. Brother Jin, try mine. Izumi and Karen, the Uchiha girls in disguise, clung to Jin's arms from both sides, stuffing tricolored dumplings into his mouth. Once he ate the dumpling from one side, he would be met with a stare from the other girl. He never expected to encounter a love triangle before even coming of age. Fortunately, Nono is considerate and understands me. I'll go find her for some comfort when I get back. Sighing inwardly, Jin had no choice but to keep devouring the dumplings being thrust at him from both sides. In the laboratory, Kabuto sat cross-legged on the floor as usual, absorbing the ambient natural energy. I still have no clue about the process of combining natural energy and chakra into Sage Chakra. Should I ask Big Brother Shien and the others to attack Orochimaru again and steal the summoning scroll of Ryuchi Cave? Feeling somewhat disheartened, Kabuto murmured to himself. Kabuto, I'll mention it to Jin. But don't lose heart, you're already ahead of many. Yugo is one of the only 2 under Jin who can absorb natural energy, but even he can't absorb it as freely as you do. So take your time, a solution will come eventually. Nono approached her, expression gentle and comforting, her eyes filled with softness. Director, I want to research the impure world reincarnation technique. Kabuto said nervously. He had heard Jin mention it in passing and had kept it in mind, but because the technique was too cruel he had never dared to bring it up, fearing his foster mother would be displeased. In this world the only ones who truly had his loyalty were his foster mother, and the children of the orphanage. As for Uchiha Jin, he would only listen to his suggestions. This. You can research it, but you must not lose your true heart, understand? Having worked en route for a few years, Nono had no prejudice against the technique, but she was worried that Kabuto might stray from the right path. Don't worry, Director. I will report my progress to you regularly. And Brother Jin will keep an eye on me so nothing will go wrong. Kabuto looked at his foster mother with gratitude, feeling immensely happy. Of course it would be even better if Uchiha Jin didn't compete with him for her attention. After bidding farewell to the Umbu, Jiraiya spent a few days and finally entered the rain country. This rain. It contains chakra. Could it be a detection technique? After thinking it over, he performed the toad concealment technique, entering the mouth of a toad, which then hopped into the rain country. Once inside the rain country, Jiraiya noticed that the villagers lived well with no signs of disorder, and they constantly spoke of Lord Pain and Lady Angel. Why is there no mention of Hanzo? Has he been overthrown? Recalling Nagato's Rinnegan, the great toad sage's prophecy of the child of destruction, and the villagers' addresses, Jiraiya felt a sense of foreboding. Nagato, wait for me. Your master is coming to save you. Stay alive. Half a day later, Jiraiya suddenly froze inside the toad, and in his excitement a trace of his chakra inadvertently leaked. Is that Conan? Lady Angel? The villagers displayed excitement and reverence upon seeing Conan, which puzzled Jiraiya. Only two names are known. So Pain is Yahiko or Nagato? Jiraiya's heart grew heavy, for this meant that one of the three had fallen. I hope it's not Nagato. Inside the tree hollow, Nagato was emaciated, constantly drained of chakra and life force by the demonic statue of the outer path, and the Rinnegan, but with the rain tiger owl technique his perception of the intruder's chakra remained sharp. A very subtle chakra just leaked out. It seems a powerful enemy has entered the rain village. I'll deal with this personally. Obito stared fixedly at the white setsu that appeared before him, suddenly exclaiming, What? My other eye has been taken. White setsu said with a grin, completely oblivious. Why didn't you notify me earlier? Obito's face beneath the mask darkened. He wanted to blast this white setsu with a fire style. But thinking that the other was merely an intelligence tool, he ultimately refrained. Black setsu emerged from the ground and explained the reason. Obito's expression shifted several times, growing more wary of Black setsu. He knew that Black setsu had done many things behind his back and was quite guarded against him, but he never expected it to be so wary of him who possessed both Kamui. At the same time he was filled with regret and resentment toward Kakashi. You couldn't protect Rin and you killed her before my eyes. Now you can't even properly keep the eye entrusted to you. You're truly useless, Kakashi. Ignoring Black setsu and White setsu, Obito's form twisted, and soon he arrived at Kakashi's home. Even after losing my belongings you still sleep so peacefully. How ironic. Obito's face behind the mask twisted grotesquely. He took out a kunai and aimed it at Kakashi's heart, thrusting it down. Just as it was about to pierce the chest, he stopped abruptly. Forget it, let you wallow in pain for the rest of your life. Seeing Kakashi's pained expression, Obito knew he was having a nightmare. Obito activated Kamui again and arrived at the Uchiha clan grounds, where he saw Uchiha Itachi hurrying home. It's you. Who are you? The moment Uchiha Itachi saw Obito, he became alert. He had vivid memories of this man who had killed his teammate years ago. The information he had recently obtained from Uchiha Jin made him even more cautious. He wondered what the motive was for killing Shisui. I am the ghost of the Uchiha. You can call me Uchiha Madara. Obito approached slowly, completely indifferent to the other's killing intent. Did you kill Shisui? Itachi couldn't hold back and asked the question he most wanted to ask. Uchiha Shisui, he's dead. That has nothing to do with me. Obito's expression darkened. He realized that during his actions in the land of water he had fallen behind on news from Konoha. Itachi noticed the surprise in the other's tone, took a deep breath, suppressed his inner shock, and continued to ask. He was somewhat inclined to believe Uchiha Jin's words. After all, only this masked man from the Night of the Ninetales had that kind of power. But now it seemed otherwise. What do you want from me? After you join the Akatsuki you will find the answer there. After exchanging a few words and a brief fight with Uchiha Itachi, Obito's space twisted and he vanished from the spot. Space-time ninjutsu, such a nuisance. But Shisui. Was he really not killed by him? With a grim expression, Uchiha Itachi rubbed his confused forehead and then hurried home. Thinking of his younger brother Sasuke, his face instantly softened with warmth. but when he recalled Danzo's proposal from the night, Itachi became hesitant. Wait a little longer, I hope there's still a way. At this point Itachi had not yet experienced Shisui entrusting him with his eyes, so he did not feel that much pressure, and naturally had not reached the point where he had to make a choice. A month later Jin gazed at the floating fortress before him quite satisfied. Let's go, come inside and take a look. If it's acceptable, this will be your workplace from now on. Will I have to be separated from my daughter? Kana looked at Jin with some worry and gave a bitter smile. What are you thinking? There's the reverse summoning technique, it's not that troublesome. Hearing Jin's chuckle, Kana was startled then relaxed. The more she interacted with Jin, the more she discovered his unparalleled leadership charisma. It made one unconsciously want to follow him. I'll leave this place to you from now on. By the way, how is your study of sealing techniques coming along? Jin asked curiously. The timing of moving the laboratory here would depend on Kana's progress in learning sealing techniques. As long as she repaired the damaged seals on the floating fortress, it could soar into the clouds, and they would no longer have to fear the surveillance of the White Setsu underground. I've already understood some basic sealing techniques, I can master them after a few days of study. As for advanced seals like the 4-symbol seal, I'm still researching. So fast. And what about Karen? I had a foundation since childhood, so I can learn this quickly. As for Karen, I'm just teaching her slowly, not putting too much pressure on her. After all, she never had a good childhood since she was little, so. Kana glanced secretly at Uchiha Jin, afraid he might be angry. It's fine. I also hope Karen can have a complete childhood. I won't be harsh on you too. Jin nodded. He had only asked casually, like a senior's inquiry during New Year, but it unexpectedly made Kana nervous. Phew, I knew Jin was a gentle guy. I wonder if my Karen will have a chance in the future. Faced with Kana's teasing, Jin coughed lightly, smiled sheepishly, and dared not answer. One Izumi was already enough trouble for him, adding Karen. Thinking of the scene where he was wildly tormented that day, Jin couldn't help but shiver. No is much better. By the way, how is Yugo? Jin immediately changed the subject, afraid he might accidentally agree to something that would be disastrous if it got back to Uzumi. I've temporarily used sealing techniques to suppress his body's spontaneous absorption of natural energy, but I need to reapply the seal periodically. Kana said with a smile. That's enough. At least he won't have to endure that pain constantly and can have a relatively happy childhood. Big brother Jin, this is a creature that Uchiha Yi and I captured. I feel its essence is somewhat similar to the life-sacred tree you cultivated, so I kept it. Kabuto pointed at the white creature on the lab table and said curiously. Is this a white setsu? Looking at the restrained white setsu, Jin nodded with satisfaction and explained. The two are indeed related. We can study it properly later. As for its origin, it's too complicated to explain in a short time, I'll tell you slowly later. Afterwards Jin and the other 3 researchers began dissecting the white setsu. Jin, the vitality contained in this creature's body is indeed comparable to that of your life-sacred tree. Perhaps its blood can be used to cultivate the life-sacred tree. Nono said as she placed the extracted special liquid into an instrument for testing. That's true. Looks like we'll be busy for a while. Thinking that he still hadn't developed Life Potion 2.0 and Nerve Potion 3.0, and now there was an additional need for a secret medicine to aid the growth of the life-sacred tree, he felt overwhelmed. By the way, you all should let Ding Dang and the other 3 ninja cats grow quickly. Don't be stingy with the secret medicine, let them absorb from the sacred tree as much as possible. There will be many uses for them in the future. Thinking of the establishment of the floating fortress, Jin decided to spare no effort in cultivating these 4 ninja cats capable of using the reverse summoning technique. Okay. The 3 naturally had no objections and immediately summoned the 4 ninja cats, telling them the good news. Lord Jin, this is the fruit of my labor over these past months. These Uchiha clan members will all become your subordinates, Xian said with utmost respect. Jin gazed at the 50 Uchiha clansmen not far away, his expression filled with satisfaction. What are their specific strength levels? 10 Jonin, 15 Chunin, and 25 Genin. Xian, well done. Have you distributed the secret medicines? Yes. Help them check if they have the corresponding talents. If they do, they can be sent to the aerial fortress. And talents, of course, refer to time-space perception, natural energy perception, research, inspiration, and sealing technique affinity. It has been 5 months since the theft of the Book of Seals and the Whirlpool sealing technique. Time has also arrived at Konoha year 54. The laboratory was successfully emptied half a month ago. Everything inside was transferred to the aerial fortress. Although the sealing techniques on the fortress are not fully arranged, they are sufficient to support low-altitude flight. White Setsu won't be able to infiltrate. Most of the credit for this goes to the group of scientific talents left by Shino. For this reason Jin specifically had his subordinates use Shisui's Mangekyō Kodo Amatsukami to win the loyalty of these people. The envoy from Kumogakure village must be on the way, right? Jin was quite concerned about this matter as he had decided to intercept Hinata Hyuga. Such a sweet and gentle girl, he had no intention of letting her go to Naruto Uzumaki. Although it might plunge him into an even more terrifying battlefield of love, he couldn't care too much about that at the moment. Who can say for sure about the days ahead? Yakushiji, this is a life potion I have recently researched and improved. Help me test its effects later. What is the effect of this potion? Yakushiji put down her work and asked with great curiosity. The laboratory was surrounded by sealing techniques, so Uchiha Jin naturally spoke without reservation. Although the Mangekyō is the supreme ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, behind this immense power lies a fatal flaw. Each use of the Mangekyō Sharingan's technique causes irreversible damage to the user's eyes. As the number of uses increases, eyesight gradually deteriorates until complete blindness, plunging into endless darkness. The secret medicine in my hand is concocted from the sap of the tree of life. It contains a special power that can gradually enhance the yang force within the human body. The yang force is inherently related to life and healing. When it strengthens within the body, it will resonate with the yin force in the Mangekyō Sharingan. The two forces of yin and yang merge and promote each other, effectively alleviating the harm caused by overuse of the Mangekyō Sharingan, reducing the consequences of blindness, and providing the Uchiha clan members with an extra layer of assurance when using this powerful ocular technique. Jin spoke slowly, causing Yakushiji to nod to herself. She had naturally witnessed the power of the Uchiha's ocular techniques. Shien's lightning fire release was extremely powerful, but without the support of the Mangekyō Sharingan's technique it would have been difficult to develop. Kage's genjutsu was elusive and unfathomable. With one careless moment one would sink into it, forever unable to extricate themselves. But all of this was based on the condition that their eyes did not go blind. Otherwise it was hard to say whether their strength could still reach the level of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Is there any defect in the ocular power obtained from the mental secret medicine and ocular power secret medicine? Thinking about the matter of Jin having her monitor the two's ocular power changes some time ago, Yakushiji continued to ask. Although the mental secret medicine and ocular power secret medicine can restore ocular power and strengthen the Mangekyō's origin, the time required is certainly not short. In my opinion, it would take at least 10 years to cause a transformation, but the ultimate path it leads to is still unclear. By taking the life secret medicine, life force is amplified. After consuming ocular power, the yin and yang forces within the body will spontaneously merge and generate new ocular power. Thus we can save this batch of secret medicine to strengthen the origin of yin force. So you have found a path to evolve the Mangekyō? That's right. Do you know about the Rinnegan? One of the three great ocular techniques. Yakushiji suddenly exclaimed, then became uncertain and suspicious. That's right, but in fact the Rinnegan is the ultimate evolution form of the Sharingan. Uchiha Madara succeeded in achieving it. The current Rinnegan in the Land of Rain was merged by him. Yakushiji's heart was deeply shaken, and then she stammered. So, with your help can every Uchiha reach that level? That's right, but I will only cultivate my trusted confidants. Then do ordinary people like us have a chance to become stronger? Yakushiji was not so eager for power, she was asking for Kabuto. It is possible to transplant a Sharingan or even directly transplant a Rinnegan. Yakushiji nodded, then asked with some hesitation. Are you not afraid that I will tell others? I used to be Elder Danzo's spy, you know. How do you think you have any chance of escaping me in this life? Jin approached her, pulled her into his embrace, and slowly stroked her golden hair with his right hand. How annoying! Yakushiji lightly buried her head in Jin's chest, her face blushing deeply. By the way, the sage art of Ryuchi Cave is not urgent for now. In at most 2 or 3 months I can help Kabuto obtain it. Currently Orochimaru has not yet defected and the living corpse reincarnation has not even begun. His resistance to genjutsu is not that low yet. At the same time the other party conducts experiments under the surveillance of Danzo's root every day. Using genjutsu to control and interrogate would be a bit of a stretch. So the plan to directly approach him was cancelled by Jin. He planned to have his subordinates intercept Orochimaru on his escape route when he defected and use genjutsu to interrogate the method of cultivating sage art. It's fine. I will persuade Kabuto not to be impatient recently. My Yakushiji is so understanding. Hearing Jin's teasing, Yakushiji lowered her head even more, not daring to meet Jin's eyes. After bidding farewell to Yakushiji, Jin waved his hand and Xian appeared before him. Lord Jin, transfer all our people into the security department. I want to completely control this department. Even if that is not possible, we must firmly grasp the supervisory authority over the prison. After Shien demonstrated his power, Fugaku Uchiha wisely handed over some authority, making Shien the head of the security department. Many dissenting voices within the clan also disappeared as a result. In Fugaku Uchiha's view, exchanging the position of security department head, which could be easily usurped by him at any time, for the forgiveness and even loyalty of a Kage-level powerhouse was quite a good deal. Indeed, he did not think that he could hide the fact that he had leaked Uchiha Jin's residence to Shisui. Now that several projects in the laboratory had hit a bottleneck, Jin naturally had to begin human experimentation. Indeed, with the addition of a large number of scientific talents, the progress of the experiments could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. Each person contributed a bit of inspiration, bringing the experimental goals closer and closer. However, even so, people will still have moments of inspiration exhaustion. Therefore, Jin decided not to delay any longer and directly begin human experimentation. Yes. After receiving the order, Shien did not rush to leave. Lord Jin, among the previous batch of recruits, 2 are skilled in sealing techniques, and 1 has quite keen perception in the area of time-space. Oh, how are they specifically? The talent of the former 2, although not as good as Uzumaki Kana, is not far off. With proper training, they should be able to handle some relatively complex maintenance of the fortress's sealing techniques in the future. The latter's talent in time-space perception is much stronger than that of the ninja cat Ding Dang. He can learn the Flying Thunder God technique, but surpassing the 4th Hokage will still be very difficult. Hearing his subordinate's introduction, Jin suddenly remembered the Flying Thunder God technique he had learned. He had already mastered the basics and was proficient. In a few more months, mastering the 2nd stage of the Flying Thunder God technique would not be a problem. It could be seen that he was quite talented in time-space perception, at least not inferior to Minato Namikaze in this regard. Well, except for neuroreaction speed. However, with the support of the Sharingan's insight ability coupled with the research from the laboratory, surpassing Minato Namikaze was only a matter of time. It's fine. The appearance of 3 talented individuals has already exceeded my expectations. Train them well and do not be stingy with the secret medicines. But also occasionally use genjutsu interrogation on them to ensure their loyalty, understand? Yes. After seeing off Yuzhibo, Jin arrived at his office in the laboratory. Since we have the Tree of Life, how can we be without the Tree of Spirit? Jin murmured to himself, pondering how to cultivate it. The prototype of the Tree of Life was a fragment of wood release inherently possessing immense vitality, so it naturally required no extra nurturing. However, trees of the spiritual type were more troublesome. After all, they had never appeared in the ninja world. Cultivating from nothing. Well, it's fine. Spending more time, there's still a high probability of success. Thinking of his blood's ability, Jin felt it was not hopeless. His blood could not only accelerate plant growth but also induce mutations, though the probability was rather low. The pulp plant used in the neuroreaction project was naturally a very practical mutation. He called for Yi and asked him to bring several hundred saplings, planting them in the aerial fortress. It is worth mentioning that with the aid of the Flying Thunder God technique and the enhancement of spatial perception from the special sealing technique performed by Xiaonai, the ninja cat's mastery of the reverse summoning technique became even more proficient, doubling the number of people they could transport at once. However, my blood is insufficient. It seems I need to research a secret medicine that stimulates bone marrow and hematopoietic cells to accelerate blood production. But fortunately, he had recently developed the Life Elixir 2.0 and the Growth Elixir Tree of Life edition. Spending some time on the Hematopoiesis Elixir was no big deal. The Tree of Life, the Tree of Spirit, the Tree of Nature, my organization's foundation is growing stronger. Jin sighed emotionally and began his research. Now a special space had been developed in the laboratory, planted with various herbs to facilitate Jin's research on different formulas. Someone would regularly care for them to prevent the loss of medicinal efficacy. Yuzhibo, Jin, let's talk. Jin, who had planned to go out and play with Quan and Xianglin for a while, frowned as he saw Yuzhibo Fuyue and Yuzhibo Yu blocking his way. We have nothing to discuss. Jin had no intention of acknowledging them and was about to walk past. Wait. Before Yuzhibo Fuyue could reach out to stop Jin, Xian had already turned into a shadow blocking the path. His killing intent spread like a tangible force, forcing Yuzhibo Fuyue to instinctively activate his Sharingan. His power has grown stronger. It seems highly likely that he has also awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Yuzhibo Fuyue took a deep breath and softened his tone. I bear no ill will, I just want to discuss the future of the Yuzhibo with you. Now the village's oppression of the Yuzhibo is becoming more apparent. If we don't unite, it will be difficult for the Yuzhibo to rise above. It was clear that Yuzhibo Fuyue had set his sights on Yuzhibo Xian under Jin's command. A Kage-level combatant could also make the Muyi higher-ups cautious. After all, Muyi currently only had 3 Kage-level fighters on the surface. As for Jiraiya and Tsunade, they were not in Muyi. If a conflict broke out between the two sides, they would not be able to return in time to support. From my perspective, the Yuzabo have no bright future. You should be more concerned about your own son. With a glance, Jin detected Yuzabo use increasingly sinister chakra and ocular power. Obviously, he had also awakened the Mangekyō. The night of the clan's annihilation was probably not far off. Truly a tiger father does not beget a dog son. Fierce-eyed Yuzabo Fuyu, a weasel Yuzabo Yu. However, with them around, it would probably be delayed for 2 years. But Yuzabo Yu is only 11 years old, isn't he afraid of death? Thinking of Yuzabo Yu's blood disease, Jin felt no pity, only boundless coldness. Father, I will take my leave now. Yuzabo Yu did not stay any longer. He still had missions in the Umbu. He had agreed to come this time partly to probe Yuzabo Jin and Yuzabo Xian. After all, the emergence of a Kage-level within the Yuzabo was worth noting. Having gained little, he had no choice but to leave. Is there really no hope for the Yuzabo? Thinking of the future evolution his Mangekyō had shown him, Yuzabo Fuyu felt a wave of exhaustion. But that girl beside Yuzabo Jin, why do I have no impression of her? That day the Yunin delegation was already putting pressure on the third Hokage. Indeed, last night the Yunin ninja failed to kidnap Rishiang Chutian and instead died in the Rishiang compound, giving the Yunin delegation an excuse to clamor. Rizu, rest assured I will handle this matter. The third Hokage's amiable demeanor made the Rishiang clan leader's heart grow completely cold. I wonder if it will be tonight. I'll take a stroll. Jin used the body flicker technique and wandered around the Rishiang compound in Muyi. Not far away he stopped. 3 mischievous boys were gathered around a Byakugan girl looking menacing. One of the boys with blonde hair crossed his arms and wore an arrogant smile, shouting, "Hey, aren't you from the Rishiang clan? Show us the Byakugan." Another tall skinny boy curled his lips in disgust. "Your eyes look so gloomy. You're nothing but a Byakugan monster." As he spoke, he deliberately leaned in, making as if to grab Rishiang Chutian's eyes. Rishiang Chutian was so frightened that she stumbled back, tears welling up in her eyes as she refused in a sobbing voice. I don't want to show them." But the boys were relentless, sneering and closing in. Just then Jin appeared in the midst of the 4 with a flicker. As his eyes shifted, a pair of blood-red orbs locked onto the 3 brats. "How about you take a look at my eyes? Ah, monster!" Before they could cry out, Jin cast a genjutsu on each of them. Soon they were immersed in a terrifying illusion, their bodies trembling incessantly. "What's your name?" Jin turned around and crouched down, revealing a gentle smile as he softly stroked Rishiang Chutian's hair with his right hand. I'm Rishiang Chutian. "Thank you, big brother." Rishiang Chutian's voice, as faint as a mosquito's buzz, reached Jin's ears, eliciting a soft laugh from him. Rishiang Chutian was quite adorable at this age. "Would you like to have a late-night snack with me?" Meeting Yuzabo Jin's tender eyes that seemed to hide starlight, Rishiang Chutian unconsciously nodded. "Let's go." Jin sensed the surroundings and, not finding any branch family guards, took Rishiang Chutian's hand and led her to Yao Ramen. "Boss, one more bowl." Seeing that Rishiang Chutian had finished 5 bowls but still seemed eager for more, Jin continued to call out. No need." Rishiang Chutian's face flushed red as she quickly waved her hands, trying to refuse, but met Jin's somewhat serious expression. "If you want to become a ninja in the future, you must eat well. How can you persist in training without a full stomach? I'm not short on money, so go ahead and eat." For some reason, facing this big brother she had known for less than an hour, Rishiang Chutian had no resistance. Perhaps it was because her appetite had not been so satisfied in a long time. Or was it that this big brother had helped her, making her admire him and unable to refuse? After another 5 bowls under the boss's strange gaze, Jin pulled Rishiang Chutian out of the shop. "Hinata, let me escort you home." After wandering aimlessly for a considerable distance, Jin finally decided to send her back. By now the Hyuga clan head must be in a state of utter distress. "Okay." Hinata's voice no longer carried the nervousness from their first encounter. Being with Jin had relaxed her considerably, and she found herself deeply immersed in this atmosphere. Yet upon hearing that it was time to return home, she couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. "Can we meet again?" "Of course. I have dinner at the barbecue restaurant every Wednesday evening. If you're free, I'd be happy to treat you." After a moment's thought, Jin gave an answer that left her quite satisfied. "Clan head, we found Miss Hinata. She was escorted back by someone from the Uchiha clan." "The Uchiha, huh?" Hayashi let out a sigh of relief, though his expression remained impassive as he inquired. The Uchiha clan had always been proud they were unlikely to have done anything to Hinata. Yet his feelings were deeply conflicted. If he hadn't accidentally killed the envoy from Cloud Village, Hizashi wouldn't have died, and Hinata wouldn't have run away from home out of guilt. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have disappointed me greatly. Heaving a sigh, Hayashi continued. Investigate who she came into contact with during her absence. See if there were any ill-intentioned individuals. Hinata was only about 3 years old at this time, and Hayashi had not yet given up on her. He still held great expectations for his eldest daughter. Clan head, here is the list of people Miss Hinata met during her disappearance. The branch house guard handed over the intelligence. Uchiha Jin treated Miss Hinata to 10 bowls of Ichiraka's deluxe ramen, then they strolled around the area. Hayashi stared at the report with a stiff expression, a storm of emotions rising within him. Hinata can eat that much. Is this really my daughter? She's only 3. He ignored everything else and rushed to Hinata's side, checking her over carefully. Hinata, are you all right? Frowning, Hayashi asked in disbelief. Father, I feel perfectly fine. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied. Eat as much as you like for all 3 meals tomorrow. The Hyuga are not short of money. Thinking that as a father he hadn't even known his own daughter's appetite, he felt somewhat ashamed. Father, may I go out to see a friend on Wednesday evening? Hayashi was visibly taken aback. Hinata had a friend outside. That Uchiha Jin? Why, yes. After a moment's deliberation, Hayashi refused. After all, he knew all too well what the Uchiha clan was like now. If the third Hokage were to take notice, it would be disastrous. Moreover, the Uchiha now had a Kage-level powerhouse. Those lunatics might start a rebellion at any moment. So for the sake of Hinata and the Hyuga's future, he had to nip this budding attachment in the bud. Refused, Hinata returned to her room with a look of deep disappointment. The memory of strolling through the village with Uchiha Jin was like a fragile bubble of a dream shattering at the slightest touch. Lord Jin, all the enforcement squads in the security division are now under our command. The clansmen who were transferred away have been reassigned to the administrative department, but their salaries remain unchanged. Because Danzo had been ruthlessly ambushing Uchiha mission squads, Jin decided not to let the Uchiha clansmen, who had originally held stable jobs, take on missions. After all, who knew if it would end up harming them, even if Danzo had been quiet lately? Since his transmigration, Uchiha Jin still harbored a measure of kindness in his heart. But if they were killed by that weasel, it wouldn't be his fault. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Uchiha Fugaku was too incompetent, and Uchiha Itachi was too much of a beast. That's good. In the next few days, bring out a few heinous criminals and send them to the lab. Listening to Shien's report, Jin nodded with satisfaction. But my actions this time were rather rough. Will it provoke Fugaku's displeasure? Don't worry. As long as your strength doesn't drop below Kage level, he won't dare to do anything to you. Uchiha Fugaku has always been indecisive and hesitant. At most he'll give you a verbal warning. If he drives away another Kage-level powerhouse from the Uchiha, the clan's situation will be dire. Clan head, that Uchiha Shien has gone too far. He transferred a large number of our people from the security division to the administrative department. Fugaku faced his subordinate's gaze and shook his head helplessly. The Uchiha need Shien, a Kage-level powerhouse, to make the third Hokage cautious and prevent Danzo from acting against us. Besides, as far as I recall, Uchiha Shien hasn't cut your salaries and your workload has actually decreased. So what's there to complain about? On Wednesday evening, Jin sat alone in the barbecue restaurant, but Hinata never showed up. It seems the Uchiha's situation is putting the Hyuga in a difficult position. Heaving a sigh, Jin turned and left. But he had no intention of giving up so easily. Even if he never contacted Hinata again, she would likely remember him and wait silently. But that was the original story. Who knew if there would be deviations? Besides, in at most 2 years he would leave Konoha. By then, without meetings, feelings would surely fade. So I need another way to stay connected with Hinata so she won't forget me. Jin pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. I'll do it tomorrow. It's already very late. Jin-kun, what do you want to see me about? At that moment, Uchiha Jin was meeting with a Hyuga classmate named Baihua in the Forest of Death. Baihua-san, would you like to take control of your own destiny? Hyuga Baihua, Uchiha Jin's classmate at the Ninja Academy, was usually unremarkable but had good theoretical scores. She was also a rare beauty. Hyuga Baihua's eyes darkened and her voice carried a hint of depth. Jin-kun, why don't you speak plainly? She knew that Uchiha Jin must have noticed something about her, and also had a way to solve her caged bird, which was why he had invited her to meet. Although she didn't believe Uchiha Jin had any solution, what if there was hope? I can help you remove the caged bird and also assist you in becoming stronger, but you must obey me and become my subordinate. Jin stated calmly. You really have a way. Baihua's eyes lit up and her voice rose involuntarily. I have 2 Uzumaki clansmen under my command. The recent theft at the Hokage building was carried out by my subordinates. So the choice is yours. Uchiha Jin chuckled softly, said nothing more, and simply gazed at her. Baihua's pure white pupils met Jin's indifferent eyes. She took a deep breath and asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll expose you? If you refuse, I will seal your memory, but you'll lose something. I don't need to elaborate. Do you want to spend your life subservient to the Hyuga, content to be a dog, or take a gamble like a bird struggling against its cage?" "I agree. But I need to see Hope first." Jin nodded, took out a secret elixir, and said slowly, "I'll give you 2 choices. First, have my Uzumaki subordinate use a sealing technique to suppress the caged bird, preventing it from activating. Then she will gradually analyze the mechanism and help you completely remove its control. The second choice is to help your eyes evolve, which can also break free from the caged bird's control. The Byakugan can evolve." "Indeed. So what is your choice, Miss Baihua?" Jin smiled faintly, showing genuine interest. Baihua swallowed hard, her gaze suddenly growing resolute. "I choose the second option." Since she had the chance, she naturally desired formidable power. How powerful would the evolved form of the Byakugan be? "You can try this secret elixir." Jin handed the ocular elixir to her. "This is an ocular elixir which can enhance your Byakugan's power." Baihua took the elixir without hesitation and swallowed it directly. Moments later her eyes brightened and she gazed at Jin with a hint of fervor. "Jin, do you have more?" Jin nodded, took out a space scroll and handed it to her. "Inside you'll find life elixir, mental elixir, and ocular elixir that you can use. Please keep them safe." Arriving in this world, Jin naturally wished to witness the power of the Tensigan, so nurturing Baihua was a twofold gain for him. As Baihua was about to leave, Jin exchanged a glance with Kage, who immediately understood and activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, casting a genjutsu. "Will you reveal today's events to the Hyuga clan?" "No." "Do you intend to betray Lord Jin?" "No." "Once you obtain great power, will you be content to stay under someone else's command?" Hyuga Baihua paused briefly before answering. "If it's Uchiha Jin, I would consider it." "Why?" Kage asked with curiosity. Uchiha Jin curled his lips, slightly surprised by his own charm. "The first time I met him at the Ninja Academy, I was drawn to his looks. As I got to know him, I found that besides his appearance there was more to him. His theoretical scores always hovered just above passing but never broke 80. In practical classes he seemed to be holding back. He had many opportunities to easily defeat opponents but always relaxed at critical moments, deliberately losing. In short, I gradually became attracted to his personality, but due to the inferiority brought by the caged bird seal, I never dared to express my feelings. Now that he has given me a chance to change my fate, I am deeply moved and will naturally support him in fulfilling his grand ambitions." Baihua grew more and more reverent as she spoke. Kage's expression brimmed with excitement, ready to continue asking, but Jin stopped him with a dark expression. "Wake her up. There are other matters to discuss." Kage nodded reluctantly, not disobeying Jin's orders. "What happened to me? You just spaced out. I have a task for you. You won't refuse, will you?" Though suspicious, she didn't dwell on it. "You will become Hinata's guard and act as an intermediary between her and me." Baihua frowned but still agreed. "I'll bring this up to the clan head. He should approve. This is our contact ninja cat. It knows reverse summoning. When no one's around, you can use this technique to come to our base. I'll study your Byakugan to better concoct ocular elixirs." Baihua nodded, trusting Jin deeply, even if it meant being a test subject. "Lord Jin is the Byakugan's potential high. It rivals the Sharingan. Does it also have abilities on the level of the Rinnegan?" As Jin's confidant, Kage naturally knew much about the Rinnegan. "Certainly. The Byakugan is not weak at all. It's just that the Hyuga clan's heritage has been lost." "Then aren't you worried she might cause trouble for us in the future? Didn't you already interrogate her with genjutsu? What's there to worry about?" Jin chuckled lightly, feeling that Kage was deliberately stirring things up, but he didn't mind. "People change. Once they obtain enough power, unwanted thoughts will naturally arise." Jin nodded. "Kage, would you betray me?" "No, and there's no need. After all, Lord Jin can let me reach the pinnacle of the ninja world and see a different kind of color." "Then isn't Baihua the same as you? But she seems to have an unusual feeling toward you. I sensed it clearly in the illusion." Jin smirked and spoke through gritted teeth. "Kage, you've been itching for a fight lately. I think I'll have your elder brother spar with you properly." The two shared a light joke and slowly walked toward the clan compound. "How have you been feeling lately?" Several weeks had passed since recruiting Hyuga Baihua, and she had gradually grown accustomed to this life. Every day she either served Hinata or came to the lab for checkups, training and learning medical ninjutsu. In Jin's view, the Byakugan was perfectly suited for medical ninjutsu. With such a subordinate, he naturally had no intention of wasting her potential. Life is fulfilling and I enjoy it. Good. By the way, have you given the elixirs to Hinata? Jin asked. Hey, I knew you were asking about me just to get to Lady Hinata. Hinata is the girl I have my eye on, so of course I care about her. Jin coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. She misses you terribly. She mentions you more than anyone else. You two are truly a perfect match. Ignoring Bai Hua's sarcasm, Jin said. That Hayashi is too rigid. He never lets Hinata relax. By the way, has she sparred with Niji recently? Of course. With your elixirs, even though Niji is a year older, it's not easy for him to defeat Lady Hinata. Alright, I've given you elixirs too, and I always care about your situation. I haven't played favorites. Go train now. Jin rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He didn't know what was wrong with Bai Hua. Ever since she found out he had taken a liking to 3-year-old Hinata, she had been constantly sarcastic toward him. Of course, this was also because Jin, coming from Earth, had a good temper and wasn't so rigid. And Bai Hua was beautiful to look at. Otherwise she would have been kicked out of the core organization long ago. Sister Bai Hua, did Brother Jin say anything? He asked about your sparring with Niji. He cares about you a lot. Facing Hinata, the young lady Bai Hua's feelings were complicated. On one hand, Hinata was her mistress but never treated her like a servant, nor did she make things difficult for her in daily life. On the other hand, Hinata had stolen Jin's favor, which made Bai Hua jealous. However, she didn't project her hostile attitude toward Uchiha Jin onto Hinata, only adding a hint of playful teasing to her tone. I'll keep working hard. But if I perform too well, Hanabi will be branded with that thing. What should I do? Thinking of her newly born little sister, Hinata couldn't help but feel dejected. After the blow from Hayashi's brother, and Niji's drastic change in attitude, Hinata had matured a lot. Don't worry. That scoundrel Uchiha Jin will help you. How is Brother Jin a scoundrel? Sister Bai Hua, you must have misunderstood him. Hinata pouted, speaking indignantly. Hey, you don't know yet, do you? He has 2 other cute little sisters just like you, and he's close to both. I think he's raising them as future wives. Also, the older sister who taught me medical ninjutsu has an ambiguous relationship with Uchiha Jin. So am I wrong to call him a scoundrel? Do, how is the research on the impure world reincarnation progressing? I have some ideas, but I'm still stuck on 1 or 2 key points. Do rubbed his head in frustration. You haven't mastered it yet? Jin asked in surprise. That's not it. I've learned it, but the power is insufficient. I'm pondering how to improve it. Jin chuckled awkwardly, and then consoled. Orochimaru must have done research on this aspect as well. We can help you seize it along the way. That's good. But Brother Jin, could Brother Xian take me to the Konoha cemetery? Jin naturally had no reason to refuse. You've mastered the Flying Thunder God. Leaving the laboratory hall, Jin spotted a clansman teleporting around. Lord Jin, I can only use it as a supplementary means for long-distance travel. It's still quite challenging in combat. That's still impressive. From now on you'll follow me. This Uchiha clansman was named Uchiha Lan, who had recently been discovered to possess talent in space-time. Since he had mastered the Flying Thunder God, there was naturally hope for him to awaken a similar ability like Kamui. Even if not Kamui, he might awaken a space-time Mangekyō. Jin held great expectations for Lan. Yes, Lord Jin. Lan nodded excitedly. During this time he had naturally learned of Jin's many contributions. It could be said that Uchiha Jin was the core of their organization. Without him, the organization couldn't have developed so rapidly. From now on, as you follow me, traveling will be your responsibility. Remember to leave Flying Thunder God marks wherever you go. Jin was satisfied to take him as his subordinate. In the future, going out with a space-time subordinate by his side would surely boost his prestige. As for himself mastering the Flying Thunder God, that was a joke. It was something to be hidden as a trump card. Besides which, boss nowadays doesn't know how to drive. Yet they still hire a chauffeur. Isn't that for the sake of style? The floating fortress was vast, with a hall containing the laboratory where many important experiments were conducted. There was also land transplanted with the natural sacred tree and the life sacred tree, which were tended to daily by assigned personnel. Additionally, there were many rooms for living, training, and entertainment. Jin's purpose this time was to observe the growth of the natural sacred tree and the ninja cats that had finally undergone changes. Indeed, recently, under the stimulation of natural energy, many ninja cats had begun to grow in size. This novelty intrigued Jin. The clansmen were also delighted, as they could now summon giant ninja cats to fight enemies. Lord Jin, is something the matter? Ding Dang lazily opened its eyes to scan the newcomer, then perked up. Why haven't you grown bigger? And you've hogged the best spot near the natural sacred tree, Jin said with a smile. I'm a ninja cat destined to become the cat sage. Other ninja cats don't have that potential. If I don't take this spot, should I leave it to inferior cats? Ding Dang retorted, unfazed by Jin's teasing. This piqued Jin's interest. Well then, what are your chances against Yezi? Yezi was naturally one of the first ninja cats to enjoy the natural sacred tree, and was now the largest in size. 50-50, I suppose. Its physical advantage is just too great. Ding Dong's tone suddenly lost confidence, but it forced a strong front. Give me a bit more time and I'll defeat it eventually. Oh, you have a 50% chance of winning. Let me see a fight. Jin didn't give Ding Dang a chance to refuse and directly brought the two cats to the training room. Meanwhile, a crowd of researchers gathered around, ready to analyze the battle between the two cats. Meow, looks like there's no avoiding a fight today. Ding Dang shook its petite body, showing little fear in the face of Yezi, which was dozens of times its size. Heading down, if my size weren't a problem, the nest on the natural sacred tree would definitely be mine. Yezi, your only advantage is your size. Otherwise you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Ding Dang circulated its chakra and natural energy, gradually merging them. Its aura underwent a sudden transformation at that moment. What's going on? Jin squinted, suspecting something, but found it too absurd. Ding Dang has learned Sage Mode. What incredible luck! Yeah, no one in the base has mastered it yet, but a ninja cat has grasped it. The question is, why didn't we know until now? Who's in charge of the ninja cats? Several researchers began chattering, all wearing serious expressions. Yet anyone could see the curiosity in their eyes, as if they wanted to rush in and dissect Ding Dang immediately. Yezi's expression also turned grave. It had never seen Ding Dang possess such an astonishing aura. Could it be a bluff? As the thought arose, Yezi performed a body flicker and slammed its right paw down a massive shadow about to engulf Ding Dang. Ding Dang reacted swiftly, vanishing from the shadow in the blink of an eye. It leaped horizontally, landing right in front of Yezi's head. Take this. Yezi was momentarily flustered, then raised its left paw to block the approach. Ding Dong's expression turned serious. It used the momentum to sprint along Yezi's arm. With sage art flowing around its body, Ding Dang slammed into Yezi, causing it to stumble and eventually sit down on the ground. Sage Mode greatly enhances Ding Dong's agility, speed, and power. Indeed, but it will still be difficult for Ding Dang to defeat Yezi, since Sage Art provides the least boost to strength. Everyone present could see that Yezi was simply caught off guard, taken by surprise by Ding Dong, and ended up sitting awkwardly. If it happened again, there wouldn't be such a good opportunity. Ding Dong, I admit you have some skill, but I won't hold back anymore. In the end, Yezi emerged victorious. After all, even with the boost from Sage Art, Ding Dang was still far lacking in strength to inflict any real damage on Yezi. Eventually, Yezi found an opening and completely defeated Ding Dang. Lord Jin. Seeing the crowd gathering around and Jin's smiling eyes, Ding Dang shrank its head, repeatedly afraid to meet anyone's gaze. When did you learn the Sage Art? The person taking care of you didn't even know. You're quite good at hiding your talents. I just learned it not long ago. I was sleeping and it came naturally. I didn't think much of it, so I didn't tell anyone. After all, I don't need to fight. It's enough for me to serve as a summoning beast and perform reverse summoning for others. No, your Sage Art is very important to us. From now on, it's not up to you. Ah, no. I don't want to fight. That state drains me a lot. Our base doesn't support idlers. We only need to do a little research on you, not require you to fight. But if you truly don't want to contribute, then go back to Cat Granny's place. There are plenty of ninja cats who are willing. Upon hearing Jin's words, Ding Dang was startled, and immediately jumped onto his foot, hugging his leg tightly. No. I won't dare again. Lord Jin, give me one more chance. Jin nodded and said sternly, This is your last chance. Don't disappoint my expectations. Then he turned and walked away, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help curling up. Ninja cats were so easy to fool. Ding Dang was still too naive. Lord Jiraiya. Quick report to the Lord Hokage. Lord Jiraiya is injured. Seeing Jiraiya's robes stained with blood and his disheveled appearance, the Konoha guards immediately became flustered. Jiraiya, what happened to you? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his disciple, asking with great confusion, while inwardly feeling much more at ease. Although Jiraiya was usually unruly, his strength was not weak in Sage Mode. Even he himself could not compare. Presumably, even if the thief who stole the sealing book and sealing techniques were to attack again, they would not return alive. Master, Jiraiya opened his mouth but didn't know how to begin. Should he say that the two disciples he once took in the Rain Country harbored great malice toward Konoha, disregarding even his words, and that the next meeting would likely only be as enemies? Or should he say that there were several Rinnegan in the Rain Country that needed to be dealt with quickly to prevent harm to Konoha? 1,000 words clogged in his heart, finally turning into a single sentence. I'm fine. I just encountered some formidable enemies on the road. I'll be fine after resting for a while. He still needed to think carefully about whether to tell his teacher about this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen's side did not press further, and only told him not to leave Konoha recently. Have there been any abnormalities in the Uchiha clan recently? Jiraiya's expression gradually returned to normal, and he asked casually. He knew that the Uchiha had always been a pressing issue within the village. Before he left the village, it was already a headache for his teacher. There is one thing I need your help with. Go and probe this young man for me. I am very curious about him. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a document, and pointed to the photo on the first page. It was a picture of Uchiha Jin patrolling the security department, calm and composed, detached from the world. Orochimaru is about to defect Lan. Tell Shien and Ing to prepare and be ready to intercept him at any time. Jin looked at the intelligence reported by his subordinates, and nodded silently. Recently the number of missing civilian cases in Konoha has been increasing, and the security department is overwhelmed with work. Of course that refers to the administrative staff. Jin's subordinates merely patrolled the streets every day, passing the time while silently cultivating their strength. As for Fugaku's subordinates, the administrative staff in the security department, they naturally had to handle a large number of complaint documents every day. Kid, you're Uchiha Jin, right? Can we talk? Jin gave a soft laugh, paid no heed, and intended to walk past directly. Jiraiya might be quite skilled at teaching disciples, but his penchant for peeping at bathhouses alone made him dislike him. Not to mention that, like Senju Hashirama, he was someone who would give everything for Konoha. One killed his close friend who co-founded Konoha with him. The other nearly killed his comrade whom he grew up with. In his view, there was naturally nothing worth discussing between the two. Kid, you're too rude. Jiraiya reached out his right hand to grab Jin's shoulder, but Shien beside him intercepted him first. Senior Jiraiya, please don't put me in a difficult position. Uchiha Shien said coldly. Even if he had made great contributions to the Konoha battlefield over the years, had the Uchiha done any less? And his teacher was that old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ha, my apologies. You must be Uchiha Shien, right? Jiraiya gave an awkward laugh and sheepishly withdrew his hand. That's right. If there's nothing else, let us leave. Shien's expression remained cold, unchanged by the other's enthusiasm. What charm does Uchiha Jin have that can make a Kage-level powerhouse submit to him? And he's even an Uchiha. After Jin's group left, Jiraiya muttered a few words to himself, his expression turning serious. But Uchiha Shien has a power that makes me feel dangerous. Has he awakened the Mangekyō? These days Konoha is indeed in troubled times. Thinking of the recent thief, the Hyuga's sacrificial death, and the sudden appearance of 2 Mangekyō in the Uchiha clan, Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. Forget it, I'll go gather material. Let the old man worry about such things. Jiraiya immediately chuckled and ran lightly toward the nearby bathhouse. Having now discovered the Rinnegan from the prophecy, he naturally wasn't in such a hurry. Yes, he believed that the several Rinnegan in the Rain Country were merely clones. For now, he urgently needed to adjust his mindset and think about how to handle the relationship between his disciples and Konoha. If it truly became unavoidable, he would have to set aside their teacher-student bond and inform his teacher about the Rinnegan. Shien, take the security department personnel immediately and arrest Jiraiya. Lord Jin, this won't be easy. We don't have a good reason. We will have one soon. What kind of uproar would it cause if a Konoha hero were caught peeping at a bathhouse and thrown into the Konoha security department prison? Thinking that Jiraiya might continue to probe the Uchiha clan, Jin decided to give him something to occupy himself. Jiraiya is back. This is not good news. I need to be more cautious. In a dark underground chamber, a man with a pale face, golden eyes, and purple markings muttered sinisterly to himself. Orochimaru, how is the wood release experiment progressing? The Uchiha's power is growing stronger. We urgently need the power of wood release to counterbalance them, or the Uchiha will eventually launch a rebellion. Danzo, you're too impatient. The second Hokage studied it for a lifetime and achieved nothing. I've only just started the experiment, and you're already expecting to reap a wood release ninja. Just don't slack off. I'll have Root keep a close watch on you. Danzo tapped his cane on the ground and turned to leave. By the way, the laboratory is short on funds. Make sure to transfer some quickly, or don't blame me if the wood release experiment is delayed. Hearing Orochimaru's threatening tone, Danzo's expression darkened, but he said nothing. Someone, how is the intelligence on Orochimaru's actions against civilians coming along? Lord Danzo, it has been collected. It's all here. Good. You may leave. Danzo looked at the intelligence before him, a smirk involuntarily curling at the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru, the position of Hokage is ultimately mine to sit on. You just obediently spend your life researching experiments for me. Just as Orochimaru was thinking about how to evade Jiraiya and his teacher's pursuit, his good teammate had already been arrested and thrown into prison by Uchiha Jin and his men. Uchiha Jin, you're too ruthless. I was just gathering material, how can you lock me up for 10 days? Jiraiya shook his long white hair, clearly unconvinced. Even the third Hokage cannot abuse power for personal gain. Reflect on your actions in prison. Oh, Jiraiya has been arrested and locked up for 10 days. Orochimaru looked at the report delivered by his subordinate, his expression very peculiar. At the same time he grew increasingly curious about the Uchiha. Could it be that Uchiha Jin really has awakened the Mangekyō? Otherwise how could Jiraiya not escape? Or is it that Jiraiya, for the sake of face, didn't want to break the rules? Interesting. Before leaving Konoha I might as well gather some relevant information. His main goal was still to leave Konoha and conduct more experiments, not to increase the difficulty of his escape. Although a glimmer of interest flashed in Orochimaru's golden eyes, it quickly faded and he continued his work. Living corpse reincarnation, what an exhilarating jutsu. Orochimaru, stop. Don't try to leave Konoha. Come back with us and surrender. At that moment Orochimaru was being pursued by a squad of ANBU. The reason naturally was the exposure of his laboratory's human experiments. As for the mastermind behind it, he had some suspicions. 80% chance it was Danzo who leaked the information. Driving me out and ruining my reputation. Do you really think that will make you Hokage? How ridiculous. Orochimaru paid no heed to the dozen ANBU behind him. After all, the only ones in Konoha who could threaten him were his teacher Jiraiya and Danzo. His teacher would likely hold back out of past affection. Jiraiya was imprisoned and had no chance of getting out. As for Danzo, he wouldn't dare to completely offend him, otherwise he'd have no chance to continue scheming in the shadows. Orochimaru held plenty of incriminating evidence against him. Lord Jin, Orochimaru has defected. Oh. You and Ing immediately intercept him and bring back all the research on Sage Mode and the impure world reincarnation. As the words fell, Xian and Ing dashed off into the distance. They would leave Konoha ahead of time and intercept him in the forest outside. After being wounded by Hiruzen Sarutobi and fleeing Konoha, Orochimaru looked back at the prosperous village with a mocking expression. The next time I return it will be to destroy Konoha. I hope you'll like my gift, sensei. He licked his lips with his tongue and turned to leave. Who's there? He hadn't gone far when he suddenly stopped, staring warily at the large tree not far away. The next moment he found himself locked in the gaze of a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. Damn! Just as Orochimaru lost consciousness, Xian immediately unleashed his own Mangekyō's ocular power, completely suppressing Orochimaru, who was struggling to break free from Ying's genjutsu. Write down the training methods and insights for Sage Mode and Impure World Reincarnation on this. Ying produced a blank scroll, handed it to the other, and commanded in a deep, muffled voice. Xian transformed into Orochimaru's likeness, and actively led away the ANBU members who were about to catch up. How did it go? Lord Jin looked expectantly at Ing as he returned. Lord Jin, mission accomplished. Taking the scroll, Jin began to examine it. First, one must be injected with natural energy by the white snake sage's fangs. If one cannot withstand it, they will turn into a snake and be devoured by the white snake sage. So it has a lot to do with physical constitution. As for the subsequent cultivation methods, naturally there were none, since the subject had barely survived the white snake sage's natural energy infusion, let alone the later training. However, the fact that he survived the white snake sage's mouth was a rare feat. The rest of the content was mostly his conjectures on Sage Mode and how to use cursed seals to solve the problem of absorbing natural energy. But Jin didn't dismiss it. After all, this man would one day become the brilliant researcher who developed the cursed seals. The content still held considerable value. As for the impure world reincarnation, I'll leave it to Kabuto to study. I can't make heads or tails of it anyway. Jin shook his head and instructed Ran to hand the materials over to Kabuto and Nono Yakushi. By the way, you and Xian go to the root and snatch some of Hashirama's cells. I have great use for them, Jin said casually. Recently the life-sacred tree had hit a bottleneck. Even the growth elixir made from white Setsa cells was no longer effective. So Jin decided to set his sights on the more vigorous Hashirama cells. At the same time, he was very curious what kind of transformation would occur when the life-sacred tree, which was itself a manifestation of Hashiramas, would release encountered Hashirama cells. Of course, he also considered using Hashirama cells as the main ingredient to formulate a new life elixir. But after some thought he gave up. The current life elixir was already sufficient for most problems. If he wanted to enhance it further, he could just cultivate the life tree, since it was the main ingredient of the life elixir, and required no effort on his part. Jiraiya, why can't you control your impulses? You come back and immediately go peeping at the bathhouse. How am I as Hokage supposed to help you? Hearing the third Hokage scolding, Jiraiya lowered his head, feeling annoyed. It had never been a problem before. Why was it so serious this time? Sensei, has Orochimaru really defected? At Jiraiya's question, the third Hokage's eyelids twitched slightly. After a long silence, he blew out a smoke ring and slowly nodded. Don't even think about leaving Konoha to chase after him. A few days ago Danzo's route was attacked again, and something was stolen. So stay out of trouble in Konoha for now. What was stolen this time? Jiraiya asked curiously. What could be so valuable in Danzo's base that those guys would covet it? Hiruzen Sarutobi was also puzzled, but since Danzo wouldn't say, there was nothing he could do. However, it was probably one of a few things he couldn't think of anything else worth stealing. The first Hokage cells. Coveted like this. I have failed the previous Hokages. Hashirama cells, what vigorous vitality. Jin shook the test tube in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. You want it? Don't rush. I'll refine it into an elixir later, it will help you even more. Seeing the life-sacred tree sway its branches, Jin immediately refused. Lord Jin, the Neuro project has yielded some results. Lady Nono requests your presence. Good, I'm coming. Jin, who had been listless, immediately perked up. He was looking forward to the widespread application of the Neuro project. Soon Kage-level fighters under his command would spring up like bamboo shoots after rain. Jin tested on criminals. It currently enhances Neuro reaction by 30%. Not bad. Are there any successful subjects? They haven't started yet, but the first trial will commence in half an hour. Any safety concerns? Jin, rest assured there won't be any problems. We've experimented many times. The neural improvements are achieved through scientific steady enhancement using elixirs without any impact on potential. Half an hour later, Nono brought out various elixirs, mixed them into water, and prepared to hand them to the first Uchiha clansman for the experiment. This clansman was named Uchiha Jin. He was a genius with 3 Tomos Sharingan recruited by Shin. In Jin's view, if not for his injuries on the battlefield, he would have been a genius on par with Shisui. Although he was a bit older now, nearly 30, his potential hadn't been fully realized yet. Seeing Nono and Tsukimi skillfully instruct Yun in training while guiding him on the proper intake of the elixir, and using lightning to stimulate his body, Jin felt much more at ease. After a while, Yun walked over looking exhausted, drenched in sweat. How do you feel? My nerves have indeed been trained. It's not very obvious, but there's progress. Yun didn't hide it and spoke directly. Continue tomorrow. Jin nodded, looking forward to the experiment. Lord Jin, another clansman has awakened the Mangekyō. Would you like to see? No need. Just tell me the awakened ability. Recently more and more clansmen had been awakening the Mangekyō, and Jin was naturally pleased to see it. Moreover, the recent surge in Tsukuyami awakenings sparked an idea in him. Using Tsukuyami's control over time, space, and quality as a foundation, along with other illusion-type ocular powers, he could weave a virtual world. This would greatly accelerate laboratory progress, ninja training, and knowledge acquisition. However, whether these illusion-type ocular powers could be linked together remained to be studied. Perhaps the spirit sacred tree could serve as the foundation for the linkage. Jin, can the orphanage children join our organization? Yi Nayu asked, her tone filled with earnest entreaty. It's possible, but those with psychological issues should be left out. Jin pondered for a moment, and then offered a reminder, trusting that Yi Nayu as a seasoned spy would handle it properly. He certainly did not wish for any traitors to emerge among his subordinates. As for the Uchiha, aside from being somewhat mentally afflicted, betrayal was not a concern. Well, Shisui and Itachi didn't count. They were merely too foolish, having been brainwashed by those with ulterior motives. That is indeed a problem. It seems we need to establish a school to improve the education level of our clan members. Rest assured I know what to do. Yi Nayu nodded, immediately filled with gratitude toward Jin. Yun, spar with Xian, let me see the results. Jin looked at Yun, who was beaming with smiles, and spoke calmly. At this moment, Yun had reached the pinnacle of the neurological project's outcomes, so Jin naturally wanted to see the actual effect. Yes, Lord Jin. Yun replied with full confidence, then turned to face his opponent. Lord Jin, do I need to use the Mangekyō? Xian immediately asked. We'll see. If he manages to suppress you in battle, then activate it. Jin thought for a moment, and said slowly. However, he held no expectations for such an outcome. After all, the other party had only consumed the secret elixir for a few months. Even with a few layers of neurological enhancement compared to Xian, who had been under his command for years, the gap was still considerable even without activating the Mangekyō. Come! Xian lightly clenched his fists, and a bolt of lightning and a flame emerged from his palms, instantly spreading across his body, looking quite dazzling. Lord Xian has become increasingly adept at the shape transformation of fire and lightning chakra. A relatively young researcher exclaimed with a hint of envy in his eyes. Fortunately, under Lord Jin's command, even if one cannot reach Lord Xian's heights through sheer effort, reaching the level of an elite jonin is still quite manageable. And I heard that the laboratory has recently intensified its research on sage arts, likely due to a new research direction. So who knows what the future holds? These researchers were originally at the level of Chunin Genin, or even ordinary people, but with the help of the secret elixir they had made considerable progress. Thus the dormant youthful ambitions of years past began to stir once more. Seeing Xian's understanding of chakra, Yun's expression gradually turned serious. The joy that had arisen from his enhanced neurological reflexes quickly faded. He grasped a long sword and charged forward. Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Xian then held a kunai and parried against him. The reaction is indeed remarkable. If not for Lord Xian's superior strength and chakra control, it would be difficult to handle Lord Yun's attacks. Half an hour later the two separated. As a result, after a long stalemate, Xian seized an opportunity and secured victory in the match. Nevertheless, this battle demonstrated the enhancement that neurological reflexes provide to shinobi. Lord Jin, the neurological project has reached a bottleneck. It can be set aside for now. But you need to prioritize enhancing the neurological reflexes of clan members who have awakened the Mangekyō. Jin thought for a moment, and decided to strengthen those with the Mangekyō first, as this would greatly ensure the safety of both the clan members and the base. After awakening the Mangekyō, one's insight already rises by a level. Now, with enhanced neurological reflexes, even a super Kage-level powerhouse would have to expend considerable effort to subdue them. Jin, I feel that my eyes have only grown stronger in terms of pupil power with no other changes. Does the evolution of the Byakugan you mentioned really exist? Baiwa pouted, looking at Uchiha Jin with puzzlement. It should be a matter of chakra or bloodline. I'll need to find time to visit the moon. Jin nodded, suddenly recalling something. What do you mean? Is there something on the moon that can evolve my eyes? That's right. There is a group of Otsutsuki on the moon who possess the Byakugan. Their bloodline can complement your Byakugan and help it evolve. But can we even reach the moon? Our organization doesn't seem to have any flying shinobi. No need. There is a passage in the ninja world that leads to the moon. Once we find it, everything will be simple. Then, Baiwa showed a hopeful expression, her gaze toward Jin filled with longing. Although she wished Jin would immediately help her find this passage, she knew she was merely a subordinate, and could not overstep her bounds. Bantering with him was fine. After all, Jin was different from the old fossils of the Hyuga clan. He was open-minded toward his subordinates, accepting of her, and could take a joke. But such a matter that might consume significant manpower and resources still required Jin's consent. Don't worry. In a while I'll send my subordinates to help you search. And you can come along too, since the Byakugan might play a significant role. Jin thought for a moment, and decided to give this poor caged bird a glimmer of hope. But I'm so weak. Are you really heartless enough to let me go out? Baihua's eyes instantly reddened, her voice trembling with sobs. I'll have Xian and Shadow accompany you. Is that enough? Jin massaged his forehead but still gave her a promise. He had just recalled the giant Tensigan on the moon and thought it better to be cautious. Baiwa instantly changed her expression, coquettishly clinging to Jin's arm and whining. I knew brother Jin loves me the most. Hearing Hyuga Baiwa's sweet coaxing, Jin's expression stiffened. He had encountered this situation more than once lately, and had grown somewhat numb to it. Lord Jin, are you really going to do this? Wouldn't it be inappropriate? After all, he is the first Hokage. If I didn't know that in the future you would summon most of the Kage-level fighters from the Pure Land alongside Orochimaru, I might have believed your nonsense. Even if you don't summon him, he will be summoned by Orochimaru later. Jin thought for a moment, and explained. No way, he is the third's disciple. Ridiculous. Does his former identity still hold any binding power over him? All those human experiments were conducted by him. Moreover, the parents of some children in the orphanage might have been Orochimaru's test subjects. Hearing Jin's reminder, Kabuto's pupils suddenly contracted. He hesitated no longer and formed hand seals to perform the impure world reincarnation technique. The criminal before him let out a series of agonizing screams and filled with reluctance lost his breath. Where is this? Before Senju Hashirama could fully regain consciousness, Shien stepped forward and affixed the prepared sealing talisman to the back of his head. All right, you can go back and continue your research. Jin waved his hand dismissing Kabuto. He did not have Kabuto summon Senju Tobirama. First, because his corpse was hidden away by Konoha and difficult to locate, though Orochimaru would probably know. Second, the other's strength was at best the peak of strong Kage, not even reaching Super Kage, and since the impure world reincarnation cannot exceed one's original power, he posed no threat. Third, Orochimaru would need assistance when executing the Konoha Crush plan. If Tobirama were sealed, how could he oppose the third Hokage? How is Urine's seal training progressing? Jin arrived at the laboratory asking with a gentle smile. Although it's an S-rank sealing technique, the difficulty of cultivation isn't too high. With Chiyo's guidance I quickly grasped the essence, but accumulating chakra still requires considerable time. Nono shook her head, but it was evident she was quite pleased. A sealing jutsu that grants eternal youth naturally appeals to a woman. Does the chakra elixir help with this technique? Jin asked curiously. It's extremely effective. An ordinary ninja training this technique might only accumulate about 1/10 of the chakra they refine daily. But after taking the chakra elixir, the amount I refine increases significantly, allowing more chakra to be used for condensing the Yin seal, thus greatly shortening the required time. Jin nodded thoughtfully and continued. How short? At most 1 year. Nono answered with a smile. How is Chiyo's research on Dingdang progressing? Any ideas on Senjutsu chakra? Jin nodded and asked further. There's some progress, but not on Senjutsu chakra, rather on natural energy. From Orochimaru's Senjutsu material she developed a sealing formula that helps sense natural energy, but she still has little clue on how to help the user absorb it. Nono said regretfully. No rush, it's only been a few months and we have plenty of time for research. Thinking of Naruto's age, Jin chuckled lightly, not pressuring her or the others. Moreover, even if he couldn't find a way to survive the infinite Supremacy in the next decade or so, there were still Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke to save the world. But that was the worst-case scenario. He was quite interested in refining the Ten-Tails into an elixir which might be a key ingredient to becoming an Otsutsuki. Well, most importantly, he still wanted to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Have you learned all of Shinome's medical forbidden techniques? Yes, though they are all about enhancing the body, they still provide considerable inspiration for me. Haha, then I'm looking forward to it. It seems the title of Konoha's foremost medical ninja is about to change hands, Jin said with a smile. Don't tease me. I'll have to leave Konoha with you in at most 2 years. What's the point of talking about this? If you really want to stay here, I won't force you. Jin sighed and continued. I'll kill that old dog Danzo for you. It was clear Nono loved children. Once she left Konoha with him, the aerial fortress would likely be where she spent most of her time. As for his promise not to restrict her freedom and to allow her to visit the Konoha orphanage, that was contingent on Konoha not branding her a rogue ninja. But was that possible? If she fled with the Uchiha, how could she not be branded? So even if she returned, it would have to be in secret. No, I agreed to leave with you and I won't go back on my word. Nono saw through Jin's thoughts and shook her head, but her smile grew brighter. When someone you value values your thoughts, how could it not be gratifying? Are you sure? Yes. Jin's smile was radiant, and Nono's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. You won't regret this, I promise. Jin gently pulled Nono into his arms, gazing into her eyes with affection, and slowly pressed his lips to hers. Jin-sama, something bad happened. Miss Karen has fainted. After a long moment of intimacy, someone finally broke the tender atmosphere. What happened to Karen? Jin released Nono, his brows furrowing. She was sparring with Miss Izumi and in a fit of anger used the adamantine sealing chains, then collapsed. Arashi, take Nono and me to see her. Jin took Nono's hand and headed to the door, instructing Uchiha Erashir. Yes. Placing his right hand on Jin's shoulder, he immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Feeling the increasingly stable spatial transfer, Jin nodded in satisfaction, though it was still far from his own proficiency. Where is Karen? Jin-sama, she's in the next restroom. All right, you may continue. Jin entered the room and saw Kabuto examining Karen. How is she? Jin and Ikki, nothing serious, just chakra overuse. A side effect of using the adamantine sealing chains. Exactly. It's not an ability meant to awaken at her age, but it shows her extraordinary talent. Kabuto clicked his tongue in admiration, taking Karen more seriously. After all, Aunt Chiyo had only awakened the adamantine sealing chains recently. Is Karen alright? Just as they were chatting, Uzumaki Chiyo rushed in. She's fine, Aunt Chiyo. Karen just overused her chakra. A dose of elixir should have her awake soon. That's a relief. Thank you, Jin. Haha, it's all Kabuto's work. I just arrived. Jin and I'm sorry. Izumi was also anxious, looking at Karen lying in bed, her voice trembling with guilt. It's okay, it's not your fault. Karen will wake up soon, don't worry. Hearing Jin and I's reassurance, Izumi immediately showed a relieved smile, though her eyes still held a hint of apology toward Karen. But next time you spar, don't be so reckless, okay? I'll go easy on her next time. In her view, it was because she had used the power of the Sharingan to suppress Karen that the latter had collapsed. I don't need you to go easy. Karen suddenly opened her eyes, speaking defiantly. Let's have a rematch this afternoon. Under Izumi's influence, Karen had gradually developed her own pride, no longer the humble girl who had been brought back by Kage, and needed her mother's protection. So Karen, you still want to go again? Jin's tone fluctuated, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. No, I won't be so reckless next time. Jin and I, please forgive me. Karen blinked her watery eyes, making Jin's heart skip a beat. For now, don't use your bloodline ability, or you might develop a blood disease. I don't want you to die young. Jin softened his tone, trying to reason with her. Blood disease, die young. No, Jin and I haven't become your woman yet. Everyone present exchanged awkward glances, their gazes shifting between the two. Jin and I is mine, Izumi retorted firmly. He's mine. Listening to the two girls argue, Jin felt mortified. Though I might have thought about it, you're still too young for early romance. Over 10 years old, indeed not that young anymore. Obito, have you found that organization targeting Konoha? A jet-black liquid emerged from the ground, slowly forming a humanoid silhouette. No, but I feel it's closely related to the Uchiha. The Uchiha. Has a new Mangekyō appeared? Exactly, Uchiha Jin, at least Kage-level. I suspect he has also awakened the Mangekyō. But 2 people attacked Konoha. The other one must be Uchiha Fugaku. Recalling Uchiha Itachi's answer, Obito stated directly. As for Uchiha Jin, though he didn't know how Jin had subdued Shien, he was certain Jin hadn't awakened the Mangekyō. Otherwise, given his temperament, how could he have remained hidden all this time? Deep down, Obito refused to believe that another dead last could also awaken those eyes. Are you sure? Only the Uchiha have such a motive. I can't think of anyone else. After all, the shinobi world is filled with white Setsu's traces. How could there be an organization or secret unknown to us? Black Setsu nodded in agreement. What do you plan to do? I'll go test Uchiha Shien and Uchiha Jin later, see what secrets they're hiding. After much thought, Obito still couldn't swallow his pride and decided to avenge Kakashi. Black Setsu didn't mind the shinobi world now had no one capable of defeating Obito. Recently, the bloodline clans of the Water Country had resisted fiercely, forcing him to stay in the Hidden Mist village to prevent any mishaps. Now that he had freed up his hands, he naturally wanted to teach those 2 who ambushed Kakashi a lesson. After all, in his view, the attackers of Kakashi were the 2 Kage-level thieves who stole the Scroll of Seals. Oh, we have a guest. Jin accepted Aunt Hazuki's teacup, casting a faint glance at the tiger-masked man who had suddenly appeared in the courtyard. The next moment, Uchiha Shien emerged from the shadows, blocking the masked man. Who are you and what is your purpose here? Shien stared at him warily. An Uchiha with time-space ninjutsu must be either from the clan's compound or a lost orphan. I am a ghost of the Uchiha clan. You may call me Uchiha Madara, Obito said calmly, his eyes darting around as if unguarded. Everyone present except Jin was taken aback. Why is only one of your Sharingan exposed? Isn't that eye of Kakashi yours? So you came here to avenge Kakashi? Jin chuckled lightly, his casual words instantly unsettling the masked man. Fortunately, the mask concealed his expression so no one noticed. I told you I am Uchiha Madara. How could I give my eye to an outsider? Hearing the masked man's denial, everyone present wore strange expressions and the initial tension dissipated. Shien, spar with him. Since awakening the Mangekyō, ordinary opponents could no longer help Shien train, but Uchiha Obito was a good choice. Ridiculous. Let me show you my power. Saying this, the masked man took out his war fan and placed it by his side. Jin's words had disturbed his mind, and the others present likely no longer believed him. So by displaying the war fan, he could at least reinforce his claimed identity. Uchiha Shien didn't overthink and immediately entered combat mode. With lightning and fire intertwining, he charged forward, his kunai enhanced by both forces, leaving arcs of electricity and sparks in the air. Feeling the intensity of the lightning and fire on Xian's kunai, Obito's expression darkened. However, with his intangibility ability he could at least ensure he remained invincible. It passed through. Time-space ninjutsu. Xian stared in shock at the masked man's ethereal form, realizing the challenge. But how long can you sustain this? Xian activated his Mangekyō, closely observing the opponent's ability. His right eye, which could analyze ninjutsu, was highly useful in this situation. Damn, he really has a Mangekyō. I wonder what ability it is. Obito's expression behind the mask grew even more grim. He feared the opponent's dojutsu might be related to time-space, which would embarrass him. Fortunately, his worry was unfounded. The opponent made no major moves. Gradually, Obito regained his confidence. Hey, out of options. Then it's my turn. The masked man sneered, deactivating his intangibility and charging forward. The kunai crackling with lightning passed through the opponent's body again. Suddenly, the masked man sidestepped and thrust his war fan forward. Clang! At the critical moment, Xian blocked the fan with his kunai, leveraging the force to deflect the attack. Are you only capable of hiding? Dare you fight me head-on? Xian was disgusted by Obito's dojutsu and shouted angrily. The opponent's time-space ability couldn't be easily countered, and the battle would likely drag on, something he didn't want. Mom, I'm home. Izumi. A clear voice came from the entrance, drawing everyone's attention. The masked man suddenly changed direction, ignoring Xian's attack. Close. Just as the masked man's right hand was about to touch Izumi's clothes, a slender fair arm caught his wrist. Sir, you are being too rude. Coming here to take a hostage, do you really think you can do as you please? Jin glanced at him coldly, his tone tinged with anger, and tightened his grip. In desperation, Obito quickly became intangible, avoiding having his wrist crushed by Uchiha Jin. Truly worthy of the one who subdued Uchiha Xian so fast. I underestimated you. Obito's expression behind the mask darkened, but he still spoke in a lofty tone. Get lost. You are not welcome here. Jin had not yet devised a countermeasure against the opponent's ability. Moreover, he still needed the masked man to help collect the tailed beasts. So he could only force him to leave. Since you don't believe me, I hope you won't regret it later. I've already given you the chance. As the masked man's figure was sucked into a spatial vortex and vanished, the atmosphere among those present grew somber. Lord Jin, that guy. Xian hesitated, looking at Uchiha Jin. Don't worry about him. He won't affect our plans. In fact, Jin had a means to restrain the opponent. That was Lin, but it was Lin brought back through the impure world reincarnation. He had asked Yao Shirdo to do it, and at the time he was misunderstood for a while. However, the conflict between the two sides was not too severe yet, so Jin naturally did not want his organization to be completely exposed to the other party. After all, if he really used Lin to threaten the other party, who knew if Uchiha Daito would go mad and eventually resort to any means to cause a big trouble for him. One must understand that personally taking the field to retaliate against the force was the most foolish act. So he feared that Heiju would give the other party some bad advice to deal with his organization. Fortunately, his organization had no reputation yet and had not been exposed. Daito and his group's main focus was not on Konoha, so they could still develop peacefully for a while. And Lin was an important trump card for his resistance. It was better not to use it for now. Brother Jin, Quan is so scared. It's alright, I won't let anyone bully you. Jin's voice was full of strength, making Quan nod like a chick pecking at rice. Lord Jin, shouldn't we keep him here? We can't, his space-time dojutsu is too troublesome. It's better to leave some leeway, or else we'll be the ones suffering if we're targeted. Miss Quan, I'm truly sorry just now, I almost failed to save you. Xian apologized to Uchiha Quan with some self-reproach. He really hadn't noticed the enemy's attempt to kidnap Quan. If not for Jin's turning the tide, the consequences would have been disastrous. Just be more careful in the future, don't think of the enemy as too merciful. Jin spoke a few words of admonishment, then pulled Quan back into the courtyard. Have something to eat, you must have been scared. Jin smiled and handed the fruit platter to her. Brother Jin, will you go shopping with me today? Facing Quan's sparkling eyes, Jin naturally had no reason to refuse. Great. Brother Jin is the best to me. Brother Jin, I'm here. A puff of white smoke suddenly appeared in the room, and Chu Tian came hopping out from it. Chu Tian, why did you come all of a sudden? Jin looked at Chu Tian, who had been teleported by a ninja cat, with confusion. I came with the help of Ding Dang, and Sister Bai Hua is here too. Jin naturally noticed Bai Hua following behind, but he was still worried that Chu Tian might be discovered by Ri Xiang Ri Zhu. Is it okay? No, it's fine. I almost defeated Brother Ning Ci today, so father gave me half a day off. I asked Sister Bai Hua to be my escort and go out with me. That's good. Shall I take you out to play? Jin looked at Chu Tian's pure white eyes and asked casually. Okay, but Brother Jin might have to bear with it since we can't be seen by the clan members. Chu Tian's voice gradually faded, feeling that Brother Jin might not agree. It's not that troublesome, let's just go directly to the most prosperous city in the Land of Fire to have fun. Leave Konoha village. Is that really okay? Don't worry, my subordinate knows space-time ninjutsu, it won't take long to go back and forth. Then let's go quickly. Half a day seemed long, but in the eyes of the two the wonderful time was very short. Brother Jin, if I become stronger and stronger, what will happen to Huahua? Chu Tian, who had been playing happily, suddenly fell silent. Don't worry, just show your abilities freely. Within 2 years at most I will help you take Huahua away from Konoha, freeing her from the Rixiang shackles. You want to leave Konoha? That's right, after all our Uchiha clan's reputation in Konoha is not very good, Jin said with a smile. Then what should I do? You can leave with us when the time comes. But... Alright, there's still a long time, no need to be too sad. Let's go back or else your father will worry about your safety. Jin said nothing, planning to let Baihua go back and comfort her properly. Aren't you going to comfort her? Baihua opened the door and saw Jin leisurely drinking tea, and she became somewhat angry. Isn't that what you're for? Jin smiled at her and continued organizing the documents. I don't like Chu Tian, but if you became my boyfriend I might just agree. How is your medical ninjutsu study going? Jin didn't intend to argue with her and asked. I've learned almost everything, I just need to practice it well. I'm currently serving as the chief doctor in the Neural Reaction project. Oh, how is it going? Jin asked casually. For clan members who have awakened, the Mangekyō neural reaction can be improved by 40% for those with 3 tomo, 30% for those with 2 tomo, or below it's even lower. Baihua slowly revealed the experimental data. Why does this happen? Jin asked in some surprise. I guess it might be because the evolution of the Sharingan has developed the meridians around the eyes, making the meridians used for neural reaction easier to train, thus achieving such good results. That's a direction for research. Do you have any inspiration? Yes, now Sister Yi Na Yu always lets me observe the evolution of the Sharingan and the development of its meridians during neural training, hoping to summarize the patterns. You've worked hard. If you find anything, just bring it up, don't be afraid of mistakes. Won't you give me a reward? Baihua leaned in closer, almost pressing against Uchiha Jin's face. Ahem, I'll immediately send clan members out to help you find the passage to the moon. Now that more and more Mangekyō users were appearing, Jin knew they needed battles to quickly master their abilities, so sending them out served two purposes at once. Are you that eager to get rid of me, wanting to send me out? I'm not that urgent. Baihua's resentful gaze met his eyes, making Jin a bit overwhelmed. Alright, what reward do you want? Tell me, but don't push it too far. Jin could only respond helplessly. Take me out for a day just like you did with Chu Tian. Baihua's eyes lit up and she blurted out her idea. That's simple. How complicated do you want it to be? My mother said that I can't let a man like you get me so easily, or else you won't cherish me properly. Jin glanced at Baihua with a face full of black lines and couldn't help but rub his forehead. Tomorrow, is that okay? Really? You agreed? Then I'll have to prepare well. Baihua happily released her arms from around Jin, waved her hand and disappeared from the room. Alright, Do, stop eavesdropping, she's gone. Jin called out somewhat weakly. Brother Jin, the bees have built a nest on the natural sacred tree. Do you want to go see it? They've built a nest. That's great, but I won't go for now. I haven't finished researching the recipe in my hands. If there are any results, make sure to let me know in time. Jin shook his head and rubbed his somewhat aching head. I will tell foster mother about what just happened. Kabuto closed the door expressionlessly, a sentence drifting into Jin's ears. Wait, I can explain. Sensing no sound from behind the door, Jin helplessly shook his head. Tis Kabuto is becoming less and less cute, but Nono won't mind. Probably. Bee nesting was a method Jin came up with to handle natural energy. He wanted to use the natural energy around the sacred tree of nature to provide a special environment for bees to produce honey. Additionally, the natural energy contained in the holy water would be consumed by the bees, and the resulting honey might also carry natural energy. At that time, this honey might become an important means for them to contact, perceive, and absorb natural energy. However, whether it is dangerous still needs to be tested after the honey is produced. Uzumaki clan's blood really contains special energy, both chakra and life force. No wonder Xianglin can help others recover chakra and injuries in the future. That's right. Moreover, we discovered that Uzumaki blood seems to be complementary to Hashirama's cells. Jin, do you know why? Nono nodded in agreement. Actually, in ancient times the Uzumaki and Senju clans were originally one family. Their father was Azura, the second son of the Sage of Six Paths. What? Is that true? That's right. The second son Azura represents the ultimate Yang power, while the eldest son Indra represents the ultimate Yin power. Our Uchiha ancestor is precisely Indra. So if we fuse Uzumaki blood with Hashirama's cells we can obtain the Yang power represented by Azura. Uchiha Tsukimi suddenly became excited looking at the two types of cells before him, his eyes shining with an unusual light. It's not that simple. Azura's descendants might not be limited to these two clans, it's just that the Senju and Uzumaki are the most famous in the ninja world. But there's no harm in trying. Jin did not reject Tsukimi's idea. To be honest, he was also curious whether this experiment could succeed. Dusk fell shining through the window into the room. Jin looked at the papers filled with extensive writing and took a deep breath. I have finally deduced the medicinal ingredients needed for the hematopoietic secret pill. Next is continuous experimentation and data adjustment. The hematopoietic secret pill, as the name suggests, accelerates the generation of blood in the human body. For others it might be somewhat useless, but for Jin and the Uzumaki mother and daughter it is a highly supportive secret medicine. After all, their blood carries some special effects to some extent. Arashi, deliver this formula to the secret medicine lab. I have already found the various materials and preparation methods needed. They just need to find the appropriate ratios. Once upon a time he had to painfully find the optimal ratios himself. Now that he has subordinates and very professional researchers, he can finally relax a bit. Of course, he only entrusts them with the final steps. As for the initial steps, he still needs to do them himself. After all, Jin's cheat-like ability granted him an unparalleled affinity with herbs, so even alone he could quickly find the materials needed for the secret pill and the methods to concoct them. This was an efficiency that even the many researchers could hardly achieve. Elixir took the secret pill and instantly vanished from the room. Jin thought for a moment, and decided to check if the divine tree of spirit in the cultivation room had any signs. Let's go to the cultivation room. The moment Elixir returned using Flying Thunder God, Jin spoke out. Lord Jin has such keen perception. I just returned and was discovered. Despite his shock, he did not hesitate, and brought Uchiha Jin to the cultivation room in the aerial fortress. The hundreds of seedlings planted earlier were now bursting with vitality. Although Jin's goal had not yet appeared, several novel plants had mutated. For example, a sturdy little tree on the far left had lush branches that seemed to form chakra flow routes similar to human meridians. Upon closer inspection, faint flowing light could be seen, which was pure blue chakra. This chakra tree bore pale blue fruits that emitted a faint fragrance, and aroused the desires of creatures. The ninja cats in the lab always wanted to sneak in and steal the fruits. Researchers once experimented and found that simply feeding a chakra fruit to a beast achieved the effect of taking 2 doses of chakra secret medicine. However, the amount of chakra contained in a single fruit was actually not much. So they concluded that chakra fruit was the best material for making chakra secret medicine. But Jin was currently busy and had no time to organize the relevant secret pill formulas. The chakra fruits were mostly used for research and raising ninja cats. Although wasteful, fortunately the number of fruits was sufficient. Besides this chakra tree, there was also an ink-black small tree whose trunk surface was covered with fine soul patterns, occasionally emitting flowing silver light as if breathing. However, this special plant had not shown any special effects, and the researchers had not yet discovered anything unusual. Lord Jin, have Ding Dang and the others been causing trouble lately? Jin asked casually. No, Ding Dang has been tormented to death lately, and the other ninja cats without a leader naturally don't have the courage. The guarding clan member chuckled lightly and explained the reason. Still no sign of the divine tree of spirit recently. No. After all, the probability of mutation is too low. We diluted your blood into many portions and sprinkled them, but the efficiency is not high at all. It's fine. I have already developed the hematopoietic secret pill. Soon I will provide more blood. However, my blood must not be kept and end up outside this cultivation room, do you understand? Jin thought of that Akatsuki member who could kill using blood and silently reminded them. Yes, Lord Jin. Even if we had 100 times the courage, we would never do such a thing. Please trust us. And then I've troubled you lately. I'll just look around, you go about your business. After that, Jin observed inside the cultivation room. Why hasn't this seedling grown much? It seems it has also mutated, but I don't know what's happening. Jin picked up a few leaves and observed them carefully, discovering that the leaves had many fine veins. This little tree has a faint life force, but unfortunately it's not useful to the organization. With the sacred tree of life, other trees with life force would naturally be abandoned. Summon Xian and Ying. After returning from the cultivation room, Jin pondered and decided to take a cautious approach. He resolved to eliminate the evil god cult and Haiden directly. There were few beings in this ninja world that could threaten him. He could not guarantee that he would never use his own blood to accelerate plant growth and mutation in the future. Cultivating plants personally every day would waste a great deal of time, so he had to delegate it to his subordinates. Therefore, killing Haiden was the most secure solution. Haiden should have been captured and modified by the evil god cult by now. Surely this trip would not be in vain. Lord Jin, what mission do you have? You will come with me to the hidden hot springs village. There is a fellow there who might pose a threat to us. Our mission this time is to eliminate him. For safety, he decided to go personally. Do you need to prepare? No, we can depart at any time. Xian exchanged a glance with his younger brother Ying and immediately spoke up. Then let's go. For this trip to the hidden hot springs village, Jin brought only 3 people, Xian, Ying, and Lan. With Lan's flying thunder god technique, the 3 passed through Konoha's barrier and landed in a forest outside the village. Lord Jin, all the hidden evil god cult members in the hidden hot springs village have been captured. Let's go, take me to see. With Lan's flying thunder god, Jin instantaneously descended underground. Blood-colored slime oozed down the damp walls and the air was filled with a nauseating stench. Occasionally crimson light flickered, the mysterious crystals embedded in the walls glowed faintly. The ground was covered with bizarre and intricate blood-red ritual arrays, their lines winding and twisting like venomous snakes ready to strike at any moment. In the center of the array stood a towering statue of the evil god, its face ferocious, eyes hollow, and its body exuding a chilling aura. On iron chains around it hung various grotesque limbs and heads, all sacrificial offerings from the evil god cult adherents. In a corner, dozens of evil god cult members, though bound with thin ropes, kept chanting the evil god's name, hoping their lord would save them. Which one of you is Haiden? Jin asked calmly, his tone carrying a subtle coldness. Bastard! How dare you blaspheme the great evil god? I will punish you on behalf of the evil god. So it's you. Have you awakened the immortal body and the death-controlling blood? This is a blessing from the evil god. How could an outsider like you know about it? Watching Haiden's expression grow increasingly deranged, Jin sighed and nodded to Xian. Xian instantly understood. With a body flicker, he appeared before Haiden, severed his limbs and head, and sealed them into a spatial scroll. Let's go straight back to the lab. Jin, why are you here? Seeing the blood on Xian and Ying, Uzumaki Kanna was startled and asked curiously. Aunt Kanna, please help me completely seal this fellow inside. No one else must be allowed to open it. What terrible thing is inside? That's right. This guy has an immortal body, and with a curse technique he can use blood to curse the blood's owner. It's impossible to guard against, which is why I'm extremely cautious. What? Really? Kanna's pupils contracted sharply. Thinking of her own and Karen's constitution, a wave of fear washed over her. It's fine. He's already captured. As long as no one opens this seal, he will slowly die from lack of nourishment. I'll do my best. From now on, no one will be able to get near this guy. Thank you for your trouble. Lord Jin, the ninja world truly is full of wonders. Xian, Ying, and Lan followed Uchiha Jin out of Kanna's office, letting out a sigh of amazement. Indeed, the ninja world is vast and wondrous. What kind of jutsu doesn't exist? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen has a trump card that sacrifices his soul to summon the death god. Dead demon consuming seal. Exactly the ultimate forbidden technique developed by the Uzumaki clan. Xian nodded silently, understanding Lord Jin's meaning. He was warning them not to become overly arrogant because of small achievements. The world still had countless ways to bring one down. Alright, come with me to see Inayu. Jin felt that the research on the next evolution of the Mangekyō should begin now. You're going to research the next evolution of the Mangekyō, aren't you? Seeing the brothers Xian and Inayu instantly guessed. Exactly. Lord Jin, is it the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? Yes. I only mentioned the existence of this type of Sharingan before, but didn't tell you the specific method of synthesis for fear of affecting your mindset. Having just awakened the Mangekyō, though they broke through with secret medicines and had no side effects, the negative emotions inherent in the Mangekyō would still affect the host to some extent. Therefore Jin hadn't rushed to tell the brothers. Now, several months after the Mangekyō's awakening, Xian and Ying could perfectly control it, so there was no need to delay further. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan was first possessed by Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha. He inherited the ultimate Yin power of Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths, so it's not a good reference. In the thousands of years since, the only known case is Uchiha Madara, who could rival Senju Hashirama. The way he awakened the eternal Mangekyō was to transplant his younger brother's Mangekyō, completing his own genes and permanently escaping the blindness caused by Mangekyō's eye power depletion. So Lord Jin, do you wish for one of us brothers? No, you misunderstand. That's not what I mean. Our research method is to extract cells from your eyes, conduct in vitro experiments, fuse the substances needed for the eternal Mangekyō, and finally transplant them back into the body. This way we might ultimately obtain 2 pairs of eternal Mangekyō without consuming a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. Is it really possible? Xian and Ing were stunned, asking in disbelief. You must believe in the power of science. Nothing is impossible. Alright, we brothers will cooperate fully with the experiment. If it truly proves unfeasible, I will offer my own eyes to help create the organization's first eternal Mangekyō Sharingan for research purposes. As soon as Xian finished speaking, Ing interrupted. Let me do it instead. After all my combat ability. Ing, don't argue. It's not right for a younger brother to sacrifice for his elder brother. Even Uchiha Madara, I look down on him. The two immediately started arguing, which amused Jin. Don't worry. I won't let either of you brothers fall behind. After all, I promised you that we would see the pinnacle of the ninja world together. Jin composed himself, and Xian and Ing immediately calmed down, but the brilliant glint in their eyes could not be concealed. Master Jin, the final step of the blood-making secret elixir has been researched. Lan handed the formula to Jin and said respectfully, Have the medicinal herbs been delivered? I'll go fetch them. Without hesitation, Lan used the Flying Thunder God technique to head to the cultivation room. Jin picked up the blood-making secret elixir he had concocted, mixed it with water, and swallowed it in one gulp. Feeling the changes in his body, Jin calmly cut his finger, and gushing blood flowed down, which he collected into a bottle. Send it to the cultivation room. 1 dose of the blood-making secret elixir allowed Uchiha Jin to squeeze out several hundred milliliters of blood, yet his expression remained unchanged. I can continue tomorrow. This elixir is really not bad. This is the fluctuation of natural energy. It seems Kabuto has achieved results. Jin sensed the natural energy fluctuations in the aerial fortress and was immediately astonished. Although he had no talent for sensing natural energy, fortunately with the help of the sealing technique developed by Uzumaki Kana, he could still perceive the flow of natural energy in the air. Arriving at the laboratory, Jin saw Kabuto sitting upright on the ground. The sacred tree of nature seemed to resonate faintly with him, and natural energy was being siphoned into his body like a siphon. No, has Kabuto succeeded? Yes, although it took quite some time. Thankfully there was no danger. Nono looked at Kabuto's relaxed expression and knew there should be no problem. While the two were talking, Kabuto finally opened his eyes. A faint purple eyeshadow appeared at the corners of his eyes, and a deep purple pattern resembling a seedling emerged on his forehead. Thankfully there are no animal features. It seems the research direction was correct. The several researchers nearby felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. Kabuto's success was inseparable from their day and night research and assistance. Now seeing him enter the sage mode truly suitable for humans, their emotions were naturally beyond words. Unfortunately, before the researchers could approach to collect data, Kabuto exited the sage mode state, leaving everyone present stunned. I'm sorry, I cannot control sage mode well, and the amount of senjutsu chakra I synthesized just now was too little, so the duration of sage mode was very short. However, after some practice and increasing my chakra tenfold, I should be able to change this situation. The sage mode state ultimately requires a large amount of chakra to sustain. Were it not for the cooperation of the researchers and Uzumaki Kana, Kabuto attempting to enter sage mode at this age would have been a pipe dream. Even with the enhancement of the chakra secret elixir, he was still just a boy, just over 10 years old, and his chakra was certainly no match for a Jonin's. Listening to Kabuto's explanation, the researchers nodded but did not let him go. They wanted to check if his body had been affected after entering sage mode. After exiting sage mode, your chakra permanently increased by 30% and your physique improved a bit, but there were no other changes. But even so, it's still a terrifying cultivation method. The researchers placed the data before Kabuto and Jin, surprising everyone present. However, even if this cultivation method is tempting, you cannot synthesize senjutsu chakra privately. Natural energy is still too dangerous. Without our help and Miss Kana's, it would be difficult for you to control it without injury. One mistake could leave you seriously wounded. Nono nodded, silently gazing at her adopted son. Kabuto returned a reassuring look and said, Adoptive mother, rest assured I won't be reckless. Can you find the pattern of absorbing natural energy? Can a curse mark be created? Jin asked 2 questions in succession. Master Jin, I'm sorry, we have no leads for now. To help those without the talent to absorb natural energy synthesize senjutsu chakra, we ultimately need more experiments to find the pattern. The researchers explained with some distress. It's fine, don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Take your time with the experiments, funds and materials are not an issue. Master Jin, the first 15 clansmen with 3 tomo have all awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Shien reported with a joyful expression. Oh, tell me specifically what dojutsu they have. After a moment Jin fell into deep thought. A total of 5 clansmen had awakened Tsukuyomi, not many, and even his idea of a Tsukuyomi virtual space might not be realized. However, there are still several batches of clansmen who will awaken their dojutsu, so they will surely be gathered sooner or later. Moreover, the spiritual sacred tree has not mutated yet, so one cannot rush. The others' abilities were either Amaterasu Kagetsuchi or Phantom Clones, illusion weaving, and so on. Although the abilities were diverse, none were weak. However, these 2 abilities are quite novel. In Jin's hand were the information of 2 clansmen. One was Uchiha Tsukimi, the only Uchiha researcher. The Mangekyō dojutsu she awakened were all related to research. Her left eye microscopic insight allowed no secrets in the microscopic world. Her right eye keen intuition could temporarily enhance her research inspiration, helping her make correct decisions in critical experiments, and avoid deviations. Could the power of the mind really influence the abilities of the Mangekyō? Jin looked at these 2 abilities that were very useful for experiments, feeling that future experiment progress would likely speed up significantly. If any experiment encountered a bottleneck, perhaps Tsukimi could take a look around and the problem would be solved. However, this could be a research project, but the lab is too busy at the moment. Let's set it aside for now and discuss it later. The other was Uchiha Kenta, a usually unremarkable clansman with 3 tomo, but his awakened ability was eye-catching. Left eye energy absorption could devour all of the enemy's energy. Right eye energy utilization could easily control the enemy's energy. A single dojutsu might seem unremarkable, but combined they were far from simple. If it evolves into the eternal Mangekyō or even the Rinnegan, wouldn't he be invincible? However, this ability is somewhat similar to the basic abilities of the Otsutsuki, I just don't know its limits. If it can only absorb ordinary chakra or ninjutsu, it might be nothing, but if it can absorb natural energy senjutsu chakra or even the Ten Tails chakra, then it would be truly overpowered. Jin's eyes flickered and he decided to have him cooperate with Kabuto in experiments, and then report back. Lon, did you hear my instructions clearly? Yes, Master Jin. Then go. The next moment he abruptly disappeared from the room. Shien, how familiar are you with Susanoo now? The first and second stages are already easy to activate. The third stage consumes a great deal of dojutsu power, but I can still activate it. I've only used it once outside of Konoha and never since. Can you use Susanoo with 3 tomo Sharingan? The simplest skeletal form is possible? Jin asked with some curiosity. It's very difficult. I've tried before but all failed. Is that so? Then forget it. Jin had hoped to experience the power of Susanoo beforehand, but now it seemed that before he could even fantasize, the plan had crumbled. By the way, Lord Jin, a clan member recently encountered a Kage-level powerhouse while taking on bounties outside. Although there were no casualties, their fighting style exposed their identity. Shien spoke nervously. If such a matter was not handled properly, it would likely have a significant impact on Lord Jin's plans. Which Kage-level powerhouse? Jin asked curiously. He wasn't really inclined to blame anyone for this. After all, the Uchiha's fighting style had been established for hundreds of years. Any ninja who had spent decades in the ninja world would have heard of the Uchiha's reputation. And the opponent was a Kage-level powerhouse. A few quasi-Kage Uchiha clan members would find it very difficult to avoid revealing their flaws. Kakuzu, a well-known underground bounty hunter. Ah, it's him. Find an opportunity to eliminate him. Coincidentally, those 15 clan members have awakened their Mangekyō. Let Kakuzu be the stepping stone for them to test their own strength. And then remember not to be discovered by irrelevant people. If necessary, just take care of the onlookers as well. Also leave no body tissues behind. After all, the dead can still speak. Yes. Hiruzen, take a look at what intelligence I've uncovered from the underground black market. Shimura Danzo handed over the information he had just discovered to Hiruzen Sarutobi, feeling quite pleased with himself. This time I'd like to see if you still restrict my route. Just a moment later, after reading the intelligence, Hiruzen Sarutobi fell into deep thought. His brows were tightly furrowed, clearly troubled by the information before him. Tell me, what do you want in exchange for your intervention? He was growing increasingly disappointed with the Uchiha. Although they had not yet shown signs of rebellion, taking on missions in the black market without his approval as Hokage was a direct provocation. Did they still regard him as the Hokage? Route needs expansion. both in manpower and funding. Seeing Danzo's determined expression, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and reluctantly agreed. I hope you won't do anything unnecessary. Hearing Hiruzen's warning, Danzo's face darkened. He knew exactly what the other was referring to, but the key point was that he had never imagined the remnants of a fallen Akatsuki organization could grow to such a level. Lord Jin, let's go. You should be clear about the mission. Jin asked calmly. Yes, my dojutsu is well suited to complete the task. Then let's go. Erasure appeared beside them in an instant, teleporting them into Kakashi's room. Appearing silently and with everyone present, at least at the quasi-Kage-level, Kakashi naturally noticed nothing unusual and awoke from his sleep. Begin. The clan member before Jin had awakened a genjutsu weaving dojutsu capable of pulling the enemy into a fabricated illusion and guiding them to do something utterly unexpected. Jin's goal tonight was to make Kakashi backstab Might Guy the next day. As a very cautious transmigrator, he naturally had no intention of using his Anaji to clash with Might Guy, who had opened the gate of death. Having Kakashi eliminate him was also a fitting end for the man. After all, Kakashi had more than one friend die by his hands. Is the genjutsu adjusted? Lord Jin, it's done. Tomorrow he will invite Might Guy to his home for a gathering and then take the opportunity to eliminate him. Won't it be discovered? Might Guy is a taijutsu specialist, but his intuition is still very sharp. Rest assured, Lord Jin. I specifically set the genjutsu as trigger-based. Only when encountering a specific scene will it prompt Kakashi to take the next action. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's very covert. As long as the third Hokage doesn't come personally, it won't be detected. That's good. Then Konoha has no more opponents for us. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Kakashi's face. Kakashi first went about his usual morning routine, then found Might Guy training on the street, and invited him to his home for a small gathering. Strange, has Kakashi finally opened up? Inviting me to a gathering, this is amazing. Truly my eternal rival. For today's celebration lunch, I'll run an extra 10 laps around Konoha. At noon, Kakashi looked at the lavish meal on the table and felt a hint of strangeness. What's gotten into me today? Suddenly thinking of treating Guy to a meal. Well, he's been helping me a lot lately and never gave up on me. It's only right to treat him to a meal. Kakashi, I'm here. As Might Guy stepped into the house, Kakashi frowned slightly, then fell into a peculiar state. And Might Guy, who was always a bit oblivious, naturally didn't notice any of this. What? Might Guy's heart was pierced through and he's barely alive, and it was Kakashi who did it. Yes, Lord Hokage. Has Might Guy been sent to the hospital? Yes, my subordinate had already been informed before the intelligence arrived. He was already sent to the hospital. Let's go and see. Hiruzen Sarutobi put on his Hokage cloak, his face filled with worry. Who is targeting Konoha? Haven't those people left yet? Thinking of the sealing book, the Uzumaki sealing technique, and the incident of Kakashi's Sharingan being stolen, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt overwhelmed by pressure. Sensei, what happened to Kakashi? Jiraiya rushed forward the moment he saw the third Hokage, anxiously asking. In his view, Kakashi was not that kind of person. As the son of the White Fang, there was no reason for him to frame a fellow villager. Could it be that the truth about the White Fang's death had been uncovered? This thought flashed through Jiraiya's mind and he sighed. Without saying anything more, he obediently followed behind the third Hokage to check on Kakashi and Might Guy's condition. How are Might Guy and Kakashi? As soon as he entered the hospital, the third Hokage asked. Lord Hokage, Might Guy's heart was pierced. We did our best to save him, and fortunately he was brought in time so he didn't die. But it's unlikely he'll ever be a ninja again. As for Kakashi, he's mentally unstable and has fallen unconscious. His condition is currently not good. Ninjas are people who dance on the edge of a blade. When carrying out missions outside, they are usually in a state of tension. Being in such an environment for a long time is still very dangerous for a patient like Might Guy, who has suffered severe heart damage. As for Kakashi, having nearly killed his best friend, the intense pressure from ANBU and his past experiences all combined to make him unable to hold on any longer. The moment Might Guy was sent to the hospital, he fell into a deep sleep. In the winter of Muyi year 56, the village was graced by a rare heavy snowfall. Jin gazed at the swirling snowflakes outside the window, filled with emotion. Xian, have all the clan members finished packing? Yes, Lord Jin. Xian replied with excitement. They had waited for this day for a long time. Now at last they were about to break free from the cage of Muyi. Before leaving Muyi, let me prepare one final surprise for you all, Jin said calmly. Over the years the villagers of Muyi had inflicted so much malice upon the Uchiha, now it was time to collect some interest. How many Umbu are around Uzumaki Naruto? 5, but 4 are Chunin, only 1 is Jonin. Good. Tonight we will unseal the Ninetales and let these ignorant villagers once again feel the terror of the Ninetales rampage. Jin, should we relocate the organization members now? No need. Wait a little longer, we'll do it tonight. This time I want to give Muyi a surprise. What surprise? Nono asked curiously. The unsealing of the Ninetales. Nono's pupils contracted. She was silent for a moment but said nothing. Though it was somewhat cruel considering the countless hardships the Uchiha had endured over the years, this was nothing in comparison. The Uchiha were constantly cursed within the village, paying the highest prices for goods, living in the most remote areas, bearing the most despised work in the security force, and having most of their authority stripped away by the Umbu. No Uchiha could swallow that indignation. Moreover, having spent years navigating the route, she had witnessed all kinds of darkness, so she was not easily shaken. What about the other Uchiha? Nono looked at Uchiha Jin with concern. If we don't relocate them by noon, we won't be able to take that many clansmen. Who said I want to take them? Let them stay in Muyi and fend for themselves. Uchiha Jin understood Nono's meaning, but the rest were either Uchiha Fugaka's lackeys, Muyi's loyal dogs, or complete lunatics. He really couldn't take them, or they would only cause trouble. Regarding Danzo, I will send Xian and Ing to deal with him. They will bring you his head. Also regarding the orphanage, I have found a suitable person to take over and left a substantial sum of money, enough for its normal expenses. Jin reiterated his earlier promise, his tone gentle. All right, but there's no need for the head. Just make sure he's dead. As for the orphanage, you can handle it. After tonight I will no longer be its director. Aren't you going back to visit? No need. I trust you. Nono leaned lightly against Jin's shoulder, her expression much more relaxed. The hidden anxiety about leaving Muyi gradually dissipated. Xian, leave Danzo to you and your brother. Finish it quickly, there are other matters to attend to. Yes, Lord Jin. After over a year, Xian had grown steadier and more experienced, causing no trouble for Jin, which made Jin feel at ease. Ing, like a shadow, helped protect Quan and Xianglin. Their strength had reached the peak of Kage, just one step away from Super Kage. Dealing with Danzo wouldn't take long. After all, the most troublesome aspect of Shimura Danzo was Izanagi. However, if Ing caught him off guard, Izanagi would be rendered useless. As for how long it would take those two to cross that one step to Super Kage, it depended on the progress of the laboratory. Indeed, the deciphering of the eternal Mangekyō was still ongoing, but considerable progress had been made, with most of the credit going to Uchiha Tsukuyami's Mangekyō ability. Xiangnai, leave Uzumaki Naruto to you. Jin said quietly to Uzumaki Xiangnai, who seemed a bit downcast. Jin, will Uzumaki Naruto die? 80% he won't. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows the dead demon consuming seal. Alright, I'll do my best. Sai Xiangnai, think carefully. Kushina found her happiness in Muyi, but you were abused in the grass village. If not for my men's rescue, you would have died. Kushina's son Uzumaki Naruto is also ostracized, but at least someone cares if he lives or dies. He's a Jinchuriki. Your daughter, however, was born into your suffering and is even more underdeveloped than Naruto. So why should you pity him even if he is your clansman? Remember, Kushina never cared about the clan's situation in Muyi. As Xiangnai listened, her expression gradually hardened. She knew she should not dwell on the past of the Uzumaki clan. She was now Jin's subordinate, and her daughter might become Jin's woman. So what was there to hesitate about? Moreover, what Jin said made sense. As the wife of the fourth Hokage, Kushina could have easily inquired about the clan's situation, found her in the grass country, and helped her escape. But what happened? In that era, besides Kushina, there were no other Uzumaki in Muyi. Thinking the worst, maybe she didn't want a second Uzumaki in the village. Be careful. Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina still have some chakra left inside Naruto. I'll send Lan and Yun to assist you. Lan had awakened his Mangekyō 3 months ago. As expected, his ability was related to space-time. His left eye could create a spatial wormhole linking two spaces. Whether for ambush or relocation, it was extremely convenient. His right eye granted spatial perception, temporarily enhancing his ability to sense space, allowing long-distance teleportation and revealing flaws in space-time jutsu, a useful support ability. With Lan as his guard, Jin at least didn't have to worry about being ambushed by a ninja skilled in space-time techniques. As for Yun, he had awakened his Mangekyō 7 months ago. His abilities were identical to Uchiha Itachi's, Tsukuyami and Amaterasu. Though not novel, they were versatile and had no obvious flaws. With those two as guards, Uzumaki Xiangnai would certainly be safe. In a shabby old single-room apartment, 3 figures suddenly appeared, finding the sleeping Uzumaki Naruto. Yun scanned the room, then in a flash appeared outside the door, locking eyes with the guards and pulling them all into his Tsukuyami space. In an instant they collapsed to the ground, their minds severely traumatized. When he returned, Xiangnai nodded to him and took a deep breath. Suddenly her hands were enveloped in a pale blue chakra light, chakra threads flowing between her palms and fingers forming patterns resembling the 8 trigrams. These patterns flickered and flowed as the seal was cast, resonating with the surrounding space. 8 trigram seal release. An instant later a surge of chakra rippled outward and Uzumaki Xiangnai's consciousness was instantly pulled into a peculiar space. Yun, sensing the anomaly, activated his Mangekyō Sharingan and followed her in. He was curious about the 4th Hokage, a man revered by so many. What kind of person was he truly? Having never crossed paths with Bufing Shuimen before, all he knew of him came from the tales of others. The prospect of meeting the 4th Hokage, who had displayed such prowess in the 3rd Great Ninja War, filled him with immense excitement. If only I could spar with him, that would be perfect. Yun concentrated his ocular power, allowing his mind to sink into the spiritual space, and shielded Uzumaki Xiangnai behind him. He dared not forget the mission entrusted by Lord Jin. Uchiha Ran, whose consciousness remained intact, felt a flicker of temptation. He gritted his teeth, split off a shadow clone, and used his ocular power to enter the sealed space as well. Ahem, it wasn't mere curiosity. Bufing Shuimen was a master of space-time jutsu, and Yun might not be able to defend against him. He had to enter to protect Uzumaki Xiangnai properly. You've all come in, but what about the outside? Xiangnai remarked with a note of concern. One of my shadow clones is monitoring the outside, it's fine. Ran explained briefly, then turned his gaze toward a golden-haired man not far away. The man indeed exuded an air of approachability, but now his face was etched with grave solemnity. You are from the Uzumaki clan, kin to Kushina. Why would you harm her child? Uzumaki Xiangnai, having stopped dyeing her hair, was easily recognized, the deliberate move orchestrated by Uchiha Jin. Since they were about to leave Konoha anyway, such pretense was no longer necessary. Moreover, the red hair of the Uzumaki clan was their hallmark. Under Jin's protection there was no need to conceal it. Minato was not his usual jovial self. He sensed that the 3 before him bore ill intent. Their chakra levels alone surpassed his own. Defeating these enemies would be no easy feat. Not to mention 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan. Bufing Shuimen, I respect you as the 4th Hokage and am willing to avoid conflict, but the 9 tails must be released. With your remaining chakra you might still have a moment to speak with Naruto after the 3rd Hokage rescues him. So give up your futile resistance. Uchiha Yun said calmly. Though he longed to engage in battle immediately, the mission was paramount. As a subordinate entrusted with high hopes by Lord Jin, he could not afford to be a hindrance. Since you intend to harm Konoha, there is nothing more to discuss. Bufing Shuimen's expression turned stern. In an instant he appeared behind Uzumaki Xiangnai, a Rasengan forming in his right hand aimed at her back. Crack! A spatial rift suddenly materialized at Bufing Shuimen's shoulder, and an arm reached out, gripping his wrist. Ran was about to crush his wrist, but Minato reacted instantly, vanishing from the rift's vicinity. Space-time jutsu. He realized the situation was growing increasingly complicated. He was already contemplating how to save Naruto's life rather than preventing the release of the 9 tails. After all, he was merely a chakra clone. Once his chakra was depleted, he would vanish forever. To confront 3 enemies now was utterly unwise. Since you are so obstinate, then Amaterasu. A jet-black flame instantly fell upon Minato, but the swift Hokage disappeared the moment he sensed the chakra and ocular disturbance. What a troublesome opponent! Yun sighed inwardly, channeling a massive amount of ocular power. An invisible genjutsu targeted the reappearing Bufing Shuimen. We might be able to. The next moment he was pulled into Yun's screamy space. Uzumaki Xiangnai and Ran exchanged a glance. She gathered blue chakra in her hand and struck the empty space before her. At the same instant, Ran's spatial rift appeared, one end leading to Xiangnai's sealing technique, her palm, and the other to Bufing Shuimen's chakra clone. 4 symbol seal. This was the tactic they had coordinated before departure. For a shinobi proficient in sealing arts, being unable to touch the enemy was a tragedy. But with the assistance of space-time jutsu they could achieve a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. It's over. Seeing the 4 symbol seal on his abdomen, Bufing Shuimen, his spirit traumatized, felt a wave of despair. The 3 stepped past him, examining the seal before them. The 9 tails, however, stared grimly at the 2 pairs of Mangekyō. The shadow of Uchiha Madara was one he would never forget. Now 2 more of his descendants were about to enslave him again. How infuriating. Don't let me find an opportunity or you're all dead. The 9 tails exuded a torrent of negative emotion. Yun and Ran shielded Uzumaki Xiangnai unaffected. Adamantine sealing chains. 6 golden chains radiating a terrifying aura shot forth to pierce Yun and Ran. But Ran had been watching the sealed space vigilantly, ever alert for any sudden changes. Spatial rift. As expected, the attack meant for them passed through the rift and struck Uzumaki Kushina from behind. How despicable! You are also from the Uzumaki clan. Why would you harm our family? Kushina Konoha is the enemy of the Uzumaki clan. Taking revenge on Konoha is the lifelong wish of my heart. From the moment Konoha, our ally, failed to provide timely aid, I gave up on them. All these years of alliance brought us nothing but the theft of our sealing techniques. I only regret that I am not strong enough to destroy Konoha and make them taste the suffering of their former ally. These bitter words from Xiangnai were of course new thoughts inspired by Jin's guidance. But you cannot vent your hatred on my family. Blame your son for being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Enough, you can die now. Yun, knowing that Xiangnai's heart was likely troubled, decisively cut off the conversation. Xiangnai turned to the sealed chakra swirling in her hands. She had already discerned several minor flaws in the seal and knew how to break it. Though the seal was formidable, with the two beside her controlling the Nine-Tails, escape would be simple. No, you can't. Before Kushina could finish, Yun cast a glance, and she fell into a deep slumber. Xiangnai and Ran repeated their earlier tactic, sealing Kushina's chakra body. Kushina! Minato watched in growing despair. Where was the third Hokage? The enemy had already invaded his home, and still there was no sign of him. Was Konoha so decayed now? His son was the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. This seal is a double layer composed of two four-symbol seals. Its structure is highly complex. Deciphering it alone would take considerable time. If you can help me control the Nine-Tails to attack this cage, it will save us a lot of time. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun and Lan nodded, their eyes brimming with pupil power, instantly subduing the frenzied Nine-Tails. Roar! The moment the three returned to consciousness, boundless chakra surged from Naruto's body. Let's go first. The sealing technique I hastily set up can only hold it for a short while. Kushina warned, and Lan immediately placed his hands on both their shoulders, vanishing with a body flicker from the single apartment. That's Naruto's direction. What's happening? The moment the malevolent chakra leaked out, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally sensed the anomaly. Not good. The Nine-Tails is about to break free. As the words fell, a colossal figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Konoha. This old man is finally free. Ha! Konoha, let's see what you can do to stop me now. The moment it was released by the Mangekyō's power, the Nine-Tails understood that the Uchiha bore it no great malice. They merely wished for it to wreak havoc in Konoha. It had no reason to refuse. Lord Jin, the mission is complete. Good, you've worked hard. Lan Yu and the summoned cats will perform the Flying Thunder God formation. We need to send our subordinates and their families away as soon as possible. Jin watched the rampaging Nine-Tails in the distance and nodded. The former underground laboratory, now abandoned, had opened up a vast space. Hundreds of clan members gathered there, silent but with expressions full of excitement. Are you ready? Jin, as the pillar of support, stepped forward to reassure the clan. Lord Jin, rest assured they are all prepared. Good. No one has been left behind, right? Lan and the few summoned cats' chakra can only sustain a single long-distance teleportation. Teleporting over 100 people at once, even with Lan, who had awakened the Mangekyō, and several summoned cats capable of reverse summoning, could only be done once. Of course, if it were Obito's Mangekyō, that would be a different story. But he dared not use Kamui lest Obito suddenly appear and cause trouble. Among those being teleported were many clan members of common descent. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Flying Thunder God formation activated, and the numerous clan members vanished before their eyes. Let's go. There are still a few things to do tonight. By the way, did you get the tissue samples from Naruto Uzumaki? Lord Jin here. Good. As the reincarnation of Ashura, Jin believed that the other's body tissue might be of some use, perhaps for cultivating the sacred tree of life. Hashirama Senju was the reincarnation of the Senju lineage, while Naruto Uzumaki was the reincarnation of the Uzumaki lineage. He grew increasingly eager for the future of the sacred tree of life. Ye take all the scrolls from the Uchiha library? No need to leave anything for them. Go fetch Baiwa. As for you two, come with me to the clan leader's house. Jin pointed at Xian and Lan. Going to the library was naturally to obtain the Uchiha clan's secret techniques, Izanagi and Izanami. Though they were techniques that sacrificed 1,000 to kill 800, they served as excellent trump cards. Moreover, Madara had once used Hashirama's cells to restore his eyesight. Could it be that with sufficient life force and pupil power, or even the power of all things, one could ignore the side effects of those two techniques? Of course, this was merely Jin's speculation, to be researched gradually later. As for Baihua, after Kushina temporarily sealed the caged bird for her, she decided to confront the Hyuga clan tonight. Having been humiliated for so long, she naturally intended to exact revenge. Although Baihua had chosen the second option at the time, her Byakugan had shown no significant change, only gaining an additional pressure technique. So she sought help from Jin. Unable to withstand Baihua's sensual entreaties, Jin eventually asked Kushina for assistance. As for going to the clan leader's house, one purpose was to obtain Sasuke Uchiha's cells. The second was naturally to thoroughly humiliate Fugaku Uchiha. His honest man facade was utterly discussed. The clan had placed their hopes on him, yet he ended up destroying the entire family, severing the Uchiha legacy, and ultimately benefiting the Sarutobi clan. Father, I'm going to help. You should also gather the clan and act now. Itachi Uchiha, fully dressed, said to his father. Take care. Fugaku looked at his eldest son with a complex expression, feeling that the boy was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Yahweh, gather all the clan members at the police station. We need to act. Uchiha Fugaku comforted his wife Mikoto, and Sasuke then prepared to leave. Clan leader, what's the rush? Care for a chat? Jin approached with the two others, causing Fugaku to frown. Uchiha Jin, why aren't you gathering? What are you doing here? The Uchiha need your strength. Had no need. We'll be leaving Konoha soon. Let's talk about other matters. With a single glance from Jin, Lan understood immediately. With a body flicker, he appeared beside Sasuke, a kunai grazing to collect a bit of blood. Sasuke! You bastards! Fugaku instantly activated his 3 Tomo and charged. But Lan flickered again, returning behind Jin. Uchiha Jin, what exactly do you want? Though inwardly shocked by Lan's speed, he could not swallow this insult. At the same time, he couldn't fathom what this enigmatic figure, always mysterious in his eyes, truly intended. Nothing, just collecting a bit of blood. But if you want to fight. Jin narrowed his eyes, and Xian beside him flashed a crimson gleam in his gaze. The 3 Tomo in his pupils spun wildly, forming a ring pattern with the windmill piercing through, the lines sharply defined. So you've awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan as well? Fugaku's face grew even darker. He knew he could not afford to fight lest his wife and son be endangered. Apart from Jin's Mangekyō, his other subordinate was also uncanny, his speed so swift that even Fugaku struggled to perceive it, likely a space-time jutsu. Uchiha Jin, what do you want? As long as it's not too excessive, I can agree. Please don't act recklessly. Compromise was nothing new to him. He had yielded to the third Hokage many times over the years. Tsk, Fugaku, you sure know how to endure. As he sighed, Jin lost interest in toying with him. Wasting time and energy on such a person is pointless. I'll go see Hinata for the last time. Jin shook his head and turned to leave. Staring at the retreating Uchiha Jin, Fugaku's brows furrowed deeper, not even noticing Mikoto approaching. Clan leader, most of the Uchiha Jonin have gathered at the police station, but many have disappeared. Disappeared? Recalling the space-time jutsu Lan had just used, Fugaku's heart grew more wary. Uchiha Jin, what exactly are you trying to do? The moment the 3 appeared in the room, they were utterly silent, and Xian immediately used genjutsu to control Hinata's mother, Hyuga Shizuka. Seeing her mother suddenly collapse onto the bed, Hinata instantly grew tense. It's me, Hinata, Jin whispered softly, causing Hinata to pause before she broke into a joyful smile. Brother Jin, you 2 step outside for now. At Jin's command, Lan pulled Xian out to stand guard. Brother Jin, why have you come so suddenly? My mother. She is fine, she is merely under the influence of genjutsu, and will return to normal shortly. Hinata, I am about to leave Konoha. Have you made your decision? Jin asked in a gentle tone. Brother Jin, Hinata's joyful expression instantly froze. She had not expected this day to arrive so soon. It's all right. You can take your time to consider. If you do not wish to leave, you can summon me with the reverse summoning technique. It is not much trouble. If you truly decide to leave with us, you will have Hanabi to keep you company. Before you go, you can bid farewell to your parents. They cannot do anything to stop you. But no matter what choice you make, I will not blame you, nor will my feelings for you change. As Jin spoke, he felt a bit like a scoundrel plotting to steal away the old man's daughter. Brother Jin, I have decided to stay. Hinata's voice grew firm. She no longer wished to trouble Brother Jin. He had already helped her take Hanabi away, and for that she was deeply grateful. At the same time, she could not bear to leave her parents. Though her father was often strict, his love for her was undeniable. Jin smiled and nodded, not disappointed by Hinata's refusal. He was curious to see what kind of waves Hinata would create in Konoha with his assistance. However, with Baiwa and your sister gone, your days may become difficult. Jin suddenly reminded her with a hint of concern. I can endure it. Hinata nodded firmly, her gaze toward Jin growing more resolute. That's good. Hinata, I have great faith in you. If you ever encounter danger, you can use Ding Dang to escape. Ding Dang is a very powerful ninja cat, even a typical jonin is no match for it. Really? Hinata's mouth fell open in astonishment. In her memory, only someone with her father's strength could be considered a jonin. But Brother Jin said that a ninja cat the size of a few pounds possessed such power. How could she not be amazed? Of course. Brother Jin, I entrust Hanabi to you. Hinata gazed at Hanabi on the bed with tenderness, a flicker of reluctance passing through her eyes. I will have Baiwa put on a convincing act. You must cooperate and not let the secret slip. Jin stroked Hinata's soft hair and gave her a reminder. Proceed as planned. Jin stepped outside and instructed Lan. With a shush, Lan vanished from the spot. Inside the Hyuga clan compound, Baiwa sneered contemptuously at several Hyuga elders, knocking their teeth out with a single slap. Hyuga Baiwa, our clan has treated you well. Is this how you repay us? You are utterly ungrateful. And you and Uchiha dare to collude with the branch family to interfere in the Hyuga clan's internal affairs. How your so-called good treatment is nothing more than making us branch members your dogs. And the Uchiha clan has no interest in Hyuga matters. Your clan is so rigid, what is there to interfere with? Old fool, you still haven't had enough beatings. Just as Hyuga Baiwa was enjoying herself, Lan suddenly appeared, exchanged a glance with her, glanced at the old man on the ground, and gave a reminder before vanishing again. I have a mission today, so I won't toy with you any longer. Baiwa hurled a kunai which pierced straight through the hearts of the three elders. Brother Kage, I leave the remaining Hyuga elder to you. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Stay safe. Lord Jin's orders are to protect you. After a moment's thought, he split off a shadow clone to accompany her to meet Uchiha Jin. Jin, I'm here. Kage is. He went to deal with the last Hyuga elder so that Hyuga Hayashi's family can have a slightly easier time. Baiwa explained. You are so thoughtful. Jin praised. Shall I begin? Yes, Hinata's mother is still unconscious in the room. Later Hinata will wake her up, and then you take the opportunity to take Hanabi away. Don't mess up the act. Don't worry, I'll play my part well. Baiwa blinked playfully, interrupting Jin's words. Mother, are you all right? Shizuka slowly woke up and asked with surprise. Hinata, how did I fall asleep? You must have been too tense. It's fine. If you're sleepy, you can rest a bit more. I'll take care of Hanabi and keep my Byakugan active. Hinata said obediently. No need, I'll handle it. Shizuka rubbed her head and refused gently. Who's there? Baiwa kicked open the door and rushed straight to Shizuka. Who are you? With that, Baiwa aimed at Shizuka, and after a series of precise strikes, the woman collapsed back onto the bed, utterly powerless. Hinata, take Hanabi and leave. But with a single casual gesture, Baiwa sent Hinata falling onto the bed. As Baiwa took Hanabi away, tears filled Shizuka's eyes. Baiwa, why did you betray the Hyuga? We should be going too. The battle over there is almost over. The Nine Tails within Naruto Uzumaki was after all incomplete. With only half of Yonkarama Konoha could seal it with enough manpower. Thus Hiruzen Sarutobi did not need to sacrifice himself with the dead demon-consuming seal. However, having escaped this calamity, could you evade the assassination by your own disciple? Jin grinned, looking forward to the future. The organization had finally broken free from its cage, steadily advancing toward the next goal. The oppression the Uchiha clan had suffered for so many years was finally released at this moment. With Konoha weakened by my hand, it would take years for it to recover. It would not be long before the other great ninja villages began to pressure Konoha. I wonder if Konoha can hold its ground. Jin savored the pleasure in his heart, his ocular power surging with increasing intensity. A moment later he opened his eyes. His 3 Tomo had vanished, replaced by a brand new Mangekyō Sharingan. After 16 years in the shinobi world, he had finally awakened his own Mangekyō. Sensing the ocular jutsu contained within, Jin was filled with elation. Jin's left eye technique fully bloomed, connecting to a garden where he could manipulate the flow of time, though it overlapped somewhat with the ability of his own blood. Yet the distinction between the two was clear. His blood ability focused on the effects of mutation, allowing him to obtain plants with many peculiar properties. This left eye technique, however, could rapidly mature a plant to serve as a medicinal catalyst, facilitating extensive experiments and the deduction of patterns. When the eye technique and blood ability were used in tandem, the cultivation cycle of mutant plants could be compressed to its extreme, and the trajectory of medicinal transformation could be deciphered with greater speed. In the future, Jin would have more materials to concoct secret elixirs. As for his right eye technique, it was called the Flame of Life. This was a special flame. Unlike Amaterasu, which burns everything in its path, the flame of life could shatter and reforge countless medicinal properties, tempering the vitality of herbs with fiery power. Of course, perfectly fusing two entirely unrelated medicinal properties remained a pipe dream. Jin estimated that his Mangekyō would have to evolve into a Rinnegan at the very least to achieve such an effect. Even so, the secret elixirs refined by the flame of life possessed a natural seamless potency that far surpassed the artificial touch of human blending, as if they had been imbued with a unique soul. Aside from these two techniques, Susanoo also brought him considerable surprise. He actually possessed a divine artifact, a cauldron for alchemy. Its effect naturally was to be used for refining pills. Paired with his right eye's flame of life, the resulting concoctions were bound to be extraordinary. But now is not the time to study the Mangekyō. Jin dismissed his Mangekyō, awaiting the arrival of night. Lord Jin, I have brought back all the scrolls. With a few swift body flickers, he arrived at the abandoned laboratory. Were the two techniques Izanagi and Izanami collected? In Jin's view, these were the most crucial treasures within the Uchiha library. Yes, they have been collected. Then our mission is complete. Lan, take us away. Having recovered for so long with the aid of secret elixirs, Lan could manage to transport them away without much difficulty. A spatial wormhole slowly unfolded beneath the ground. One by one they stepped in, and the underground laboratory fell into silence once more. Have you found out who released the Nine Tails? Hiruzen Sarutobi glared at his subordinate with irritation. Lord Hokage, the ANBU tailing Naruto has no memory of the incident. They were likely eliminated instantly by the enemy. Their strength is at least Kage-level. Listening to his subordinate's report, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly recalled the two individuals who had invaded Konoha earlier to steal the scroll of seals and sealing techniques. If it really is them, then Konoha is far from safe. What about Elder Danzo? Where did he go when the Nine Tails appeared? He might have been in the root headquarters. During the night of the Nine Tails, Elder Danzo was nowhere to be seen. The subordinate replied uncertainly. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a moment, and nodded. Summon Elder Danzo and the other two elders. Hiruzen, are you alright? Kohara Utatane and Hamura Midokado entered the office, looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi with concern. The two old men had been hiding in the logistics area, never daring to join the battle. Yet, from the extent of Konoha's destruction, they could tell how fierce the battle had been. And Hiruzen Sarutobi was the cornerstone of Konoha. If anything happened to him, the village would truly be doomed. I'm fine, but Konoha. Lord Hokage, it's terrible. What happened? Speak slowly. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, but without anger. Lord Danzo. He has died in the root headquarters. What? That's impossible. The three high-ranking officials exchanged glances, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. Do you know what you're saying? My lord, I am not lying. It is true. The root headquarters is now eerily silent, filled with the stench of blood. And the root members? Kohara Utatane asked tentatively. They are all dead. What? At this moment the three high-ranking officials could no longer control their expressions. Hiruzen, you must bring back Jiraiya and Tsunade immediately. Otherwise Konoha may truly be destroyed. Hamura Midokado sighed. He thought that if news of Konoha's plight leaked out, the other four great ninja villages would surely not miss such a golden opportunity. I will send Anbu at once. Though the sacrifice of his dearest comrade was hard to bear, he knew he could not fall. Konoha still needed him. Let us go to the root headquarters to confirm. It wasn't that Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't trust his subordinate, but this was too unbelievable. They dared not imagine the immense power of the mysterious figure who could annihilate Root and Danzo without Konoha's knowledge. Father, you are. Looking at his father dressed in full attire, Itachi's eyes were filled with confusion. Although the Uchiha had contributed significantly during the Nine Tails rampage that night, there was no need to petition the Hokage for rewards so soon. Uchiha Jin has disappeared with a large number of Uchiha. If you wish to accompany me to see the Hokage, you may follow. What? Has Uchiha Jin defected with a portion of the clan? Exactly. I only confirmed it after returning. I must report this to the Hokage immediately, or the Uchiha will soon fall into chaos. In Fuyua's view, the Uchiha clan had just gained immense trust from the village's leadership through the Nine Tails incident. They could not afford another upheaval, or all their previous efforts would be wasted. I won't go for now. Uchiha Itachi's face darkened. He needed to verify again. If this was true, it was obvious who had released the Nine Tails. Are the clan members settled? Jin sat in his study sipping tea he had acquired from the Land of Fire's daimyo, asking in a leisurely tone. Lord Jin, everyone is properly accommodated. Is there something else? Seeing Xian's hesitant expression, Jin asked directly. Lord Jin, what is our next step? Jin paused for a moment, then began to think. Originally he had planned to develop quietly, but now it seemed there was hardly any opponent left in the ninja world. There was no need to be so low-key. So it's time to stir up some trouble. Otherwise it would be too dull. Do you have any suggestions? Our organization doesn't have a name yet. Could you give it one, Lord Jin? Then let it be the I organization. Jin thought for a moment, and said calmly. The organization is mostly composed of members of the Uzumaki clan. Which of them doesn't have the Zai lineage? And what they pursue is also the evolution of their eyes. As for Yunayu and the others, they are actually the organization's logistics personnel. As the hidden trump cards of the organization, they never go out to fight others, so they are not representative, and need not be considered. As for Rishiang Baihua, as a pursuer of the Zhuanqing Yen, she also fits the organization's name. Well, our organization has no primary or intermediate goals, only one ultimate goal: to seize the achievements of the Shao organization. Jin became interested and spoke eloquently, telling Xian his plan. As his most trusted confidant, Jin naturally had no reason to hide anything. There is actually a tailed beast like the Shisui. If one becomes its Renzali, how powerful would that be? Xian sighed with emotion, but soon suppressed that feeling. In his view, only Lord Jin had that qualification. Therefore we need to send 2 clan members to infiltrate the Shao organization's base as our eyes and ears. Lord Jin, why not send me? Xian also became interested. He was very eager to go to this organization dedicated to collecting tailed beasts. After all, once he joined, there would be no shortage of battles in the future. If you go, who will protect me? Jin rolled his eyes, somewhat helpless. Besides, the experiment on the eternal Wan Hua Tong still requires your 2 brothers. Xian was taken aback upon hearing this. He was well aware of Jin's strength. The other had taken secret medicines for so many years, even his physical fitness and strength alone were incomparable to his own. Moreover, the other always sought out clan members to learn combat experience, and occasionally went out to find an opponent for a spar. Finally, on the day the other awakened the Wan Hua Tong, the unfathomable pupil power made him feel somewhat terrified. As for that, research, it itself didn't require much time. At most it would involve a physical examination and sampling. Moreover, with the reverse summoning technique, even travel time was saved. Ahem. Seeing Xian's increasingly strange expression, Jin also felt a bit embarrassed. How about this? If you and Ing can help Baiwa find the path to the moon and bring back some flesh and blood tissue of the Daitangmu clan members, then I will allow you 2 brothers to go undercover together. Jin decided to give him a chance. Thank you, Lord Jin. As soon as Xian heard there would be a battle, he immediately became excited. Be careful, there is a huge Zhuanqing Yen on the moon, so don't be careless. Also, it's best to keep an eye on a kid named Sharon. His bloodline is the purest, so don't miss him. Jin still gave a few more instructions. Lan, bring me some fengwangjiang. After sending Xian off, Jin began to enjoy himself. Soon Lan placed on the table the fengwangjiang produced by the worker bees that had built their nest on the Xiren Xingshu. The taste is really sweet and fragrant. Jin carefully sensed the flow of energy within his body, trying to absorb and control this natural energy. Failed again, but it probably won't be long before I can master natural energy. The natural energy contained in the fengwangjiang is at least 10 times more than that of ordinary honey. At the same time, consuming this natural energy product is naturally far more effective than toad oil. It not only enhances perception but also increases the body's sensitivity to natural energy. With long-term consumption, even a pig could master natural energy and help absorb natural energy from the outside. Unfortunately, the yield of fengwangjiang is too low. Jin can only taste a little bit once a week. As for ordinary honey, although its effect is far inferior to that of fengwangjiang, it has the advantage of sufficient yield. Many people in the organization have tasted it, and occasionally use it to become stronger. Let's go visit Yunayu's office. Jin suddenly thought of his Wanhua Tong, and decided to expand the production of fengwangjiang. Jin, what brings you here? I plan to divide the Xiren Xingshu to increase the yield of fengwangjiang. Hearing Jin's words, Yunayu nodded and did not refuse. She had also tasted fengwangjiang. It not only enhances the control of natural energy, but also beautifies the skin, making it fairer and smoother. So she was looking forward to more fengwangjiang. What is the current progress of the neuroreaction project? Jin had not been to the lab for a long time. In the period before leaving Mai, he had been tirelessly consulting books and preparing secret medicines, all in order to refine a secret medicine that could restore flesh and revive the dead. Unfortunately, he still failed. It was not only due to material limitations but also the constraints of pharmacological knowledge. However, the various pharmacological knowledge accumulated during this period was solidly real. It can already enhance neural responses by 60%. We have also conducted a large number of experiments, and many clan members in the organization have succeeded. Do you need it? Okay, let's start tomorrow. But you really are something insisting on researching that thing. It's not realistic at all, there's simply no possibility of success. Nayu complained with some reproach and then nestled like a little bird into Jin's arms. It's okay, I won't be so foolish in the future. But come to my room tonight, I have something good to show you. You're not serious. Nayu suddenly thought of something, her face flushed slightly, and she buried her face deeper. Alright. Unable to withstand Jin's restless hand, Nayu gave a precise answer as softly as a mosquito. After Tuanzang's death she had no more worries. Naturally, she had no reason to refuse Jin's desire to take things further. She had long fallen for this man who always thought of her. Okay, I'll wait for you tonight. Remember to wash up. Feeling the breath at her ear, Nayu's body trembled slightly, gradually softening, and her face flushed even redder. After leaving Nayu's office, Jin returned to normal. Thinking of the secret medicine formula he had been frantically studying before, he sighed. At that time he didn't know why he suddenly became obsessed with this secret medicine, thinking it was a groundbreaking achievement, and plunged into research. As a result, this delay lasted several months. Forget it, there's no need to force it. After all, there are plenty of ninjutsu in the ninja world for resurrection. But if I use the divine alchemy furnace of the Wanhua and the life flame, could I refine a pill with that effect? Jin shook his head and quickly suppressed that thought. He decided to wait until he awakened the Luanhui Yen before researching it. Time was precious now, the organization was in a period of rapid development, and he couldn't hold it back. Next, I need to materialize the alchemy furnace. He had a feeling that his divine artifact was different from others. Others needed to activate the Wanhua and perform Shizuaninghu to materialize and use their divine artifacts. But as for himself, as long as he used Shizuaninghu more often and became proficient in materializing the alchemy furnace, in that state he could probably break free from the constraints of the Wanhua and Shizuaninghu and materialize the divine artifact using pupil power alone. Alas, I'll try more. As long as I can materialize the alchemy furnace, the pills I refine in the future will be beyond the reach of this era. White Setsu, do you have any news of the Uchiha defectors? What is there to hide about such a matter? Could it be that you intend to betray the organization? The Rinnegan controlled by Tiandao exerted considerable pressure on White Setsu. No, it's not that. Actually, we haven't found any trace of them either. It's as if they vanished from the ninja world. Are you telling the truth? Tiandao's tone faltered, a flicker of disbelief in his voice. White Setsu's intelligence was second to none in the ninja world. It had never failed before. Yet now it had stumbled over the Uchiha clan's whereabouts. Indeed. White Setsu spoke with a look of grievance. This was the first time they had encountered a group that left no trace. Report to me immediately once you have any information. Sensing no deception from White Setsu, Tiandao furrowed his brows slightly but chose not to press further. Before long, Obito and Black Setsu emerged from a spatial vortex. Madara, do you have any news about the Uchiha? I have none either. Even the other Uchiha and Konoha don't know where they've gone. So it seems the Uchiha clan has split. Hearing this, Obito's expression beneath his mask darkened considerably. As an Uchiha himself, he knew how troublesome it would be once someone awakened the Mangekyō. And the disappearance of so many Uchiha now would certainly work against him. He had always been the one pulling the strings from the shadows, yet now there were fellow clansmen hiding in the dark as well. This unsettled him greatly. No, I need to hurry and convince Uchiha Itachi to eliminate the remaining Uchiha before any more of them are taken away by that bastard Uchiha Jin. In the Tsuchikage's office of the Hidden Stone Village, Anoki rubbed his lower back, his eyes fixed on the intelligence report. Huan-tu, can you confirm the accuracy of this report? Although he already had his suspicions, he asked out of caution. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Though this is a confidential letter from the black market, the Stone Village spy in Konoha has verified some of the information. It is true that the Uchiha lost a significant number of people during the Ninetales incident. As for Danzo's route, their movements are erratic and hard to pin down, but it's unlikely they fabricated this. The security force had changed leadership. The leader was again Fugaku, and several Uchiha children had withdrawn from the Ninja Academy. Send this intelligence to the Hidden Cloud Village. We need allies. If those barbarians can scout ahead for us, it will also reduce our losses significantly. Anoki nodded, having made his decision. Meanwhile, the Hidden Sand Village also noticed the anomaly, but constrained by the village's dilapidation, they took no action. Upon receiving the intelligence from the Stone Village, the Reikage immediately called a meeting in the Cloud Village. Is there anything you wish to say? Lord Reikage, this is a golden opportunity. We can take a huge bite out of the land of fire. I agree. From now on our Cloud Village will become the greatest ninja village in the world. Mabui, what do you suggest? The fourth Reikage glanced at his secretary and suddenly asked. I believe we should hold off for now. After all, the Stone Village is clearly using us as a stalking horse. If we're not careful, we might get stabbed in the back. At the end of the day, that Uchiha cannot be trusted. Damn it! Our Cloud Village isn't afraid of them. If they want a war, we'll fight. The Reikage felt a surge of excitement at his subordinate's fervor, but Mabui's look of concern made him pause. Eventually, he decided against it. Forget it. Konoha still has Tsunade and Jiraiya. Though Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo are old, a real fight would be a thankless task. It's only been 6 years since the Third Great Ninja War. Our Cloud Village hasn't reached its peak yet. Let's wait a bit longer. The fourth Reikage sighed and gestured for his secretary to leave. Still no movement from the Cloud Village. Jin, exhausted from a day of mental training, slumped into his chair and asked languidly. Yes, Lord Jin. Do you know why? Our organization has no intelligence on this matter, Xian said apologetically. Establishing an intelligence network was no easy task, especially for an organization like the Jujutsu Group, which had only a little over 100 members. I see. Send a few clansmen to the Cloud Village to gather information. Find out how much they know. If necessary, expose Danzo and the Uchiha matter. Jin revealed a playful smile, anticipating the conflict between Konoha and the Cloud Village. Just as Xian was about to leave, Jin suddenly thought of something and called him back. Tell those sent out to hold off on spreading information for now. Wait for my instructions. He suddenly wondered if war really came, would Uchiha Itachi still be able to go through with it? So it was better to wait. The Nine-Tails incident, the defection of some Uchiha clansmen, and it's that Uchiha Jin group. Damn it, what exactly are they trying to do? Jiraiya stared at the intelligence delivered by his toads, his expression shifting between uncertainty and anger. Finally he turned and headed back toward Konoha. He couldn't be sure if the other villages would target Konoha, so he decided to return and take charge. First I'll find Tsunade and convince her to come back too. Uchiha Itachi, have you still not made up your mind about my proposal? Time waits for no one. The Uchiha clan, I believe, only needs a spark to explode. The masked man appeared again at the Naka shrine, his gaze filled with mockery as he looked at Uchiha Itachi. Because of the departure of some clansmen, the remaining ones had turned their anger toward the clan leader. They believed it was all Uchiha Fugaka's fault. If he hadn't been so weak-willed, how could Uchiha Jin have led a portion of the clan to release the Nine-Tails and leave Konoha? They too wanted to leave Konoha, since no one enjoyed being constantly targeted by the villagers. I will act, but you must help me stop the fleeing clansmen. As long as you agree. But what about your family? That's none of your concern. Just help me deal with the fleeing ones. Afterward I'll join the Akatsuki. Very well. I wish you success. A smile curled beneath Obito Uchiha's mask. His Sharingan would finally be replenished, and those who posed a threat to him in the ninja world would soon disappear. But that Uchiha Jin, where is he hiding? He began to wonder if the other also possessed a Mangekyō with a dimension space similar to Kamui, just like him. Otherwise there was no explanation for why over 100 white Setsu could find no trace of the 100+ Uchiha. It's finally beginning. Lan, come with me to the old Uchiha compound. Let's watch a good show. Lan was momentarily stunned, unsure of what was happening, but he placed his hand on Jin's shoulder, and they vanished from the aerial fortress in an instant. The night was solemn, and the air exuded a piercing chill. As Uchiha Itachi watched the crowd slowly entering his home, his expression gradually turned manic. Uchiha, atone for your foolishness. Itachi leaped down from a height, passing by one house after another. With each household he dispatched his enemies cleanly, and without a shred of mercy. Uchiha Itachi, you've lost your mind. Damn you, you're nothing but a beast. The clan leader raised such a monster. Despite the curses ringing in his ears, Uchiha Itachi remained unmoved, merely wielding his blade with cold indifference. Arashi Yoro, I leave the collection of Sharingan to you. Jin sighed softly and spoke slowly. Lord Jin, are they truly beyond saving? No need. Our organization is not a band of saints, we can't save everyone. Just take care of our own. He had already given them a chance. Xian's screening was Jin's final opportunity for the Uchiha. He lacked neither subordinates nor clan members. What was the point of taking in these Uchiha? Moreover, who could guarantee that taking in these somewhat deranged Uchiha wouldn't lead to a backstab later? A deranged Uchiha was truly terrifying. Obito, Shisui, Itachi, all were vivid examples. Jin couldn't afford to gamble. He only wished to live peacefully, spend eternity with his wives, and lead a shamelessly blissful life. What's going on? Where are the Sharingan? Did Uchiha Itachi take them all? Obito's expression darkened as he stared at the hollow eye sockets. His gaze turned cold, but he didn't dwell on it. He began searching for isolated Uchiha to collect Sharingan. If he didn't act soon, there would hardly be any left. Lord Jin, we have over 50 Sharingan in total, 10 pairs of 3 tomo, 20 pairs of 2 tomo, and the rest are single tomo. Excellent. Hand them over to Nono or Tsukimi later, they will research them thoroughly. Jin nodded, his expression turning slightly complex as he gazed at the clan grounds stained with blood. Arashi, summon Ding Dang and send a message to our people in Hidden Cloud Village. The remaining Uchiha in Konoha have been wiped out by Uchiha Itachi. They can proceed with the plan. And yours, set fire to the Uchiha compound. We can't let Konoha have this place. Jin's organization wasn't short on funds, but he didn't want to benefit Konoha or Hiruzen Sarutobi. After Erasure and Yora completed their tasks, Jin spoke again. We can leave now. The Umbu will likely discover this place soon, and there's nothing more of interest here. Deliver these 3 sacred trees of nature to the cultivation chamber. Instruct them to build nests for the trees. Yes, Lord Jin. Arashi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at the waist-high sacred trees. He knew exactly what these sacred trees were for. To be honest, he only tasted ordinary honey each week, never even trying royal jelly. But he was no stranger to the effects of royal jelly. So he wondered this time, when bees built hives on the sacred trees, could he get a share of the royal jelly? As Lord Jin's personal errand runner, this small request shouldn't be too much, right? Can this flame of life refine the medicinal efficacy? Jin took out a dose of secret medicine, manipulated the flame of life in his right hand to sweep over it, and found that the remaining medicine's volume had decreased by nearly half. So many impurities. Or is concentration the essence? Jin went to the lab and explained the situation to Nono. I'll find a wild rabbit to test it. He poured a thumb-sized portion of the secret medicine into the rabbit's mouth, and several people eagerly observed the rabbit's changes. Jin, the rabbit's spiritual energy has been greatly enhanced. Compared to ordinary spiritual medicines, the effect is 2 to 3 times stronger. Nono exclaimed, looking at the data. That's impressive. Any side effects? Jin frowned, finding it somewhat unbelievable. No side effects detected so far. I'll have someone bring a prisoner to test it right now. Nono instructed an Uchiha to bring a Chunin prisoner, and looked at Uchiha Jin. Jin nodded, took out another dose of life secret medicine, and swept the green flame of life over it. The medicine's volume again halved. This flame is truly remarkable. Nono sighed in admiration and had someone pour the medicine into the prisoner's mouth. His vitality has increased by about half, and the effect is roughly 3 times stronger than ordinary life secret medicine. Nono marveled, feeling that the flame of life and Jin were a perfect match. Let's test it a few more times to be safe. After half a day of hard work, they finally concluded that the flame of life greatly enhanced the effects of secret medicines, at least doubling their potency. This means all secret medicines can undergo a transformation from now on. It's much simpler than my painstaking formulations, Jin remarked casually. The consumption of the flame of life was not significant. It required only a little chakra and dojutsu power. For someone like him, whose chakra was at the level of a strong Kage, and whose dojutsu power was at least twice that of Shien, it was negligible. By the way, the eternal Mangekyō experiment with Shien and Kage hasn't been delayed, has it? Jin thought of the brothers he had sent to find the moon passage and asked curiously. With Ding Dang's help, it's not a problem. They could even come back for a meal if they wanted, Nono replied with a smile. True. Ding Dang's sage enhancement must allow for considerable teleportation distance. How many ninja cats can use the reverse summoning technique in the lab now? Still 6. We've recently selected 2 more, making it 8. Not many, but enough for the organization's needs. Good. How is the matter I promised Cat Granny progressing? Jin was referring to the Ninja Cat Sacred Ground. It was a promise he had made to secure the Ninja Cat clan's loyalty exclusively to his organization. After all, Ninja Cats were quite handy and had cooperated with the Uchiha for many years. They were trustworthy partners. We're planning it, but we don't know where to establish this sacred ground. Preferably in a separate space. Can Aunt Kana set it up? Jin thought of Mount Myaboku Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest, all separate spaces mysterious to outsiders. Ordinary people would be foolish to even dream of finding them. But speaking of Mount Myaboku, could that old toad have prophesied something about me? I must guard against this, Jin thought to himself, deciding to test Jiraiya when he had the chance. If so, he wouldn't hesitate to strike ruthlessly. Eliminating Mount Maiboku to intimidate Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest would be a worthwhile move. We've considered it, but Kana said she can only create a small-scale separate space. A larger one would be unstable and a slight fluctuation could cause the space to collapse. I see. Does she have any solution? Jin asked casually. She said that if she could have several Uchiha with awakened space-time dojutsu help her stabilize a vast other dimension for a period of time, she would have the opportunity to gradually anchor that dimension using sealing techniques, ultimately molding it into a fully formed realm. How many exactly? Jin's eyes lit up instantly, though he had not expected an answer. He thought of Lan's Mangekyō Obito's Kamiya and the many clansmen who had yet to awaken their Mangekyō, and suddenly felt that the plan had a considerable chance of success. At least 3. Nono said helplessly. Moreover, it would require her to work without rest for 5 days and 5 nights to complete it. Hence the organization must also strengthen its cultivation of sealing technique talents. Nono continued. As long as there is hope, it's fine. If it can't be done in a year, we'll take 2, if not in 2 then 5. We have all the time we need. He was truly looking forward to the birth of the 4th sacred ground. Uchiha Itachi is it? I am very interested in you. A man with cold golden vertical pupils smiled as he appraised the young man who had annihilated his own clan, marveling inwardly. Orochimaru, don't waste your efforts. Under these eyes your ninjutsu is meaningless. Tisk Itachi, you grow more fascinating by the moment. Alright, this is Uchiha Itachi, a new member of the organization. For now you will operate alone. Before long a new partner will be assigned to you. Yes, leader. Uchiha Itachi stared at the Rinnegan in the eyes of the heavenly path, his expression extremely grave. As in the original story, he joined the Akatsuki as a spy for Konoha, and in exchange Hiruzen Sarutobi would take care of his younger brother. At the same time, he had learned from Hiruzen Sarutobi about the Rinnegan, a pair of eyes that could potentially destroy the shinobi world. Naturally, he had to treat them with utmost caution. But is the child of prophecy that Jiraiya speaks of really this leader? Lord Jin, the Tree of Life and the Tree of Spirit have both grown to 2 meters tall. We can proceed with the next phase of exploration. Uchiha Tsukimi spoke with excitement, and his enthusiasm was contagious, stirring Jin's emotions as well. The Tree of Spirit had mutated 5 months after they left Konoha, and they had invested considerable resources to nurture it to the same level as the Tree of Life. Then let's begin. 2 subordinates moved the sacred trees together, and the surrounding researchers started monitoring. It was an exhilarating experiment. If successful, their strength would experience explosive growth. The power of the 6 paths, the threshold to transcend the 6 paths level, who wouldn't yearn for it? Lord Jin, do you think this experiment has a chance of success? Though Tsukimi was filled with determination, he still wanted to confirm with Jin. I don't know either. Although I know many hidden secrets, I have never actually touched them. You might as well consider me a theorist. As soon as the 2 sacred trees were planted together, chaos erupted. The Tree of Life burst forth with abundant vitality, its branches rapidly growing and entangling toward the Tree of Spirit. The latter was no less formidable, mobilizing vast spiritual energy into tangible black tentacles that clashed violently with the branches. Feeling the intense conflict in the arena, everyone present couldn't help but swallow nervously. These 2 sacred trees are only about 2 meters tall. How can they be so powerful? From the sheer momentum and the aftershocks of the battle, it was evident that both trees had reached the Kage level, and not just any Kage, at least mid to high tier. Separate them or the cultivation chamber will be destroyed. Jin spoke calmly. The moment his words fell, a dozen subordinates immediately intervened, forcibly pulling the sacred trees apart. Those dozen subordinates had actually been drawn by the battle's aftershocks, and rushed over just in time, otherwise Jin would have had to act personally. You 2 know fighting. Don't blame me if I have you replaced. Remember, I've cultivated plenty of your offshoots. Jin dared to attempt merging the 2 sacred trees only because he had prepared. If something went wrong, he would have been devastated. Hearing this, the 2 sacred trees swayed their thick trunks before finally calming down. Try again. Jin nodded with satisfaction and ordered his subordinates to proceed. This time the trees dared not act recklessly. They obediently extended their branches and tentacles, slowly intertwining and silently releasing their own source energy. Has it finally begun? A dense surge of yang power and yin power converged under the guidance of the branches and tentacles. The moment the 2 energies intertwined, a devastating force erupted. Jin's expression tightened and he immediately shouted, You 2 stop right now! The Tree of Life and the Tree of Spirit were also stunned in that instant, frantically trying to withdraw their power. But the fusion had already begun. A portion of the energy was impossible to retrieve. The violent fluctuations finally burst forth. The many Uchiha present instantly activated their Susanoo, shielding the cultivation chamber. Phew, at least the floating fortress isn't destroyed, just the ceiling blown off. Jin exhaled deeply, inwardly chiding himself for being too careless. Next time I'll find a different place for the experiment. Is everyone all right? No injuries? Jin called out several times and his subordinates emerged from the dust cloud before him. Though they were all disheveled and exhausted, thankfully none were seriously hurt. Truly worthy of the Six Paths' power, even a threat of it is beyond the capacity of a Kage-level fighter to withstand. If the explosion hadn't radiated outward in all directions, dispersing much of the force, any single Uchiha present would have been unable to stop the shockwave and would have perished in the blast. Of course he himself was an exception. Go check on the Tree of Life and the Tree of Spirit, Jin said with some concern. He had just threatened to replace them, and now they had run into trouble. He only hoped they had survived. Even if only a remnant remained, he would spare no expense to restore them. After a moment, Jin looked at a seed radiating exuberant life force and a strange translucent seed that seemed to exist between the real and the ethereal, and knew they had not died. This was not mere speculation, his innate ability told him so. Their life pulses were still lively just as before, and at least their intelligence had not faded. Escaping the shell, substituting the rot and stealing the beam. Jin chuckled wryly at the two seeds and gestured for his subordinates to collect them. Take good care of them. Don't worry about wasting resources. I'll give you 3 months to let them grow back to their previous state. Jin ordered calmly. Lord Jin, isn't the timeline a bit too tight? The life sacred tree took at least several years to cultivate, and the spirit sacred tree also took about 5 months. Don't worry. Their essence remains, they've only lost most of their power. So you just need to pour resources into them frantically. In at most 3 months they can grow back to their original state and even make further progress. There is still a chance. Jin speculated that under the influence of the power of the Six Paths, these two seeds might even gain something. Perhaps one of them inadvertently absorbed a trace of that power. It was not impossible. Then shall we proceed with the experiment? Yue Jian looked at the other clones in the cultivation room, speaking with eager anticipation. Everyone present had witnessed the terrifying power of the Six Paths, and no one wished to stop abruptly. Let's try the weakest too. Jin did not intend to dampen the researchers' spirits. At the same time, he considered that merging the two weaker sacred trees might result in a less violent synthesis of the Six Paths' power. Take those two to the hillside 100 li away and let us witness the miracle. Half an hour later, using the reverse summoning technique cast by Lan, they arrived at the hillside. Let's begin. The two half-meter-tall saplings intertwined, their internal energy surging, then gradually converging. The two saplings merged so readily only under Jin's coercion. It could be said that they were even more obedient than the previous two sacred trees. Jin commanded, and they complied, far more docile than before. All right, now slowly intertwine the two streams of energy. Remember, once danger arises, immediately cut off the energy flow, understood? The two saplings bent their trunks in understanding, quite sensible. Lord Jin, Miss Quan and Miss Xiaolin insist on going out for training. Do you consent? Jin yawned, his drowsy expression suddenly sharpening. Yesterday's experiment, of course, had failed. Although the power of the Six Paths had indeed been fused, and Jin had witnessed it with his own eyes. Unfortunately, the fused power remained unstable. They lacked a vessel capable of storing such energy. For that they would need to rely on Uzumaki Kana. At this moment, Jin increasingly recognized the convenience of sealing techniques, and his reverence for them grew ever higher. They want to go out for training. In that case, Jin tapped the table, lost in thought. After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't come up with a good idea. Whom do you recommend to accompany them? Jin looked at Lan and asked. After Xian left to search for the passage to the moon, Lan had temporarily served as his assistant, and performed quite well. I think Yuzhibo Qianli is suitable. Qianli. Isn't she a Three-Tomo clan member? Jin had a decent impression of this girl. She was 3 years older than him, tall and slender with a cool exterior, a classic mature woman image. She awakened the Mangekyō half a month ago, but since you haven't been paying much attention to the clan's Mangekyō awakenings recently, I didn't report it. What ability did she awaken? Jin asked curiously. He still quite liked this mature-looking clan member. But considering he had already attracted enough women, Jin had no interest in teasing her further. Left Eye Thunder Sovereign Possession, enhancing her affinity for lightning. Right Eye Purple Extreme Lightning, a variant of lightning whose intensity is likely no less than that of natural lightning. How about this? I'll spar with her, and if she qualifies I'll agree to let her go out with them. Jin nodded calmly, full of anticipation for the upcoming match. I wonder how much of a surprise this mature woman can bring me. What? Lord Jin wants to spar with me. Qianli's eternally frozen expression finally showed a flicker of emotion. Yet this was not surprising, for everything they had was bestowed by Lord Jin. Without him they would likely have been eliminated by that bastard Yuzhibo half a month ago. Did Lord Jin say anything else? He wants to test your strength to see if you meet his standards. If you pass. Lan paused, meeting Qianli's expectant gaze, then continued. You will be allowed to serve as Miss Quan and Miss Xianglin's escort on their training journey. Qianli opened her cherry-like lips, utterly astonished. At the same time, the disappointment in her eyes was impossible to conceal. She had thought she would have a chance for close contact with Lord Jin, but instead she received such a mission. Her mood today had been quite turbulent. Lord Jin, should I go all out? Having composed herself, Qianli resolved to complete the task while hoping to earn his favor and perhaps gain another opportunity. Don't worry about hurting me. I am also an Uchiha who has awakened the Mangekyō. Ordinary ninjutsu poses little threat to me. Understood. Though she agreed verbally, Qianli still intended to hold back. After all, his Mangekyō had awakened only supplementary dojutsu with no combat enhancement. If she truly went all out, what if she hurt Lord Jin? Yuzhibo Qianli's eyes flashed with 3 tomo as she closed in and engaged Jin in combat. Solid fundamentals, excellent taijutsu, and strong chakra control. An ordinary jonin wouldn't last 10 rounds against you, Jin commented while calmly parrying her moves. Qianli felt a surge of excitement, and her attacks grew increasingly fierce. At a certain moment she suddenly activated her Mangekyō Sharingan, purple lightning crackling around her body. Lord Jin, be careful! Her cool voice rang in Jin's ears. Qianli clenched her fist slightly, and a beast resembling a dragon or tiger let out a low roar, charging straight at Jin. Jin's expression turned serious. His Mangekyō also flickered, and a solid silver skeleton suddenly appeared, gripping Qianli's slender form. Break! Under the intertwining lightning, a purple light suddenly burst forth, dazzlingly bright. Jin Susanoo's skeleton was shattered in that instant. When he regained focus, Qianli was already at his side. A faint smile curved her lips, though her face remained cold. Her heart was exultant. I'll just pull the punch at the last moment. Let Lord Jin see my strength while saving his face. Alas, her plan was doomed to fail. Jin's figure flickered slightly, evading her attack. The purple lightning grazed the hair at his temple, leaving a trail of dazzling arcs. After dozens of rounds of combat, neither could claim victory, leaving Qianli deeply disheartened. Well, your combat prowess is indeed impressive. I'll leave Quan and Xianlin to you. All right, Lord Jin. Qianli slowly came to terms with the situation. She resolved to handle this mission well before requesting a further opportunity from Lord Jin. By the way, have you participated in the neural reaction experiment? Jin suddenly asked. Not yet. There are several clan members ahead of me who have awakened the Mangekyō, so. I see. I'll have a word with Yi Naiyu. You should start training tonight. Strive to push your neural capabilities to the limit within 2 months, so it will be safer when you go out. Really? Don't worry, it's just a word. Jin could see that Qianli still had great potential, so he naturally didn't mind giving her some guidance. Afterwards you could be arranged to work as my secretary. As the leader of an organization, how could he not have a beautiful secretary to help manage its affairs? Lord Jin, Xian, and Ying discovered 2 children with the Xuanma bloodline in the Niao Jigua. Lan reported. Oh, where are they? They are with Lady Xuanma Xiangnai. Let's go and see. Jin was very pleased. Just as he was thinking of vigorously cultivating talents and sealing techniques, the brothers Xian and Ying had delivered 2 back to him. Truly worthy of being his trusted subordinates. And Xiangnai, where are those 2 Xuanma clan members? They have been settled and are asleep. Is there something you wish to ask, Jin? Xiangnai asked with some curiosity. Nothing, just wanted to see if they have the potential to become ninja. Jin said calmly. Probably yes. Although their bodies are somewhat underdeveloped, they still have faint chakra reactions inside. As long as they nurture their bodies, learning the chakra extraction technique shouldn't be a problem. That's good. I'll leave the training of these 2 children to you. If you need any resources, you can submit a request to the resource department. Jin returned to his office, took out a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique, and fell into deep thought. I have already mastered the Flying Thunder God 2nd stage and the Flying Thunder God Guiding Thunder. So is there any area still to develop? After thinking for a moment, he called Lan in. Although he already had some ideas, he also wanted to hear the other's opinion. Lan, how far have you progressed in the Flying Thunder God? Jin asked with a somewhat profound tone. Lord Jin, I have decided to learn the Flying Thunder God / Although Qianshou Feijian once severely injured senior Yuzhibo Qianai with this technique, there is no denying that it is indeed very powerful and also suits me. Oh, what do you think is the principle behind Feijian's Flying Thunder God Slash? Jin asked quietly. The uncanny elusiveness of the Flying Thunder God combined with the mastery of swordsmanship striking the enemy from an angle they cannot see, delivering a severe wound. Jin nodded quite in agreement. However, he felt that a slash imbued with spatial power was even more appealing. But he also knew that this technique was probably very difficult, otherwise Dai Tu would not have gone his entire life without using it. Of course, it could also be that his intelligence was too low to master the divine might proficiently. After all, Kakashi had once attached the power of divine might to a shuriken. Anything else? Of course. I think that although the Flying Thunder God technique formula sometimes brings unexpected effects, its drawbacks are also obvious. Without the formula, one cannot teleport there. The special kunai carrying the formula can also be easily discovered by the enemy and then destroyed. Therefore, I decided to try to break free from the limitation of the Flying Thunder God formula on teleportation, relying on spatial perception to achieve short-distance teleportation. This is more convenient and also more surprising. Good idea, but your spatial affinity doesn't seem very strong either, Jin asked curiously. He felt that Lon was not the arrogant type, he must have some confidence. Could it be his Mangekyō? He remembered that there was a dojutsu for spatial perception. If I hadn't awakened the Mangekyō, I wouldn't have had such an idea. After all, that is something even boss Wishuamen couldn't accomplish. But the dojutsu I awakened spatial perception can help me achieve this goal. Moreover, as I continuously use and develop my dojutsu, my spatial perception has also made considerable progress. Your spatial perception talent has grown. Jin's pupils constricted, finding it somewhat terrifying. If so, wouldn't he be unable to surpass the other in the future? Was his own aura as a time traveler so low? It's not that exaggerated. I think it's just that I've become more familiar with space. In fact, my innate talent hasn't changed much. I see. Perform your Flying Thunder God in front of me and let me feel it. Previously Jin hadn't paid attention, but now he emptied his mind and carefully sensed. Whoosh! Lon teleported twice in succession, and Jin's expression gradually turned serious. Your use of space is indeed more skillful. However, your talent should have been enhanced. Jin's expression was profound, and he told the other his thoughts. So Lord Jin, you believe that after awakening the Mangekyō my spatial talent has been enhanced? Exactly, otherwise there is no explanation for why your use of space has become increasingly skillful. For an ordinary person to achieve such progress it would take at least months. If you really don't believe it, you can go to Xuanhua Xiangnai and ask for a sealing technique to test your current spatial talent. The more Jin spoke, the more he felt his idea was feasible. Watching Lon leave, Jin began his own planning. Feijian's Flying Thunder God Slash is actually quite useless for me. Facing true powerhouses it really doesn't serve any purpose. Yuzhibo Dai Tu can avoid it by phasing, Yuzhibo Ban can block it with a skeleton, and Hui Yi can block it with bones. But if I attach spatial power to it... Jin's expression gradually became excited. At that very moment Lon teleported again and entered the office, witnessing this scene. Ahem, why are you so rash? Coming in without knocking. Are your skin itching? My apologies, Lord Jin. Shall I go back and knock? Forget it, quickly try it out and see if my idea is correct. Lon also excitedly injected chakra into it, and then he perceived that his spatial perception became increasingly blurred. The principle of this sealing technique is to measure one's spatial talent by gradually sealing the user's spatial perception ability. At the moment when the user's spatial perception becomes completely blurred, the sealing technique will calm down, and a color will appear on it. Different colors correspond to different spatial perception talents. The birth of this sealing technique actually has a considerable relationship with Yuzhibo Jin. After all, the inspiration for it came from him. It seems my speculation has indeed come true. Your luck is truly remarkable. Lord Jin, even so I still cannot compare it to Lord Shuaimen. Jin shot a dark glance at the other and said irritably, Do you think your eyes cannot evolve in the future? As my trusted subordinate, can you have a bit more ambition? Hearing Jin's implication, Lan's heart surged with joy and he immediately declared, Lord Jin, from now on I am your blade, ready to go through fire and water for you without hesitation. You may leave now. I need to rest for a while. Lan's second point also coincides with my own thoughts. But even with my spatial talent, perfecting such a jutsu is no small feat. Thinking this, Jin decided to lower the difficulty, starting with a half-meter teleportation and gradually increasing the challenge. A long road ahead. How much easier it is to just take pills. Right, why should I abandon this advantage? With that thought, Jin immediately had Lon gather a large batch of herbs and began his cultivation task. Far away in Kumogakure, several Uchiha watched the commotion at the meeting from a distance, exchanging satisfied smiles. Our mission is complete. It's time to withdraw from here. They immediately performed the reverse summoning technique and left. Strange, did my perception fail? A woman approached, glancing around in confusion. Matatabi, did you sense anything? Indeed, but it seems they have left. Never mind, I'd better hurry to the Jonin meeting or the Reikage will blame me again. Your mission is complete. Jin looked at the three Uchiha entering and asked calmly. Yes, Lord Jin. The Reikage has decided to declare war on Konoha. Good. Konoha must taste the consequences it deserves. Although Jin did not wish to stain his hands with too much blood, he had no qualms about orchestrating Konoha's downfall from behind the scenes. It was time for them to taste the karma they had sown. Konoha Hyuga clan training grounds. Hinata effortlessly countered all of Niji's moves. With a focus of her Byakugan, a faint oppressive aura emanated, instantly seizing his opening and ending the battle. How is this possible? Niji collapsed weakly to the ground, lost in shock for a long time. Hinata felt a pang of reluctance but refrained from helping him up. Once she had thought of offering assistance, but he always refused, and afterwards she was scolded by her father. Over time she ceased to show any trace of mercy. Father, may I return to my room to rest? Hayashi Hyuga looked at his daughter with a complicated expression, then glanced at Niji, who seemed like a defeated dog. He sighed and let Hinata go back. Niji, don't blame me. This was Hisashi's own choice. Hinata walked steadily back to her bedroom, then suddenly became excited. She bit her fingers smoothly, formed several hand seals, and slammed her palm against the floor. Meow, Lady Hinata, do you need my help? Yes, I want to meet Brother Jin. Can you take me? Of course, I'll bring you right away. As an old ninja cat who loafed around the floating fortress, he had enough sense. This little girl, about 5 years old, was the girl Uchiha Jin had taken a liking to. If he disrespected her, he would likely have no good days ahead. As Hinata left, she did not notice a pair of pure white eyes fixed on her bedroom, a trace of melancholy between the brows. Never mind, I'll respect Hinata's wishes. She is to become the Hyuga clan head someday. But when she returns, I can have a talk with her. The woman then revealed a gentle gaze and slowly retracted her Byakugan. Brother Jin has been too enthusiastic with me lately, and Hanabi is doing well. Hinata, you must work hard too. Stepping out of the white smoke, Hinata changed into her training clothes and prepared to head to the training ground to continue her practice. Before she could leave, a knock came at the door. Hinata, can we have a talk? And mother, what's the matter? Hinata's expression faltered slightly, then she quickly asked. You just used the reverse summoning technique to leave the clan grounds, didn't you? Hinata could no longer control her expression, panic spreading across her face. Mother, There, mommy has no intention of tattling. Hinata is grown up and has the right to keep secrets. And if I'm not mistaken, my improving health is also your doing, Hinata. Mother. Yes. Hinata looked at her mother with a complex expression full of gratitude. My Hinata is such a good girl. Mommy hasn't loved you in vain. Shizuka Hyuga held Hinata in her arms, gently stroking her black hair. Mommy just wants to ask one thing, Hanabi. Is she alright? Mother. Hanabi is doing very well. I just saw her. That's good. You sisters must never become enemies. You must get along well in the future, understand? Shizuka was clearly well aware of the grudges between her husband and Hisashi Hyuga, and she worried that Hinata might also develop friction with Hanabi. Although the main cause was the caged bird seal, different environments could breed unpredictable emotions. I want rest assured, mother. That's good. If you ever want to go to the other side, you can tell mommy and I'll help cover for you. Your father is a bit old-fashioned. If he found out about this, he would surely punish you. Thank you, mother. Actually, I should be thanking you. If not for your help, I would have fallen ill long ago. Under her mother's touch, Hinata happily curved her eyes into crescent moons. All of this is actually thanks to Brother Jin. In a tavern in Tanigakure. Tsunade, come back with me. Konoha will soon be besieged by the other 4 great ninja villages. How go back? Can going back undo everything? Tsunade's drunken eyes flickered with a trace of complexity, as she ignored Jiraiya's plea. Well, the teacher didn't mean it, and besides, Konoha was founded by your grandfather. Can you bear to see it fall into ruin? Jiraiya tried to appeal to her emotions, hoping to awaken Tsunade's last shred of attachment. Don't bother persuading me, Jiraiya. I'm not going back. The Konoha of today is no longer the Konoha my grandfather founded. The Senju clan has almost vanished, the Uchiha clan has been annihilated or fled. Tell me, does Konoha still look like a ninja village? As she spoke, her tone grew impassioned with no intention of saving Jiraiya's face. But... no more words. I'm not going back. The experiment on natural energy has finally made progress. Yes, Lord Jin Yugo can now control natural energy within a short time without going berserk, and Lady Kanna has also organized the cursed seals. It shouldn't be long before we can start the experiments. Yugo's problem is that his body autonomously absorbs natural energy. Once the natural energy in his body becomes excessive, it disrupts the balance between mental energy and physical energy, leading to berserk transformation. However, after Kanna sealed the threshold at which his body could absorb natural energy, this problem vanished. Jin nodded silently and asked Lan to take him to the lab. "Aunt Kanna, how are the preparations for the cursed seals?" Jin arrived at the natural energy lab and casually asked. However, his gaze shifted to two red-haired children. "Lord Jin, we are about to experiment on the power of the cursed seals using a rogue ninja. As for these two little ones, they are my assistants. I've been cultivating them earnestly lately." "It's fine. Exposing them to such things is nothing. On the contrary, it can help them mature earlier. By the way, how are the sealing techniques talents of these two clansmen of yours?" Jin asked curiously. "Both are quite good. The child on the left has even better talent in sealing techniques than I do. The one on the right, though slightly inferior, is still on par with me." Kanna smiled and patted the two children's heads, her eyes full of kindness. These were the only few blood-related clansmen she had left in this world, so she naturally took good care of them. Their talents are all good. They will be subordinates who can support the organization's backbone in the future. Jin just sighed a couple of times and didn't pay much attention. Karen's talent in sealing techniques is also excellent. She awakened the adamantine chains at around 10 years old. The significance of that need not be explained. As for these two young boys, they probably haven't awakened it, otherwise Aunt Kanna would have mentioned it. "Jin, would you like to see the effects of the cursed seals together?" Kanna said with a smile. "I've been looking forward to it for a long time." Two Uchiha clansmen held a rogue ninja and attached a cursed seal to him. The effect is good, but unfortunately this rogue ninja cannot control it and cooperate in synthesizing sage art. Jin expressed regret. The next moment Lan reminded him, "Lord Jin, there is an Uchiha clansman who has learned the spirit transformation technique. Perhaps we can try it." "Oh, that's worth a try. Go fetch that clansman." Jin also thought of that clansman, Uchiha Yungu, a subordinate recruited by Shin. He had learned the spirit transformation technique 2 weeks ago. However, Jin didn't pay much attention at the time, as he considered this ability somewhat useless. After all, once this technique is performed, the original body is left behind without any defense. He hadn't thought of it before, but now he really had a use for him. "Lord Jin," Yungu said respectfully. Uchiha Jin was a legendary figure among these clansmen. No one in the organization didn't admire him. "Can you control this rogue ninja and synthesize sage art inside his body?" Jin calmly explained. "Well, I have no perception of natural energy, so no need. The rogue ninja has a cursed seal on him that enhances perception and absorption of natural energy, so you just need to control the variables." "Lord Jin, no problem, I can try." "Alright, let's see your performance." Yungu formed the boar hand seal and his spirit form shot out with a whoosh sound. Without delay, the spirit rapidly drilled into the rogue ninja's body and instantly took over. Synthesized the sage art using a ratio of 1/3 each of physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy. Jin reminded him. In just a moment, Yungu began to synthesize the sage art. The synthesis of sage art has 3 difficulties. First, a large amount of chakra is needed in the body, as support. This is the threshold for learning sage art. As for this rogue ninja, he drank 2 whole bottles of sacred water, hero water, and was kept alive by life elixir, so his chakra barely met the requirement. Second, naturally, is precise control. Once the 3 energies fail to achieve balance, an accident will occur. The sage art developed by the organization, if cultivated carelessly, does not result in fragilification, serpentification, or decay, but it will severely injure the cultivator's body, requiring considerable time to rest and recover. However, since Yungu could learn the spirit transformation technique, fine control is certainly not a concern. Third, the concentration of natural energy in the surrounding environment. The higher the concentration, the easier it is to enter the sage art state. For the organization, this is also easy to achieve. As long as a sapling of the natural sacred tree is planted indoors, the concentration of natural energy will easily rise. Not good. Uchiha Yungu felt the energy turmoil within the occupied body and intensified his soul's pressure on the original owner's soul, gaining more control over the body. He exerted all his strength to adjust the distribution of energy within the body without any slack. Could it have failed? Jin frowned slightly but showed no dissatisfaction. Experiments are inherently full of unexpected incidents, he wouldn't blame his subordinates for that. It stabilized. The escalating aura gradually subsided, which made everyone present's faces turn joyful. When the aura of the rogue ninja converged to its extreme at one moment, it suddenly surged, bringing immense pressure to the two Uzumaki youths nearby. Jin silently stepped in front of them, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord Jin. It's fine. After you recuperate for a while, you can also start training. There's no need to envy. Lord Jin, we won't let you down. Children are so innocent. Just by withstanding a bit of the aura, he gained their loyalty. Lord Jin, I seem to have succeeded. Oh, how does it feel? Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Jin asked with an unchanged expression. Physical abilities have increased several times. Perception has greatly improved. I feel fantastic now, but it's a pity that this sage art chakra was not synthesized in my own body. Youngest said somewhat regretfully. It's fine, everyone will have their chance in the future. Let the researchers examine the body first, then we will continue with the subsequent tests. I am still very interested in sage techniques. Sage art Great Fireball Technique. Sage art Great Ball Rasengan. Sage art Lightning Cutter. Watching one after another tremendously powerful ninjutsu being performed by young Jin couldn't help swallowing. This sage art chakra state is indeed very powerful. It can actually make a rogue ninja of Jonin level rival an ordinary Kage level. Lord Jin, I may need to exit. My soul is a bit overwhelmed. Take a rest for a while. We'll need to experiment a few more times later to ensure we haven't overlooked anything. If it's really no problem, perhaps everyone in the organization can master sage art. Jin was quite good to the organization members. He had no intention of hiding the research results. After all, he needed a group of powerful subordinates to accompany him in conquering the ninja world, subduing the Ten-Tails, and finally attacking the Otsutsuki clan. As for whether his subordinates would betray him, he had already hidden many powers and methods. The secret medicines he distributed actually had less than 2/3 of the effect when he used them himself. He had learned many ninjutsu from the sealing scrolls and Uzumaki sealing techniques. As long as he wanted, he could trounce everyone in the organization, even though many of them had awakened Mangekyō. Jin's Mangekyō ocular power, even just released, could make others feel immense pressure, daring not to resist. Lord Jin, Cloud Hidden Village and Leaf Village have gone to war. Do we need to intervene? We can provide Cloud Hidden with some diluted healing elixir, but for the rest there's no need. Jin looked at the intelligence in his hand with keen interest, nodding as he spoke. You probably never thought it would come to this. Jin sat up and went to the kitchen of the Sky Fortress. Recently, with nothing else to do, he decided to research medicinal cuisine, a kind of meal that had effects similar to secret elixirs but could be eaten as regular food. He had conceived this idea long ago, but had never found a good approach. Now, with the dual support of the Mangekyō and his blood, this goal was not difficult to achieve. Taste it and see how it is. Jin handed the delicacy to Yinayu. The flavor is indeed excellent, and the effect is also good, half as effective as the life elixir. Yinayu finished the meal with a satisfied expression and commented happily. Well, then it seems it still needs further improvement. Jin thought for a moment but couldn't find a direction for improvement, so he decided to relax and go to his garden. Jin, have you tried using your own life flame? Maybe the effect would be even stronger. Yinayu suddenly suggested. She had previously seen Jin cooking without using the life flame and thought he was simply testing the effect of plain medicinal cuisine. Now that so much time had passed without any change, she naturally realized that he had overlooked the power of his own dojutsu. That's right, how could I have forgotten? Jin's face immediately brightened with joy. Yinayu, I don't know how to reward you. Come to my room tonight and I'll treat you well. Jin's gentle voice whispered in her ear, causing Yinayu's face to blush deeply. Let's try again. Jin placed another plate of delicacies before Yinayu. Alright, but I can't eat that much. No problem, I'll help you finish it. The two of them took a spoon each and began to taste. The effect is indeed much better, and I think the tolerance for this medicinal cuisine should be lower than that of the secret elixir. It can indeed be taken as 3 meals a day. It seems I'll be a house husband from now on. Jin joked. Late at night, Uchiha Jin entered the saint mode and slowly rose from the bed. I have more or less understood the two dojutsu, full bloom and life flame. The former is a garden that complements the blood within the body, accelerating the growth of plants. The latter can purify medicinal properties, enhance the vitality of herbs, fuse multiple similar properties, and strengthen the effects of secret elixirs and medicinal cuisine. But I have never understood the artifact of Susanoo. He had thought he could quickly liberate the artifact from Susanoo's restrictions and make it his own exclusive treasure, but clearly he had been a bit too optimistic. In his current state, he could only manifest half of the artifact's size. To fully use it without Susanoo, he would need to raise his spiritual power to a higher level. But it's almost there. Within 2 months at most I'll succeed. However, tonight let me test the true power of this artifact. Jin performed a body flicker and arrived at a small hill far from the sky fortress, instantly activating the second form of Susanoo. The next moment the towering second form of Susanoo, wrapped in silver chakra with muscle fibers and veins faintly visible, and the blood-red light appeared on the hillside like a waking beast. Fortunately the area was desolate, and no one witnessed this magnificent sight. Jin could thus release his artifact, the alchemy furnace, with peace of mind. Boom! A massive alchemy furnace 5 meters tall crashed onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The moment the artifact appeared, Jin understood its function. It can refine everything. Anything can be used as material for the furnace. In that case I could just refine whatever I want, so why waste effort creating secret elixir formulas? However, Jin soon realized he was mistaken. True, everything could be thrown into the furnace to be burned and refined. But if the medicinal properties were incompatible, the final pill's effectiveness would be greatly reduced, something Jin did not want. Only herbs with compatible properties, when placed together in the furnace and refined, could produce the best pills. But I wonder if the secret elixir formulas I created before can be realized in the furnace. This thought flashed through Jin's mind and lingered, refusing to leave. Let's try it. He picked suitable herbs from his garden and placed them on the ground nearby for easy access. Then with a snap of his fingers a green flame rose and slowly began to heat the furnace. As Jin placed the first herb into it, the life flame gradually melted it. Another herb was thrown in, mixing with the liquid. Jin methodically controlled the flame and herbs, and the rich fragrance drifting to his nose made him more and more curious about what would be produced. 5 minutes later Jin stopped adding herbs and instead covered the furnace. The flame continued to surge, enveloping the entire furnace while the liquid inside churned, crackling and popping. Bang! With a dull thud from the furnace, Jin gradually withdrew the flame, and the Mangekyō in his eyes spun rapidly, looking extremely eerie. The moment he opened the furnace, an endless fragrance spread across the entire hillside, undiminished no matter how the breeze blew. 10 pills. Considering the several batches of herbs he had added earlier, Jin was not surprised. I wonder how effective they are. I'll show them to Uchiha Jin later. Jin withdrew his Sharingan, and the massive alchemy furnace dissipated into specks of light at that moment. Uchiha Jin, please examine the effects of these pills. After awakening the Wanhwatong, the once naive girl had now grown into the organization's most formidable scientific researcher. One could only say such was the bloodline of the Uchiha. After awakening the Wanhwatong, even in scientific research they left others far behind. Lord Jin, were these pills refined by you? Uchiha Jin raised the pill, curiously examining it closely. Indeed, I refined them based on the formula of the spiritual secret medicine. Uchiha Jin nodded, a flicker of the Wanhwatong passing through her eyes, and all the nuances of the pill unfolded before her gaze. The effect is twice as potent as the spiritual secret medicine tempered by the spirit of life flame. However, I believe there are 2 aspects that could be further refined. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Jin offered her suggestions. Guided by the insights of her 2 Wanhwatong techniques, she provided invaluable advice. Oh, you sensed it too. Do tell me immediately. As the possessor of herb affinity, the creator of the spiritual secret medicine, and the wielder of the divine alchemy furnace, he naturally would not overlook the imperfections in the alchemical process. Seeking Uchiha Jin was precisely for this reason. If he were to study it alone, he might eventually identify the issues, but the time and effort required would be far from trivial. It would be foolish not to utilize the talents of his subordinates. My thought is that given the difference in your refining technique, the 2 auxiliary ingredients still need some adjustments. The secret medicine is ground while the pill is tempered by flame. The disparity between these 2 methods creates a significant difference. Jin nodded, quickly grasping the crux of the matter. After discussing with Uchiha Jin for a while, he eagerly returned to the hillside and resumed his pill refinement. This time his alchemy was no longer as clumsy as the previous night. His control over timing was more precise, and the substitution of the 2 auxiliary ingredients greatly improved the pill's fusion. Try it again. It is perfect. I cannot find any flaws for now. The rest will require your own research, as I am not well versed in material selection and substitution. Very well, this pill is for you. Jin handed one to her. The pills he refined were not meant to be given away freely, but rather distributed as rewards to his subordinates. Unlike ordinary secret medicines, this pill could help a ninja stuck at a bottleneck break through. For instance, Xian and Ning could advance a step closer to the super Kage level with just 1 pill. This was an effect that consuming 10 doses of secret medicine in a single day could never achieve. One could only say that the synergy between the divine alchemy furnace and the spirit of life flame had created a qualitative transformation in the pill's efficacy. Lord Jiraiya, the Cloud Village is hiding too much. They may possess a healing ability no less than that of Lady Tsunade's Katsuyu. I saw a severely injured Jounin become lively and energetic within half a day, and he even fought me for dozens of rounds without being at a disadvantage. Jiraiya was currently stationed in the land of Tang, receiving a report from an elite Jounin about the day's discoveries. This is troublesome. Tsunade cannot be persuaded to return. Jiraiya turned to Nara Shikamaru beside him, hoping for some advice. Lord Jiraiya, I can't think of a solution either. The current Leaf Village is simply too weak. But if we could bring Lady Tsunade back. I have tried to persuade her but to no avail. Then what about Lord Danzo? He has been occupied lately. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment before uttering those words. On reflection, one could see the Leaf Village was in a state of increasing decline. First it was the White Fang, then the fourth Hokage Orochimaru Tsunade, and finally Danzo. Only two formidable figures remained in the Leaf Village. We must ask the Hokage for reinforcements, or else we will eventually be unable to hold on. This elite Jounin's report confirms what I have observed recently. If we cannot persuade Lady Tsunade to return, the Leaf Village will have to pay a heavy price. Lord Raikage, our supply of healing secret medicine is running low. Should we contact those people to purchase another batch? Mabui reported, holding the documents. Long-term purchasing is far less convenient than having the formula in our own hands. Arrange a meeting with that person. This time I will go personally, and I hope he will be wise. The fourth Raikage's hand crackled with lightning, clearly determined to succeed in this operation. Mabui did not speak. Once the Raikage made a decision, it was difficult to dissuade him. Moreover, she could not believe there was anyone in the ninja world who could make their Raikage suffer a setback. The only fault lay with the other party being too naive, not hiding this item well and trying to profit from the war through the Cloud Village. They are finally coming. Be careful, they might make a move this time. Jean listened to Lan's report and offered a warning. Lord Jean, will they really act? Don't underestimate these barbarians' hunger for secret techniques. How do you think the Cloud Village grew so fast? All by plunder. Jean grumbled a couple of words before sending Lan to carry out the mission. You've finally arrived. Where are our secret medicines? Mabui asked, with the fourth Raikage standing behind her, clad in his iconic white cloak. His muscular arms were bare and he wore dark trousers and ninja sandals paired with a thick belt. Here. Lan, seeing the formation before him, inwardly marveled at Lord Jin's foresight. There was no need for the Raikage to accompany a mere trade of secret medicines. This was not a transaction, but a blatant robbery. The moment Lan produced a large box of wooden containers, the Raikage moved. Intense lightning coiled around his body, enveloping him in a layer of lightning armor. Hand over the secret formula and I will spare your life. The Raikage stepped forward, trying to intimidate Lan into surrender. However, Lan shook his head and retrieved 3 Flying Thunder God kunai from his tool pouch. This. The Flying Thunder God technique. You are from the Leaf Village. The Raikage's mind raced with possibilities. Since he knew the Flying Thunder God technique, he must be from the Leaf Village. But why had the Leaf never used the secret medicine before? Could it be that they intended to catch the Cloud Village off guard? As Lan hurled the kunai, the Raikage finally moved. Now was not the time for speculation. Subduing the opponent would surely reveal everything. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Raikage appeared behind Lan, his lightning-encased fist tearing through the air and striking with tremendous force. Lan chuckled softly, teleporting to the location of a kunai and evading the attack with ease. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God technique. I wonder how your skill compares to Minato Namikaze's. As he spoke, the Raikage held nothing back, transforming into a streak of lightning that darted across the battlefield. This speed, if I hadn't undergone the Neuro Response Enhancement experiment, I might not have been able to keep up. Minato Namikaze truly lived up to his reputation as the fourth Hokage. Back then he managed to hold his own against this guy's pressure while entangled with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki without falling behind. His Flying Thunder God technique was truly remarkable. But I'm not bad either. Uchiha Ran casually tossed his kunai in the air, tracing an arc. The next moment he vanished from his spot, leaving only the Raikage, who had just used Body Flicker, behind. I'm over here. A voice came from behind, startling the Raikage. Just as the kunai was about to graze his clothes, he increased his chakra output and instantly distanced himself. Ah, what a pity! Almost touched you. Ran's quirky tone made the Raikage want to charge at him with a lightning lariat, but he knew his ninjutsu would likely miss. After all, from their brief exchange he realized that the opponent was highly proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique, possessed considerable chakra, and his neural reflexes, though not as sharp as Minato's, were close. Thus defeating him now seemed impossible. While the fourth Reikage observed, Ran also didn't miss the chance to test the lightning release chakra mode. This technique is indeed impressive. It enhances not only defense and attack but also neuroconduction speed. It's a perfect match for me. Recalling the topic Lord Jean had mentioned earlier and experiencing the opponent's technique firsthand, Ran decided to turn into a bandit. We were just testing to see if you're qualified to trade with us. Now that we've recognized your level, let's begin the transaction. Mabui, seeing that her Reikage had yet to subdue the enemy, immediately raised a hand to stop his fighting spirit. The enemy, wielding the Flying Thunder God, a space-time ninjutsu, made continued combat unfavorable for them. Being at war with Konoha, failing to seize the secret medicine while offending its seller was clearly unwise. Hey, is that so? Fine, have you brought your payment? Ran pretended to agree, but his gaze was wandering. Yes, right here. No. Seizing the opportunity, Ran teleported to the nearest kunai landing point, grabbed Mabui, and his Mangekyō Sharingan flickered. Uchiha! You damn bastard, release Mabui! The Reikage reacted instantly and gave chase. But Ran was prepared. A spatial rift opened just as the Reikage approached, separating them into two spaces, and they passed each other. Bastard, what do you want? Ran's eerie Sharingan pulsed as he slowly shook his head. You covet my secret medicine formula, and I covet your Cloud Village's lightning release chakra mode. How about a trade? I'll return your secretary unharmed and you give me the training method for the lightning release chakra mode. You! The Reikage was furious at being threatened. Aren't you afraid I'll wage an all-out war with Konoha? In Ice Mind, only Konoha possessed the Flying Thunder God. Despite the Sharingan, he couldn't rule out that this was a secret agent trained by the old man Hiruzen Sarutobi. After all, Konoha was very wary of the Uchiha. They had been nearly annihilated recently. The higher-ups would never grant the Flying Thunder God to an untrusted Uchiha. As for the theft of the Scroll of Seals, he naturally knew nothing about it. The third Hokage had probably contained the news and ordinary people had no chance to find out. Moreover, only the Hokage could access the Scroll of Seals. Whether it was lost or not was known only to the Hokage. Hearing the Reikage's words, Ran grew excited. You're welcome to seek revenge in Konoha anytime. But, are you really going to abandon your secretary? Ran asked teasingly. You. Looking at Mabui's unconscious face and the slowly raised kunai, the Reikage hesitated for a moment before relenting. Release her and I'll give you the lightning release chakra mode. As I handed over the scroll of lightning chakra secret techniques, Ran's heart leaped with joy, but he maintained caution. The opponent's neural reflexes were faster than his one mistake, and he'd lose both person and prize. Catch! They threw the person and the scroll forward simultaneously. The Reikage narrowed his eyes and dashed toward his scroll. Tis, the Reikage is indeed cunning. Another person might have fallen for it, but unfortunately you're dealing with me. Ran's Mangekyō flashed as a spatial rift opened before him. He reached his right hand into it, and grasped the scroll inscribed with the lightning release chakra mode. That trick again. Realizing it failed, the Reikage changed direction, caught Mabui, and distanced himself. His face darkened. Not only had he failed to steal the opponent's secret medicine formula, but he had also lost his village's most powerful secret technique. Still want to trade? Ran asked with a grin. Reikage-sama, I'm sorry. Mabui woke up, looked around, and realized she was unharmed, knowing she had held back the Reikage. The lightning release chakra mode training method. I gave it to him. To me, your safety is more important. Besides, it's just a training method. Without the bloodline and physique of the Yatsuki clan, fully mastering the lightning release chakra mode is somewhat wishful thinking. Despite the Reikage's words, Mabui remained deeply apologetic. It's fine. If necessary, I'll keep waging war against Konoha to make them hand over that Uchiha with the Flying Thunder God. The Reikage sighed and continued. Reikage-sama, it's very likely that guy isn't from Konoha. Otherwise he wouldn't have sold us such a secret medicine. After all, Konoha doesn't even have Tsunade. How could they dare to sell us a secret medicine that lets us fight a prolonged war? Then who is he? A subordinate of that Uchiha Jin. But isn't the Flying Thunder God a forbidden technique from Konoha's Scroll of Seals? How did he learn it? I once heard that someone broke into the Hokage's office and stole many items from the library. It seems that might not be a rumor after all. Mabui's mind was sharp. She recalled a piece of intelligence from Konoha and connected it with today's events. So that damn Uchiha Jin is behind all this. The Reikage boiled with rage, uncertain whether to continue the war with Konoha. His resentment toward Uchiha Jin was now no less than that toward Konoha. Let's hold off for now, Reikage-sama. Uchiha Jin and his subordinates have gone into hiding and no news of them has spread across the ninja world. Let's focus on the current war first. Defeating Konoha will bring tangible benefits. Master Jin, the transaction has been completed. However, as you anticipated, the Reikage indeed attempted to seize the secret medicine formula. I engaged him in battle. Lan handed the cultivation method to Uchiha Jin. Oh, how do you feel? Jin asked casually, sipping his royal jelly. The lightning armor suits me well. With it my strength will advance further. Good. I recall you have lightning affinity as well. Go back and train diligently. Do not disappoint me. After Lan left, Jin pondered over the scroll in his hands. The lightning release chakra mode, also known as the lightning armor, was a highly practical technique. The second Reikage aside the third Reikage emphasized the lightning armor's defense and attack power, while the fourth Reikage focused on its speed. Each of them had developed the lightning armor to its utmost potential. It could be said that the lightning armor was the core of their strength. I can certainly train in this. Moreover, the lightning armor's enhancement of neuro-reflexes is considerable. Perhaps the neuro-response project at Yaneyu's place can find a new breakthrough. Jin silently pondered as he flipped through the scroll. Master Jin, what brings you here? Uchiha, deeply absorbed in research, suddenly noticed Uchiha Jin standing quietly beside him, and asked in surprise. I came to check on the curse mark status. You can practice Sage mode now. Yes, the royal jelly has been effective. I can now clearly perceive and absorb natural energy. However, to be safe, I'll take a curse mark from you to practice. Alright, I'll supervise you. Uchiha nodded firmly, looking at Uchiha Jin with eager anticipation. Thank you for your trouble. Jin affixed the curse mark to his neck and instantly felt his control over natural energy elevate to a higher level. Of course, it only enhanced the absorption of natural energy slightly. Mastering it still proved quite challenging. As natural energy slowly seeped into his body, Jin sensed the other two components of his chakra becoming restless. But within moments he easily suppressed the agitation. Balancing the three energies to synthesize Sage Chakra isn't that difficult. Is it because I'm too talented, or are my subordinates too incompetent? As he mused, the energy within him under his precise control flowed like a gentle stream, converging at his dantian, and finally merging into a higher form of energy. At the moment of synthesis, Uchiha noticed an inexplicable shift in Master Jin's aura. It became more natural, ethereal, and transcendent. Success. As expected of Master Jin, succeeded on the first try. Uchiha felt a surge of joy, even happier seeing Uchiha Jin's success than if he had mastered Sage mode himself. Master Jin, would you like to test some ninjutsu? Yes, let's go to the training room. Although Jin had rarely fought since joining the security division, he had still learned many techniques. With his Sharingan he mastered various ninjutsu intuitively. Though he only possessed fire, wind, and lightning affinities, he didn't mind. After all, even having all 5 elemental affinities would be useless against the Otsutsuki. They could absorb ninjutsu, making such techniques virtually ineffective. Sarutobi Hiruzen, when facing them, could only be crushed. Only by mastering Sage mode could one inflict substantial damage on them. Fire-style Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Wind-style Raisin Shuriken. Lightning-style Lightning Blade. After unleashing 3 techniques in succession, the Sage Chakra within Jin was completely depleted. Master Jin, how do you feel? Uchiha handed him a handkerchief. The power exceeded my expectations. Sage Chakra is truly an incredible energy. Jin wiped the sweat from his face and sighed. Have you begun your Sage training? He suddenly asked. Not yet, but I feel I could try. Don't rush. I've noticed that I can control natural energy much more easily than the subordinates who use curse marks described. It doesn't seem that difficult. So I'm thinking that royal jelly might lower the difficulty of synthesizing Sage Chakra. Later go to the cultivation chamber and get more royal jelly to try. But Master Jin, won't you need it yourself? Though Uchiha was tempted, he remained mindful of propriety. I've propagated several saplings of the sacred tree. It shouldn't be long before the royal jelly output increases 10-fold or even 20-fold, so don't worry. Jin's reassurance was effective, and Uchiha stopped pressing the matter. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Jin proceeded to another room. He had originally intended to learn about the status of Zero Tails from Uchiha, but the latter wasn't very clear. So Jin decided to visit the research facility to see what the scientists were planning to do with Zero Tails. Master Jin, how is the research on Zero Tails going? Jin asked curiously, gazing at Zero Tails sealed in the center by countless sealing techniques. Master Jin, we have already succeeded in extracting Zero Tail's energy to power the aerial fortress. An elderly man approached, speaking with a smile. But wasn't that functionality already available from the start? Jin frowned, finding it odd. Master Jin, it's not that simple. The aerial fortress can now use Zero Tail's dark chakra not only to charge the heavy cannons but also to maintain its defense system. And the defense system is a barrier composed of numerous sealing techniques, so its defensive capability is immense. As long as Zero Tail's energy isn't exhausted, we can sustain both the fortress's defense and offense systems indefinitely. After hearing this, Jin's interest was piqued. Is it possible for Zero Tails to run out of energy? After all, even the Nine Tails didn't possess inexhaustible chakra, let alone Zero Tails, which was relatively obscure in the original story. Master Jin, your concern is unnecessary. While Zero Tail's dark chakra is not infinite, it is more than sufficient for the entire base's consumption. The elderly man explained with a light chuckle. That's good. What are your next plans? Jin was eager to hear about the upcoming steps. We've decided to research converting the entire aerial fortress's power system to run on Zero Tail's dark chakra. That way the fortress can be self-sufficient and no longer need to land. Excellent. I'm very satisfied with your research. You can increase the secret medicine quota you've been receiving recently. Mention it to the resource department later and say it's my reward. Although the dozen or so people before him were subordinates controlled by Kodo Amatsukami, Jin had no intention of exploiting them endlessly. By granting some resources, they would surely work even harder. After all, no matter how much they grew, they could never surpass the progress of the Uchiha clan. It could be said that the ninja world was a legend of the eyes. Apart from Naruto and Might Guy, who were blessed with extraordinary talent, how many had stirred the winds of the ninja world without relying on their eyes? Finally, I have cultivated a plant related to the power of space, but the probability of this mutation is far too low. Jin sighed at the trouble, then his eyes suddenly lit up. If I just find a suitable place to plant it, wouldn't that greatly increase the mutation probability of space attribute plants? And Jin already had a place in mind. Isn't the Dragon Vein a ready-made treasure land related to time-space in the ninja world? However, if I could integrate the Dragon Vein into my Jin Zhan Fanghua TSK Tisk, wouldn't that be a super enhancement? Without hesitation, Jin took Lan and Aunt Xiang Nai and headed straight to Lulan in the Wind Country. Lord Jin, there is a faint time-space chakra over there. Lan shouted excitedly. Aunt Xiang Nai, can you undo the seal? Jin looked at Xuanhua Xiang Nai with anticipation. Xiang Nai frowned, clearly curious about this sealing technique, but she still nodded. As a member of the Xuanhua clan, her affinity for the Xuanhua clan's sealing techniques was naturally very high. Even if the fourth Hokage was formidable, he couldn't compare to the Xuanhua clan. But I might need some time. It's fine, hardly anyone comes here. Just take your time. Jin was very confident in his and Lan's strength. A mere Wind Country could be destroyed with one hand. As for the 100 legs that Xuanhua Mingren struggled with, it had not yet arrived in Lulan, so there was no need to be wary. Yes, but the royal bloodline of the ancient Lulan kingdom, which can control the Dragon Vein to some extent, is a trouble. However, if used well, it might help me seal the Dragon Vein and integrate it into my eye technique space. While Xuanhua Xiang Nai began studying the seal, Jin fell into deep thought. Lan, go and capture the king of Lulan for me. I need him to do something. Are you the king of the ancient Lulan kingdom? The newcomer had deep eyes, a high nose, bridged black hair, tied up graying temples, and wore magnificent attire exuding the majesty and vicissitudes of a king. But at this moment the king's eyes were filled with dullness. Yes, my lord, may I ask what you need my help with? The king would not have been so obedient if he had not been controlled by Lan's illusion technique. After all, the Dragon Vein was the lifeline of their country. They couldn't just let outsiders study it. To what extent can you control the Dragon Vein? Jin asked the question he cared about most. I can control the Dragon Vein to transmit and shut off chakra. Well then, if I want to seal the Dragon Vein in my own different space, can you help? It's somewhat difficult, my lord, for the Dragon Vein also has its own intelligence. Then do you have any use? Jin asked the key point. I can restrain the Dragon Vein's resistance and accelerate its sealing. That's good. Just stay put obediently. Jin took out 2 pills and handed them to Xuanhua Xiang Nai. Lord Jin, what are these? They are pills I refined using the divine artifact of Susanoo. One is a spiritual pill, one is a life pill. They can help you speed up the deciphering of the sealing technique. Xiang Nai nodded gratefully and accepted without pretentiousness. She knew that among these pills only the spiritual pill was for breaking the seal, while the life pill was most likely her reward. After all, everyone knew that the Xuanhua clan's physique was excellent. Lord Jin. Lan looked at Xuanhua Xiang Nai with envy, clearly covetous. Don't worry, you will get one too. But during this time you must patrol well and not let anyone with ill intentions take advantage and disturb Aunt Xiangnai. Lord Jin, trust me, I will definitely complete the task well. Jin chuckled lightly and walked into his eye technique space. He needed to think about how to fuse the eye technique and the dragon vein's power. Is it my imagination? Why does this different space feel much more active? Jin amplified his perception. After a while a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. It must be related to the dragon vein. Even with the dragon vein still sealed, there is such a change. If the dragon vein were unsealed and even sealed in a different space. The more Jin thought about it, the more excited he became, and his anticipation for the dragon vein grew. Half a day later, Xuanhua Xiangnai took a deep breath and undid the final seal. Xiangnai has only had the sealing technique for too short a time, her foundation is insufficient. But Jiu Shinai wasn't much either. She foolishly gave away all of her clan's secrets, not caring at all about the heritage of a clan. Just think about it, why did Bufeng Shuimen learn Flying Thunder God during the Third War and shine brilliantly? Why did he learn the 4-symbol seal, 8 trigram seal and dead demon consuming seal? All from Jiu Shinai. After Shuimen died, these things naturally became Konoha's property. The moment the dragon vein was unsealed, the overwhelming time-space chakra aura spread out, making Jin's heart race. It is truly beginning to pulse. It seems the dragon vein is destined to merge with Jin Zhan Fanghua. Jin felt the activity in the different space and looked at the dragon vein before him with great satisfaction. We can start. Remember, try to hold back the dragon vein's intelligence. Yes, my lord. Lord Jin, what should I do? Lan asked anxiously. Can you use your wanting to interfere with the dragon vein's resistance? Jin asked casually. I can try. Lan pondered for a moment and thought it feasible. All right, later you and this king will help me restrain the dragon vein's resistance. As the dragon vein broke free from the sealing technique and began to stir, the two started their actions. At first the dragon vein quickly calmed down without any incident. But when Jin opened a spatial channel with Jin Zhan Fanghua, the dragon vein suddenly erupted. Obviously it had also discovered something it could devour. Unfortunately, no matter how it resisted, it could not escape Jin's grasp. The two sides struggled for half an hour, and the dragon vein showed signs of weakness. Jin seized the opportunity and sucked a large amount of dragon vein chakra into Jin Zhan Fanghua. As time passed slowly, the remaining chakra of the dragon vein grew less and less. Jin's eye technique space also underwent a transformation. Feeling the activity in his eye technique space, Jin became more and more excited and pulled more eagerly at the dragon vein. Dragon vein, merge with my different space. This is your destined fate. Finally, the moment the dragon vein was completely sucked into the different space, the entire Lulan trembled. Uchiha Jin had no mind to see what had happened. His left eye's eye technique had already begun to transform. An endless stream of pupil power surged forth spontaneously. As Jin's left eye spun at an incredible speed, it also drove the evolution of his right eye. This state persisted for nearly 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. The moment he opened his eyes, an overwhelming aura burst forth from his gaze, pressing down upon the three before him. Yet in an instant he reigned in his presence. Years of rigorous training had granted him exquisite control over chakra and pupil power. My left eye has undergone a complete evolution, but unfortunately my right eye still lags far behind. Though a tinge of regret crossed Jin's mind, his heart surged with excitement. He realized that while his left eye had evolved, it seemed not to have completed the genetic augmentation. This meant that before evolving into the Rinnegan, his eyes might still undergo another evolution. But this is merely my speculation. I'll discuss it with Tsukuyumi and the others to see if my reasoning holds. However, the evolution of my right eye is incomplete, and there's a clear disparity from my left. Plagued by a hint of perfectionism, Jin began contemplating what could trigger a similar evolution in his right eye. The right eye's dojutsu is the flame of life, which surely requires a vast amount of vitality as nourishment. So, should I cultivate a large quantity of Hashirama cells for absorption, or offer the entire sacred life tree as fertilizer for the flame? Yet he quickly dismissed these ideas. While quantitative changes could lead to qualitative ones, the implementation would demand immense manpower, resources, and time. But I recall there is a mineral in the ninja world that contains a vast amount of life force. Indeed, Jin was referring to the Gregor Stone. A mineral that appeared in the original anime's movie, possessing healing properties while also causing bodily mutations. Wasn't this perfectly compatible with his right eye's dojutsu and blood abilities? But this thing is probably hard to find. I'll need to make plans early. Jin muttered to himself, deciding to dispatch the remaining dozens of clan members from the organization. Each of them was at least at the quasi-Kage level, capable of stalling even Obito for a while. If things went south, they could use the ninja cats like Ding Dang to escape. So as long as they didn't venture into forbidden lands, traveling the ninja world should be no issue. Lord Jin, how do you feel? Lan asked eagerly. The immense power of the dragon vein had been sensed by everyone present. They couldn't imagine how powerful Uchiha Jin would become after merging with it. My strength has increased significantly, and my left eye has undergone an evolution. As for how much stronger I've become, I need to go and see. Jin replied, but then his gaze shifted to a small black dot in the distance. Lord Jin, should we leave? Jin studied it for a moment, then a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. No need. Let's go meet her. In an instant, countless sheets of paper swept across the desert before slowly coalescing into a human figure. Uchiha Jin, I've finally found you. Xiao Nan's cold voice reached his ears. You're from the Akatsuki, aren't you? Jin spoke calmly. That's right. I want to invite you to join the Akatsuki. And if I refuse? Jin's smile remained gentle, exuding confidence. Then I'll have no choice but to subdue you and make you join. Xiao Nan's tone remained icy, devoid of any emotion. Oh, and what if you lose? I won't lose. If you lose, you'll join our organization and follow my orders. How about that? Jin dodged Xiao Nan's paper shuriken with a body flicker, taunting her. Defeat me first, then we'll talk. Xiao Nan rose into the air, her paper wings spreading, unleashing a torrent of paper blades. Jin's expression hardened as the Mangekyō in his pupils spun. A colossal silver giant burst forth from the ground, shielding him and the three behind him. Lan, send that king back. And give him some compensation, Jin said calmly, his eyes never leaving Xiao Nan. So this is the Uchiha's divine power. Let's try some paper bombs. Tens of thousands of paper bombs instantly rained down from the sky, attaching themselves to Jin's silver Susanoo. Tisk, passively taking hits isn't my style. As he spoke, pupil power surged violently from his Mangekyō, pushing the Susanoo beyond the limits of ordinary Mangekyō to the fourth form. It sprouted legs, becoming a 200-meter-tall giant. An alchemy furnace materialized in the giant's palm, rotating slowly with verdant flames coiled around the hand beneath it, exuding a rich vitality. So huge! Xiao Nan's pupils contracted, her face turning pale. Though her paper dance could defend against physical attacks, facing an existence beyond comprehension made it impossible to remain calm instantly. Uchiha Jin, I admit you're strong. But this form must be draining your chakra and pupil power considerably. How long can you maintain it? At this moment, Xiao Nan grew even more eager to recruit Uchiha Jin into the Akatsuki. With such a powerful subordinate serving her and Nagato, the organization's missions would surely become easier. And Uchiha Madara would certainly not dare to act recklessly. No need. Take this. Jin raised his right hand, and the alchemy furnace on the Susanoo's right palm suddenly flew out, expanding continuously until it enveloped Xiao Nan. Damn it, I couldn't escape. The furnace's mouth had emitted a suction force that prevented Xiao Nan from breaking free. Even transforming into countless sheets of paper proved futile. I have to get out. This furnace was clearly no ordinary artifact, and action would leave her at a disadvantage. Standing within the Susanoo, Uchiha Jin watched Xiao Nan trapped inside the furnace, a mischievous smile curling on his lips. He flipped the furnace over and the lid clamped shut. Then with a snap of his fingers, a verdant flame ignited beneath the furnace. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can you ever submit willingly? Why is it getting hotter? Damn it, what is that bastard Uchiha Jin doing? How can he be so despicable? Xiao Nan was like an ant on a hot pan. Even using her paper dance did nothing to alleviate the searing heat enveloping her body. Uzumaki, Kana, and Lan exchanged strange glances at Jin's antics. Lord Jin sure knows how to have fun. But doesn't Madame No have anything to say about this? I hope Jin will be gentle with Karen in the future. Damned Uchiha Jin, let me out. Xiao Nan, her pretty face flushed with shame, shrieked from within the dance of the paper shikigami. Of course I can, but do you concede? Tisk, it seems you're still unconvinced. Then take some more time to think. Rest assured I won't refine you into a pill. After all, I still intend to take you as my subordinate. You're such a bastard. Feeling her body growing increasingly feverish, Xiao Nan finally yielded. If she didn't get out soon, she feared she might embarrass herself, and then her angelic image would be ruined. Jin glanced at the somewhat lecherous Lan behind him, cleared his throat, and dismissed the two. Ignoring Lan's resentful look as he left, he casually flipped his hand, opening the lid of the alchemy furnace. Tipping it downward, he dumped Xiao Nan out. Since you've conceded, from now on I'm your boss. Jin approached with a smile, sizing up Xiao Nan, who was sitting slumped on the floor, drenched all over, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Pervert. Is that how you speak to your boss? Want to go back inside? Jin grinned mischievously at Xiao Nan, leaving her fuming with rage. Alright, enough teasing. Let's talk business. Are you really not going to join our Akatsuki? Xiao Nan found that Uchiha Jin bore no ill will toward her and was simply refusing her invitation, leaving her somewhat puzzled. You're my subordinate now, yet you're trying to recruit me into another organization. Spill it, what's your ulterior motive? Jin suddenly turned serious, and as she was caught off guard, he tapped her on the head. Uchiha Jin, don't go too far. Xiao Nan's face instantly chilled, her tone icy. What, can you beat me? Faced with Jin's words, she was left speechless. Alright, let me tell you about Nagato's Rinnegan and that masked man Uchiha Madara in your organization. How do you know about them? Xiao Nan's expression tightened, sensing that Uchiha Jin might know a great deal. Could it be that Jiraiya-sensei told him? Had Uchiha Madara also approached him secretly? Jin ignored her and continued. Nagato's Rinnegan actually belongs to Uchiha Madara. As a contingency for his resurrection, it was implanted into young Nagato's eyes. As for that masked man, he is from the Uchiha clan. Due to certain reasons, he fell into darkness and inherited everything from Uchiha Madara, including his ninjutsu legacy and will. Jin squinted, studying Xiao Nan's expression with keen interest. What, surprised? But I'm telling the truth. Xiao Nan's face flickered with uncertainty, clearly debating whether to believe Uchiha Jin. Alright, as one of my subordinates, you're entitled to some secret elixirs. Jin produced a space scroll and handed it to her. What's this? Secret elixirs I've made. They're quite effective, you can try them. Jin explained in a calm tone. Xiao Nan picked up a bottle labeled Spiritual Elixir, glanced at Uchiha Jin, uncorked it, and swallowed the powder in one gulp. In her view, if Uchiha Jin wanted to harm her, he would have done so already. Why wait? Besides, her mind was already reeling from the 2 revelations he had just dropped. Her only thought now was to gain his trust in order to obtain more information about the Rinnegan and Uchiha Madara. She didn't want to face the truth, only to discover that her Akatsuki had been nothing but a farce all along. But even less did she want to wallow in self-deception within a convenient illusion. It really works. And it's in the spiritual domain. As everyone knows, enhancing spiritual power in the shinobi world has always been exceedingly difficult, achievable only through extremely harsh environments that temper both spirit and willpower. Yet Uchiha Jin's secret elixir could boost spiritual power in a short time without any effort. Did he invent this? So, my little subordinate, can you let down your guard a bit? Jin said with a sly smile. What do you want from me? Don't even think about asking about the leader. Tisk, I'm not interested in burly men. But you, I fell for you at first sight. Humph, pervert. Oh, you don't want the elixir? Give it back. Jin said rather cheekily. Xiao Nan tucked the scroll behind her back, making no move to return it. You can use these elixirs to help Nagato recover. After all, using the Rinnegan places a heavy toll on his body. Of course, don't let the masked man or black Setsu and white Setsu find out, or you won't be able to develop in peace. Jin warned. I'm not stupid. And remember this, the masked man has one more ability. What ability? Xiao Nan asked curiously. She had been actively gathering information about the masked man, preparing for the day when he would betray her and Nagato so she could eliminate him immediately. Izanagi, a secret technique of the Uchiha clan. In an extremely short time, it can turn unfavorable factors like death or injury into a dream, while turning favorable factors like survival or being unharmed into reality, freely controlling the boundary between reality and illusion. Each use consumes a 3-tomo Sharingan, but that guy doesn't lack those. So you'd better be cautious. Don't let overconfidence get you killed. Your billions of paper bombs are valuable, but their power is still insufficient. How do you know so much? Hearing this, Xiao Nan froze. She felt that Uchiha Jin knew a great deal, otherwise he wouldn't have brought up these matters. The masked man and black Setsu and white Setsu could be explained by him having met them, but her own plan to deal with the masked man, how could that be a coincidence? These eyes of mine can see the future. As for you, Jin shook his head and continued. In the future you still won't escape my grasp. Uchiha Jin left, and quite stylishly at that. After teasing Xiao Nan, he used reverse summoning to depart. Sasori, been watching this long. Why not come out? So the owner of the Rinnegan is the famed Uchiha Madara. How interesting. If possible, could I ask the leader to lend me the Rinnegan for research? Though he was most interested in puppetry and corpses, he wouldn't mind studying Uchiha Madara's eyes. The Uchiha who could match the god of shinobi, his eyes must be extraordinary. Go back and ask Nagato yourself. As long as you're not afraid of being beaten half to death. The latter half was muttered under Xiao Nan's breath. But at that moment she had no mood to argue with Sasori. She had to hurry back and tell Nagato about today's events. Her heart was torn, unsure whether to believe that blabbering Uchiha Jin. Yet the secret elixir he gave was incredibly potent. With these elixirs Nagato could quickly recover and no longer fear that mysterious masked man. But isn't Uchiha Jin afraid that I'll bring a recovered Nagato to trouble him? After talking with Xiao Nan for so long, aside from a hint of pity, he only hoped that Changmen would not be defeated by Mingren during the invasion of Konoha and ultimately sacrificed himself after being persuaded by Mingren's words. In his view, the reason Changmen was able to sacrifice himself to perform the Rin rebirth was mainly because Mingren had subdued him first. If Mingren couldn't defeat him, how could he easily persuade him? In the plot, the power of talk works mostly because the enemy has been defeated and intense emotional turmoil arises within. Only then can Mingren's talk seize the opportunity, break into the enemy's heart, and make them acknowledge him. Xiao Nan's visit to the Wind Country this time should be to recruit Xie. So the one hiding in the distance must be him. It seems I need to inform Xiao Nan next time and borrow him for my use. Jin nodded calmly, completely disregarding whether Xiao Nan would refuse. The moment he returned to the office in the air fortress, Jin did not hesitate and directly entered his own garden. Feeling the dense flow of time-space energy, Jin clicked his tongue in amazement. The full bloom of his mastery over time power is becoming increasingly powerful. Previously he could only cultivate plants within a square meter at a time, but now he can directly accelerate the growth of plants in an entire area. At the same time, Jin can also reverse time, observe the entire growth process of a plant, interfere with its development, and guide it to grow in the direction he desires. Finally, this is the original purpose of extracting the dragon vein. He can maximize the concentration of time-space energy in a region, promoting the mutation of plants. If combined with his blood ability, he could surely mutate a large number of plants with time-space attributes in a short time. Master Jin, Yujian has made a new achievement, you need to go and see. As soon as Jin emerged from the alternate space, Lan knocked on the door outside. Oh, I'll be right out. He remembered that recently Yujian was obsessed with studying the six paths power, so could it be that the fusion of the life sacred tree and the spirit sacred tree has yielded new results? Could it be that a container capable of holding the six paths power has been found? Led by Lan, Jin arrived at Yujian's laboratory. How is it? Master Jin, look at this. Yujian took out a black rod and held it in front of Jin. This? A black rod? How did you produce it? Jin's expression paused, then turned into great joy. Such a black rod could only be condensed by those with the Rinnegan or those who have cultivated yin-yang release to a certain level. Moreover, its functions are extremely powerful. Besides being hard and capable of sealing an enemy's chakra points, it can also serve as a receiver and conductor of chakra. Whether used as a weapon against enemies or as a controller to replace puppet chakra strings, it can be considered a very precious material. I didn't do much. This was born inadvertently during the fusion of the life sacred tree and the spirit sacred tree. But I've tested it. This thing has quite a significant effect. It can be inserted into a ninja's body to obstruct chakra flow, comparable to the effect of a sealing technique, and even an ordinary person can use it. Not bad, but there is another function you haven't discovered. It can be used as chakra thread to control puppets. While examining the black rod, Jin reminded him. This thing can also replace chakra threads. Yujian exclaimed in shock, his eyes full of interest. That's right. You can try it later. This is a material that every puppet master dreams of obtaining. However, half an hour later, Yujian stared blankly at the puppet that he couldn't control no matter what and began to doubt whether he had made a mistake in some step. Master Jin, do you have any ideas? Jin also frowned, lost in thought. The black rod has no effect. That's impossible. Thinking this, he directly inserted the black rod into his own arm. After the chakra flowed through his body, Jin carefully sensed it. The ability to interfere with and control chakra flow is indeed strong, but why can't it control a puppet? After a while, Jin came to a conclusion: only the Rinnegan could unleash the black rod's ability to control puppets. Forget it. We'll awaken the Rinnegan sooner or later. Don't dwell on this for now, focus your attention on researching the eternal Mangekyō. Jin comforted Yujian. Alright, Master Jin. It was a false alarm. But even if it could affect puppets, it wouldn't significantly improve my strength. Moreover, there are basically no creatures in the ninja world that can threaten me. Carrying a puppet around would be weird. Jin instructed Lan to send subordinates to search for the Galayer stone, then retreated to his garden to begin cultivating suitable time-space herbs. On the other side, Xiao Nan, who had returned to the Rain village with Xie, flew non-stop to the tower where Changmen's true body was located. Xiao Nan, why so urgent? Have you found something? Chang Men's expression shifted, activating his sensing ability to the utmost to guard against eavesdroppers. Yes, on my way to recruit Sia I encountered Uchiha Jin. He told me a lot about your Rinnegan and Uchiha Ban. Then Xiaonan repeated everything Uchiha Jin had told her verbatim. Of course she did not mention the teasing remarks. His eyes can see the future. Did he mention whether our Shao organization has completed its mission? Xiaonan's pretty face flushed, her eyes somewhat evasive, but she still shook her head. This is the secret medicine he gave me. It can restore your body well. You should try it quickly. Can we trust him? Chang Men asked indifferently. In his view, if the other party truly wanted to harm him, they might have added poison to one of the many secret medicines. Unless he didn't take it, it would be impossible not to fall for it. Xiaonan's expression paused. After a moment of silence, she nodded heavily. I don't think he will harm us. Besides, we have no choice, do we? Xiaonan said in a low tone. She knew very well what Chang Men's body was really like. If not for his Xuanhua clan bloodline, he would have died long ago. But even alive, Chang Men suffers inhuman torment every day. Moreover, there is a Xuanhua clan member beside him. I think he can't be that bad. I trust you. But if we are indeed deceived, take my Rinnegan and leave this place. Never let the masked man get his hands on it. Don't talk nonsense. It won't happen. Chang Men nodded, a trace of determination in his eyes. He thought that to avoid worrying Xiaonan he should not be stubborn. Chang Men swallowed a portion of the life-secret medicine in one gulp, and carefully sensed the changes in his body. In case anything went wrong, he would use chakra to suppress the poison, and buy himself time. Nagato hadn't paid much attention at first, knowing all too well his own physical condition. No matter how potent the secret elixir, it would at most alleviate some of his stress. But this secret elixir he had swallowed actually restored a trace of vitality to his body, and the Uzumaki bloodline within him was faintly nourished. At the same time, he sensed the sensation returning to his legs, subtle yet undeniably present. Nagato, is something wrong? Conan asked with great concern. Nagato was her last companion in this world. If he were to die because of her misjudgment of someone, she would be consumed by guilt. Conan, the effect is excellent. I've regained some sensation in my legs. What? Here there are more. Try them. Meeting Conan's hopeful gaze, Nagato swallowed the elixirs one by one. How is it? 50 more doses and I should be fully recovered. Nagato's years of composure finally cracked. He could barely contain his excitement. Though he had become an almighty deity, the inability to walk had always been a thorn in his heart. Now that thorn was finally about to be removed. But there seemed to be only 20 doses in the scroll. What should we do? Conan and Nagato were both taken aback. The joy that had just welled up faded considerably. Let's try the other elixirs first. I'll ask Uchiha Jin for more later. Will he agree? These elixirs must be of considerable value. Don't forget I have a reserve of 200 billion explosive tags. Although it was still some time before the original storyline's trap to kill Obito, there was no denying that Conan was already an undeniable wealthy woman. If Uchiha Jin truly intended to harm you, he wouldn't have helped me obtain those elixirs. Anyway, whether I can stand or not doesn't matter to me. I will still be the only god in this world besides the Sage of Six Paths. Nagato fell silent for a moment, then gave a few words of caution. Don't worry, I'll handle it. This is an ocular power elixir. It might have a significant effect on your use of the Rinnegan. Try it. Conan handed him another elixir. This elixir can help nourish my Rinnegan and greatly reduce the strain it puts on my body. Conan, how many doses are there? 2. So this is the researcher who has mastered all of Shinong's medical ninjutsu. Jin looked at Lan and asked curiously. In his hand was a profile of the researcher. That's right, Lord Jin. Don't let his short stature fool you. His knowledge of medical ninjutsu is no less than Lord Yinayu's. Oh, interesting. What project is he working on recently? A faint smile curled at the corner of Jin's lips. The mysteries of the evolution of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Currently, aside from Lord Uchiha, only he can offer some highly valuable suggestions. He deserves a reward of 3 pills. He can come to me for whatever type he needs. All right, I'll inform him at once. Moments later, a knock came at Jin's office door. Come in. Lord Jin, I am Kazama Hayato. A middle-aged man standing only about 1.6 meters tall stood before Jin's desk, his expression extremely respectful. Have you mastered all of Shinong's medical ninjutsu? Yes, indeed. Shinong is a formidable medical ninja. His research on dark medical ninjutsu is truly profound. Without Lord Jin's assistance, I would have struggled to understand it in such a short time. When Shinong's medical ninjutsu was mentioned, Hayato spoke with enthusiasm. Can you tell me more about it? Jin asked with keen interest. In the original story, Shinong's performance was by no means weak. Flesh activation, flesh regeneration, and the technique flesh reincarnation performed using the Zero Tail's dark chakra can not only reverse the body's cells for instant rejuvenation but also convert physical damage into regenerative enhancement, granting the user an ultimate body that can fully open all 8 gates and remain undying for a long time. It could be said that with sufficient preparation, breaking through to the level of Super Kage in one go was not impossible. Lord Jin, I have only mastered flesh activation and flesh regeneration so far, and I am currently researching how to combine both with the Zero Tail's dark chakra to learn flesh reincarnation. These are also some ideas recorded by Shinong in the scroll, and I believe there is a high probability they can be realized. As for the 8 gates, I can currently only open up to the 4th gate, but I'm not far from the 5th. When Shinong appeared in the original timeline, it was still nearly 10 years away. It was only natural that he hadn't fully developed it yet. Jin nodded with satisfaction. This subordinate of his had considerable future potential worthy of his investment in resources. However, there was one more thing he was curious about. How many gates do you think Shinong could open under the state of flesh reincarnation? He could open all 8 gates, but the actual power only barely reached the level of the 7th gate. When Shinong combined the 8 gates with flesh reincarnation, he actually exploited quite a few loopholes, resulting in the 8 gates' power being significantly reduced by more than half. But even so, one cannot deny his talent in medical ninjutsu. Do you think you can improve upon this flaw? Jin's eyes flickered. It's a bit difficult, but I think I can give it a try. Although Hayato did not give a definitive answer, one could tell from his confident gaze that he was quite assured. Jin nodded in satisfaction once more. Have you encountered any bottlenecks? I can grant you 3 pills. You should have heard from others in the organization that while their effect is only several times that of ordinary elixirs, they can enhance one's potential. Lord Jin, can you really grant them to me? This is your due reward. But you must be more diligent in your research on the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Rest assured, Lord Jin, I will not disappoint your expectations. In the end, he chose 3 spiritual pills. The reason was simple. Dark medical ninjutsu was intimately connected to the Zero Tails, and its use would erode one's mind to a certain extent. Hayato was currently stuck at this step. However, with the help of Jin's 3 pills, it was expected that the development of flesh reincarnation could be accelerated. Lord Jin, the White Tiger of the Akatsuki has arrived. Lan knocked on the office door, drawing Jin's attention. Please bring her in. A slight smile curled at the corner of Jin's lips. Nagato, after all, you have taken those elixirs. From now on, things will no longer be up to you. Then Jin began to consider how to handle Konan later. Uchiha Jin. Konan walked in, her expression still as cold and aloof as ever. Hey, is that the attitude you showed to your superior? Jin's mocking smile made Konan clench her teeth. Leader, I've come to request some elixirs. During her journey here, she had shrewdly inquired among others, learning that any subordinate of the organization could apply for a certain quota of secret elixirs each week. Thus there was no need for her to remain entangled with Jin. If I present this reason, surely Uchiha Jin won't make things difficult for me. Oh, so you admit you are my subordinate? Yes. Konan's voice carried a hint of solemnity. Though reluctant to admit it, this was the best way for her to help Nagato obtain the secret elixir. Nagato had endured so many years of suffering. Now that hope had emerged, how could she not seize it tightly? Fine, but first give me a massage. I didn't sleep well last night, and have a stiff neck. Jin's gaze fell upon Konan, his tone exceptionally relaxed. Damn bastard. Cursing inwardly, Konan hesitated. You should know that your identity is quite special. Without my approval, the resource department won't grant you the secret elixir. So. Jin gave her a meaningful glance, speaking with a hint of amusement. In the end, Konan yielded. For Nagato's swift recovery, what was a little sacrifice on her part. My legs are also a bit sore. You can massage them for me too. And here, I think I strained it last night. Rub it for me. Listening to Jin's successive demands, Konan's eyelids twitched, and she longed to slap him, but she held back. Don't get angry, or everything will be ruined. Just think of it as massaging a ninja dog. Alright, Lan, take this White Tiger of the Shao organization to fetch some secret elixirs. At most 10 portions of the life secret elixir. Jin said indifferently toward the door. Yes, Lord Jin. Lan entered the office with a body flicker ready to lead Konan away. Wait, why only 10 portions? Alas, the organization's internal consumption of life secret elixir is quite high, and the elixir itself is very precious. Many of the herbs are difficult to find. I have many explosive tags. I can trade with you. Seeing Nagato's recovery imminent, the explosive tags she had prepared were of little use. Exchanging them with Uchiha Jin for life secret elixir was not a bad choice. No trade. You should know that no amount of explosive tags can buy this. As if he would actually give them away, then how would he tease Conan in the future? By the way, lend me your organization's Scorpion for a while one of these days. He won't agree. I recall that Scorpion was recruited by you and you just admitted to being my subordinate. So do you intend to defy my wishes? Fine, I'll discuss it with him when I return. If he doesn't want to come, I can't force him. Conan clenched her fists, feeling a stifled anger in her chest. If he doesn't come, then you don't come either. Jean took a sip of tea, calm and composed. There are still many empty rooms on the second floor of the Sky Fortress, and they've all been renovated. It seems we can continue recruiting personnel. A flicker of thought crossed Jin's expression as he pondered which bloodline limits would be suitable to recruit into his organization. The Blood Pond clan is not a bad choice. However, they seem to have been annihilated with only a few survivors left. Jin considered sending Lan to investigate since he himself was busy researching the time-space formula and had no time to wander. Lord Jin, has the White Tiger been sent off? Yes. Go to the territory of the Blood Pond clan and see if you can recruit some subordinates. If there's no gain, just come back directly. As for the Hyuga clan, we'll wait until Baiwa returns. Jin thought for a moment and made his decision. Lord Jin, Hanabi is clamoring to see her sister. How about letting Hinata come over to meet her? Uzumaki Kana held the 3-year-old Hanabi, speaking with a troubled expression. Hanabi, your sister is very busy every day. Can't you spare Aunt Kana some trouble? Though Uchiha Jin complained, his tone remained gentle. Brother Jin, I want to play with my sister. She hasn't come to see me for a week. Jin pondered and agreed. Later he could just have Kana use the transformation technique. Ninjas really are convenient for fooling children. Hiruzen, the front lines are getting more and more strained. Should we summon some clan ninjas to help? Turnabout Koharu and Watergate Munin expressed their concern. It seems we have no choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly, feeling a wave of helplessness. Has Tsunade still not been found? Lord Hokage, my subordinates almost find her each time, but she always manages to evade. Enough. Recall the ANBU out in the field. If even Jiraiya's efforts were in vain, my words as her teacher would likely mean nothing to her. In an instant everyone present felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen had aged significantly. His pale face, heavy dark circles, and trembling hands all signified an old man who had reached his limits. Teacher Danzo. What should I do? If it were only the Cloud Village he wouldn't be too concerned, their top combat power was limited to 2. But he had to be wary of the threats from the other 3 great ninja villages. If the grass country, that Weathervane allowed the rock ninja to sneak across the border, if the mist ninja infiltrated by sea, or if the sand ninja broke the treaty, Konoha would surely be defeated. I've finally cultivated enough time-space herbs. Next is seed extraction. Seed extraction was a crucial project, and Jin had assigned 3 researchers to it, not neglecting its importance. After all, some mutant plants, even when mature, did not produce seeds. In such cases the method of extraction was vital. Jin sent the mutant plants to the laboratory and began refining elixirs. The effects of the elixir were exceptionally potent, especially its ability to raise limits. He also had to refine some for his wives. Nagato, how do you feel? Conan, seeing Nagato growing more energetic, became excited. I feel great. The pain from before is gone. Conan, I truly thank you. After taking the secret elixir, Nagato's physical suffering was greatly alleviated. He finally felt relief, a grateful smile spreading across his face. I didn't do much. What exactly did you promise Uchiha Jin? I didn't promise him anything, just what? Nagato's expression gradually turned serious. If Uchiha Jin dared to harm Conan, he would risk his own life to make him pay. I just joined his organization, and he agreed to give me the secret elixir. That simple. Nagato was stunned, finding it incredibly hard to believe. That simple. Conan's gaze wavered, not daring to reveal how Uchiha Jin had bullied her. That's good, but we still need to be cautious. After all, I still vividly remember Yahiko's tragic end. Nagato cautioned her, fearing that Conan might be deceived by Uchiha Jin. They had once trusted Hanzo, who allied with Danzo to devastatingly cripple the Akatsuki organization, an experience they would never forget. Nagato, let's work together to create a world that Yahiko can witness from the Pure Land. By the way, Uchiha Jin wants to borrow Scorpion for a while. Should we agree? Let him go. After all, Scorpion doesn't know many of the organization's secrets. Sister Qianli, is that him on the wanted poster? Xianglin held a portrait in her hand, asking with a hint of doubt. It should be him, but he's cunning enough to shave off his beard for disguise, Qianli said coldly. Then as usual we'll make the first move. Seeing Quan's eager expression, Qianli smiled and nodded. She vanished in an instant, concealing herself among the nearby trees, ready to rescue the two at a moment's notice if danger arose. Although their opponent was an elite jonin, his skills were vastly overrated. Compared to the shinobi nurtured by the great hidden villages, he was utterly insignificant. At best he could match an ordinary jonin. This was the fundamental reason she felt no concern for the duo's safety. Still, she maintained a measure of vigilance to prevent any unexpected interruptions. That's Uchiha Itachi. Qianli's pupils constricted and tension immediately seized her. At the same time a surge of fury welled up inside her. That beast who slaughtered the Uchiha clan of Konoha, even she who had left the village could not muster even a shred of goodwill toward him. I'll regroup with Quan and the others first, then leave this place immediately. Qianli calmed herself in an instant. Though she longed to kill him on the spot, she still had a mission to complete. She couldn't lose sight of the greater goal for a minor gain and disappoint Lord Jin. Sister Qianli, why did you suddenly appear? We haven't defeated the enemy yet. Quan and Xianglin were still coordinating tightly, giving the elite jonin no chance to breathe. In truth, each of them possessed the strength to single-handedly defeat, or even instantly kill him. But the primary purpose of this outing was to hone their combat experience. If they simply disposed of him like that, what would be the point of the training? Get out of here now. Uchiha Itachi is also here. Qianli's words came rapidly and her hands moved without pause. If she were even a step too slow, she had no confidence she could hold off both Itachi and his companion. Amaterasu. Just as Qianli was about to use the reverse summoning technique to escape the Mangekyō, in Uchiha Itachi's eyes flickered and black flames of Amaterasu without warning engulfed her right palm. Damn it! Qianli acted decisively, taking out a sealing talisman and pressing it onto her right arm. The Amaterasu was instantly absorbed into it. Within the Eye organization there were quite a few Uchiha who possessed Amaterasu. Naturally, Xiangnai had developed a portable sealing talisman similar to the fire seal technique to conveniently stop the continuous burning of the black flames. Unfortunately, while she was dealing with the Amaterasu, Itachi had already charged forward with Pipa Shirzong. How exhilarating! Today I've encountered 3 Uchiha clan members. Pipa Shirzong, his face twisted into a ferocious grin, burst out laughing. Xianglin with her dyed hair was naturally mistaken for a member of the Uchiha clan as well. Although Itachi was slightly puzzled, he paid it no heed. He activated his Mangekyō again, employing a simple genjutsu, instantly trapping Quan within an illusion. Just as he was about to seize Uchiha Quan, Qianli's attack arrived. Violet lightning coalesced into a thunder beast, charging straight at Uchiha Itachi. Another genjutsu, no good. Quan, dodge. Qianli's face darkened instantly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xianglin was being held back by Pipa Shirzong. Suddenly Qianli noticed the peculiar dojutsu stirring within Quan's eyes. She froze for a moment, then immediately rushed to Xianglin's side to help her deal with Pipa Shirzong. During this period of training she had forgotten about the transposition seal that Uchiha Jin had placed on his subordinates. With just the 2 ocular techniques in Quan's eyes, the enemy would have more than enough trouble. Dreamweaver Net. The ocular technique stored by Kage burst forth in that moment. Quan was jolted awake by the dense chilling aura of the dojutsu, and Uchiha Itachi, who had vanished without a trace, was now revealed. He covered his bleeding eye with one hand while the other eye remained vacant and dazed. Quan murmured a few words in astonishment, then seeing Itachi trapped in the genjutsu became exhilarated. I never expected Brother Kage's genjutsu to be so powerful. Even Uchiha Itachi is no match. Quan gripped a kunai and lunged straight at him. Quan, don't be reckless. Come with us and leave now. Seeing Quan charge forward, Qianli quickly urged her to stop. She dared not gamble on whether Uchiha Itachi had a Izanagi or a Zanami at his disposal. If she fell into that trap, how could she ever face Lord Jin when she returned? All right. Quan hesitated for a moment, then put away her kunai and came to Qianli's side. Let's go. Qianli slammed her palm against the ground. On the other side, Ding Dong, who was resting in the sky fortress, immediately activated her chakra and summoned the 3 of them back. Itachi, are you all right? Pipa Shirzong patted Itachi's trembling body and infused a stream of chakra into him. Thank you, Pipa Shirzong. Let's go. Though the blood on his eyes had already dried, his pallid complexion and disheveled appearance told of his utter exhaustion. But at least Izanagi wasn't triggered. Uchiha Itachi touched his left eye and murmured to himself. You encountered Uchiha Itachi and a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. Yes, Lord Jin. If it weren't for the transposition seal in Quan's eyes, I might not have been able to protect them both. Qianli's face was etched with guilt, feeling that her own strength was too lacking. It's fine. You've done well to bring them back safely. Qianli, I'm in need of a secretary. Would you like to consider it? Jin smiled and extended the invitation. Ah, Lord Jin, take your time to think it over. The benefits won't disappoint you. Jin nodded with a smile, not pressing for an immediate decision. Do you two still want to go out for training? No need, Brother Jin. Xianlin and I have already reached the level of quasi-Kage in strength, and we've accumulated plenty of combat experience. Now our focus is on breaking through to the Kage level. I see. I have a few pills here that might be of great help to you. Jin took out a bottle containing 12 pills and distributed 4 to each of them. Lord Jin, do I get some too? Qianli looked at the pills before her in surprise. This is your reward for completing the mission. Don't refuse. Time to check on how those 2 seeds are growing. After sending them off, Jin went alone to the cultivation chamber. The last time he studied the 6 paths chakra, the 2 initially cultivated life sacred tree and spirit sacred tree had degenerated back into seeds. Now they had both recovered to their former states and perhaps even surpassed them. Naturally, Jin was eager to see their changes. Where are the 2 sacred trees? Uchiha Jin searched the cultivation chamber but found no trace of the sacred trees, his surprise immediately turning into suspicion. Lord Jin, the 2 sacred trees were destroyed again not long ago by the power of the 6 paths. Why were they destroyed again? Jin asked, full of confusion. Could it be that Tsukimi had conducted the same experiment once more after he left? It was the request of the 2 sacred trees themselves. Lord Tsukimi noticed that they had gained significant benefits from the explosion of the 6 paths power, with their origin growing stronger. Out of curiosity, he agreed. The sanctuary has been strengthened. What a stroke of luck. Jin examined the 2 sacred trees and soon realized that was indeed the case. What a pity we don't have a container. Otherwise we might have been able to enhance our own origin through this method. If Lord Jin could refine them into pills, the effect would be unimaginable. A nearby Uchiha clan member spoke with some longing. A container. A container. Could the branches of the divine tree work? Or perhaps the meteorite that fell in Star Hidden Village would be suitable. It can contain the Ten-Tails chakra, so the power of the 6 paths should pose no problem either. Although the Ten-Tails chakra was the source, the refined power of the 6 paths, despite undergoing a certain sublimation, was actually more stable in essence. Though merging the 6 paths power had previously caused explosions, that was only due to an improper ratio during the fusion. Overall, it was considerably more stable than the Ten-Tails chakra. Finally, Uchiha Jin decided to retrieve both items and hand them over to Tsukimi for research. Well, let's wait until Lan returns. 2 days have already passed. He should have reached the Blood Pool clan's territory by now. By the way, since the 6 paths power causes explosions, how did they manage to create the black rods? Jin turned to the Uchiha clan member beside him. Lord Jin, I'm not sure about that either. After the first explosion, to please Lord Tsukimi, they combined their efforts to create 2 black rods. That was why Lord Tsukimi agreed to conduct another fusion experiment with the 6 paths power. So it was because they gained considerable growth from the explosion of the 6 paths power and deepened their understanding of yin-yang release. Jin silently analyzed. Lord Jin, I couldn't find any members of the Blood Pool clan. It seems they have been wiped out. Lan reported with some distress. It's fine. I had already anticipated this. In that case, come with me. Jin decided to first visit Star Hidden Village to retrieve the meteorite, then meet the mid-stage boss of Naruto to request a few branches of the divine tree. Before leaving, Qianli finally made her decision and naturally became Jin's secretary. This added to Lan's resentment. Originally the secretary position was his to handle, but it was snatched away by a beautiful clan member. His dissatisfaction was understandable. Half a day later, the 3 arrived at the Bear Country aboard a flying vehicle. Who are you and what business do you have in Star Hidden Village? A woman with long brown hair stared warily at Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Lan as they descended from the flying vehicle. Hand over the meteorite in your village or else. Jin's words were barely finished when he signaled his companions. Boom! 2 massive Susanoo instantly appeared, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. What kind of power is this? Xiaori stared in shock at the 2 Susanoo before her, swallowing involuntarily. I'll give you 1 minute to decide. Otherwise I'll have my men force their way in. Sir, I'll take you to retrieve the meteorite right now. However, that meteorite has significant side effects. That's not your concern. Just fetch the meteorite quickly. Jin interrupted the warning impatiently. This guy has such formidable subordinates. Damn it, the star is going to be taken away. How will I cultivate the peacock mystic art? Hong Xing hid in the shadows staring at the towering Susanoo, his heart restless and anxious. Xiaori, what's happening outside the village? The third star shadow approached leaning on a cane and saw Xiaori flying swiftly toward the village's forbidden area using the recently learned peacock mystic art. Lord Third, 3 extremely powerful people have come to the village. Those giants are the ones they summoned. I'm going to hand over the star now, otherwise they will force their way into Star Hidden Village. This. Very well. Taking the star away might allow the village's ninja to live a little longer. The third star shadow sighed and did not stop her. This is the star. I hope you will keep your word and not cause any damage to the village. Jin took the palm-sized star weighted in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Let's go, Lan. Take us away. Watching the 3 depart like this, Hong Xing could no longer contain himself. Xiaori, how could you do this? That was the village's treasure. Handing it over like this, are you trying to betray the village? I'm protecting the village. If I didn't hand it over, what if that powerful man goes on a killing spree in the village? Being so cooperative, who knows if you're in league with them to embezzle the star? Otherwise, how would we cultivate the peacock mystic art? Enough. The star is gone. Cultivating the peacock mystic art actually has a great impact on one's lifespan. So I still hope the village ninja can be down to earth and not rely too much on external forces. Hong Xing cursed inwardly but did not argue further. The third star shadow still held high prestige in the village and few dared to question him. Someone has entered. 3 Kage-level and one of them has even more chakra than I do. Nagato's expression turned grave. He had never heard of such a powerful figure in the ninja world. Conan noticed Nagato's unusual demeanor and immediately asked, I'll go out with you to have a look. No, stay here and don't wander off. The intruders are too strong. Even if you follow me, I can't guarantee your safety. You are Uchiha Jin, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and unexpectedly a puppet at that. Nagato's expression darkened and he became alert. Conan would never reveal her secrets, so this must have been discovered by the other party just now. Such insight is truly terrifying. Don't be nervous. We mean no harm. This time I've come to request a few branches of the demonic statue of the outer path. Nagato frowned but eventually agreed. After all, his recovery was partly due to the other party's favor. However, could those eyes truly see the future? Nagato, who is it? Conan asked nervously. The Land of Rain was hardly a good battlefield. If a fight broke out, the villagers would once again be displaced. It's Uchiha Jin. He's come to ask for something. What? Fragments of the demonic statue of the outer path. I'll go see him. Conan hesitated for a moment, then transformed into a dance of paper and flew out. Nagato hesitated but did not stop her. Uchiha Jin, this is the fragment of the ghetto statue you requested. Conan handed a scroll to him, yet her gaze never left him, staring fixedly. Jin nodded lightly and explained. As you must know, the ghetto statue as the vessel of the Ten Tails possesses some special properties. I am curious about them, so I asked your Akatsuki for some pieces to study. I see. But could you spare a bit more of the life secret elixir for me? Conan narrowed her eyes and asked with a smile. He believed Uchiha Jin would not refuse. Here, 50 doses of the life secret elixir. Use the rest for yourself. I think the elixir will also be quite beneficial to your paper release. Thank you. Conan paused for a moment, then said while biting her lips. Well, come visit the base more often, Jin said teasingly. Conan bristled. It was obvious that Uchiha Jin wanted her to come over and give him a massage. Tian Dao looked at the two with some confusion, but remained silent. Back at the airborne fortress, Jin rushed to the laboratory where Yu Jian was handing over 2 alternative vessels. Lord Jin, I appreciate your trouble. No matter, let's test if it's feasible right away. Yes, just recently the 2 sacred trees have become restless again, and I need to help them complete their transformation. On a hillside dozens of li from the airborne fortress, numerous researchers set up instruments, their faces solemn as they stared at the 2 sacred trees not far away, occasionally recording something. Begin. As the words fell, the 2 sacred trees immediately intertwined, emitting a unique wave of energy that merged together. A flash of white light and an explosion occurred once more. This explosion was far more intense than the previous 2, naturally, because more than 1 strand of 6 paths power was required. Quick, bring out both vessels and try them. Yu Jian instructed 2 clansmen who had awakened their Mangekyō. Although most of the clan members had been sent out by Jin to search for the Grell stone, he had kept 2 with awakened Mangekyō to assist Yu Jian in the experiments. After all, experiments could be dangerous at times. If an explosion occurred, they could activate Susanoo in time to protect the research staff. Lord Yu Jian, it seems I have succeeded. I have succeeded too. Hearing the good news from both sides, Ujian's face lit up with joy. Bring the items back to the lab, I want to study them. Lord Jin, perhaps I can also help you. Inside the lab, Xia, having sensed the terrifying energy contained in the two vessels, volunteered. Indeed, when Jin left the rain-hidden village, he had also taken Xia away, albeit by somewhat harsh means. Facing Uchiha Jin's suspicious gaze, Xia said calmly, Don't forget, as a puppeteer I have a deep understanding of materials. Very well, you may come and watch. But if nothing comes of it, I'll have to seal your memory. Jin nodded without refusing. He had taken Xia away precisely because he valued the other's research in puppetry. Any additional gains were naturally welcome. How is it, Ujian? Half a day later, Jin walked in again, asking expectantly. Lord Jin, both vessels can contain the 6 paths power, but at present the branch of the Geto statue works best. Jin nodded, showing no surprise. The Geto statue was originally the shell of the divine tree containing the 6 paths power, was no challenge. But Xia raised a point that I think has merit. So you believe that the Ten-Tails chakra within the meteorite affects its capacity to hold the 6 paths power? If it could be removed, the meteorite might work even better than the Geto statue fragments. Exactly, Lord Jin. That's the conclusion I just reached. How confident are you? Jin didn't dismiss it outright, instead he asked curiously. 70%. Good, then let's give it a try. Jin dared not overlook Xia's talent. The other had spoken truly. He was indeed exceptional in material research. This was acknowledged by Ujian Sunrin and other researchers. The Geto statue fragments are the optimal vessels for containing the Ten-Tails chakra. Don't ask how I know, just study it and you'll understand. So after extracting the Ten-Tails chakra, the space within the meteorite will naturally become empty. Xia nodded and silently resumed his research. Ujian and Sunrin also kept busy assisting on the side. The other researchers collected data, somewhat flustered. The experiment report is finally out, Lord Ujian. The meteorite's capacity for the 6 paths power is nearly 30% better than that of the Geto statue fragments alone. Excellent. Thank you for your hard work. Submit the report to Lord Jin. As for you, Xia, do you wish to remain here? Yes. I am quite interested in this 6 paths power. I hope you don't mind my participation. And the tasks Lord Jin assigned you earlier. Uchiha Jin had given Xia 2 tasks: first to reassemble the laboratory instruments, some of which were not very precise; second to create a device that could effectively train hero reaction. The former fruit pulp plants had gradually lost their effectiveness. After all, the Uchiha clan members' neural reactions were growing faster, but the fruit pulp plants remained unchanged, so they faced the risk of being phased out. However, that wasn't certain. They could still be used by the younger generation of the clan, bringing some childhood joy. I can complete the precision instruments and the neural device at night without delaying this experiment, Xia said indifferently. Since he had already transformed himself into a puppet, he never felt fatigue, so a little extra work was fine as long as he could conduct interesting research. If possible, he also wanted to take this opportunity to ask Uchiha Jin for some branches of the Life Sacred Tree and the Spirit Sacred Tree, as well as a bit of the 6 paths power. These were excellent materials that would greatly aid his puppet modifications. Very well, but still thank you for your hard work. Bai Hua sighed, feeling somewhat inferior. So this was what Lord Jin meant by a mad researcher, so self-disciplined. Compared to him, she was far behind. Maybe I should try using the secret elixir recently. Lord Jin, do you have any good suggestions for utilizing this 6 paths power? Ujian's fingertips clenched the celestial meteorite, yet a glimmer of curiosity flickered in her eyes. After discussing for a long time without reaching a conclusion, they finally sought out Uchiha Jin. In their eyes, Uchiha Jin was omnipotent, and his suggestions had never led them astray. 6 paths power. Jin lowered his gaze to the celestial meteorite container before him, which held the 6 paths power, and fell into a brief contemplation. What if we try using the alchemy furnace? But what if it explodes inside the furnace? Soon a soft chuckle escaped his throat, and his fingertips unconsciously traced the lines of his palm. He decided to set aside his doubts and give it a try. After all, even if the alchemy furnace exploded, he could reforge it with his dojutsu power, and the herbs inside could be recollected. Overall, the loss would not be significant. After he shared his idea, everyone's breath suddenly froze. Lord Jin intended to use the 6 paths power for alchemy. They had never seen an alchemy furnace before, and now that the opportunity arose, they were overjoyed. However, I still need some time to study the ratio of herbs required for this process. Although Uchiha Jin now possessed an entire garden and was well versed in herbal knowledge, he still could not directly start alchemy. Some necessary preparatory work could not be abandoned. not only to ensure he could handle the alchemy with ease but also to make the effects of the refined pills meet expectations. Over the following days Jin immersed himself in the study searching for the appropriate ratio. Meanwhile Uchiha Jin and the others continued their research on the eternal Mangekyō. With the 6 paths power in hand, the research on the eternal Mangekyō could naturally proceed. Brother Xian, there's something strange here. I think we finally found it. Baihua's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Several months had passed since they set out to find the passage to the moon, and at last they had a clue. Don't rush. Let our shadow clones go in first to check for any danger. Xian, however, was much more composed, not overlooking potential threats due to the impending clue. His Sharingan rippled with scarlet waves like boulders cast into a deep pool, stirring layers of cautious ripples. Ing nodded in agreement, raising no objections. Remember, be extremely cautious. There's a clan similar to the Hyuga on the moon. If we cause a commotion, we'll never be able to infiltrate easily, and this passage will likely be sealed by them. Ing pondered for a moment, and reminded them. It wasn't that they didn't want to forcefully occupy the moon, but with the pressure of the giant Tensigen they estimated that even if they managed to take down all the Otsutsuki, they themselves would suffer heavy losses. That was something they wished to avoid. Let's go. There's no danger inside. Your shadow clones have already entered the moon. Xian's shadow clone relayed its experience, and he immediately spoke to the two beside him. 5 minutes later the three infiltrated the moon. Indeed, as Lord Jin said, the moon can be reached through a passage from the ninja world. Baiwa gazed at the tranquil surroundings, her inner excitement surging like uncontainable waves. Now we must be careful, the enemy also possesses the Byakugan. Baiwa, surveillance is up to you. Xian reminded, then walked toward the marker left by his shadow clone. With shadow clones clearing the path ahead, their margin for error increased significantly. Something's off. We've been walking for half a day and haven't encountered a single Otsutsuki clan member. What's going on? Baiwa hid behind a building and muttered quietly. It seems the Otsutsuki clan has been wiped out. Xian recalled what Lord Jin had mentioned and felt there was no other explanation. That's right, Lord Jin did mention this. Baiwa froze for a moment, then nearly jumped up. Which means the remaining child has the bloodline most suitable for me. There's a puppet over there. Let's follow it and see, maybe it will lead us to our target. Ing suddenly spoke up, offering his suggestion. Alright, let's hurry. Is that the kid? He doesn't look particularly special. Xian muttered under his breath. Since you're here, come on out. Tonri spoke toward the hiding spot of Uchiha Xian and the others. Though he had no eyes, the Tensigen still revealed the enemy's location. Discovered. The three in hiding were startled, wondering if he was bluffing. It's fine, let's go out. He's a child under 10, probably not much of a threat. Xian broke the silence, offering his suggestion. But before they could emerge, Tonri had already manipulated the giant Tensigen, aiming it at a building and unleashing a powerful repulsive force. Watch out! In the critical moment, Xian made a decisive move, activating Susanoo to block the repulsive attack. How can he control the giant Tensigen? Is it because his bloodline is too pure? Baiwa looked enviously at the giant Tensigen, radiating immense power in the distance. That chakra doesn't seem to be his own. Ing observed carefully for a moment before explaining. Brother, just stall him. The chakra he has won't last long. Xian nodded, not refusing. He dared not take Lord Jin's assigned task lightly. Sensing that his attack had no effect, Tonri continued to channel the chakra his father had left behind into the giant Tensigen. Moments later, a large number of puppets appeared, gradually surrounding them. He can control so many puppets without chakra threads. Is the giant Tensigen really that powerful? Xian increased his dojutsu output, and a long sword materialized, grasped by his Susanoo. With a casual swing, a sword wave 7 or 8 meters long swept across the entire moon. The puppets in its path were all cleaved in two. Sensing that Xian had effortlessly destroyed his puppets, Tonri's expression darkened. The last bit of chakra can be used for one silver wheel reincarnation explosion, but would that be a waste? Tonri hesitated, ultimately deciding to use the stone golem to fight instead. An endless stream of chakra was absorbed, and Tonri, with a twisted expression on his eyeless face, stared at Xian's position and summoned the stone golem. Boom! The entire moon shook violently as a massive stone golem over 20 meters tall burst from the ground, confronting Xian's Susanoo. A child around 10 years old can achieve this level by borrowing the giant Tensigen. Such an ultimate dojutsu is truly enviable. Xian sighed in admiration, then increased his dojutsu output, causing Susanoo to begin transforming. Brother, don't push yourself. Although your dojutsu can unleash the 4th stage of Susanoo, the drain is immense. Let's call for reinforcements. Ing looked at Xian, whose eyes were already bleeding from the corners, and tried to dissuade him. Xian gave an awkward smile and ultimately refrained from stubbornly manifesting the fourth stage Susanoo. Given the Tensigen, he couldn't afford to be reckless. If he angered this child and the opponent made the Tensigen self-destruct, wouldn't the blame fall entirely on him? Calming down, Xian felt a lingering fear. At Ying's signal, Baiwa bit her finger and summoned Ding Dang. Quick, summon Lord Jin and the others, we've made it to the moon. Though puzzled, Ding Dang activated her reverse summoning technique and instantly summoned Jin and Lan. Oh, so this is the moon. Jin glanced around calmly, paying little attention to Xian, who was being battered by stone statues in the distance. To think you found this place so quickly, quite unexpected. Lord Jin, should we seal the Tensigen first? We'll wait for Aunt Xiangnai and Uchiha Yuan to arrive before taking action. Lan, who had been summoned earlier, had already marked the moon's coordinates. Under Jin's orders, she went back to bring the two over. The Tensigen was a crucial element tied to many of the Tong organization's experiments, so they dared not be careless. You should go help too, or Xian might end up in the hospital for a long time. Jin sighed as he watched Xian being driven into the ground by the stone statue. Understood, Lord Jin. Lord Jin. Begin the operation. Make sure to seal the Tensigen completely. Uzumaki Xiangnai, needless to say, was the organization's most skilled member in sealing techniques. As for Uchiha Yuan, he was the Uchiha clansman Xiangnai had selected for his talent in sealing jutsu. True to expectations, after awakening his Mangekyō, he unlocked a dojutsu related to sealing. The two swiftly approached the Tensigen, but were repelled by its own repulsive force. Several attempts proved futile. Lan, go help them. A deep look crossed Jin's face. He decided not to delay any longer. As for Tonari, let him sleep for a while. With a few body flickers, Jin appeared behind Tonari and knocked him out with a single chop. From now on, you're the organization's blood bag. Jin gave a sly grin, looking at the eyeless strange boy with great satisfaction. We've also gathered the materials for Baiwa and Hinata to evolve their eyes. Once we return, we can help them evolve. I'm really looking forward to the changes in the Byakugan. Yet even after Tonari was subdued, the stone statues in the distance did not cease their attack. It seemed the source still lay with the Tensigen. In the other battle, with Lan's assistance, the three easily evaded the repulsive force of the giant Tensigen and closed in to within a meter. Feeling the pressure emanating from it, they were all excited. Hurry and begin. Fearing that the Tensigen might have other tricks, Lan urged them. As soon as she spoke, countless beads materialized out of thin air and shot toward them. Lan snorted, opening 3 spatial wormholes to deflect all the attacks. Without hesitation, Xiangnai released her adamantine chains and plunged them straight into the giant Tensigen. This action immediately enraged it. Suddenly it radiated an even more terrifying pressure, and a peculiar light flashed across the void, illuminating the entire moon. Not good, it's about to erupt. Lan shouted, then turned her gaze to Uchiha Yuan. Leave it to me. Uchiha Yuan had already activated his Mangekyō. In an instant his dojutsu power surged forth, and endless black runes like tadpoles gushed from his eyes and swam across the surface of the giant Tensigen. This dojutsu contained a sealing technique that he, Xiangnai, and another Uchiha with sealing talent, Daotian, had prepared for nearly 3 months. While it couldn't guarantee 100% seal on the giant Tensigen, at least it would prevent it from using that move. With Xiangnai's subsequent cooperation and his other dojutsu, the hope of sealing the Tensigen was still considerable. Indeed, his left eye's dojutsu was storage. It could store a sealing technique prepared over a period of time within the eye and release it at will, much simpler and more practical than Xiangnai's sealing formulas. It could also absorb complex sealing techniques that didn't belong to him into his eye for study. As for his right eye's dojutsu, it was sealing enhancement, consuming dojutsu power to amplify any sealing technique. Combined with the left eye's ability, it often achieved a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Taking the opportunity, Xiangnai retracted her adamantine chains and assisted in sealing several key points. Guided by her Kagura mind's eye, Yuan successfully completed a temporary force seal on the Tensigen. Yes, temporary. The sealing technique stored in his left eye had been prepared for nearly 3 months, but its initial effect was to forcibly seal the giant Tensigen for 2 hours. Then with the enhancement from his right eye's dojutsu, 4 hours was not a problem. After all, they had sacrificed many things to prevent the Tensigen from resisting and causing the seal to fail achieving this result. The next 2 hours would be used for preliminary preparations for the permanent seal. Now comes the crucial part. Yuan first activated his right eye's dojutsu to strengthen the stored sealing technique. Countless black patterns surged and spread across the entire giant Tensigen. Before long, though the seal's appearance remained unchanged, its effective duration had doubled. Sister Xiangnai. Together. Chakra surged from their hands as they unleashed one sealing technique after another, striking the Tensigen. As more and more sealing techniques were applied, the pressure it emitted gradually diminished until it vanished completely. The stone statues in the distance, no longer controlled by the giant Tensigen, crumbled into piles of rubble. Phew, we finally succeeded, Lord Jin. Mission accomplished. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, his exhausted mind unable to hold on any longer. If Lan hadn't caught him in time, he might have fallen from the giant Tensigen. Well done. You've worked hard. Jin nodded with satisfaction. Why had he cultivated so many subordinates? Wasn't it so they could assist him in different fields? Although he himself knew sealing techniques, he didn't think he could have done better, not to mention the massive amount of time that would have been wasted. Master Jin, what about this moon? Yue Jian asked with curiosity. It's a pity not to utilize such a vast expanse. Do you have any ideas? Jin furrowed his brow, also unsure of how to utilize it. Why not move the 6 Paths Power Laboratory here? Then we won't need to run around for fusion experiments, we can directly synthesize the 6 Paths Power on the moon. Yes, Lan, you go back and help move the experimental instruments to the moon. Master Jin, I've been researching the teleportation array recently. Let Lan help me review it. If it works, it will make future movements much more convenient. Xiangnai suddenly said, which made Lan instantly relieved. The distance between the moon and the aerial fortress was not short, and the laboratory instruments were numerous. If he had to deliver them all, it would require draining his chakra multiple times, a feeling no one wanted to experience again. A day later, everyone sorted through the items on the moon, discovering countless puppets and many secret techniques related to the Otsutsuki. They are similar to the Hyuga's gentle fist, but even inferior to the Hyuga. It seems that years of comfort have gradually made them lose interest in combat. Have Yue Jian and the others pack up and come here. I'm going to start alchemy, Jin said calmly. First, put the 6 Paths Power in. Jin took the vessel containing the 6 Paths Power, the celestial meteorite, unsealed it, and the alchemy furnace immediately generated a repulsive force, sucking the 6 Paths Power inside. Jin increased the flame output, then leisurely took out several special herbs related to yin-yang release, and tossed them in. The rich fragrance of herbs permeated the entire moon, making everyone around feel as if their bodies and minds were immersed in a gentle spring, temporarily unable to extricate themselves. Condense. The life flame surged up, enveloping the entire furnace. The liquid and 6 Paths Power inside the furnace completely merged, then transformed into 10 pills. The pills were round and lustrous, with strange halos flowing on their surface like a river of stars. The rich fragrance of the medicine penetrated the furnace, lingering at the noses of everyone, refreshing and soothing with a faint hint of purple aura. Jin gently waved his right hand, and the 10 pills fell one by one into the jade bottle in his hand. Not bad. Master Jin, let me see. Yue Jian immediately stepped forward, looking at the jade bottle in Jin's hand with anticipation. Jin chuckled lightly and did not refuse. I'll leave the experiments to you. Tell me whatever results you get. Don't worry, Master Jin. I'll tell you as soon as I've researched it, Yue Jian assured, but her eyes couldn't leave the bottle in her hand. Lan, come with me again. Putting down the scroll in his hand, Jin looked out the window with a profound expression. Master Jin, where are we going? First, take a look at that scroll. After a moment, Lan put down the scroll with an angry expression surging with rage inside. The Uchiha ancestors were truly insane. They actually imprisoned a woman with a Mangekyō and used her as a weapon, such bastards. The current Uchiha are not much better, Jin said with a hint of sarcasm. Master Jin, is this clan member really still alive? Don't underestimate the power of sealing techniques. This time we'll take Yuan and Uzumaki Xiangnai along. The value of this sealing technique is not small. A technique that can seal human bodily functions must be kept in our hands. Although Jin's goal was to become an Otsutsuki and achieve immortality, that did not prevent him from preparing for the future and making a backup plan. As soon as Lan left, the door to Jin's office was pushed open. Before Jin could turn around, a softness invaded his shoulder. Brother Jin, when will you start the bloodline fusion you promised me? Jin felt his scalp tingle at Baihua's coquettish voice. Cough, I'll help you when I get back. As a member of the Hyuga clan in the ninja world, Baiwa needed the chakra of the moon's Otsutsuki to complete the evolution of her eyes. But simply injecting chakra into Baihua's body was not enough. After all, chakra would eventually run out. So bloodline fusion was necessary. However, constantly drawing blood from Toneri was somewhat troublesome. Jin decided to kill him, use his blood to cultivate a special plant that would replace the effect of the Otsutsuki bloodline, then use it to make a secret medicine to help Baiwa complete her bloodline transformation. I have matters today, and bloodline fusion is not something that can be done overnight. It requires thorough preparation, so there's no rush. You've just broken through to the Kage level, you should settle down first. Jin said slowly. Facing Baihua, who was getting closer but remained silent, Jin shook his head helplessly. Alright, I'll give you 2 more pills. Is that enough? Thank you, Master Jin. I can warm your bed tonight if you want. No need, I really have things to do today. Then another day. Taking the jade bottle Jin handed her, Baihua ran out of the office without giving him a chance to refuse. Alright, come out. You've been listening for a while. Any thoughts? Jin stared at the office door with a half-smile. Master Jin, we just arrived. That's right. Jin, don't let Xianglin down. The first 2 were fine. Jin didn't mind, but he had to respond to Aunt Xiangnai's words. Cough, Aunt Xiangnai, rest assured I won't do such things. Master Jin, this should be the place. Lan brought everyone to a forest in the land of fire and said, Then let's send shadow clones to search around. After an hour, the 4 broke open a patch of ground, revealing the sealing technique that imprisoned Uchiha Hikari. Can you take the seal? Jin looked at Uchiha Yuan with anticipation. If this seal could really be taken, perhaps after Yuan awakened the Rinnegan, he could even take the moon itself. Master Jin, it's possible, but I cannot be interrupted during the process, so I'll rely on you. Don't worry, we'll protect you. Jin gave him a reassuring look. Yuan took a deep breath and immediately activated his Mangekyō's dojutsu. Storage. Although he had used this dojutsu many times, this unfamiliar sealing technique, who knew whether its owner had hidden special formulas inside? If an accident occurred, the sealing technique that Master Jin valued so much would likely not be taken completely and stored in his dojutsu. Fortunately, his worries were unfounded. Half an hour later, Yuan successfully stored the entire sealing technique in his eyes. Meanwhile, a little girl controlled by a genjutsu appeared on the scene. The girl possessed a delicate countenance reminiscent of Uchiha's Wuju, her long black hair cascading past her waist and swaying in the breeze. She wore a blue dress with several layers of bandages wrapped around her calves. In her eyes, the distinctive patterns of the red Sharingan swirled deep and mysterious, while beneath her cold demeanor seemed to hide countless untold stories. Indeed, the girl was Uchiha Guang. When the sealing technique of the Yuan absorption had only reached 2/3 of its progress, the other party had already escaped. Upon seeing the Uchiha clan emblem adorning Jin and the others, she immediately flew into a rage and prepared to attack them. Unfortunately, having been imprisoned for years, Uchiha Guang's mental state was far from stable, and she was swiftly subdued by Jin and Lan through a combined genjutsu. Release her, we can have a talk. After instructing Xiangnai to seal away her chakra and ocular power, Jin spoke. Go to hell. Where is my chakra? You damned bastards, you sealed my chakra and ocular power. Now I think you can calm down. After all, you no longer have the means to resist. Why not listen to what we have to say? Jin's tone was gentle, and he did not retaliate with harsh words despite Uchiha Guang's hostile attitude. Humph. Speak then. After struggling for a long while and realizing there was truly no way out, she had no choice but to nod in agreement. Your name is Uchiha Guang, isn't it? As soon as Jin uttered these words, a sharp pain shot through Uchiha Guang's head. No. I am Uchiha. Nameless. After experiencing darkness, Guang had subconsciously ignored the warmth of her past, unwilling to let herself hope in the midst of despair, for that would be too agonizing. Now Jin's direct confrontation nearly shattered her spirit. I am Uchiha Nameless. A cold and sinister chakra surged within Uchiha Guang's eyes, stirring even Lan's pity. From this one could see the depth of darkness Uchiha Guang had endured. The Uchiha ancestors of the past were truly despicable. We are different from those clansmen who manipulated you. Come back with us, there you will not need to fight. I will provide you with everything you desire. Jin's tone grew even softer. After all he wanted was her ocular technique. In terms of combat, he had plenty of subordinates, and truly did not need her, nor did he value her meager strength. Really? A faint, barely perceptible glimmer of hope flickered in Uchiha Guang's eyes, but it was quickly shrouded by icy coldness. It was difficult for her to trust any Uchiha clansman. This was the psychological trauma inflicted by those villains hundreds of years ago. Can you trust us just this once? At Jin's subtle signal, Xiangnai walked over, embraced the girl, and gently stroked her head. I will trust you one last time. Comforted by Xiangnai, Uchiha Guang could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face, blurring her vision. Yi Nayu, what do you think is the best way to treat her? First, heal her psychological trauma. That is the most critical issue. As for the rest, there are no major problems. It seems the sealing technique has no side effects. Yi Nayu held the relevant report and gave her conclusion. Does the mental elixir have any effect in this regard? Jin suddenly asked. To some extent, yes. But more importantly, it is the healing power of daily life. Try to avoid letting her come into contact with clansmen. Your people are not particularly even-tempered. If she is provoked, she might tear the base apart. Inayu said with a smile. Jin gave an awkward chuckle and did not object. Although the clansmen selected by Xian were not mentally unstable and were mostly normal, their tempers were far from gentle. As the leader of the organization, they naturally restrained themselves in his presence. But when it came to Uchiha Guang, it was uncertain whether they would do the same. Moreover, Uchiha Guang's aversion to Uchiha clansmen was not insignificant. If they actually met, it was hard to say who would strike first. But you can interact with her since I know your temperament. Aren't you afraid I might steal Uchiha Guang away? Your man's charm is boundless. Feeling Jin's breath near her ear, Inayu blushed slightly and replied, "That would be your achievement." She did not mind how many women Jin had as long as she could stay by the side of the one she loved. That was enough. She was self-aware, knowing that her only outstanding quality was her medical ninjutsu, and that she had known Jin early, thus receiving a bit more of his favor. But she never took that favor for granted, for among Jin's women whose bloodline was not superior to hers. Uchiha Jin, how is the research on the Tensigen coming along? Jin arrived on the moon and asked with a smile. Lord Jin, I have just discovered that the giant Tensigen is actually composed of numerous Byakugan. Indeed. What I want to ask is, can the Sharingan do the same? Lord Jin, you intend to use the method of the giant Tensigen to fuse a Rinnegan in advance, is that correct? Yes. Is it possible? Jin nodded without denying it. I am not certain either. However, with the fusion scroll of the Tensigen and the research on the Tensigen, it is worth a try. But Lord Jin should not hold too high expectations. After all, the evolutionary path of the Byakugan differs from that of the Sharingan. I suspect that the Tensigen and the Rinnegan will also exhibit certain differences. Of course, these are just my speculations. It is difficult to predict the actual outcome. Uchiha Jin nodded. These were the very pieces of knowledge he had imparted to Uchiha Jin, so it was not surprising that she now used them to convince him. Nevertheless, he still held considerable hope, for he possessed the aid of the Six Paths power, which he believed would make the process less difficult. How is the research on the eternal Mangekyō coming along? We have been stuck for a long time. I am thinking about how to break through. Tell me, perhaps I can help. Uchiha Jin did not refuse. They had long witnessed Lord Jin's remarkable insight, and none dared underestimate him, even though he had no knowledge of scientific research. So you lack a physical specimen for research? Yes. But Lord Jin, no matter how resourceful you are, you cannot find two Mangekyō wielders with blood ties to fuse together, can you? Uchiha Jin teased with a smile. She knew that Lord Jin was not a cold-blooded person. He cared deeply for his subordinates. His consistent philosophy was to lead the organization's members to the pinnacle of the ninja world. That is not difficult at all. Jin chuckled lightly, feeling that Uchiha Jin had fallen into a cognitive trap. Lord Jin, you really have a way. Have you ever heard of cloning? Cloning. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Uchiha Jin slapped his head in frustration, feeling as though he had truly grown dull. You've been relying too heavily on the Mangekyō dojutsu lately, and it's trapped you in a cognitive blind spot. From now on, try to use that ability less. You can't afford to stop thinking, otherwise one day you'll lose the very essence of a researcher. Listening to Jin's heartfelt words, Uchiha Jin nodded, his face filled with regret. Lord Jin, I'm truly sorry for disappointing you. It's fine. The Uchiha clan often falls into this trap, for the Mangekyō's power is too overwhelming and easily fosters dependence. But once you break free, I believe it won't be long before you master the proper use of the Mangekyō, no longer swayed by the thrill of its techniques. And then, Lord Jin, I won't let you down again. By the way, how is your research on the 10 pills I gave you? Jin could see Uchiha Jin's self-reproach and shifted the topic. I conducted experiments on 2 wild rabbits, 2 ninja snakes, and 4 ninjas. The chakra in the 2 wild rabbits directly surpassed that of a Jonin, and they were a step away from Kage-level. Their intelligence, neuro-responses, and physical abilities were all significantly enhanced. Without the help of Uchiha clansmen, I would have spent a lot of time capturing them. But unfortunately, they only lasted for a moment before exploding. Could it withstand the Six Paths power? Yes, the Six Paths power continued to elevate the quality of their chakra, causing them to burst. And the others? The ninja rabbits and ninja snakes lasted longer, presumably because they already had chakra from the start. As for the 4 ninjas under Yungu's spiritualization technique, 2 of them broke through to Kage-level. If not for the many clansmen present, we might not have been able to restrain them. It can directly help break through to Kage-level. What was their strength before the experiment? Jin suddenly asked. They were originally wandering ninjas with at most genin level chakra. With the help of the sacred water they reached Jonin level. After taking 1 6 paths pill they broke through to Kage-level. Any side effects? Yes, it requires extremely precise control, otherwise one misstep leads to self-destruction. Yungu accidentally caused an explosion at first and his own soul suffered considerable damage. During the breakthrough the souls of the wandering ninjas were prone to shattering, so Yungu had to expend significant effort to preserve them. So what conclusions have you drawn? Jin asked directly without reviewing the experimental data. The 6 paths power can effectively enhance a person's potential, whether soul, physique, or neural responses. The 6 paths pill is a comprehensive enhancer comparable to years of secret elixir consumption. Then doesn't that overlap with the effects of other secret elixirs and pills? Jin frowned, feeling that some previous research might have been redundant. Lord Jin, I think it's not that simple. Let us research further before giving a precise conclusion. After all, we haven't studied the 6 paths pill for long. I believe its greatest potential is far from simple. Alright, I'll trouble you for now. I'll go with Lan to find a cloning method. The organization had no cloning methods, which was why Yue Jian hadn't used them for so long. As for where to find them, Jin had some ideas. At this time Orochimaru hasn't yet betrayed the Akatsuki. I'll seize the opportunity to capture him and extract the cloning method. And also take any related genetic and cellular knowledge. Jin thought silently. Lord Jin, where are we going? To the Akatsuki? You've marked the Rain Village, haven't you? Yes. Uchiha Jin is here again. On the high tower of the Rain Village, Nagato opened his eyes, looking in a certain direction. Nagato, what's wrong? Konan noticed Nagato's unusual behavior, and asked. Uchiha Jin is coming. Let's go meet him. Be careful not to alert Madara and White Setsu. Uchiha Jin, what brings you here? Nagato, you seem to be recovering well. I've come to ask for your help. Of course. What is it? Nagato nodded expressionlessly. Assign a mission to Orochimaru. I have business with him, but don't reveal our presence. Alright, I'll contact him later and send him on a mission to the Land of Fire. But will you kill him? Nagato asked again, hoping to preserve Orochimaru's life since the Akatsuki lacked members. No problem, but your organization seems short-handed. I'll send 2 clansmen to assist you in 2 days. Good, thank you. After seeing them off, Konan asked nervously. Nagato, do you think those 2 Uchiha spies Jin sends will be here to monitor us? Possibly, but it doesn't matter. Once I become more familiar with the Rinnegan's abilities, there will be no opponent left in the ninja world. Nagato remained confident in his Rinnegan's power. Konan hesitated, then sighed. She knew Uchiha Jin was not so reckless. Since he could hand over such precious secret elixirs, naturally he had prepared for contingencies. Perhaps the organization held even rarer elixirs and every member possessed formidable strength. This speculation was not unfounded. During her last visit to the floating fortress, she had noticed that many members had chakra at Kage-level, and even more were at elite Jonin level. If 2 people come, you handle the other member while I control Orochimaru. We'll finish quickly. Understood, Lord Jin. Half a day later the 2 finally encountered Orochimaru alone in a dense forest. Whew! Tisk, Lord Orochimaru's perception is quite sharp. Jin slowly emerged from behind a large tree with Lan close behind. You Uchiha again. But not the same 2 as last time. Uchiha Jin, do you think you're something special? Both of them had concealed their chakra, so Orochimaru hadn't detected them, and his killing intent surged. Just after leaving Konoha, he had been attacked by 2 of Uchiha Jin's subordinates. Today he would settle that score. Jin suddenly burst into laughter, instantly casting a genjutsu with his Sharingan to subdue the opponent. With a soul so incomplete, how dare you speak with such arrogance? Indeed, Jin sensed through his formidable spiritual power that Orochimaru's soul was unstable, deducing that he had studied the living corpse reincarnation technique, and had usurped at least 1 body. Write down everything you know about cloning genetics and cells. As for the living corpse reincarnation, Jin had no interest in it. He was destined for eternal life and looked down upon such an alternative method of immortality. Alright, we can leave now. Jin pondered, but ultimately decided not to kill him. After all, Konoha still awaited his destruction. Now Konoha had reached its most perilous moment. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi had anticipated, the Mangekyō ninja forces advanced through the land of grass straight into the heart of the land of fire. At Obito's behest, Kirigakure dispatched over 1,000 ninjas advancing from the sea toward the land of fire. I wonder if Orochimaru can incite Tsunagakure to claim a share of the spoils in this battle. Jin gazed toward Konoha with a faint smile, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Xianing, I've already communicated with the Akatsuki leader about what I promised you. You can go directly. Huh. Jin-sama, does our organization have ties with the Akatsuki? Xian asked in disbelief. Their deputy leader, the White Tiger, has actually joined our Tong organization as well, so don't be too tense. Treat the Akatsuki as if it were our own base. Afterwards, Xian and Ing left the aerial fortress and headed for the Rain village. Xian was exhilarated as this was an extraordinary experience. As for Ing, he was indifferent. He would accompany his elder brother to keep an eye on him and prevent any foolish actions. Hinata, the Ninja Academy will start in a few months. Do you want to enroll? Hayashi Hyuga looked at his daughter, who had once again effortlessly defeated Niji Hyuga, with immense pride, and asked softly, Father, I think it's fine. To become a ninja, the academy is an indispensable step. Besides, I can use shadow clones to attend school without hindering my training. It's good that you have this mindset. I wonder how delighted your sister Hanabi would be seeing you grow stronger. Hayashi still harbored some resentment over his younger daughter being taken away by Hinata's mother Baiwa. Father, I believe Baiwa won't mistreat Hanabi. I think she might actually be trying to help us. After all, Hanabi would eventually be branded with the caged bird seal. Leaving Konoha means she won't be bound by it. So you already knew Hinata? Hayashi looked at his eldest daughter. Hinata's excessive maturity sometimes pained him. The death of Hizashi and Nizi's madness had indeed placed a heavy burden on her. So you two are the subordinates recommended by Uchiha Jin. Tendo's Rinnegan emanated a faint pressure, attempting to intimidate them. That's right. You can assign us some tasks and we'll complete them. Xian, thinking of the organization's missions, was quite enthusiastic. Who would have thought that the fruits of the Akatsuki's tireless efforts over the years would ultimately be stolen by the Tong organization? These are your rings. Conan will bring you the nail polish later. Finally, I will convene an Akatsuki meeting so you can get acquainted with the others. The two declined Conan's kindness, reluctantly applied the nail polish, and donned the Akatsuki robes. Leader, are there any new missions? Orochimaru flicked his tongue warily. Having been thwarted by the Uchiha clan again shortly after his last operation, his desire for the Uchiha's Sharingan had reached its peak. He resolved to lure out Uchiha Itachi as soon as possible, take over his body, master the Mangekyō's abilities, and then seek vengeance against Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Itachi, however, failed to notice Orochimaru's covetous gaze. He was stunned by the two newcomers. Those are Uchiha Jin's subordinates, Uchiha Xian and Ing. How can they be in the Akatsuki? Soon everyone present noticed the two new figures. It's you two. We are members of the Uchiha clan now joining the Akatsuki. Please take care of us. Xian said coldly with disdain. Before coming, he had learned from Jin-sama about the Akatsuki's composition, and was well aware of its inner filth. In his eyes, these were rabble who couldn't last 10 exchanges against him, not worth bothering about. The only one who piqued his interest was the leader with the Rinnegan, Nagato. Uchiha Itachi, these are your clansmen. Aren't you going to greet them? Orochimaru quickly masked his gloom and teased with a smile. Orochimaru, mind your own business. Uchiha Itachi knew his situation was growing increasingly precarious, but thinking of Sasuke and Konoha, he resolved to keep fighting to survive. Moreover, with the leader's authority, no one would dare act recklessly. Alright, from today onward you will continue taking missions to earn funds for the organization. By the way, Conan, any news on Kakuzu you were looking for? No, Tendo. It's as if he vanished into thin air. Even White Setsu has no information. Conan's expression was odd. White Setsu did have information on Kakuzu, but revealing it here would disrupt the organization's harmony, so she chose to remain silent. Continue recruiting members. We still don't have enough people. Understood. Conan nodded without objection. What is your purpose in joining the Akatsuki? 2 hours later, Itachi returned to the Rain village with Hoshigaki Kisame. He needed to clarify their intentions, or else he would be at a disadvantage, unable to act alone. If he were caught off guard, he might not even survive long enough for Sasuke to awaken his Mangekyō. He is the Uchiha weasel who massacred his entire clan. Afraid? Xian said mockingly. Protect your little brother well. If I see him, I'll make his life a living hell. Ing also chimed in. Having heard Jin-sama's explanation, they were both well aware of Uchiha Itachi's weak spot, and had no intention of sparing him. You! Uchiha Itachi, upon hearing the threat, immediately activated his Mangekyō, staring coldly at Ing. I stopped caring about my brother long ago. Your threats are useless. Next time think twice before threatening me, or don't blame me for dangerous actions. How laughable. Can you even find our base spouting such nonsense here? Itachi's face grew darker, and he had no choice but to leave. Watching Uchiha Itachi flee and defeat Xian and Ing exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with disdain. Then 2 more members of the Yuzhibo clan have joined the Shao organization. After the meeting, Ban Shirguijiao found Baiju and met with Yuzhibo Dai 2. What? Which 2? Dai 2 asked, pretending to be calm. Of the surviving Yuzhibo, aside from the brothers Yuzhibo Yu, there were only the 100 or so clan members taken from Konoha by Yuzhibo Jin. They are Yuzhibo Xian and Yuzhibo Ing. The expression behind Dai 2's mask was uncertain. He knew Yuzhibo Jin well. He was not a reckless person. Since he sent them out, they must at least have Kage-level strength. Xian must have awakened his Mangekyō. Could Ing not have awakened it? I just don't know what their Mangekyō abilities are. It seems I'll have to be more cautious in the Rain Village from now on. After thinking, he decided to confront Changmen. Changmen, what do you mean by inviting 2 of Yuzhibo Jin's subordinates into the Shao organization? That Yuzhibo Jin is highly ambitious. Aren't you afraid of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice? Although Changmen had recovered, he still sat in his wheelchair without revealing any weakness, as he had not fully mastered all the powers of the Rinnegan. Can his ambition be greater than yours? Shao Nan muttered inwardly, looking at Yuzhibo Dai 2 with disdain. Dai 2 naturally sensed Shao Nan's gaze and was instantly furious. Fine. If I didn't need you to maintain the Shao organization and capture the tailed beasts, do you think you'd still be alive? You really don't know when to die. The Rinnegan is invincible. No one can defeat me, so your worries are unnecessary. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Changmen gave Dai 2 no face. His Rinnegan exuded a suffocating aura. Forget it as long as you know. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Dai 2 had to use Kamui to teleport away. Dai 2, what's going on with the Shao organization? A mass of black liquid emerged from the ground, asking anxiously. Clearly it had also received news from Baiju. Changmen is getting more and more outrageous. He actually dares to disrespect me. Do you think he will eventually serve our purpose? Dai 2's anger grew. Heiju fell silent, not knowing how to answer. Dai 2 was unaware that the Rinnegan contained a hidden trump card that could control its host. This was its ultimate trump card to revive Yuzhibo Ban. Forget it, we still have a great chance. Changmen doesn't know our main goal. We can use this information asymmetry to make him our pawn. Besides, I don't believe those 2 Yuzhibo will always act together. Let Baiju pass us information and we'll take them out one by one. Then that's the only way. 2 Yuzhibo members have gone to the Rain Village. Damn. Zilai Yi received the message from the Toad Messenger and felt it was terrible. With Changmen's strength, he should be able to handle it. But is the child of destruction in the prophecy really Changmen? Zilai Yi fell into doubt again. Lord Zilai Yi, the Cloud Village has attacked again. Lu Jiu suddenly spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Zilai Yi, give up. Konoha is at the end of its rope. No one can save you. Without another word, Zilai Yi began to summon the 2 great sages to enter sage mode. Gangsho had returned to Konoha not long ago. If the enemy hadn't given up, what reason did he have to give up? Kakashi, have you decided? Yes, Lady Gangsho. Now that Konoha is in crisis, I must complete my other eye to have a chance to reach Kage-level and help Konoha. Good. I admire your backbone. Unlike some old fools who have no ability and only point fingers all day. Kakashi gave an awkward smile upon hearing this. He didn't dare to mock Konoha's high-ranking officials like Lady Gangsho. Gangsho, have you decided to support? Yuanfei Rizen's face was full of worry, but he forced a smile and asked somewhat ingratiatingly. After all, most of the blame for Konoha's current state lay with him. I'll deal with the Rock Village's army. As for the battle at sea, I'll leave it to you. Looking at Yuanfei Rizen's expression, Gangsho softened, and her tone weakened. Your hemophobia. Even if I can't overcome it, I have to. Give me half a month and I can basically overcome it. Gangsho's tone was full of boldness. In the past it was because she was unwilling to step out, so her hemophobia had never been alleviated. As a doctor, she had always known she was running away. Now, for the village left by her grandfather, she knew she could no longer run away. Otherwise, when she later reached the Pure Land, how would her grandfather, her second grandfather Nawaki, and Dan look at her? Then leave the battle at sea to this old man. Yuanfei Rizen smiled with relief, feeling as if he had returned to the days when he escaped from the land of lightning with the second Hokage. Back then he was so firm in the will of fire, and made the right choices. Now it was finally time for him to sacrifice himself for Konoha. Lord Jin, we recently discovered several toads around the base. Although we eliminated them all, I find it strange. They actually had chakra and natural energy inside them. Secretary Qianli reported the recent findings near the base to Jin. Oh. Could it be that the prophecy about me from Miaomushan has come true? This was not narcissism on Jin's part but absolute confidence. He didn't believe that as a transmigrator with a golden finger he couldn't shake up the ninja world in the future. It seems Miao Mushan is eager to court death. Jin smiled faintly, tapped the table, and said with authority. Recall all Kage-level members of the organization. In 2 days the Tong organization will launch its first collective operation. Target: eliminate Miao Mushan. Yes, Lord Jin. Qianli became excited. Once upon a time she never dreamed she could serve as Lord Jin's assistant and help convey orders. I must not disappoint Lord Jin. I'll act now. What? Attack Miao Mushan. I want to go too. Has your strength reached Kage level? Does semi-Kage count as Kage level? Bai Hua asked weakly. What do you think? Qianli sneered. She had long noticed Bai Hua's coveting of Lord Jin, and her attitude toward her had always been subtle. However, as a secretary she had to treat everyone equally. After all, many people were eyeing this position, and she couldn't leave any flaws. Tisk, I'll go ask Lord Jin again. What if you misheard? Seeing Bai Hua trot off to Lord Jin's office, Qianli frowned but didn't stop her. She still had tasks to attend to and couldn't be as unreasonable as the other. Oh, eliminate Miao Mushan. Can we go too? Xian's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he tightened his grip on the scroll. Lord Xian, please don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. The ninja cat Wan stepped back 2 steps, its face full of terror. Xian's aura was not restrained, and as a ninja cat that had just learned the reverse summoning technique, it was still very fragile. Can we go back? In comforted the ninja cat and asked the crucial question. Lord Jin said that the leader of the Akatsuki will release you for a while. The ninja cat explained. That's good. I'm also very interested in the toads of Mount Miaomu. Ying's eyes carried a hint of anticipation. Meanwhile, Xian beside him was completely exhilarated. Being able to fight the sage of Mount Miaomu was something he had never dared to imagine before. Are all back? Jin stood atop the training ground of the aerial fortress looking down at dozens of subordinates, and slowly asked his secretary beside him. Lord Jin, all are assembled. Qianli replied with some excitement. Then let's go. At Jin's signal, Xiangnai activated the teleportation array laid on the ground. Yesterday Lan had caught a toad that was wandering on the ground below the base. He inadvertently marked it, severely wounded it, and drove it back to Mount Miaomu. Therefore, even if Mount Miaomu was deep in another dimension, it could not escape this calamity. The array activated, and with a whoosh everyone present vanished from the spot. In the temple deep within Mount Miaomu, the great toad sage suddenly woke from his dream. This Mount Miaomu is in danger of destruction, damn it! Before he could summon Fukasaku and his wife to inform them, a violent explosion sounded from outside. In the end, it's too late. Several footsteps gradually approached and finally stopped before him. You are the child of destruction from the prophecy. The great toad sage's half-closed eyes instantly widened, filled with resentment. Great toad sage, there are things you should not meddle in, Jin said in a calm tone. Mount Miaomu has not offended you, and in the prophecy I told little Jiraiya there was no mention of ambushing you. The moment you learned of the prophecy about the future, we became enemies. The ninja world does not need a creature like you that can foresee the future. Jin ignored the other's plea and directly shattered his last illusion. Do you think you can defeat me? I have lived for over 1,000 years. How would you know without trying? As soon as Jin finished speaking, the 3 beside him instantly activated their Mangekyō Sharingan. For this battle against the great toad sage, Jin only brought Xian, Ing, and Lan. Xian and Ing were the apparent peak combat power of the Jujutsu organization, and Lan could evacuate them in time if they were in danger. As for himself, an all-rounder, the power he could provide was no less than that of the Xian and Ing brothers. 2 Susanoo appeared with a booming sound in the dust. Not eternal Mangekyō, yet they can use the 4th stage of Susanoo. Their strength is terrifying. The great toad sage's expression gradually turned serious. He realized that none of the opponents had weak dojutsu power. Especially the man standing at the front, the child of destruction from the prophecy. His dojutsu power was unfathomable beyond even his imagination. As a toad sage who had immersed himself in sage arts for thousands of years, he had strong intuition. Jin stepped forward and a powerful pressure enveloped the area, giving the great toad sage a sense of crisis he hadn't felt in a long time. He did not intend to intervene personally, just overseeing the battle was enough. Dealing with the great toad sage, Xian and Ing were sufficient. This was also a rare training opportunity. Sage Art 10,000 Frogs and Sound Break. Seeing the increasingly powerful opponents, the great toad sage did not hesitate and launched an attack. He took a deep breath of natural energy, puffed up his abdomen, and emitted high-frequency sound waves. The sound waves transformed into countless transparent toad phantoms that charged straight at the enemies. Xian and Ing did not dodge this attack. Their chakra was disrupted at that moment, and the dojutsu power circulation in their Susanoo became sluggish. Lan, having used a spatial tunnel to dodge this attack, watched the great toad sage's next move with a grave expression. Sage Art Heaven Swamp. Countless amounts of sage chakra were injected into the ground, and within a radius of 100 meters centered on the great toad sage, the ground instantly turned into a boiling toxic swamp. On the surface of the toxic swamp floated pale purple miasma, as if it could dissolve any creature dragged into it. The toad-like markings on the great toad sage's face flickered twice, and two huge mimic creatures suddenly emerged from the swamp, lunging at the towering Susanoo before them. The attack range is too wide. I hope they can hold on. Lan had no way to intercept this attack, otherwise his dojutsu power would be mostly depleted, which was not worth it. Don't worry, they are not weak. Jin saw Lan's concern and comforted him. Although Xian and Ing were affected by the Sage Art 10,000 Frogs and Sound Break, they broke free from the control in the first moment thanks to their excellent abilities. Xian controlled his Itachi and thrusted at the charging mimic creature. Without the support of Sage Chakra, it instantly turned into a lump of mud and then dissipated. Ing manipulated his Susanoo into a shield, protecting himself and blocking the attack. After stopping the attack, the two flanked from left and right, raising their weapons and striking down. The great toad sage leaped into the air, dodging the attack. Lan suddenly activated his Mangekyō's dojutsu, and two spatial tunnels formed out of thin air. One appeared behind the opponent, and the other at the spot where the Susanoo's attack landed. Not good. Sage Art 10,000 Frogs and Sound Break. At the critical moment, the great toad sage urgently mobilized a large amount of sage chakra and used this sage art that could disrupt the opponent's chakra flow again. How cunning! The spatial tunnel that was about to take shape slowly dissipated. After dozens of exchanges, Jin could no longer stand by and immediately intervened. With a light leap, he quickly closed in on the great toad sage. A strong sense of crisis filled the opponent's heart. Sage Art 1000 Tide Seal Demon Imprint. At the critical moment, the great toad sage suddenly opened his mouth wide and spat out a sticky resin infused with sage chakra. The resin hardened upon contact with the air, forming a sealing barrier. The sealing barrier emitted a faint golden light, and a terrifying suction force emerged, about to envelop Jin completely. How insidious! But unfortunately it's useless against me. Jin thought for a moment, and decided not to confront it head-on. Although he could break this sealing technique with his strength, it would take a considerable amount of time, and who knew what other insidious tricks this old toad had. Therefore he directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge this strike. Meanwhile, Lan, who had just opened a small spatial tunnel to transfer the attack for Lord Jin, breathed a sigh of relief and dispelled the tunnel. Although his reaction was fast, the opening speed of the spatial tunnel was clearly suppressed by the sealing technique. At his speed, Lord Jin would have been sealed before he could successfully transfer the attack. At this moment he was filled with regret. If Lord Jin hadn't known the Flying Thunder God technique, he would have been sealed today. The great toad sage silently sighed in regret, but his gaze grew even sharper. I didn't expect your perception of time and space to be so strong. Even the suppression of time-space perception within the sealing technique failed to hold you back. Jin remained silent, but his aura grew increasingly formidable. He was about to get serious. If this old toad wasn't taught a lesson, he would truly think himself an immortal. The great toad sage also became serious. It made a swallowing motion, and the surrounding natural energy suddenly surged wildly, all being drawn into its belly. Fall back, all of you. This old fellow is not something you can handle. Jin felt a hint of admiration for this old creature. Earlier, to make him let his guard down, it had sealed itself, deliberately showing weakness and fighting to a draw with Uchiha Jin and the others. Now that the sealing technique was no longer effective, it naturally had to go all out. Truly worthy of a millennium-old toad, I must not underestimate it. However, do you think I'll let you absorb natural energy so easily? Jin suddenly charged forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, instantly unleashing a shockwave with a boom. The great toad sage stood firm as a mountain enduring the blow. The speed of its natural energy absorption paused for a moment, but quickly resumed. How letting me get close is the mistake of your lifetime. Jin finally approached the great toad sage, reaching its back, and struck down with all his might. At the critical moment, a layer of petrified skin covered its back. Jin's fist slammed into this petrified skin, but it made little impact. As the great toad sage was about to successfully gather a vast amount of natural energy from the surface of the ninja world, Jin unleashed all the pupil power from his eyes. The complete Susanoo instantly burst through the temple's ceiling, and an alchemy furnace spinning as it was thrown by Jin hurtled toward the great toad sage. The moment the alchemy furnace was released, it began to enlarge, quickly surpassing the great toad sage's height. Then a gravitational force emerged, pulling at the target's form. Though it resisted fiercely, Jin had expended 3/4 of his pupil power, which was naturally not something the other could easily resist. Refine. The living flame rose, enveloping the alchemy furnace. Cursed child of destruction, let me out! Jin blocked out the sound and continuously added herbs into the furnace. He intended to refine part of the natural energy within the target into a pill which would help him accelerate his mastery of immortal techniques. Unfortunately, the vast amount of natural energy from the ninja world that the old toad had absorbed earlier could not be utilized by him, otherwise the environment of the ninja world would fall into imbalance, and the probability of natural disasters would increase significantly. Not to mention that his alchemy furnace did not have the capacity to refine nearly 1/3 of the entire ninja world's natural energy. Well, if he could absorb a large amount of grayer stones and his eyes underwent another evolution, it might be possible. 2 hours later, Jin felt something was off. Why is this toad still not dead? In his perplexity, he increased the output of the flames and also consumed a chakra pill. Inside the alchemy furnace, the great toad sage endured the intense heat with a talisman emitting a greenish glow stuck to its abdomen. This was Mount Myaboka's hidden trump card, a means to resurrect the dead, the immortal talisman. Although the great toad sage was not dead yet, it allowed it to endure the scorching of the alchemy furnace for longer. Hold on a little longer, I still have a chance. Its eyes still brimmed with hope of a counterattack. As soon as Uchiha Jin grew careless, it would use a powerful immortal technique to shatter the alchemy furnace, trapping it, and deliver a fatal blow to its opponent. As time passed, Jin's expression turned grim. No matter how confident he was, he could sense something was wrong. After thinking, he placed 2 more pills that replenished chakra and pupil power into his mouth, gathering strength. It seems the old toad has some trick I overlooked. Could it be the immortal's talisman that saved Jutsuin? Lon, are all the toads outside dead? Yes, Lord Jin. Summon them all inside. The great toad sage is not dead yet. I suspect he still has tricks up his sleeve. Once it breaks free from the alchemy furnace, you all help me hold it back. We'll wear it down to death. Half an hour later, all the Uchiha clan members gathered in the temple, watching the alchemy furnace nervously. Inside was an enemy that even Lord Xian and Lord Kage had failed to defeat, so they had to be cautious. Finally, the great toad sage noticed that the rising flames had diminished considerably. It chuckled softly and released all the natural energy it had accumulated inside its body at once. Indeed, even while sealed within the alchemy furnace, it had firmly controlled the absorbed natural energy, not letting it leak out. Now it became a crucial trump card for turning the tables. Immortal technique, furnace explosion. The great toad sage abruptly compressed half of the synthesized immortal chakra within its body. As it spewed out, the high temperature inside the furnace ignited it instantly. The great toad sage once again covered its body surface with petrified defense, curled into a ball, and hid in a corner of the alchemy furnace. Boom! Outside, Jin's pupils constricted sharply. He immediately used Susanoo to block the explosive damage. Immortal technique, Thousand-Tide Demon Sealing Seal. This time it poured the remaining half of the absorbed natural energy into this immortal technique. I don't believe you can break free from this. The great toad sage's expression turned somewhat ferocious. The scorching sensation it had endured inside the alchemy furnace was unforgettable. Don't worry about me, first take down this old bastard. Jin, regardless of whether he could still refine pills later, directly issued the order for his subordinates to kill the great toad sage. Feeling the increasingly intense tearing force, Jin knew he could not hesitate. He mobilized the pupil power within him and used Susanoo, trying to tear the sealing technique apart completely. Unfortunately, the sealing runes continued to shrink, showing no sign of change. What should we do? Lord Jin, we're here to help you. Just as Jin was at his wits' end, Yuan's voice suddenly reached his ears, bringing a look of delight to his face. That's right, Uchiha Yuan is the most suitable to deal with this sealing technique. Sensing the sealing technique beginning to flow in one direction and the restraint on him weakening, Jin intensified his resistance from within the seal. Not enough, far from enough. Jin realized he had still underestimated the great toad sage's hatred for him. What should we do? Lord Jin is about to be completely sealed. Suliang, you can do it. That's it, awaken the Mangekyō, it's the only way. Uchiha Suliang watched Uchiha Jin on the verge of being sealed. With a hardened heart in a state of intense emotional turmoil, he took out a pill and threw it into his mouth. My accumulation is sufficient. Today, by taking this opportunity to awaken the Mangekyō, I hope to save Lord Jin. Filled with fervent passion, the eyes of Sulu underwent a transformation. The intense change in his pupil power drew the attention of most of those present. That's Sulu. His eyes have finally evolved. But can the ocular ability he awakens save Lord Jin? The mirror of the mind's eye. Let's hope so. Though everyone was desperately dealing with the great toad sage, a part of their minds was preoccupied with Uchiha Jin. After all, he was their leader, and the anchor of the organization. It works. Wonderful. I never thought I'd have a day where I could save Lord Jin. Without wasting a moment, Sulu poured out his pupil power, targeting the sealing technique that restrained Uchiha Jin. Seal invalidation. The ocular ability of Sulu's left eye was seal invalidation. As the name implied, it rendered a sealing technique ineffective for a period, allowing him to observe the internal structure of the seal to the fullest extent. As for the ocular ability of his right eye, it was seal modification, which allowed him to reconfigure any sealing technique. With this ability, he could be considered a master of sealing arts, surpassing even the Uzumaki clan, who were renowned for their sealing expertise. Before Jin could break free from the sealing technique, he was absorbed into Yuan's ocular ability. Phew, finally out. Although Jin had nearly been completely sealed by the old toad's technique, he hadn't been too tense. Not only were his subordinates incredibly talented, but the trump cards he had prepared were more than enough to counter a toad sage. It was a rampage pill that would drastically boost his physical constitution and chakra reserves for a certain period. However, once the effect wore off, he would fall into a weakened state for a few days. But even so, it was sufficient, as the only drawback was a few days of weakness. Damn it, you actually escaped! The great toad sage stared in shock at the unharmed Uchiha Jin. Finish it quickly. Finally, with the cooperation of many Kage-level subordinates, the great toad sage was once again captured by Uchiha Jin into his alchemy furnace. This time there shouldn't be any issues. Jin thought for a moment, and had Kasuke apply a large number of sealing techniques onto his alchemy furnace before retracting his Susanoo. Lord Jin, I think this alternate dimension could serve as a sacred ground for the ninja cats without the need to create a separate one, Uzumaki Kasuke suggested before leaving. True. Let's notify them to move here when we return. They can also handle the cleanup here. Jin thought that with the moon and the aerial fortress, this alternate dimension was of little use. Fukasaku sage, what happened to you? Jiraiya stared in shock at the blood-soaked Fukasaku and his wife. Mount Maiboku has fallen. Our home is destroyed. Recalling those demons, fear filled the hearts of Fukasaku and his wife. Uchiha Jin is so evil. Could he be the child of destruction that the great toad sage spoke of? With the medical ninja's treatment, Fukasaku and his wife gradually recovered, but their faces still bore a worried expression. Fukasaku, what will you do now? We'll stay with you for now, since you still need our help. As for the future, Konoha must help us rebuild Mount Maiboku. Fukasaku perked up slightly, and stated his condition. Agreed. I'll speak to the old man about it. If they could survive this crisis, such a request was nothing. Mount Maiboku has fallen. Could Ryoichi Cave be next? The white snake sage's expression darkened. It was well aware of the great toad sage's strength, even it couldn't easily defeat him, let alone kill him. Yet now the latter had been slain by Indra's descendant, truly inconceivable. White snake sage, this is a message from Uchiha Jin delivered by Orochimaru. Please take a look. Tachibana Snake Princess handed over a scroll. Stay in Ryoichi Cave and do not interfere in the affairs of the ninja world, or Mount Maiboku will be your fate. Uchiha Jin. Damn it! How dare you threaten me? It's been centuries since anyone spoke to me like this. Despite her fury, the white snake sage dared not cross this line. The price would be her life and the destruction of a millennia-old sacred land, a burden she could not bear. Lady Tsunade, Mount Maiboku has fallen. Do you think Shikatsu Forest will be destroyed too? The gentle, sweet voice of the slug whispered in Tsunade's ear. What? Mount Maiboku destroyed? How is that possible? Tsunade was incredulous. Distracted by the news, she failed to avoid a strike from the elite Jonin before her, and her shoulder was cut. It's true. And it was led by your rogue ninja Uchiha Jin, the slug explained with sorrow. I'm sorry. If it weren't for Konoha's incompetence in driving them out, Mount Maiboku might not have been destroyed. Tsunade spoke with self-reproach. The Senju name was all but gone in Konoha, and only a single Uchiha remained. She had ultimately failed to live up to her grandfather's will. It's not your fault, Lady Tsunade. Please don't blame yourself. But if possible, could you try to persuade Uchiha Jin when he attacks us? I'll do my best. Tsunade had never met Uchiha Jin and didn't know his disposition. In her mind, she subconsciously viewed him as a complete madman. Why else would he destroy Mount Maiboku, which had no connection to him? Could it be that they were interested in senjutsu? Lady Tsunade, a jonin wearing a Konoha forehead protector, asked me to give this to you. A Chunin handed a scroll to her. I hope the Great Slug will remain in Shikatsu Forest, and not interfere in the affairs of the ninja world, or Mount Myaboku will be your precedent. Uchiha Jin. Lady Tsunade. You go back. I can handle things here alone. But can you spare some of Shikatsu Forest's acid? Of course, Lady Tsunade. I'm sorry, there are things I can't help with. Hikari, are you feeling better? Jin asked indifferently, looking at the girl who bore a slight resemblance to Uchiha Sasuke. Life here is fine, but I warn you, if you covet my power I won't go easy on you. Oh. Are you sure you can beat me? Jin tilted his head, finding the girl a bit tsundere. But he specialized in curing all forms of defiance. A dozen clan members, their Mangekyō activated, stared with crimson patterns fixed on the girl. The sheer pressure alone was more than an ordinary person could withstand. Gulp! Uchiha Hikari silently swallowed and wisely closed her mouth. The organization doesn't need you to help in battle, and we're not short of a fighter like you. However, idling around here without contributing is certainly not allowed, so. Jin chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Hikari, his eyes pregnant with meaning. So what? If it's too much I won't agree. Though the surrounding dozen pairs of Mangekyō remained fixed on her, she still mustered the courage to ask. Your Mangekyō's techniques are the 8,000 spears Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, right? You. How do you know? You just need to answer my questions. As Jin's words fell, the surrounding Mangekyō began to release their ocular power as if they were about to strike at any moment. No. I'll tell you. My Mangekyō actually awakened only one ability, the 8,000 spears. Also, when I was used as a weapon, those bastards transplanted 2 other techniques into me, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. The 8,000 spears combined with Tsukuyomi can imprint a Tsukuyomi mark on my enemies. My left eye's technique is mental control and my right eye is chakra absorption. Uchiha Hikari thought for a moment, deciding not to conceal this. Such matters were surely recorded in the clan scrolls, and to gain their trust there was no need to hide such information. Upon hearing Uchiha Hikari's abilities, everyone felt a chill of dread. Tsukuyomi is an inescapable technique, and combined with mental control and chakra absorption, who could engage in a drawn-out battle with this seemingly beautiful girl? Good. My purpose is simple. I want you to imprint a Tsukuyomi mark on every member of the organization, and then establish a virtual world based on Tsukuyomi. Oh, aren't you afraid I'll do something malicious and drain all your chakra? Uchiha Hikari seemed to understand, but she was still somewhat surprised that this leader was willing to entrust his life to her. Jin smiled faintly and shook his head. How could that be? I'm just asking if it's possible for now. I'll find a way to reach an agreement with you later. Uchiha Hikari frowned and asked. You're not going to use some method to control me again, are you? I told you that's impossible. If you try, I'll die before you. She was about to say she would fight him, but seeing so many Mangekyō, she reluctantly spoke the words. I won't do that. It's just a means to promote honest cooperation between us. It won't control you, you can rest assured on that point. Noticing that Uchiha Hikari's emotions were unstable, Jin quickly comforted her. Oh. What means do you have to keep me in check? I haven't figured it out yet. I'll give you an answer in a few days. For now, get some rest. We'll also provide you with the secret elixirs. You've already seen their effects, I presume. Hikari nodded but still asked doubtfully. Aren't you afraid that my ocular power will grow stronger and I'll end up controlling all of you? Don't think you're the only one getting stronger in this world. Besides, we have even better elixirs to use. So if you want to surpass us, you'll have to wait for your next life. Jin's teasing words echoed in Hikari's ears, filling her with indignation. I want that elixir too. That depends on your performance. Jin said indifferently, then returned to his office. To restrain Uchiha Hikari's Tsukuyomi, I need to rely on another being with strong in-release abilities. Only the Spirit Sacred Tree can meet this requirement. After all, Uchiha Hikari couldn't be fully trusted. She had been used as a weapon by her predecessors, so she must harbor resentment. Handing over complete trust was not Jin's style. Entering his garden, he found a Spirit Sacred Tree. This was a sapling grown from a split branch of the original Spirit Sacred Tree, and the one most intimate with Uchiha Jin. That was also why Jin felt confident in leaving it as a contingency. I'll nurture you first. The Spirit Sacred Tree was only 3 meters tall now, and it would definitely be utterly defeated by Uchiha Hikari's ocular power. Jin slightly activated his own ocular power, and the sacred tree began to accelerate its growth. Within a minute it had grown to 4 meters. During this time Jin kept throwing spiritual elixirs into it to supplement its growth nutrients. Xiaoyin, does this make you uncomfortable? Jin stroked the trunk of the Spirit Sacred Tree and asked affectionately. As it drooped a black tendril and tickled his palm, Jin knew there was no problem. Excellent. I'll come help you grow over the next few days. The organization's safety will be in your hands. Jin nodded with satisfaction, exchanged a few more affectionate words with Xiaoyin, then left the garden. Lord Jin, Lady Yue Jian has completed the preliminary work on the clone. Would you like to take a look? Qianli opened the office door and reminded him. No need. I'll go when she has results. Jin shook his head. He had already given his suggestions, the rest was up to them to research. After all, he wasn't very knowledgeable about scientific research. After Qianli left, Jin took out a mutated plant he had brought from the garden, went directly to a distant hillside, activated Susanoo, and summoned his alchemy furnace. The furnace still hasn't manifested fully. This difficulty is no joke. But fortunately I'll be able to fully control the soul artifact within 2 months at most. This time he prepared 2 types of secret elixirs, one to temporarily enhance spatial perception talent, and the other to temporarily strengthen control over spatio-temporal energy. With these 2 elixirs, Uchiha Jin felt confident that he would no longer have trouble mastering spatio-temporal power and developing short-range teleportation. Once I've learned it, I can put these elixirs in the organization's resource department so more subordinates can master the Flying Thunder God technique. After swallowing the 2 freshly prepared elixirs, Jin's perception of spatio-temporal energy reached its peak. This sensation instantly gave him an illusion of omnipotence. Let's see if I can succeed in this state. He quickly suppressed the strange feeling inside him and began to gather spatial energy in his hands. The energy slowly transformed into the shape of a blade, but soon, due to Jin's lack of concentration, it collapsed and dissipated into the air. Again, feeling confident, Uchiha Jin did not give up and continued practicing. 10 minutes later, the effects of the elixir wore off. Pity. Although I could control spatio-temporal power in that state, once I stepped out of it I couldn't succeed even once, not even the basic gathering of spatio-temporal energy. Uchiha Jin shook his head, casting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. He consumed the 2nd dose of the secret elixir. He had ample time and his innate talent was not lacking. He would eventually master this power. If worst came to worst, he could take down a tailed beast to buy time. Next, I'll work on short-distance teleportation. Short-distance teleportation was quite different from the Flying Thunder God technique. The latter relied on Flying Thunder God marks to accomplish teleportation. As long as a mark existed and chakra was sufficient, one could teleport to any location. The former, however, was a highly suitable combat tactic for close-quarters engagements with an enemy. After all, the former still required time to perform the sealing technique for marking, making it easy for an opponent to exploit a flaw. Moreover, the mark itself was a weakness. If exploited by the enemy, it could easily become a fatal flaw. Thus, mastering short-distance teleportation was essential. Jin mobilized his perception of time-space, using his soul to touch the spatial nodes around him. The first attempt went smoothly. With a whoosh, his figure appeared half a meter away. Not bad, but this sensation needs to be strengthened. After all, during combat the enemy won't give me time to perceive, especially since I'm still under the enhanced perception of the secret elixir. Lord Jin, here is the report on the giant Rinnegan. Qianli knocked on the door and at Jin's gesture entered. Give it to me. Jin took the scroll Qianli handed him and began to peruse it. Theoretically it's feasible, but it requires a considerable number of Sharingan. We're still short by about a third, aren't we? Correct. On the moon, due to the absence of war, they thrived and the corresponding birth rate had increased significantly. Because of their bloodline, nearly every clan member could awaken the Byakugan, so there was naturally no shortage of Byakugan to synthesize the giant Tensigan. The Uchiha, however, were often exploited by the higher-ups of Muyi. Having a few hundred ninja was already commendable. Cloning. That's not an issue either. The most critical component should be the dojutsu power. If we can supplement it, we should be able to replace that missing third of the Sharingan. Jin saw the solution that Yu Jian had proposed at the end of the scroll and nodded in approval. When will this project start? Jin asked calmly. The product of this project, the giant Rinnegan, could be entrusted to Xiaoyin or controlled by himself, so that if Uchiha Guang tried any tricks he would have a stronger countermeasure. Moreover, once the giant Rinnegan was created, it could bring the entire ninja world within the coverage of his virtual space. At that time, no matter where in the ninja world an organization member was, they could communicate with him through the virtual space and exchange intelligence. The more Jin thought about it, the more excited he became, eager to launch the project immediately. However, considering Yu Jian's recent research, he abandoned the idea. There was no rush. Haste makes waste. Steady development was better. Taking too big a step could easily lead to problems. But Yu Jian is still too busy. We need to expand the organization's research staff. Qianli, instruct the clansmen searching for the Gellier stone to keep an eye out for promising researchers and bring them back. Be careful not to use force, show them respect and explain the pros and cons. Jin felt that this was his opportunity to give these researchers a chance to defy fate and change their destiny. If they didn't cherish it, they couldn't blame him for not offering the opportunity. After all, in the ninja world, those who were both ninja and scientists were far too few. Could helping them become ninja not be their greatest fortune? By now more than a year had passed since fleeing from Li. The organization was gradually getting on track and Jin could slack off in peace studying his knowledge of herbalism. Gangsho, surrender or the army of Yenin village behind me will march straight into the heartland of your country and attack Muyi. Diemu hovered in the air looking down at the princess of Muyi, speaking in a stern tone. How could this be? Surrendering now will at most give us Yenin more benefits in negotiations. Otherwise your Muyi is truly doomed. Your ally Shayin village has been restless lately too. Gangsho remained silent, but her delicate fingers dug into her pale palm and blood slowly trickled down, yet she was utterly unaware. We surrender. As Gangsho watched her comrades falling around her, her heart wrenched. She relented, speaking as if resigned, her voice filled with helplessness. She never expected that even after her desperate self-harm 3 months ago to overcome the side effects of her hemophobia, she still could not lead Muyi to victory in this war. A wise choice. We withdraw. Delighted inwardly, Diemu waved his hand to the battle-ready ninja army behind him. Lord Zilayi, Lady Gangsho has surrendered. What? Gangsho surrendered. Is the information accurate? This news came from Lady Slug's clone. Then, we surrender too. Thinking of the Muyi ninja who had fallen outside the camp, Zilayi collapsed weakly into his chair and spoke feebly. Lu Jiao watched the once-spirited Lord Zilayi now tormented to this state, and felt a deep desolation in his heart. If the Uchiha clan were still here, how could it have come to this? Considering that the Uchiha clan had at least 3 Kage-level powerhouses, Lu Jiao felt that Muyi was becoming increasingly declining under the rule of the third Hokage. Should he suggest to Lord Zilayi to push for the selection of the next Hokage upon their return? Shui country, Wuying village. Have you made up your mind? Yuanshi sighed and asked slowly. Lord Yuanshi, this is the only chance. How much longer must Wuying village remain trapped in the Blood Mist village? I will support you fully. Contact Muyi and together we will leave the 4th Mizukage and his remnants at sea. If the matter is ever exposed, pin everything on me. Yuanshi took a deep breath, his eyes filled with sorrow as he spoke. Lord Yuanshi, say no more. Just do as I say. It's all for the future of Wuying village. Zhao Mei Ming, you possess dual bloodline limits, your future is bright. Unlike this old man who has few years left. Do not disappoint me nor the hopes of everyone. Lord Yuanshi, I will not let you down. For this I am willing to stake my life. The ninja world is becoming more and more interesting. I wonder if the old man regrets it now. Deshiwan flicked his snake-like tongue, a faint melancholy in his golden slitted pupils. Everything in the past is gone forever. Deshiwan flicked his snake-like tongue, a faint melancholy in his golden slitted pupils. Everything in the past was gone forever. Itachi-san, where are you heading? Orochimaru, upon seeing Uchiha Itachi's hurried departure, felt his complicated emotions vanish instantly. Orochimaru, come out. Uchiha Itachi glanced at a tree behind him, his tone cold and sharp. As expected of Itachi-san, you can sense my presence. Orochimaru, I have no time to waste with you. Get lost immediately or I won't be polite. Pressured by the organization's leader, he refrained from striking first. Hidden shadow, snake hands. When the two closed within 5 meters, Orochimaru finally made his move. After a dozen exchanges, Itachi was subdued. Orochimaru, before these eyes of mine all your ninjutsu are meaningless. Itachi's figure transformed into countless crows, dissipating into the air. Genjutsu. When did it begin? Shortly after Itachi left, Orochimaru finally broke free from the illusion, his face etched with gravity. It's time to leave the Akatsuki. Orochimaru looked back at the direction of Mangekyō, his expression filled with wariness. The Akatsuki organization offered no aid to his research, and only consumed his time, making it thoroughly unsuitable for him. Initially he joined the Akatsuki to get close to the leader's Rinnegan and later to Itachi's Mangekyō. But now he truly recognized his own weaknesses. If he continued like this, he would never obtain what he desired in this lifetime. Hanabi, here's your honey. Drink it when you get back tonight. Thank you, Kabuto and I. But I want to increase my daily training. Can you take me to see Jin and I? This. All right. Kabuto couldn't decide on this. Although Hanabi mentioned it every day, a 3 or 4-year-old child's daily training couldn't be excessive. He hoped that Jin-sama could persuade Hanabi. You want to increase your training. Can you tell me why? Jin's expression flickered with a guess. I want to work hard so I can stay with my sister forever. Indeed, but Hanabi, your current training is already sufficient. Increasing it further wouldn't yield much effect. Jin pondered, then his eyes lit up. Sage art could be prepared in advance. With a mischievous grin, he taught Hanabi the method of sage art. What? Meditate for 2 hours every day. Does that really have anything to do with sage art? Hanabi pouted, unconvinced. Fine, let me show you the effect. Jin led Hanabi to the training hall. Clapping his hands, he began to blend his physical energy, spiritual energy, and the natural energy of the surroundings. At a certain moment, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation, as if he were a celestial being descending from the clouds, transcendent, mystical, and unfathomable. Jin gently clenched his right hand, and a blue energy sphere grew larger and larger, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. You've seen an ordinary Rasengan. Does it have the power of this jutsu? This is all thanks to sage art. Hanabi's mouth hung open, already half convinced. Exactly. Would I deceive you? Jin said with a hint of amusement. All right, then I'll meditate for 2 hours every day from now on. But you have to come teach me every day for... No, half an hour. Well, Hanabi, Jin and I is very busy too. Can we be more flexible? 3 hours a week, not a minute less. Hanabi said with some dissatisfaction. In her eyes, as the leader of the organization, Uchiha Jin was undoubtedly the strongest. Having such a master teach her would surely accelerate her progress. Moreover, as Hinata's younger sister, she felt it was her duty to assess whether this future brother-in-law was worthy. All right. For Hinata's sake, I'll help you. Jin and I, you're really something, fooling even a child. Kabuto said expressionlessly. Meditation aided in entering sage mode, but it was difficult for most to achieve. Otherwise the ninja world wouldn't have so many failing to master sage mode. Currently the organization relied on various research results and secret elixirs to achieve high proficiency in sage mode, and few wasted their time on mere meditation. Tis, Kabuto, looks like you're asking for trouble again. Want to spar? Jin's lips curled into a light smile which appeared quite terrifying in Kabuto's eyes. I'll go find my adoptive mother. Wait, let's talk. As your adoptive father, I never properly cared for you in the end. Hearing this, Kabuto felt Jin was being shameless. Actually, what I said earlier is correct. Your method of accelerating sage mode through proficiency is somewhat off the mark. Except for our organization, hasn't every sage mode user in history first achieved a state of absolute mental stillness before gradually approaching it? So the power of my sage mode that amazed you was earned through meditation. Kabuto fell into deep thought, his mind churning with turmoil. I see. So should we minimize this method from now on? Of course not. Some people could meditate for years and still achieve nothing. Therefore, I believe promoting both methods simultaneously within the organization is the wisest decision. After all, meditation takes a long time to show results. Seeing Kabuto agree, Jin continued. What research are you working on lately? Improving the impure world reincarnation. With ordinary sacrifices, I can now bring out nearly 60% of their original power. If I use white zetsu as the sacrifice, I can achieve over 70%. Have you changed the release seal for the impure world reincarnation? Yes, I replaced it with 2 other hand signs. After showing the hand signs to Jin, Kabuto asked to go to the laboratory for research on the 6 paths power. Go ahead, but remember to rest and not overwork yourself. Jin nodded with a smile. By the way, could you ask Lan and I to retrieve body tissues of some Kage from the major villages for me? That way we can prevent Orochimaru from using the impure world reincarnation prematurely. Jin thought for a moment, and agreed. Although he wasn't concerned about the resurrected Kage-level fighters having them pester him like insects was still annoying. Fortunately, Lan had nothing to do at the moment, so he could entrust the task to him. Where is Deshiwan? Tian now glanced around and grew slightly indignant upon noticing that Deshiwan had yet to arrive for the meeting. Leader Deshiwan attacked me earlier. I subdued him with genjutsu, but I have no knowledge of his whereabouts afterward. You reported expressionlessly. Has he defected? Xiaomin's demeanor gradually turned icy. Should I retrieve him? Xiaomin promptly asked. No need. When you encounter him later, kill him on sight and retrieve the ring. What are your thoughts on this war that has engulfed the 5 great ninja villages? I believe this is a golden opportunity. While the villages are weakened, we can seize all the tailed beasts in one fell swoop. Pipaschertzing suddenly interjected. But the organization lacks sufficient members. Though the 5 great villages have suffered heavy losses, their high-level combat power remains intact. To capture the tailed beasts we need at least pairs of operatives, otherwise it's too risky. Yet the current roster is insufficient. Let's set it aside for now. Our primary objective is to recruit Kage-level fighters and the secondary objective is to gather funds. Tiandao nodded calmly, concluding the meeting. Has Xian not returned yet? No. Should I visit Uchiha Jin's base to summon him back? No need. With Xian and Xie can stay with him for now. Though they were only temporary members, their combat prowess was astonishing. Even Changmen dared not underestimate them. What are you doing here? Changmen suddenly tensed, glancing to the side. A vortex slowly materialized and Dai Tu emerged from it. Changmen, I'll be joining your organization soon under the alias of Fei. Make sure not to expose me. Dai Tu's voice was deep and commanding. Understood. Though uncertain of the masked man's intentions, Changmen, now restored to his full prime, paid it no mind. Lord Jin, we have new findings regarding Yixianaki. Qianli handed the report to Uchiha Jin. Indeed, it is closely tied to pupil power. The higher the pupil power, the longer Yixianaki can be sustained. Using Yixianaki with a Sangouyu Sharingan will directly cause blindness. With a normal Wanhulong Xiaolunyan, after using Yixianaki, it takes decades of nurturing with Jujian cells to fully recover. If secret medicines or elixirs are added, the recovery time can be at least halved. Theoretically, even after achieving Yonghun Wanhulong, it would still take 10 years to recover. But once one reaches the level of Lunhuyan, it is estimated that one can use it several times consecutively without losing vision. The accurate data on the normal Wanhulong was derived from Uchiha Jin's contribution of Jishui's Baishinshin for scientific research. After reviewing the experimental data, conclusions, and inferences in the report, Jin fell into deep thought. Uchiha Ban once awakened his Lunhuyan, which took over 30 to 40 years. Initially, a crude fusion of Jujian cells took over a decade, restoring the eyes blinded by Yixianaki took another decade, and finally awakening the Lunhuyan took yet another decade. And his Lunhuyan was used twice for the Lunhui Tianxing no Jutsu, yet it did not lose its light due to depleted pupil power. This sufficiently proves that using Yixianaki multiple times should be safe. Surely the consumption of Yixianaki cannot be more terrifying than the pupil power required to revive most of the villagers in Mai, and Uchiha Ban himself. Qianli, the organization still needs some orphans. Let Yi Naiyu and Do recruit from some mountain villas, Jin said slowly, looking at the organization's report. The other Uchiha clan members in the organization had all been sent out to search for the Jilier stone. The base, aside from the laboratory, felt rather desolate. Moreover, ruling the entire ninja world in the future would require considerable manpower. The current subordinates were far from sufficient. Therefore, training orphans was an urgent necessity. I wonder if Dai Tu and Heiju will prematurely urge Changmen to start collecting the tailed beasts. Although I have steadily stepped into the Chowing level, it still feels a bit unsafe. In the ninja world there were 3 beings he truly feared: Yui, the possible Hui Tu Zhuanxing of Uchiha Ban, and Daitang Hui. But with him around, the latter two might never emerge. With that thought, he immediately had Qianli inquire about the specific situations of Xian and Ying through the Ren Mao. Good, the postponement of the operation due to insufficient numbers. But should I allow Hui to emerge? Theoretically, there seemed to be no major conflict between them. Well, except for the issue of who would become the Shui Renzili. After all, both were meant to deal with the Tianwai Daitongmu. Forget it, we'll decide later. Next, let's examine this Xianrenji Fu. It might provide great inspiration for my research on secret medicines. Jin carefully placed the Xianrenji Fu, which he had looted from Yaomu Mountain, on the table. This item was extremely precious as it could revive the dead, a very convenient tool. Lu Dao Xianren had used this very talisman to save his own brother. The entire thing is composed of Xianshu Chakula, but there are also a few circuits made purely of Xiren Ningliang. Soon Jin was completely baffled. Indeed, Huifu and Liandan are not the same thing. I'll leave it to the subordinates to research. Jin decisively gave up. He believed that even if he worked alone, he could eventually refine a pill capable of reviving the dead. Then Uchiha Jin took a book from the table and began to study. At the same time, he swallowed a pill. This was his latest improvement, a pill that could enhance one's wishing, greatly aiding his study of Yao Li Jishur. However, even with such a pill, he could not directly decipher the structure of the Xianrenji Fu. After all, he had no foundation in Huifu whatsoever. No amount of enhanced wishing would help. Ahead is Mai. I hope everything goes smoothly. Uchiha Yu quickened his pace and soon slipped through Mai's ceiling barrier unnoticed. The Anhao is still in place. It seems Sanai has no intention of killing the donkey after it finishes grinding. You're back, Lord Sandai Mai. Rest assured, with Zilai and Gansho the crisis is temporarily resolved. Although the two were not in my at the moment, having gone to deal with Xiaying village, Yuanfei Risen was visibly relieved. At least thanks to his efforts Mai was saved. Zhuju. He is doing well. He is the top student in the academy. I also keep a close eye on his studies and life, so you can rest assured. Yuanfei Risen's image as a Lao Haoran once again eased Yuzhibo Yu's worries. Lord Sandai, the composition of the Shao organization is very complex. They recruit Panren from various villages, and their goal is to collect all the wise Ho. We must be on guard. Moreover, Yuzhibo Jin's two subordinates, Yuzhibo Xian and Yuzhibo Ing, are also in this organization. Have you probed them? Yuanfei Risen's expression flickered and he asked immediately. No, but from my perception they are at least of Ing-level strength. Lord Jin, should we only adopt orphans with talent? Chihiro suddenly found Uchiha Jin and asked with some trepidation. She had hurried back for this very matter. As a competent secretary, she naturally had to confirm the crux of the issue, and avoid causing too great a loss for the leader. Did you have a conflict with Nono? It's just a conflict of ideals. Chihiro's heart grew more uneasy, for she was merely a minor secretary while Lady Nono was Lord Jin's woman. Jin fell into deep thought. Logically, what Chihiro said was not wrong. Even if he took in the untalented orphans, they would contribute little benefit to the organization, rather a waste. Moreover, once this precedent was set, Nono would surely adopt a large number of orphans, and he would have no place to house them. After all, talented children were far too scarce. Among hundreds of children there might not be even one. It was impossible to take them all in, was it? And if the orphans were concentrated in the ninja world, they might become a vulnerability. If Obito used these orphans to threaten him, would he save them or not? Explain the drawbacks to Nono, she will understand me. In another 10+ years, when I have conquered the ninja world, she can adopt as many orphans as she pleases. Jin rubbed his head, feeling a bit regretful for having sent Nono to seek out orphans in the first place, otherwise this trouble would not have arisen. Lord Jin, can I undergo the bloodline fusion now? Baiwa suddenly entered his office, her voice coquettishly inquiring. Ahem, wait a bit longer, I've been busy lately. But have you broken through to the Kage-level? Jin began to change the subject. Though he had been relatively idle recently, he had inadvertently forgotten about Baiwa's matter. Not yet, but at most 2 more months. Here the Baiwa said with some distress. Rest assured, I will have everything prepared before you break through to the Kage-level. The Otsutsuki bloodline is ultimately very powerful. Without Kage-level strength, it will be extremely difficult for you to achieve perfect fusion. Alright, but you haven't forgotten and are just trying to fool me, have you? Baiwa looked at the slightly embarrassed Jin with suspicion. Absolutely not. Alright, you may leave now, I am still busy. Baiwa's matter can indeed no longer be delayed. With the cloning technology now available, coupled with Tsukimi's intuitive sensitivity to experiments, results should be achieved before long. And the Rinnegan was only a step away, as it merely required transplanting Hashirama's cells. However, with the life elixir, transplanting Hashirama's cells had become irrelevant. After all, the materials for the elixir came from the life sacred tree cultivated from Hashirama's cells. Jin arrived at a storage room in the base, uncursed the seal, and pulled out the still unconscious Otsutsuki Tonari. This sealing technique was the same space-time seal used to seal Uchiha Hikari earlier, and it appeared to be effective. At least Tonari showed no signs of discomfort. Jin took a sapling from his garden, placed it on his office desk, and began dripping Tonari's blood onto it. This was a sapling he had cultivated, highly prone to mutation. He had been overjoyed when he discovered this plant in his garden. Tonari's blood dripped onto the sapling, seeping into the trunk. After waiting for a while with no reaction, Jin felt somewhat helpless. This high-quality blood was still difficult to regenerate through the sapling. He recalled that when he cultivated the spirit sacred tree, it had taken nearly 2 years. Without hesitation, Jin tossed the blood regeneration secret pill into Tonari's mouth. At the same time, he squeezed out 2 drops of his own blood and mixed them in. As more and more blood dripped, the sapling in the garden, influenced by space-time energy, finally began to change. Success. From now on, the Hyuga clan will have a fixed method for evolution. Jin continued to intensify the space-time energy's influence on the sapling's surroundings, causing it to rapidly grow into a tree 5 meters tall. Then he handed it over to the lab researchers for division. This tree shall be called the Tensigen Sacred Tree. Jin felt that in the future the authority to use the giant Tensigen could be entrusted to this kind of sacred tree. Mount Mayaboku has changed quite a bit. Jin looked at the once desolate Mount Mayaboku, now tidied up spotlessly. Lord Jin, I am truly grateful for your generosity. The cat matriarch, upon seeing Uchiha Jin, immediately beamed and rushed over. It was my promise, after all. Are your ninja cats sensitive to natural energy? Should I send some things to help you? Jin glanced at the various ninja cats meditating in the distance and asked casually. After all, they were future cooperation partners of the organization. Stronger allies would strengthen the organization's foundation. Moreover, the ninja cat clan was amiable. Unlike the disgusting toads of Mount Myaboku and the snakes of Ryuchi Cave, there was no fear of betrayal. Really, Lord Jin? The cat matriarch was astonished, then filled with excitement. Yes, I can give you 20 pills each month and at least 1,000 portions of other secret medicines. However, I have one condition: you must serve as my source of intelligence, helping me monitor the entire ninja world. Jin casually scanned the surroundings. There were at least 100 ninja cats. No problem. I will organize the ninja cats to carry out this task well. Seeing that Uchiha Jin was about to leave, the cat matriarch finally could not help but voice a small request. Lord Jin, the natural energy of Mount Myaboku dissipates rather quickly. Could you send 2 sealing technique masters to help us? Otherwise this sacred land might become the weakest of all. Understood. I will send people after I return. If you have any other requests, as long as they are not excessive, you can also bring them up to her. Jin thought that his clan's battle here might have accidentally shattered some formation, causing this problem. Naturally, he did not refuse the cat matriarch's request. Back in his office, Jin received good news. There seemed to be word about the Gregorian stone. Obvious chakra fluctuations, beastmen appearing. Let's go, Chihiro, call Uchiha Elixir. We leave immediately. Every Uchiha clan member who went out carried the other's Flying Thunder God technique, allowing them to reach their destination at a moment's notice. 6 years had passed since Uchiha Jin discovered the Grellstone. It was now the 63rd year of Konoha, the year Naruto and Sasuke would graduate. Jin sat in his office, a black cloth covering his eyes. In another 3 months the Rinnegan will be successfully awakened. I wonder what dojutsu will emerge. Jin sensed the surging power within his eyes, a thrill running through him. The Rinnegan was the embodiment of the 6 paths power and ocular abilities. Yet he quickly suppressed this unusual emotion. After 7 years of cultivating sage arts, he had long mastered the ability to control his emotions. However, when facing those closest to him, he still allowed his feelings to remain. Lord Jin Nono has mastered the power of the 6 paths. Oh, that's truly wonderful. Jin nodded with satisfaction, pleased that he had invested so many 6 paths pills in her over the years. Indeed, the effect of the 6 paths pill was simple yet terrifying. After consuming it, a faint trace of 6 paths power would appear within the body. However, mastering this 6 paths power was extremely difficult. Nono had taken a full 6 years to achieve it. By the way, are you ready to awaken the Rinnegan? After asking about some details, Jin shifted his attention to the elegant secretary. Lord Jin, almost there. Give me another half-month, my ocular power hasn't yet reached its limit. That's good. By the way, where has Baiwa been lately? Hyuga Baiwa hadn't come to bother him, which made him feel a bit bored. She's been maintaining her Tensigen. She's probably undergoing the final throb. That's good. Although the fusion is slow, it's stable and won't cause any accidents. The Tensigen pills Jin had prepared for Baiwa each contained only a tiny amount of sap from the Tensigen sacred tree, allowing her to quickly master the surging power during the evolution of her Byakugan. Now the fruit was finally ripe for harvest. Let's go see her eyes. I'm quite curious. Jin used Flying Thunder God to arrive on the moon. On the moon there were many Hyuga members, all lured through Hinata. Jin had also promised them the same treatment as Baiwa. Brother Jin, is that you? Baiwa asked softly, her voice carrying a coquettish tone. Jin's face darkened and he wanted to turn and leave, but he stayed, sensing the gradually stabilizing aura of the Tensigen. Speak properly. How much longer until the final throb is complete? Baiwa obediently walked over, hugged Jin's shoulder, and replied. Tomorrow. How about staying with me tonight? I'll warm your bed. In the end, Uchiha Jin did not refuse Baihua's passionate invitation and spent the night in her room. Damn, Baihua so cunning. Chizuru was ordered to leave by Uchiha Jin and felt deeply aggrieved. As Baiwa removed the black cloth from her eyes, a pair of light blue eyes appeared before him. Baihua's irises seemed like a blend of deep blue spring water and shimmering white light colors interwoven and diffused. Starlight flowed in the pupil, and the edges of the pattern spiraled outward in layers, deep and mysterious, yet exuding a sacred majesty. Practice your abilities well. I'll come back to see you in a couple of days. Jin's tone was soft and gentle. TCH, what a heartless man. Just go humph. After staying for 3 days, Jin slunk away. In the rain village, Nagato convened another meeting through the ring. Starting tomorrow, our organization will begin its true operations. This will be the first time we appear before the world. I've been waiting for this. Daidara, upon hearing the leader's words, grew excited. He could finally showcase the explosive art of his jutsu to the ninja world. "Ah, leader, this is very dangerous," Toby said, wearing his mask and sounding somewhat frivolous. Back at their residence, Xian and Ing exchanged glances. "You or me? You go ahead, Ing. I need to find a place to practice my Rinnegan abilities. Every time I use it I feel a palpitation, it's intoxicating." Because Jin had evolved his eyes once when awakening the eternal Mangekyō, the process naturally took longer than for others. The same principle applied to the awakening of the Rinnegan. "Don't go too far. It feels like your sage art training has had no effect," Ing complained. Over the years Xian had hardly used meditation to enhance his sage art, which Ing found troubling. "Ing, do you really think I would be like that?" Xian suddenly became serious, realizing his younger brother had misunderstood him. "Rest assured, as long as Lord Jin is here I will never be consumed by my power. I only need to be the sharpest blade in Lord Jin's hand." Ing nodded thoughtfully. After adjusting his mindset, he activated his Rinnegan and released a wave of energy. The next moment a purple moon appeared in the sky, though it vanished quickly. It had indeed existed. "Xiaoyin, please contact Lord Jin for me. I have something to report." Ing entered the virtual world through his Rinnegan and spoke to Xiaoyin. "Understood, Lord Ing. Ing, is there something you need?" Jin suddenly appeared in the virtual world, asking calmly. "Lord Jin, the Akatsuki organization is preparing to act tomorrow. Is that so? Then it seems we must begin our own actions." Jin narrowed his eyes and a map of the entire ninja world appeared before him. "Let's start with the 5 great shinobi villages." He intended to follow behind the Akatsuki and take control of all the villages. This was in preparation for unifying the ninja world. After 6 years of development, he could now rule the entire world. He had refrained from acting earlier for fear that Obito and Nagato might be scared off and not capture the tailed beasts for fusion. "Xiaoyin, summon everyone back. It's time to take the first step." The ninja world, the I organization, had arrived. Previously Qianli said that the pills for this month were insufficient. It seems I still need to refine some. Jin waved his hand casually and a pill furnace condensed from dojutsu power appeared before him. Though not as massive as the previous one, the patterns on its surface revealed that the two were identical in style. Even though most of his dojutsu power was unavailable due to the awakening of the Rinnegan, refining mere pills was still a very easy task for him. "Let's start with the dojutsu pills." Jin thought of Uchiha Guang, who had been asking him for dojutsu pills, and felt a slight headache. Uchiha Guang had somehow gotten together with Baiwa and awakened some strange attributes. Whenever the pills were insufficient, she would come to pester her, always with very flimsy excuses. Due to the lack of complete trust, most of Uchiha Guang's requests had been brushed off by him. This time he decided to refine more pills and later help her awaken the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Having made considerable contributions to the virtual space of the I organization, he decided to stop suppressing her. Next were pills to enhance time-space perception and control. Lon had been diligently following him for a long time, so Jin naturally had no intention of being stingy. As early as a year ago he had been providing him with these 2 secret pills from time to time, helping him develop and master several powerful time-space ninjutsu. This time, before the other party awakened the Rinnegan, he would give him some corresponding pills. Finally there were the enlightenment pills. This type of pill could be said to be universally liked. After improving one's enlightenment, understanding of anything would double, making it very practical. As for Uchiha Jin himself, he had recently been using these pills to try to learn all types of ninjutsu to see if he could achieve the transformation of the Kekki Mora. Of course it was just an attempt. He had also thought of a simpler method, capturing an Otsutsuki, purifying its bloodline into a tree and making it easier to refine the corresponding pills. As for where to find this Otsutsuki, Jin already had an idea. "But in the world where Urashiki exists in the future, is there a version of me? If there is, will he still have a chance to return?" Jin frowned but didn't dwell on it, and continued to focus on refining pills. "Uchiha Jin, what are you doing here?" The last time she went to ask for pills she was chased away, which had been lingering in her mind. Now whenever she saw him she felt disgust. All the friends around her had their eyes evolve while she alone remained at the same stage. Although she knew that without Uchiha Jin her own eyes wouldn't even have their dojutsu power improved easily. But seeing everyone around her starting to progress, this feeling made it impossible for her to feel grateful to the instigator of it all. "Is that so? Well, it seems the pills I brought for you this time won't be needed, and the experiment for the eternal Mangekyō later won't be necessary either." "What? Really? Then let's start quickly. Aren't you telling me to leave? Why should I stay? Don't I have any dignity?" Jin said playfully, turning to leave. "Wait. Uchiha Guang's expression sharpened and she took a deep breath as if about to make a great sacrifice. She lunged forward, grabbing Jin's right arm, and said coquettishly, "Brother Jin, please." Feeling the heat on his face, Jin suddenly couldn't bear it. "Who taught you this? Was it Baiwa again? And why doesn't Uchiha Jin like it? Didn't Baiwa say he can't resist this kind of play? If it's useless, then I've been pretending for nothing." Guan's face instantly flushed with shame, and she dared not look directly at Uchiha Jin, but her grip tightened. Alright, let go quickly. I'll take you, okay? You're not lying to me. Of course, why would I lie to you? Jin smiled faintly, pulling Uchiha Guang, who was still clinging to him, into the lab. Yue Jian, help her awaken the eternal Mangekyō. Okay. Please follow me. Yue Jian had no objection and led Uchiha Guang to the left side. In her view, even if Uchiha Guang awakened the eternal Mangekyō, it wouldn't have much impact on the eye organization. After all, no matter how powerful an eternal Mangekyō was, it couldn't control the Rinnegan. Uchiha Guang obediently stood in a machine waiting for the results of the dojutsu power check. She had long been familiar with the steps to awaken the eternal Mangekyō. If it weren't for the suppression by that big jerk Uchiha Jin, she would have awakened long ago. Your dojutsu power has reached the standard. You can awaken the eternal Mangekyō. Next, take this pill. Yue Jian handed over a pill. Guan excitedly took it, and her hands began to tremble. This was a pill refined from the unique substance of the eternal Mangekyō. As long as she swallowed it, her Mangekyō had the possibility of transformation. Seeing this, Uchiha Jin felt a little uneasy, starting to wonder if he had been too harsh on Uchiha Guan, otherwise she wouldn't be this excited, right? For this week you will come to me for checkups every day. I will also monitor your eye evolution closely and give you corresponding secret pills and dietary suggestions. I know, give me a piece of black cloth, Uchiha Guan said impatiently. All right, if I awaken the eternal Mangekyō, will the transplanted Amaterasu and Supremacy disappear? Uchiha Guan suddenly thought of something and asked nervously. These two dojutsu were her trump cards, especially the latter. Combined with her original dojutsu, she was practically unbeatable. Theoretically, they won't disappear, so no need to worry. Since you've started the eternal Mangekyō, I won't disturb you. Here, take this and I'll be going now. Jin tossed the scroll to her and left coolly. Guan caught the scroll and briefly sensed it. Inside the scroll were exactly a dozen bottles of pills. Bastard, I really misjudged you. 2 days later, on the training ground of the aerial fortress, a dozen clan members stood in the center awaiting Uchiha Jin's orders. This time our hunting target is the Otsutsuki clan from beyond the heavens. Their race is different from the Hyuga clan on the moon, who are our in-laws. In fact, they share a common ancestor with our Uchiha Senju and Hyuga clans. Therefore we must give our utmost effort this time. However, to avoid disrupting future plans, this battle must conclude without anyone noticing. Jin briefly introduced the purpose of this expedition, and then distributed a sealing technique. This is a sealing barrier technique created by Aunt Karen, derived from the 4 Red Yang formation. Its resistance to enemy attacks is nearly 10 times greater, and space-time ninjutsu is severely restricted within it. Escaping through space-time ninjutsu is absolutely impossible. I hope you will spend half a day learning it, and then we will depart immediately. With the aid of enlightenment pills, Karen had made astonishing progress in sealing techniques, exceeding Jin's expectations. She developed this sealing barrier technique that required 7 people to perform it simultaneously. Once Urashiki was trapped inside, escape would be impossible. Jin decided to assign the remaining 5 clan members to patrol around the barrier, capturing all the white Zetsu to prevent them from reporting to Obito and Black Zetsu. In truth, if not for Black Zetsu's extreme elusiveness, Jin would have wanted to capture him and extract his memories, allowing the eye organization to complete the Tentails synthesis independently. The fusion and absorption of the Tentails were not simple and required a specific technique, which was why Jin was not in a hurry. Moreover, there was a lurking figure in the Pure Land constantly observing the ninja world, so Jin naturally needed a scapegoat to test the opponent's true strength. With the entire Pure Land as a backup energy source, the Sage of 6 Paths might not have used his full power. In the original story, the possibility of hidden abilities was still significant. Jin decided to have the last 3 clan members block Jiraiya and Uchiha Sasuke, preventing them from interfering with his operations. Ahead is Konoha Ming. Have you found the special chakra you detected earlier? Uchiha Ming's Mangekyō ability was perception with a wide range. Of course, no matter how vast, it couldn't monitor the entire ninja world. However, Jin had previously granted him partial access to the giant Rinnegan, allowing him to monitor the ninja world effortlessly. Ming did not disappoint Jin. Soon after, he discovered Urashiki's presence, saving Jin a great deal of trouble. Lord Jin, I found him. He is currently in Konoha. Good. I will use the power of the dragon vein to disrupt the time-space around Konoha. Ming used the Rinnegan to cast the infinite Tsukuyami. You all immediately deploy the 7 red yang barrier. Jin knew that Urashiki had the ability to rewind time by 5 seconds. To prevent his escape, he had no choice but to take this measure. Although Jin's Rinnegan was still evolving after absorbing the dragon vein into his eyes, he could now harness the power of the giant Rinnegan to manipulate space-time and interfere with a region no longer confined to his garden. By the way, Ming, what color are Urashiki's eyes? Jin asked with some concern. Urashiki had consumed his original Rinnegan and gained a more powerful golden Rinnegan, but lost all his special abilities. In Jin's view, the most important abilities were time reversal, paper crane, instantaneous movement, and Yamatsu Hirasaka. He might be able to master them through research. But what did the golden Rinnegan bring? Enhanced physical strength, Shinra Tensei, a mouth, and a purple Rasengan-like attack. The latter had little research value. Jin was more interested in the former. Time reversal, which could rewind 5 seconds, was a divine skill in combat. Paper crane instantaneous movement was similar to the short-range teleportation Jin had studied before, which could serve as a reference. The last dojutsu needed no introduction. Compared to the short-range evasion of paper crane instantaneous movement, Yamatsu Hirasaka focused more on long-distance spatial jumps and cross-dimensional travel, one of the core space-time abilities of the Otsutsuki clan. As long as you know a general direction, you can teleport anywhere. Lord Jin, it's white. That's good. Jin channeled the space-time power from his garden into the giant Rinnegan. The next moment a transparent glow radiated across the sky. Fortunately it was noon with bright sunlight, so no one noticed anything unusual. Amidst the temporal distortion, the 7 people positioned around Konoha had already prepared and simultaneously deployed the sealing technique enveloping the entire village. Uchiha Ming did not hesitate. Taking over the authority of Lord Jin's Rinnegan, he cast the infinite Tsukuyami Genjutsu over all of Konoha. Where is Urashiki? Let's go now. In the cave behind the mountain of Konoha. Let's move. Impossible. I've been ambushed. Urashiki found that he could not rewind time by 5 seconds, and even using Yamatsu Hirasaka felt extremely difficult, let alone escape through it. Could it be Uchiha Sasuke and that blonde kid? But no, they don't have this ability. Feeling the powerful chakra reaction on the sealing barrier, Urashiki's expression darkened. Forget it. I'll just absorb the Ninetales chakra from this brat first. That way I'll have some means to protect myself. Urashiki lifted the clothes on Naruto's belly and plunged his hand inside. Lord Jiraiya, what is this barrier? Sasuke's expression turned grave as he gazed at the 7 crimson sun formations surrounding Konoha, his face darkening with concern. He had just tested it and found his time-space ninjutsu severely restricted. The good news was that Urashiki was likely also restricted, making it much easier to kill him. The bad news was that a new faction had likely intervened. Could it be the Akatsuki? But in this era the Akatsuki hadn't yet begun their operations in the original timeline, had they? Could it be a temporal distortion caused by me and Boruto traveling back? Naruto's Ninetales chakra is going berserk. Jiraiya did not answer the question. He had no idea what was happening either. But for now it seemed unrelated to the man before him. This is a genjutsu. Sasuke's eyes flickered, and in the next instant he brought both Jiraiya and Boruto back from the Tsukuyami illusion to reality. You. Never mind, let's find Naruto first. Knowing the urgency of the situation, Jiraiya did not waste time on this. You 3 go outside and block the future Uchiha Sasuke and Jiraiya. If they refuse to listen, kill them outright. The rest of you follow me. Jin spoke in a detached tone. If Uchiha Sasuke and his group were truly ungrateful, he wouldn't mind taking their Rinnegan and Jogen for thorough research ahead of time. Who are you? Urashiki felt a pang of confusion when he saw Uchiha Jin and his entourage entering. Shouldn't Sasuke and Jiraiya have found him first? Why were these strangers here? You don't recognize me, which means you're not from the future of this parallel world. Jin nodded imperceptibly. Urashiki, lend me your body. As his words fell, Shien and the others beside him immediately charged forward. In each of their eyes purple Rinnegan patterns swirled. Who are you people? Urashiki was startled and a wave of fear washed over him. These individuals' Rinnegan looked genuine. But how could that be? He had turned the original ninja world upside down and never encountered this group. We are here to capture you. Jin smiled faintly. Though he couldn't see his eyes, Urashiki could sense these people were determined to take him. Bastards! Before he could complain further, the Rinnegan of the group flickered with strange light. Shinra Tensei. 2 powerful gravitational forces pulled Urashiki toward them. Urashiki's eyes suddenly turned into a red six-tomo Rinnegan, and a portal appeared before him, teleporting him to a distant location. As he emerged, his eyes shifted to a blue Rinnegan. Damn it, the cost of this teleportation is too high. Pale-faced Urashiki tossed a clump of chakra into his mouth, and his complexion improved slightly. Relying on his blue Rinnegan's time reversal, he deftly dodged their attacks, still appearing composed. Lava Thunder Domain. Shien's Rinnegan suddenly fixed on Urashiki, and the surrounding scenery instantly transformed. Emotional True Knowledge. Urashiki's emotions were amplified: fear, worry, anger. Countless distractions overwhelmed his mind, leaving him unable to cope with the drastic changes and the relentless pursuit. Damn it, how do these people know about me? As Urashiki's attention wavered, Uchiha Hong made his move. His Rinnegan ability was damage transfer. He deliberately left an opening, allowing Urashiki's hook to pierce his own heart, then instantly transferred the injury to his opponent using his Rinnegan. And with his body reinforced by sealing techniques, Urashiki couldn't extract a single bit of chakra. Now Yin-Yang Seal. Shien and Ing approached from left and right, each carrying unique sealing formulas. This was the ultimate six-pad sealing technique, Yin-Yang Seal, developed by several Uzumaki clan members and 2 Uchiha within the organization. Though its effect was inferior to the Sage of Six Pads Chibaku Tensei, it was more than enough to overcome a mere Urashiki. As their palms touched Urashiki, a brilliant white light flashed, and countless black patterns like tadpoles gradually enveloped his body. Uchiha Yuan, who had been watching from the sidelines, used the body flicker technique, and placed his hand on Urashiki, channeling his right eye's dojutsu. Seal Enhancement. The sealing formulas rearranged slightly, and Urashiki, who had been struggling, fell completely still. Let's go. The commotion outside is getting loud. It seems some people truly don't know when to quit. Jin led the group out slowly. Urashiki was sealed into a space scroll. Normally a living person couldn't be stored, but a sealed Urashiki was no problem. Moreover, their sealing space scrolls were specially crafted by Xiangnai, far superior to ordinary storage scrolls. As Jin emerged, he found his subordinates had already sealed the resisting Sasuke, Jiraiya, and Boruto. Who are you? Hey, you're from the future, aren't you, Uchiha Sasuke? As Jin spoke, an invisible dojutsu power directly affected his target. Another Rinnegan user. What is this organization? Could they all be from the Uchiha clan? And how does he know my name? Sasuke's mind churned with turmoil, a surge of fear rising within him. Would he and Boruto ever be able to return? Take the 2 of them away. As for this Jiraiya, erase his memories and release him. Jin glanced at the man casually and walked past. Ing approached Jiraiya, aligning his Rinnegan with the latter's pupils. Emotional True Knowledge. His Rinnegan ability, though only controlling emotions, could be combined with Mangekyō abilities and his own understanding of genjutsu to make the target believe it was a nightmare, gradually fading their memories of today's events. No matter how formidable Jiraiya was, he could not resist the power of a Rinnegan. Lord Jin, how should we deal with these people? First, gouge out the eyes of Zuiju and Pushi. Hand Pushi directly to me for cultivating seedlings. As for the other 2, seal them for now. Jin pondered for a moment and said. He took the 2 bottles from Qianli's hands, feeling excited. For special abilities, one of which is 6 tomo, I hope there will be some gains. Jin murmured a few words softly, full of anticipation. He arrived at Uchiha Jin's laboratory and stated his purpose. All right, I will help you collect data. Uchiha Jin nodded and set down his work. Lord Jin are both pairs of eyes for me to experience. Yuzhibo Feihong asked excitedly. He had learned a great deal about the abilities of these 2 pairs of eyes from Yuzhibo Yuan. It could be said they were ridiculously powerful. Thus he eagerly anticipated the awakening of his own Rinnegan. He had thought it would take several more years before he could see his own Rinnegan, but unexpectedly Lord Jin had given him such an opportunity. That's right. Although you currently only have the eternal Mangekyō, your ocular power has already met the requirement. It shouldn't be long before you can awaken the Rinnegan. Experiencing it in advance won't be a bad thing. Alright, Lord Jin, I can't wait. After a while, Feng Jian Sunren helped him complete the transplantation of Pushi's Rinnegan. Lord Jin, this feeling is amazing, dozens of times stronger than my eternal Mangekyō. Try out the abilities of the Rinnegan. Jin looked at him expectantly. Lord Jin, please attack me. Well, just a simple kunai attack will do. Yuzhibo Feihong thought for a moment and said cautiously. Yuzhibo Jin's strength was a mystery within the organization. No one knew how powerful he truly was. He also feared that the leader might take him seriously and unleash a powerful attack which he would not be confident to dodge. Alright, watch out. Jin's speed was neither too fast nor too slow, just within the other's reaction range. The moment the kunai touched him, Feihong transformed into a red paper crane, negating the damage, and his figure appeared 2 meters away. This is the first ability of the blue Rinnegan Paper Crane Transient. It allows me to transform into a red paper crane at the moment an enemy attacks, negating the damage and reappear anywhere else. Can it be used as a passive ability? Lord Jin, this ocular technique consumes a great deal of ocular power, so it certainly cannot be used passively. Fei Hong shook his head, feeling regretful. Continue. Next was the second ability of the blue Rinnegan Time Rewind. Time Rewind allows one to return to a point several seconds in the past, thereby seeing through the opponent's techniques. At the same time, he can also rewind to a position from a few seconds ago to evade enemy attacks. It could be said that this ability was extremely formidable. It would be no easy task for an ordinary person to ambush him. But we must also guard against methods like Zillai's. In the original story, Zillai learned of Pushi's intelligence, and used the poison in the stomach of the rock-sleeping toad to directly defeat Pushi. After that, Yuzhibo Fei Hong demonstrated the abilities of Yomi Hirasaka and the Byakugan to Jin and removed Pushi's Rinnegan. To Jin's surprise, the former could only be used by a clan member with the bloodline of the Daitangmu clan. The red Tomo Rinnegan could not use it anyway. It could accelerate the ability to open and close Yomi Hirasaka, so Jin naturally could not witness it. The latter's Byakugan was similar to the ordinary Rishiang's ocular technique, but could observe from a much farther distance. Amino Tejikara is truly a worthy ability born from the 6 Tomo Rinnegan. It is indeed quite unstoppable. If not for Zhuoju's insufficient chakra and the restriction of the 7 red sun formation, it might have been truly difficult to capture him. Jin sighed a few words and didn't dwell on it. Since his own eyes were still evolving, he naturally could not remove them to experience the eyes he had obtained this time. Put them away, I'll decide after 3 months. Returning to the office, Jin prepared to extract and purify the bloodline of Daitangmu Pushi to facilitate his future alchemy. The first step to obtaining the Daitangmu bloodline can finally begin. Jin looked at the unconscious Pushi not far away, his expression very pleased. With practiced ease, he took out a highly mutable sapling, mixed the blood of Daitangmu Pushi with his own blood, and poured it onto the sapling. As for whether his own blood would be absorbed by the sapling, causing its essence to become his own bloodline, Jin had never worried about it. He had specifically asked Uchiha Jin to study it. His blood was very special, with a structure 100 times more stable than that of Daitangmu Sharon's blood. Even though the sapling in front of him was highly prone to mutation, it could not become a blood tree of his own lineage. 2 days later, Jin finally ended the life of Daitangmu Pushi, who had been drained by him, giving him a quick death. Next is alchemy. I wonder how long it will take. Just as Jin was pondering which herbs to use for alchemy, Baihua burst in. Brother Jin, do you miss me? Seeing Baihua like this, Jin felt something was amiss. What's the matter? Jin narrowed his eyes. I've mastered the Tensigen and came to you at the first moment, but you're not appreciating it. Baihua feigned shyness, leaving Jin speechless. Go ahead, what is it? As long as it's not too excessive. I want partial access to the giant Tensigen. Before Jin could finish, Baihua immediately revealed her true nature and shouted at him. Well, don't you already have the Tensigen? Why do you need that access? Jin looked at Baihua helplessly. There are many benefits to the giant Tensigen, and I really want it. Moreover, I'm the only one who has awakened the Tensigen so far, so only I can maximize its power. If it really doesn't work, I'll return the access to Chutian after she awakens the Tensigen. Looking at Baihua's clear eyes, Jin felt that he would be a fool to believe her. Fine, I'll give it to you, but you must use it wisely and not mess around. Don't worry, brother Jin, I won't mess around. Come find me tonight. I miss you. Baihua lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning slightly white, a blush spreading from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. Although she was usually flippant in front of Yuzhibo Jin, she had only been with him a few times after all. Fei, you and Deidara go to the Kirigakure village and capture the 3 tails and 6 tails. The 3 tails Jinchuriki had been killed 6 years ago in a joint scheme between the Kirigakure and Konohagakure villages. Now, after so many years, the 3 tails had long since revived. And Sasori, who should have been partnered with Deidara, remained in Jin's organization with no intention of returning. Jin, seeing that Sasori had made many contributions, did not drive him away. Nagato, for the sake of Shien and Ing, refrained from pursuing the matter. Uchiha Shien and Uchiha Ing go to the Kumogakure village and bring back the 2 tails and 8 tails. Uchiha Itachi, Hashigaki Kisame, and Hozuki Juzo, you are responsible for the 2-tailed beasts of the Awagakure village. Konan, go to the Takigakure village and capture the 7 tails. As for the 1 tails and 9 tails, I will handle them myself. The Devapath stated calmly, his Rinnegan scanning every person in the meeting except Konan. Damn it, how did Nagato grow even stronger? Is his talent really that high? Obito's expression flickered, he avoided meeting Nagato's gaze. I must inform Konoha quickly, or else Naruto will be in danger. Itachi's heart sank, yet he held little hope for Konoha. Although the Deva path seldom acted, Itachi could still sense his dojutsu power. His dojutsu was like a vast ocean, boundless and immense. And before it his own dojutsu was like a paltry puddle, utterly incomparable. "Konan, are you alright?" Nagato ended the meeting and turned to Konan. "I'm fine, Nagato. Trust me. Besides, I've contracted Uchiha Jin's ninja cat. It can help me in battle, and if I truly encounter danger I can escape in time," Konan explained with a smile. Ever since Nagato's problems were resolved, Konan had become fond of smiling. Nagato fell silent, which suddenly made Konan a little nervous. "Nagato, is something troubling you? You can tell me. In the end, if we come into conflict with Uchiha Jin, what choice will you make?" Nagato met Konan's eyes, his gaze serious. "No. That won't happen. Uchiha Jin has no reason to oppose us." Late at night, Konan gathered her courage and went to the Sky Fortress. Nagato's words from the afternoon troubled her deeply. But bringing peace to the world was the lifelong hope of their Akatsuki organization. She had to be cautious. "Konan, what brings you here?" Jin asked with a curious smile, looking at her serious expression. As far as he knew, wasn't the Akatsuki's collective action scheduled for tomorrow? Shouldn't she be resting at Mangekyō today, preparing for the battle tomorrow? "Uchiha Jin, will you stop us?" Though Konan did not explicitly state her intent, Jin understood her underlying worry. He asked with a smile, "If I did stop you, would you have any room to resist?" "You, Nagato, and I will fight you to the death," Konan said angrily. Normally cold and reserved, she now struggled to control her emotions. Because she knew that if Uchiha Jin truly acted on that, they could never succeed in resisting. Everything would be in vain. And Nagato would only fight to the bitter end. "Then it depends on your sincerity." "You." Konan's gaze wavered. She had spent some time in the Jujutsu organization before and naturally knew quite a few rumors about Uchiha Jin. He was indeed a thorough scoundrel, dallying with flowers and grass, and many girls in the organization had not escaped his clutches. "I can be your woman, but only if you help us achieve peace in the ninja world." Konan was silent for a moment, then did not refuse. There was a huge conspiracy surrounding Nagato which left her constantly insecure, fearing that one day he might be ambushed. After all, she didn't believe that the true owner of the Rinnegan would leave no safeguards on it. Therefore, involving Uchiha Jin was the best course of action. Jin was taken aback by Konan's words, but then said with a hint of amusement, "Are you sure you want to make such a sacrifice?" Originally he only wanted the 10 tails from the Akatsuki, but since Konan had come to him herself, naturally he had no reason to refuse, otherwise he would be a fool. He did not claim to be a good man, so he would not let food that came to his lips go uneaten. "As long as you promise me, I will agree." Konan took a deep breath and did not back down. Nagato had sacrificed much for the Akatsuki, so she too could sacrifice the rest of her life for the organization. "Alas, actually I only wanted your organization's 10 tails in the first place. Unifying the ninja world was also my initial idea. And then you delivered yourself to me. I really don't know whether to call you foolish or naive." After cleaning up, Jin lay on the bed and said teasingly, "What? You bastard!" The blush that had faded from Konan's delicate face spread again. "I'll fight you." "Hey Konan, don't be rash. Why hasn't Konan returned? Could something have happened?" Nagato looked at the sky outside the window, now tinged with the pale light of dawn, muttering with some worry. Yes, he knew Konan had gone to Uchiha Jin's base last night, but he did not stop her. Though he had met Uchiha Jin only a few times, from Konan's words he could still sense the other's goodwill and that he likely harbored no ill intent toward her. That was the fundamental reason for his reassurance. "Konan, you!" Finally, amid Nagato's concern, Konan transformed into a puff of white smoke and reappeared at the spot where she had vanished the previous night. "Nagato. Jin won't interfere with us anymore, he will even help us." Konan's appearance at this moment was somewhat alluring, yet her expression was somber. Nagato sensed the anomaly in Konan. "Uchiha Jin didn't force you, did he?" Although he was usually taciturn, he had some understanding of such matters. He had been dragged by Yahiko and Jiraiya-sensei to read risque books more than once. Seeing Nagato's barely restrained intensity, Konan shook her head calmly. "I did it willingly. There's nothing wrong with following him." With that she produced the pills that Uchiha Jin had prepared for both her and Nagato. Nagato let out a sigh of relief and stopped dwelling on it. He harbored no jealousy over Konan's innocence being taken. He had little interest in such matters and only hoped that Konan could find a man worthy of entrusting her future to. "Nagato, I've just realized that Uchiha Jin has been hiding so many good things from us. He kept them all secret. You should try them now." Konan exhaled, pushing aside the lingering memories of the previous night's intimate scene, and focused on the pills before her. This is an enlightenment pill which enhances comprehension. Learning any ninjutsu becomes twice as effective with half the effort. This is a life pill. Its effects far surpass the life elixir you took before. Aside from strengthening the life force, it also raises the body's potential. The legendary Hashirama Senju developed would release to such a formidable level precisely because of his immense yang power. Conan slowly relayed the inside information Uchiha Jin had shared. Let's go. It's getting late. The masked man and the others have already departed. And then be careful on your way. You too. The moment the words fell, Conan dissolved into a paper dance, fluttering away. Conan's paper dance grows stronger. It seems her paper release might indeed be closely tied to yang power. Jiraiya, are you ready? Tsunade, clad in the Hokage's robe, sat with a grave expression in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage had long since retired, and the title of Hokage had naturally passed to her. She no longer refused. Since her brother and her beloved had both aspired to become Hokage, she didn't mind helping them witness the glory of the position. The barriers around Konoha have been reinforced. Naruto is hidden in a safe place protected by the two sages. With me the third, and your commanding presence will surely make that Akatsuki leader regret ever coming. Don't be careless. He's the leader of an organization capable of subduing so many rogue ninja. He must have some skill, especially with those Rinnegan. Jiraiya fell silent at this. Back then Orochimaru had wanted to kill him, but because of his own intervention and nurturing, Konoha now faced a grave crisis. Don't blame yourself. You were also misled by the prophecy, weren't you? Thinking of the toads of Mount Myaboku, Tsunade felt nothing but disdain. If they hadn't so casually prophesied the future of the ninja world, would Uchiha Jin have destroyed them? Would Katsuyu have been too terrified to come and help her? Hand over the nine tails or I will destroy Konoha. The Tendo and Animal Pad stood together, gazing down at the village of Konoha, speaking in cold tones. They're here. Notified the sealing squad. Prepared to seal them at any moment. Tsunade pulled on her Hokage hat and charged out. Are you the leader of the Akatsuki? I hope you'll leave immediately. Konoha has no desire to be your enemy. Tsunade's bold voice resonated throughout the village, lifting the spirits of the frightened residents. Yahiko, you? Gazing at the puppet-bearing Yahiko's face, Jiraiya's expression was filled with turmoil. Jiraiya-sensei, I hope you won't stand in my way. After Yahiko's death I lost faith in your ideals. People cannot understand one another. Your thoughts are somewhat naive. Tendo glanced briefly at Jiraiya, then fixed his gaze on Tsunade. It really is Nagato. Jiraiya's spirit sagged, his frame trembling slightly. Jiraiya, pull yourself together or Konoha is doomed. This is your last chance. Hand over the nine tails. Tsunade sneered, then suddenly shouted. Sealing barrier. From all directions sealing formulas materialized, trapping Tendo within. Heavenly Foot of Pain. Sage Mode. Tsunade and Jiraiya immediately attacked, charging toward Tendo. Sarutobi Hiruzen, now in his battle gear, also entered the fray with the help of the sealing squad. Almighty push. Pain gazed at the surrounding barrier and the three advancing figures and unleashed the Rinnegan's technique. An invisible force erupted from the center of the sealing barrier, hurling Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen against its walls. Quick! Disperse the barrier. Seeing the repulsive force becoming more tangible, the leader of the sealing squad shouted urgently. If this continued, the barrier would hold, but the three leaders would be crushed. The next moment the barrier vanished. But Pain's attack showed no signs of stopping. Stop it immediately! Tsunade released her Ian seal, watching the buildings of Konoha being gradually destroyed, and some villagers and Umbu who hadn't evacuated getting caught in the blast. She screamed in anguish. But no matter how she cried out, it was futile. After a long moment, Pain finally ceased his attack. Most of Konoha lay in ruins. Countless villagers and Umbu had perished, leaving only a few elite survivors, all of them battered and disheveled. Summoning technique. Tsunade-sama, this is... Katsuyu, I beg you, help Konoha or it will vanish from the ninja world today. But Lord Jin's decree. I dare not defy it. Katsuyu couldn't bear to meet Tsunade's pleading eyes. With a heavy heart she vanished in a puff of white smoke. No matter how close she was to Tsunade-sama, she dared not risk her own life. Granny Tsunade. Choji. Sakura. Are you alright? As Naruto beheld this scene, his body was gradually corroded by the Nine Tails chakra and his eyes turned increasingly fierce. Damn it! In an instant Naruto transformed into a missile, charging at Pain. The crimson chakra radiated an ominous aura, sending chills down one's spine. Feudal struggle. Planetary devastation. With ample chakra and a fully intact physique, Nagato did not hesitate to unleash his ultimate technique, directly invoking planetary devastation. The immense gravitational force pulled Naruto, who had only 4 tails, into the sky, where he was subsequently sealed by countless rocks. Unlike the arduous struggle in the original timeline with his abundant chakra and ocular power, sealing a Naruto with only 4 tails was quite effortless for him now. Rasengan. Jiraiya closed in, charging forward with a Rasengan in his right hand. Pain merely raised a hand, and several black rods plunged him into the ground, leaving him unknown alive or dead. Time to end this. Limbo Border Jail. 2 invisible shadows approached the third Hokage and Tsunade, thrusting their palms into their hearts. Damn it! If it weren't for these puppets, I could have died a heroic death. On the verge of death, the third Hokage recalled the second Hokage's last command, his own brilliance during the Second Great Ninja War, the scene of his inaction that led to White Fang's death and Danzo's willfulness. I am a sinner of Konoha. Tsunade, on the other hand, wore an expression of relief. Nawaki-dan, I'm coming to join you. Naruto, you mustn't. Just as Naruto was being seduced by the 9 tails, a golden-haired man caught him, looking at him with a smile. Bang! The asteroid formed by planetary devastation was violently shattered by Naruto. At this moment, Naruto's body was covered in a golden 9 tails chakra cloak, his eyes turned red, and the 9 tails distinctive markings appeared on his forehead. In this form he could unleash part of the 9 tails' power without being consumed by the tailed beast. Much earlier than in the original timeline. I wonder if the Sage of 6 Paths will come out to help. Uchiha Jin had been observing the battle in Konoha through his Rinnegan, his tone tinged with wariness. Lord Jin, why does this Naruto receive the favor of the Sage of 6 Paths? Chiri asked, puzzled. He is the reincarnation of Azura, the younger son of the Sage of 6 Paths. Just emerged, Naruto saw the third Hokage, Granny Tsunade, and the pervy sage lying in unknown condition, and nearly succumbed to the 9 tails influence again. But fortunately his strong will managed to suppress that impulse, and he glared at Pain with burning fury. In that case, Limbo Border Prison. With shadows possessing power far beyond the average Super Kage level, no matter how formidable Naruto was, it was futile, especially since the 9 tails wasn't even in its complete form. Nagato, after extracting the 9 tails, could you leave Naruto's body to us? Jiraiya, on the verge of death, looked at the Deva path with a pleading expression. Agreed. For the following 2 weeks, Nagato manipulated the demonic statue of the outer path to seal the 9-tailed beasts. The first to be sealed was the 1 tail captured by his other 4 puppets. Next came the 2 tails captured by Uchiha Jin and Shadow. Finally, it was the half of the 9 tails within Naruto. Jiraiya, Naruto's body has been brought back. Excellent. The 2 sages, let's begin at once. Jiraiya grew excited, looking at the couple Fukasaku and Shima. Jiraiya, catch. Fukasaku handed him a green sage's talisman, saying slowly, This is the sage's talisman, the ultimate trump card of Mount Maiboku. It can resurrect the dead. The Sage of 6 Paths once used this talisman to save his younger brother. Sage Fukasaku. Are there more? I only have this one. The rest are in Mount Maiboku. The joy Jiraiya felt at the prospect of reviving Naruto was greatly diminished. The old man is truly gone. Jiraiya revived Naruto first. This is what Konoha owes him. Tsunade, her face somewhat aged, walked over slowly. Tsunade, what happened to you? Just a little trick to heal my wounds. It'll be fine in a few days. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. She had been on the verge of death, lacking any will to live. With most of Konoha's people dead, who was there left for her to protect? But unexpectedly, Katsuyu had left a small life-saving measure inside her body, allowing her to survive. Moreover, upon learning of the sage's talisman's effects from Jiraiya, she no longer dwelled on the past, and decided to manage Konoha properly. Although Konoha had been destroyed, there were still many who needed her to take charge. Naruto's unhappy childhood was something she owed to Kushina. The village's destruction was something she owed to the first Hokage. The inability to seek justice for the fallen was something she owed to the villagers of Konoha. Jiraiya placed the sage's talisman on Naruto's stomach. Moments later, the talisman emitted a rich, life-giving energy. I hope it works. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked on with hopeful anticipation. In the sealed space, Minato Namikaze sensed the waiting of his teacher Jiraiya and Tsunade-sama, his expression complex. He had originally resented both of them, for his son had been treated as a demon fox in Konoha, deprived of a normal childhood. But now dwelling on these matters was meaningless. As long as his son could come back to life, that was enough. Minato Namikaze looked expectantly at the soul that was about to dissipate in the distance. Dad, why do I feel my soul power recovering? Naruto suddenly asked. It was Jiraiya-sensei who saved you, Naruto. It's time for you to leave. Remember, this time you borrowed the Nine-Tails chakra but also relied on your mother's adamantine sealing chains. We won't be able to help you every time, so from now on you must walk your own path. Minato looked at his son with a guilty expression. It's okay, Dad. I've gotten through all these years and I've made many friends. Suddenly recalling the dire situation outside, Naruto fell silent. Whether any of his friends had survived remained uncertain. Naruto, you're finally awake. Jiraiya and Tsunade's faces lit up with joy. Granny Tsunade, pervy sage. Naruto embraced them both, overflowing with the relief of having survived against all odds. Is Sasuke alive? At this question the two froze. Sasuke is alive. As for the others, you'll have to avenge them yourself someday. Obito, now's the time. Let's go retrieve Nagato's Rinnegan. He's expended so much that he can't last much longer. Black Zetsu suddenly spoke. Let's go. We'll head back to the Hidden Rain village now. As soon as he entered the village, Obito noticed the surveillance had tightened considerably. Looks like Nagato knows how vulnerable he is and that I'd covet his eyes. Obito muttered, then activated Kamui to teleport directly to the tower in the village. What are you doing here? Konan started eyeing him warily. I've come to see Nagato. Where is he? Leave now or don't blame me for being rude. Konan's body erupted with countless paper sheets, sealing the entire room. While intangible, Obito quickly located Nagato. His corpse. Nagato is dead. From overusing the Rinnegan. Without suspicion, Obito dodged several lethal attacks, then used wood release to create an opening and plucked out one Rinnegan. Just as he was about to strike again, a pitch-black hand emerged from the ground and snatched Nagato's other eye. Black Zetsu, what is it doing? Without a second thought, Obito entered his intangible state and leaped out of the tower. Stop right there. Konan gave chase, unleashing a barrage of explosive tags that kept Obito from reverting to solid form. Below are the villagers of the Rain Village. Will you still continue? Obito taunted, causing Konan to hesitate for a moment. Would release Tree World Barrier. Using the technique to block the explosive tags for a brief moment, Obito escaped the village. Are you certain the Sage of Six Paths is still alive? Konan asked the air beside her. Of course. Even if he doesn't show up, it won't stop me from collecting the tailed beasts. Jin, Nagato, and another Uchiha emerged from the void. The ability to hide unnoticed was naturally the eternal Mangekyō's illusion technique, illusory painting. It could paint illusions into reality, appearing so real that enemies would rarely detect the anomaly. Since you're already so powerful, why do you still seek the Ten Tails? Nagato frowned. It's the same reason you collected the tailed beasts despite having the Rinnegan. No one ever thinks they're strong enough. Once I become the Ten Tails, my power will reach another level. Moreover, even my current strength might not be enough to deal with those from beyond the heavens. Those from beyond the heavens. What kind of beings are they? They are the same clan as the Sage of Six Paths' mother. Imagine how formidable they are. In truth, though Jin contemplated becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, his greater desire was to refine the Ten Tails into a pill, as the benefits would be far greater. Yet he worried he might not be able to digest it. Thus he decided to first refine the Divine Tree's fruit, then the Ten Tails, and if possible leave some pills for his subordinates. Can you handle Obito, who now possesses the Ten Tails and the Rinnegan? Konan asked with some concern. Rest assured, I have at least 10 ways to deal with him. Besides, the Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land won't allow them to destroy the ninja world. Black Zetsu, what do you mean by stealing my Rinnegan? Obito confronted him angrily. Obito, I saw you were in a tight spot, so I helped. Besides, don't you want to keep your right eye's intangibility? Black Zetsu's entire body was jet black, so Obito couldn't read his expression. But inwardly he grew wary, his suspicion of Black Zetsu's identity beginning to surge. Soon, however, he relaxed. In his view, Black Zetsu knew no ninjutsu, and his combat power was at best on par with White Zetsu, nothing to fear. Even if he had acquired one Rinnegan, what could he do? I hope you know your place. Now let's go merge with the Ten Tails. Obito led Black Zetsu to the demonic statue of the outer path, which had been smuggled out by White Zetsu. Let's begin. Black Zetsu nodded and started the procedure. As the two acted, the entire ninja world trembled, and a violently rampaging energy sent a chill through everyone's hearts. Is that the power of the Ten Tails? The leaders of the 5 great ninja villages were stunned, unsure how to respond. We must stop it, or when that thing appears, the whole ninja world will be doomed. Contact the other 4 great villages immediately. This situation demands a united front. Gather the shinobi army and follow me to see what's happening there. Now what should we do? Jiraiya sighed deeply, looking at the ruins of Konoha. Let's focus on nurturing the next generation. The turmoil in the ninja world is beyond our involvement. Tsunade gazed at the violent fluctuations in the distance, her expression filled with worry. She naturally understood the principle of, when the lips are gone the teeth will feel cold. But if they went and she and Jiraiya encountered another mishap, the fertile land of the Land of Fire would truly be lost. Then their Konoha would likely be driven out. It seems you are quite lost, Jiraiya Tsunade. Suddenly a sinister voice sounded from beside them, making the two instantly alert. Orochimaru, what are you doing back here? You are not welcome. Tisk tisk, it seems you have a great misunderstanding of me. I came back to help you. How do you intend to help us? Jiraiya was about to say something, but Tsunade stopped him. Regardless of Orochimaru's purpose in returning, she wanted to hear what he had to say. They had been teammates for so many years, he wouldn't betray them at this moment. I can extract the other half of the Nine Tails from the Death God's body and use the impure world reincarnation to summon all the previous Hokages. Orochimaru extended his tongue, his eyes full of amusement. What do you want? After this upheaval is over, hand Sasuke over to me for 3 years of training. Impossible. Jiraiya immediately refused. If they really handed him over, how would they explain it to Uchiha Itachi? Although that man was a beast, it was undeniable that he had truly prevented a possible rebellion. Just give me your answer tomorrow. After saying this, Orochimaru left. Stop right there, Orochimaru. Before Jiraiya could rush out, Tsunade grabbed him. Tsunade, do you really intend to agree? Uchiha Itachi is still in Konoha, Jiraiya said somewhat agitatedly. No, I want you and me to stay in Konoha and not cause any more trouble. The current Konoha can't afford any more upheaval. Tsunade shook her head helplessly. On the other side, Orochimaru did not leave Konoha directly. Instead, he sought out Uchiha Sasuke, who was training in the forest. Uchiha Itachi, hiding in the shadows, hesitated for a moment, but still did not appear. However, he activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, ready to rescue his brother at any moment. Who's there? Uchiha Sasuke, do you want to become stronger? Orochimaru slowly emerged from the shadows of the forest, his tone cold. Who are you? I am one of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru who defected from Konoha years ago. Uchiha Sasuke, leave Konoha with me. Here you will never gain effective improvement. Which of Jiraiya and Tsunade can help you train? If you continue training like this, when will you ever be able to defeat your brother? Orochimaru's words immediately drove Uchiha Sasuke into a frenzy. Don't you dare mention him. Orochimaru's intense killing intent calmed him down a bit, but he still did not directly agree. I will come again tomorrow. That will be your last chance. Uchiha Itachi deactivated his Mangekyō, his expression flickering. Uchiha Itachi, is there something on your mind? After helping the Akatsuki capture the tailed beast, Itachi left the organization and returned to Konoha, keeping an eye on his younger brother, and doing nothing else. Jiraiya and Tsunade had always been at ease. Orochimaru came to see my brother today. I think it might be all right for Sasuke to study under him for a while. What? Are you serious? Jiraiya was astonished, finding it hard to believe. In Konoha he cannot grow. The ninja world is becoming increasingly chaotic, and I hope he can grow quickly. But Orochimaru has become someone we no longer recognize. What if he intends to harm your brother? Jiraiya hadn't had time to pursue Orochimaru over the years, so naturally he wasn't aware of the forbidden reincarnation technique. It's fine. I will keep an eye on Sasuke at all times. For some reason Orochimaru has low resistance to genjutsu, so I can counter him at any moment. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then agreed. This could be used to make Orochimaru agree to those matters. In her view, Orochimaru could have taken Sasuke directly, but he chose to negotiate with them out of respect for their former camaraderie. I just hope Orochimaru doesn't lay a hand on Sasuke otherwise. Uchiha Itachi is no pushover. Since I agreed, I won't break my promise. This is the seal to undo the dead demon-consuming seal. You can find the Uzumaki clan's Death God mask and use it to release the 4th Hokage and half of the 9 tails. As for the impure world reincarnation, prepare a few living sacrifices for me. Half a day later, Orochimaru summoned all the Hokages except the first. Where is my granduncle? Why can't you summon him? As soon as Senju Tobirama regained consciousness, he heard Tsunade's words. After understanding the situation, he turned his gaze to Orochimaru. Since you are a rogue ninja, you shall not leave. Tobirama used Flying Thunder God to appear behind Orochimaru. Just as he was about to strike, Orochimaru's body turned into a puff of white smoke and vanished. Shadow clone. Truly cautious. Then he glared at the 3rd Hokage with a chilling aura, his gaze filled with icy murderous intent. Monkey Konoha has become like this. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? The third Hokage gave a bitter smile, his eyes full of guilt. He had imagined the scene but never thought it would actually come true, and that it was caused by his own disciple. Master, I deserve to die. Lord Jin, the energy of the Shisui is so violent. Can you truly master it completely? Uchiha Jin's icy visage was etched with deep concern. If it proves too difficult, I can only refine it into medicinal pills. Then you all shall be blessed. Jin smiled without a trace of dismay at the Shisui's imposing aura. Lord Jin, what effects would pills refined from the Shisui have? Qianli's eyes sparkled with yearning, her heart aching with desire. She had always felt herself too weak, unable to be of much help. Even now she had not awakened the Luanhui Yen, and her Yongheng Wanhuating's ability was merely a common offensive ocular technique. On ordinary days when Lord Jin ventured out, he did not bring her along. Don't blame yourself. You are formidable as well. Few in the organization can match your combat prowess. Jin naturally perceived Qianli's anxiety and gently consoled her. With Jin's assistance, Qianli consumed the highest allotment of secret medicines and pills within the organization. The reason for her delayed advancement was her own choice. To achieve greater growth potential, she deliberately lingered at the stages of ordinary Wanhuating and Yongheng Wanhuating, continuously using Jin's pills to break through her limits. Her aim was to accumulate strength and unleash it after awakening the Luanhui Yen, surging past Xian and Ing, Jin's two foremost generals. Yet her approach was somewhat precarious, for Xian and Ing would not pause to wait for her gradual ascent. Thus, relying solely on awakening the Luanhui Yen to surpass them remained a formidable challenge. By the way, Lord Jin, Lady Yue Jian seems to have made notable gains today. Shall we go and see? I recall she has been researching the Daitangmu bloodline transplantation recently. Jin cupped his chin, a hint of pleasant surprise in his voice. Yes, a volunteer orphan from the organization appears to have acquired the Daitangmu bloodline. Let's go. I can't wait to see. Jin swept Qianli into his arms, and with a flying thunder god technique arrived at Yue Jian's laboratory. Yue Jian, show me the experimental results. Lord Jin, this is Qingmu Duan. He was an orphan we recruited earlier and volunteered as the first subject for the Daitangmu bloodline transplantation. He not only successfully absorbed and integrated the Daitangmu bloodline but also mastered Pushi's eyes. One could say he is the new Daitangmu Pushi. He has mastered all the ocular techniques. Yes, even the Huangquan Biliangban can be utilized. Yue Jian grew more excited as she spoke, and Jin was deeply satisfied. The ability to use Huangquan Biliangban indicated that the transplantation had proceeded smoothly without flaw. So has the Daitangmu bloodline transplantation experiment succeeded? We have only conducted 5 cases which lack universality. Further research is necessary. Yue Jian shook her head, not becoming complacent due to the initial 5 successful cases. Having stayed by Yuzhibo Jin's side, she had been constantly taught strange physical and chemical knowledge, yet she had never underestimated their importance. After all, her spiritual intuition never deceived her. Very well, I'll trouble you during this period. After I refine the Shisui into pills, I will certainly prepare a few for you. Oh, may I study them up close when the time comes? You may. Hey Ju, how much longer? I have already declared war on the Rinjie. Soon, within a few days at most, the Shisui will fully mature. That will be the moment you become its Jinchuriki. I hope the power of the Shisui does not disappoint me. Dai Tu gazed at the violent fluctuations within the formation, a flicker of recollection passing through his eyes. Lin, wait for me. Second Grandpa, are we going to war with that masked man from the Akatsuki? We old-timers will go together. You and Shaman will stay in Muyi. The second Hokage smiled, looking at the fourth with great satisfaction. Sacrificing his family for Muyi made him far more exemplary than his own disciples. These are some insights I gained while developing the Flying Thunder God technique. You may take them and study. Thank you, second Hokage-sama. Though as an Edo Tensei his strength could not increase, his understanding of ninjutsu could still be refined. By the way, have you truly made your decision? Naruto has also agreed. My strength has reached its limit, but Naruto still has an infinite future. Indeed, Shaman planned to seal the half of the QB within him into Naruto. Dad, let's begin. Naruto, I believe you can become greater than I ever was. Shaman's eyes brimmed with affection as he gently touched fists with his son. Although the tailed beast was extracted from Naruto, some residual Yang attribute QB chakra remained within him. Now the Yin attribute QB chakra from Shaman resonated with it, and flowed directly into Naruto. QB, I hope you can get along with Naruto. He is no less than me. Shaman spoke softly in the inner world. In the space imprisoned by the death god, he had gained the recognition of the Yin QB, and the two had become friends. He also hoped that this half of the Kyuubi would become a close confidant to Naruto. Has that Yuzhibo you left? Qianqiu Feijian looked at his grandniece, his tone grave. Yes. He entrusted his younger brother to Orochimaru for training. To be safe, he is currently investigating Orochimaru's activities. I see the shadow of my younger self in that Orochimaru. If he does not die in the future, he will surely become a great calamity. How is this possible? The tailed beast was captured so quickly. Above the void, an old man with horns on his head, long coffee-colored hair, a broad forehead, and deep Rinnegan eyes suddenly appeared. Sensing the aura of the Ten-Tails not far away, his expression turned grave. He wore a flowing white robe, his figure tall and upright. Despite his weathered face, he exuded an aura of transcendence and unfathomable profundity. Mount Myaboku is destroyed and Hama Wan is eliminated. How can that organization led by a human be so powerful? After some thought, the Sage of Six Paths decided to investigate in person. Although he lacked a physical body, it was still effortless for him to monitor and traverse the entire shinobi world. Every person here possesses at least Kage-level strength, and many even have Rinnegan and Six Paths power. How is this possible? The Sage of Six Paths was utterly astonished. He felt both joy and lingering fear. Joy naturally, because if he could bring these people to the Pure Land might advance further, perhaps doubling the energy accumulated over millennia. Fear because this organization could completely overturn everything he had arranged. Just as he was wavering with uncertainty, the giant Rinnegan suspended above the base suddenly detected this uninvited old man. Who goes there? Xianhing did not hesitate. They immediately poured their dojutsu power into the giant Rinnegan. The next moment, the giant Rinnegan emitted a faint red glow, ready to envelop the Sage of Six Paths. Not good, I must leave at once. The Sage of Six Paths trembled, and his soul vanished from the spot. He escaped. Inform Lord Jin. Uchiha Ming carefully sensed the area within 500 li around the aerial fortress using the giant Rinnegan, then shook his head solemnly. Can you identify the intruder? The life signature resembles the spirit transformation technique used by Uchiha Yungu. Could it be the one from the Pure Land? Ming answered uncertainly. Those fellows actually used a large number of Sharingan to create something akin to the giant Tensigan on the moon. Truly formidable younger generation. Though he said this, his expression remained troubled. The shinobi world was slipping beyond his control, leaving him unsure how to proceed. If he were young, he would have sought a fight. But in his soul state, despite wielding considerable Six Paths power, and the energy of the Pure Land as trump cards, his combat strength was only a tenth of his former self. Defeating the Ten-Tails or that hidden organization with such power was a pipe dream. It seems I must rely on my two sons. But their reincarnations have not yet grown. What should I do? The sage's gaze turned profound, looking toward the Pure Land he guarded. There is no other way. A sigh echoed in the void. With a casual wave, two streams of energy drifted toward two places in the shinobi world. Soon after, Naruto and Sasuke fell into deep slumber. Children, the shinobi world is in crisis. From now on I will train you over several years. I hope you will not disappoint me. The Sage of Six Paths spoke slowly, looking at the two puzzled faces. Why us? Sasuke asked, agitated. You are the reincarnations of my two sons. Therefore only you hold the hope of preventing the shinobi world from being destroyed. What? Naruto and I are brothers. Idiot, it's a past life. Though he said that, Sasuke felt a stir in his heart. After all, ever since that man slaughtered all the Uchiha, he had no family left. Now suddenly learning he had a brother from a past life, his emotions were complicated. By the way, Sage of Six Paths, do we still have time? Sasuke still couldn't bring himself to call him father. One day in reality equals a year in dreams. Combined with the Six Paths power transforming your bodies, I believe you can join forces to deal with the Ten-Tails. The Sage of Six Paths visited. That old fellow couldn't stay put in the Pure Land anymore. Jin said with a smile, showing no sign of tension. Lord Jin, will the Sage of Six Paths affect our plan? No, he can't cause much trouble. I've made all the preparations. Though the Sage of Six Paths also sought peace in the shinobi world, his ideas were ultimately too naive. Just like in the original story, without Naruto and Sasuke's deterrence, the Fourth Great Ninja War would have erupted countless times. Jin naturally would not place his hopes on the sage. Moreover, since he harbored the Ten-Tails, the sage would surely oppose him, making them mortal enemies. Lord Jin, Tsukuyumi has discovered another piece of good news related to the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Oh. Let's go take a look. Jin was very interested in Tsukuyumi's research as it concerned whether he could transplant the Otsutsuki bloodline. Lord Jin, I found that fragments of the demonic statue of the outer path can refine the Otsutsuki bloodline. Used properly, they can reduce the risk of transplantation by at least 30%. Excellent. Can you complete the data collection within a few days? Jin asked eagerly. I'll be careful. Tsukuyomi knew Lord Jin's intent but gave no definite promise. Transplanting the Otsutsuki bloodline required caution. She would not cut corners due to time constraints only to cause disaster during the procedure. Otherwise, even without the organization's intervention, she would be consumed by guilt. Do your best. Even if I transplant the bloodline, it will only enhance my power by less than half. Jin smiled faintly, unconcerned, not wanting to pressure Tsukuyomi too much. Naruto hasn't woken up yet. Jiraiya, watching Naruto, who had grown taller, and his face gradually becoming resolute, found it utterly incredible. I've examined him thoroughly, there is no problem, but I simply cannot wake him up. Tsunade shook her head helplessly. It had been a long time since she encountered such a baffling illness that gave her a headache. Within Uzumaki Naruto, the Ine Ninetales, sensing the aura emanating from Naruto's body, suddenly became excited. This is the power of the six paths. Could Naruto be the son of the sage of six paths? Lady Tsunade, come quickly and see what's wrong with Sasuke. Itachi Uchiha carried Sasuke to the Hokage, building his expression full of worry. Don't worry. Sasuke's symptoms are very similar to Naruto's. Though he cannot wake up, his bodily functions are all normal, he is just growing a bit too fast. Tsunade only observed for a moment before stating the cause. Sasuke's symptoms were too similar to Naruto's. There is no use worrying now, we can only wait. By the way, what did you do with Orochimaru? Tsunade asked curiously. He is trapped in my genjutsu, he should be awake by now. Sasori, how is the base construction going? Jin arrived at the control center of the aerial fortress and asked curiously. Since 6 years ago, after witnessing Sasori's true talent, Jin had entrusted the construction of the aerial fortress to him. The other did not disappoint his expectations, gradually building the base into a solid fortress. Compared to the former aerial fortress, the current base was a super-enhanced version. Do you think the base can now withstand attacks at the Kage-level? Jin came to Sasori, who was working, and suddenly asked. Not just Kage-level attacks. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, except for the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, no other Kage could possibly break in. What about attacks above Kage-level? It would be a bit tough, but if you could cultivate the mystic wood for another few hundred years, it's not impossible. Sasori was taken aback, then looked at Jin with eyes full of longing. Forget it. Generally no one dares to attack the aerial fortress. What's the use of such powerful defense? Mystic wood was a type of wood that Jin had inadvertently cultivated. Its defensive power was astonishing, even ordinary ninjutsu attacks left no trace on it. Currently the mystic wood with the highest age had taken Jin 3 full years and was already 20 years old. It was quite difficult to cultivate it into a century-old tree. How strong are you now? Jin asked with a smile. Once he had asked the other whether he regretted transforming his body into a puppet after joining his organization. Sasori's answer was regret. But after some time he became completely fascinated by the various mutated plants he had cultivated and asked Jin for many of them to create his own puppets. I can barely hold my own against Kabuto. My accumulation is still too little. If you leader could cultivate more plants with special effects like the mystic wood for me, I think defeating Kabuto would not be a problem. Kabuto's combat power was not simple. Though he lacked powerful dojutsu due to his mastery of sage art and the power of the 6 paths coupled with his talent in medical ninjutsu, he could temporarily activate the 6 paths sage mode. However, this 6 paths sage mode was only a watered-down version, at most reaching the peak of Super Kage level strength. After all, it was the yin-yang 6 paths power created by fusing the power of the incomplete life sacred tree and spirit sacred tree, not the true power of the 6 paths. Even so, it showed Sasori's combat talent in puppetry. We'll see. Such things still depend on luck. Besides, I've sent you many highly mutable plants, haven't you had any success? The mutated plants were not materials I could use, I sent them to the lab. By the way, the things I asked you to make, have you made them all? Jin asked his purpose. They are all very simple things. I made them 2 months ago, you can pick them up from the resource department. That's good. They are the key to my domination of the entire ninja world. Jin smiled faintly. Is that the 10 tails? Just the pressure alone is incomparable to any creature we have ever seen. The second Hokage looked grimly at the distant 10 tails, which exuded a terrifying aura, feeling immense pressure. Lord Second, look over there. The third Hokage suddenly pointed in a direction. Are those people from Kumogakure all dead? The second Hokage saw many corpses on the ground along with Kumogakure headbands and immediately became tense. Another bunch of fools coming to die. Obito wearing a mask with his right eye a Mangekyō Sharingan and left eye a Rinnegan shone with a dazzling light. But inside his heart was stirring. Isn't that the second and third Hokage of Konoha? Weren't they dead? A thought suddenly occurred to Obito. But sensing the ten tails about to successfully merge in the distance, he hardened his heart and gave up. After preparing for so long, I still can't bear to give up just like that. Besides, if the ten tails really cannot be revived, I can always seek this method later. Are you the leader of the Akatsuki? The Rinnegan appeared around the ten tails. Think what you will. Anyway, you won't live much longer. Without recognizing the two's condition, Obito charged straight over. Monkey, coordinate with me, the second Hokage said solemnly as he saw the opponent charging toward them. Very well, teacher. Having experienced death once, Hiruzen Sarutobi now harbored no other thoughts, only desiring to serve the Leaf Village well to atone for the sins he had committed there. The second Hokage hurled Flying Thunder God kunai, scattering them across the battlefield, then teleported to the closest point near Obito, thrusting his kunai forward. Ha! Futile effort! Obito casually waved his hand, tossing two black rods toward the second Hokage. So these are the black rods that can restrict chakra, as Lil Gang's-ho mentioned. After a moment of consideration, he opted for a strategic retreat. Meanwhile, the third Hokage's attack behind him had finally taken shape. 5 elements great combo bullet technique. 5 attacks kicked up waves of smoke and dust on the ground, obscuring the view. Did it succeed? Obito slowly emerged from the smoke, a war fan now in his hand. The Uchiha war fan, it's actually with him. The second Hokage narrowed his eyes, murderous intent flaring. Universal pullwood style cutting technique. Before he could find an opportunity to approach Obito, he was pulled toward him. Fortunately, thanks to the Flying Thunder God, he reacted in time, and dodged the moment the wood style cutting technique was about to touch him. This is wood style, how is that possible? A terrifying thought surged in the second Hokage's mind, immediately followed by a wave of fury. A man about to die shouldn't entertain other thoughts. Despite his confident words, Obito remained cautious. His opponent was a master of the Flying Thunder God, even its creator. He had to be vigilant. I'll deal with the third Hokage first, that one is easier to kill. After dozens of exchanges, Obito finally seized an opportunity, and plunged a black rod into Hiruzen Sarutobi's right arm. Watching the arm shatter like fragments, Obito's expression flickered with shock. Why is there no blood? Is this the price of resurrection? Before he could dwell on it, the second Hokage had already closed in, using a Flying Thunder God kunai. Just as the blade was about to pierce Obito's heart, he activated his intangible form, evading the fatal strike. This guy is so troublesome. He actually has a dojutsu that lets him hide in another dimension. After several attempts, the second Hokage discerned his opponent's primary ability. Unfortunately, Obito was too cautious. He never got a chance to land a hit. These two old geezers are really troublesome. Why can't they stay in the Pure Land instead of meddling with my grand plan? Damn this Leaf Village. On the moon, in a desolate area, Jin sat alone, cross-legged on the ground, while Qianli stood in the distance gazing at him with starry-eyed admiration. If one had a Byakugan, they would see that within Uchiha Jin 2 masses of extremely high-quality energy were slowly converging at his dantian, soon merging into a completely new power. At a certain moment, all the energy within him fused and his aura surged explosively. 6-pad Sage Mode, such formidable power rivaling even the Rinnegan. Sensing the accelerated evolution of his Rinnegan, Jin nodded with satisfaction and channeled all the 6 pads power into his eyes. This was a method Uchiha had discovered for accelerating Rinnegan awakening. When he first learned of it, it had brought him great joy. The 3-month period for Rinnegan awakening would likely be drastically shortened. Lord Jin, how is it? It indeed has a significant accelerating effect on Rinnegan awakening. You must master it quickly as well, so we won't have to wait years. As my little secretary, you can't afford to fall behind in strength. Lord Jin, you underestimate me. Once I awaken my Rinnegan, it will be a tremendous transformation. And then I look forward to that day. Jin stroked her silky hair, and then fell into deep thought. His mastery over 6 paths power and Sage Chakra was growing increasingly refined. Soon he would likely be able to perfectly control both powers. With the Rinnegan added, wouldn't he become a fusion of Naruto and Sasuke? Even if the Sage of 6 Paths were alive, I'd probably be able to thrash him. But then a new worry crept in. Kagaya Otsutsuki will emerge soon. Even with that sealing jutsu, it won't hold her for long. Seems I'll need to collect the 10 Tails Chakra and advance refined pills to master true 6 Paths power and accelerate the Rinnegan's awakening. Thinking of her effortlessly wielded devastating abilities, Jin felt a headache coming on. Let's continue. There's no time to waste. Jin consumed 2 types of pills and began re-refining the 6 paths Sage power. The 2 pills were the 6 paths pill and the Sage pill. The former was synthesized using yin-yang power. The latter was refined using royal jelly. Ha ha ha, you can't stop me. My plan is finally about to be completed. By this point Obito was nearly driven mad. Who would have thought that a half-body third Hokage and a fully intact second Hokage could battle him for an entire day and a half? The former was merely a turret-style mage easily handled with his intangibility as a trump card. But the latter was a nightmare, a space-teleporting assassin he could never catch, always wary of a back attack. Where the hell are they getting so much chakra? Is this resurrection jutsu really that terrifying? Just as Obito was reveling in his triumph, a seal suddenly surged from his Rinnegan, enveloping the incomplete Ten Tails. In an instant the Ten Tails was sealed and fell motionless. Though its aura remained formidable, the fusion process halted at this final step. How is this possible? There's a sealing technique hidden in the Rinnegan. Obito was stunned. He then began calling for Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, get out here. What's going on? Obito's voice was low, clearly furious. It's not my doing. It must be Nagato and his group. I can't think of anyone else. Don't doubt me. Do I have any reason to do this? What should we do now? Obito dodged the second Hokage's attack while asking. Don't worry. This seal only delays the Ten Tails fusion. It won't last long, at most 5 days, then the seal will dissipate and the Ten Tails will emerge again. Black Zetsu examined it carefully and gave an answer that satisfied Obito. As a being who had lived for thousands of years, he naturally had a profound understanding of the ninja world's sealing arts. Discerning the seal's function was a simple task. Can't you break it? It utilizes the power of the 6 paths and Sage chakra. I cannot undo it unless you lend me your body. Black Zetsu said flatly. No need. I'll just wait a bit longer. Obito didn't trust that Black Zetsu wouldn't leave some hidden trick in his body. Black Zetsu did not respond. At that moment his heart was filled with unease. From his perspective, this sealing technique was extremely powerful. Even in the past millennia he had seen few that could surpass it. Moreover, it incorporated the power of the 6 paths and Sage chakra. Could it be Himura's doing? But no, his physical body is gone. Logically, he shouldn't be able to cast such a powerful seal. And the reincarnations of his 2 sons are only about 12 years old at most Chunin level. They lack the ability. Then, who could it be? The Ten Tails has been sealed. Good, that gives us more time. But who did it? The Sage of 6 Paths was relieved, yet upon seeing the seal his joy faded. As a master of sealing arts, he could instantly discern its intricacies. The fact that someone in the ninja world could wield the power of the 6 Paths made him uneasy. There are still 5 days. The children should have enough time to grow. Grandpa 6 Paths, what's wrong? Naruto, after a period of purification, appeared more mature. Nothing. I'll summon Kurama shortly. You must reconcile with him as soon as possible. That will greatly boost your combat power. Even Sasuke won't easily defeat you. Really, Grandpa? Can Kurama really accept me? Of course. Humphy loser. You'll never beat me. Lord Jin, the methods for evolving the Sharingan have all been researched. Tsukuyomi is ready to upgrade the giant Rinnegan. Oh. Have they discovered how to awaken a normal Mangekyō? Yes. Would you like to see? Chiri asked tentatively. Let's go, Jin said with mild amusement. From many in the base he had learned about his little secretary. This secretary showed no expression in front of others, but only in his presence did she display strong emotions, a fact that gave Uchiha Jin a sense of pride. How was the Mangekyō awakening researched? A researcher had a sudden idea during an experiment, injecting Zero Tail's chakra into a Sharingan, which triggered fluctuations in the 3-tomo Sharingan's ocular power. We discussed and experimented around that discovery, finally figuring out the method to awaken the Mangekyō. Is the experiment complicated? How long to awaken one Mangekyō? 1 hour is enough, and we can run multiple processes simultaneously. It's not that complex. Then dismantle the giant Rinnegan and begin the new evolution. Jin nodded in approval, looking forward to the battle in a few days. After Naruto and Sasuke exhaust themselves defeating 6 Paths Obito, 6 Paths Madara and Kage Otsutsuki, Jin would suddenly appear, catch them off guard, seize the Ten Tails, and then conquer the ninja world at top speed. By the way, will these awakened Mangekyō have any drawbacks? Jin suddenly asked. Yes, but nothing major. At most they won't have unique abilities, but their ocular power will reach standard Mangekyō level. Tsukuyomi said calmly. Can they evolve into eternal Mangekyō and Rinnegan? Not sure yet, but I think as long as the ocular power meets the threshold it's possible. After all, the raw materials are cloned Sharingan not meant for combat. Don't rush. Our main task is to upgrade the giant Rinnegan and prepare for the upcoming battle. Jin nodded and didn't dwell on it. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Obito, under the assault of countless ninja coalition forces, managed to hold on until now. Meanwhile, Uzumaki, Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke finally awakened from their dreams. The moment they woke up, they exchanged a glance, and their mutual understanding was beyond words. After years of cooperation in the dream, Uchiha Sasuke gradually came to acknowledge this brother. I'm going to challenge that person. You go ahead first, Sasuke said calmly, with a trace of sadness flickering in his expression. Do you want me to come with you? No, I can handle it. Sasuke looked at Naruto, a complex glint flashing in his eyes. In the 5 years of the dream, Naruto's progress was too fast. In the last 2 years he could hardly defeat him. How could he come to terms with this? But once I awaken the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, I'll come find you for a fight. Sasuke's heart blazed with various flames of anger, the suppressed frustration from the dream. Alright, I'll wait for you. Naruto smiled and nodded, extending his fist. Sasuke also gave a faint smile, bumped fists with him, and turned to leave. The Sage of Six Paths had told him the location of Uchiha Itachi. Although he was puzzled why the other dared to lurk in Konoha, it no longer mattered. The power he now possessed was enough to easily defeat him, then seize the Mangekyō, awaken the eternal Mangekyō, and finally, with the Six Paths power granted by the Sage of Six Paths, opened the Rinnegan. Under everyone's gaze, Obito activated a secret technique, drawing the Ten Tails into his body, becoming the true Ten Tails Jinchuriki. It's over. This guy was already troublesome, and now with the Ten Tails' help, how can we possibly deal with him? Now's the chance, stop him quickly. Unfortunately, as soon as the second Hokage approached, he was repelled by countless wooden spikes. These wood-style techniques contained a special power that made him hesitate to act recklessly. Damn it! Who destroyed my flying thunder god? Otherwise, how could I not have stopped him? The second Hokage looked at the inexplicably vanished flying thunder god, sealed his expression, turning grim. Lord Second, let me go. Perhaps I can still perform the dead demon consuming seal once. The third Hokage slowly walked over his steps, heavy, clearly intending to sacrifice himself to turn the tide. This. The second Hokage hesitated. Alright, I'll trouble you. After you are taken by the death god, I will have Tsunade bring you back. Yes, sensei, thank you for your trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, split off a shadow clone, and began to form hand seals with one hand. Just as the technique was about to be triggered, Tobirama finally moved. He threw a flying thunder god kunai, quickly closing in on Obito. While enduring an attack of wood-style piercing his body, his form nearly disintegrated, but fortunately his disciple had been sent over. Dead demon consuming seal. Just as the final hand seal was about to succeed, a white figure suddenly appeared, using the wood-style wooden stake technique to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen's jutsu from activating. Black Zetsu watched this scene, thinking to himself, close call. He had witnessed the dead demon consuming seal before, otherwise Lord Madara wouldn't have incited the other 4 great ninja villages to annihilate the entire Uzumaki clan. As for why he didn't intervene himself, it was naturally to prepare for later betraying Obito. Damn it, what is this thing? It can merge into the ground. The third Hokage was about to continue outputting chakra, increasing the force in his hands to bring his palms together. This body, unlike his own 60-year-old aging body, was still full of vitality. Such a difficulty was no match for him. Unfortunately, White Setsu's attack was only a diversion. The real killing move was the wood style that followed, executed by the Ten Tails. My chakra has been cut off. How is this possible? Even Lord Hashirama didn't have this ability. At that moment, Obito finally absorbed the entire Ten Tails into his body. At this moment he began to be affected by the Ten Tails' will, and his entire form turned into a serpentine monster. Are you Naruto? Yes, Lord Second. I met the Sage of Six Paths in my dream. He taught me and helped me grow quickly. From now on, leave it to me. Naruto bumped his fists together, and golden Nine Tails chakra surged from within him, instantly boosting his aura. Have you tamed the Nine Tails' power? No, I reached a reconciliation with it. Naruto turned back with a faint smile. It has become my most important partner. Minato, your son, has grown up too. The second Hokage looked at Minato, who had come along with Naruto not far away, and nodded in satisfaction. Haha, Lord Second, he still needs more growth. A dream is after all just a dream. Uzumaki, Naruto, you're not dead. Obito, relying on his immense willpower, finally temporarily overcame the Ten-Tails, and then saw a flash of yellow light rushing before him. How could I die before defeating you? With the Nine-Tails enhancement to his physical abilities, he immediately charged forward, punching and kicking Obito. You're too weak. You can't hurt me at all. A good Adama behind Obito flew out. Naruto dodged quickly. You can't touch that thing or you'll die. The Nine-Tails inside Naruto warned in time. At the critical moment, the second Hokage appeared just in time and saved Naruto. Lord Second, what is that thing? Kurama says it is very dangerous. It resembles the black rods. It can at least disrupt chakra, directly shattering our impure world reincarnation bodies, rendering them irreparable. However, I suspect that after merging with the Ten-Tails, his abilities will become even more formidable and bizarre. Lord Second, if that is the case, please allow me to assist you in probing this fellow. At this moment, Obito's mask had not yet shattered, so Minato Namikaze had not recognized him. Very well. Use Flying Thunder God to coordinate with me. We should be able to gauge his strength after becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. The second Hokage nodded, admiring this junior, both for his contributions to Konoha and for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique he himself had created. Uchiha Itachi, how dare you show your face in Konoha? Die. Though Sasuke Uchiha had experienced 5 years in his dream, the fury within him had not diminished for a single moment. Now his rage was about to explode. Instantly he entered the Curseal's second stage, and wings sprouted from his back, making him appear eerily sinister. Uchiha Itachi frowned and charged forward simultaneously with Sasuke. After a brief exchange, Itachi quickly gained the upper hand. Your combat experience is still too weak. To think you can defeat me is a bit too fanciful. Enraged by Itachi's taunt, Sasuke was sorely tempted to unleash the power left within him by the Sage of Six Paths. Fortunately, though the Curseal state threatened to make him lose control, he managed to restrain himself, recalling the Sage's admonition and Naruto's waiting. Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. Using the fire-style technique, he created a vast amount of high-temperature steam in the sky, forming cumulonimbus clouds and creating conditions for lightning. Lightning-style Kirin. A terrifying Kirin composed of lightning danced in the air. As Sasuke's right palm descended, the Kirin technique dove downward. A flicker of relief passed through Itachi's eyes, yet he did not abandon resistance. The Mangekyō in his eyes activated instantly. Susanoo. A colossal red giant rose from the ground, forcibly blocking the incoming attack. Feeling his life force ebbing away, Itachi advanced Susanoo to its third stage, and 2 divine weapons appeared in its hands. Totsuka Blade. From the white smoke produced by the Kirin, the Totsuka Blade suddenly thrust towards Sasuke. Boom! The Totsuka Blade was blocked by Sasuke's skeletal structure. His Mangekyō spun wildly as he prepared to activate the second stage of Susanoo. Itachi frowned, intensifying his ocular power output. He had only one chance to help Sasuke absorb the chakra of Orochimaru residing within him. With a full-powered strike, the Totsuka Blade shattered Sasuke's skeleton and plunged straight into his body. Damn it, Itachi! You're going to stop me again. Orochimaru, there are things you cannot covet. With a scream from both Sasuke and Orochimaru, the white Yamata no Orochi was forcibly extracted and sucked into the gourd. With Orochimaru's chakra and part of his soul sealed away, Itachi covered his eyes and walked slowly towards Sasuke, filling him with dread. Just as he was about to summon Susanoo again, Uchiha Itachi collapsed to the ground and did not rise for a long time. Is he dead? Sasuke knelt on the ground, finding it hard to believe. Had this being once only to be looked up to finally been slain by his own hand? Clan of the Uchiha, I have avenged you at last. He laughed uproariously, feeling that all the pain of these many years had been purged. But then an endless sense of emptiness followed. Sasuke, are you all right? Jiraiya and Tsunade approached from the shadows, their faces full of regret. Let me help you transplant the Mangekyō. Before his death, Itachi had begged Tsunade to help Sasuke transplant his eyes, granting him the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, the eternal Mangekyō. She had hesitated for a long time, but Itachi's fervent assurance finally made her relent. After all, this was what Konoha owed the Uchiha. Itachi's loyalty and contributions to the village were enough to warrant this one exception. Even though those eyes once belonged to the legendary Madara Uchiha. Aren't you worried? Tsunade asked while preparing the tools. With Naruto around, there's no need to worry. Both are children favored by the Sage of Six Paths. I don't believe Naruto can't stop him. After Naruto woke up, Jiraiya was certain that he was the child of prophecy spoken of by the great Toad Sage, the hero destined to save the ninja world. And you? I don't think Uchiha Itachi would harm Konoha. How could a man who eliminated his own clan for the sake of the village leave such a threat behind? How long will it take for him to awaken? Will he be ready before the war ends? Jiraiya asked, full of concern. Naruto and Minato had already gone to the battlefield. He wondered how they were faring. I don't know. I've never seen anything like this. As Itachi's eyes merged with Sasuke's, the power of the six paths residing within him began to stir. With the aid of the six paths power, the two eyes fused swiftly. An intangible icy ocular power erupted, fully sending chills down Jiraiya's and Tsunade's spines. Yet this was far from over. It was only the beginning. The residual six paths power merged once more into the new eyes, driving Sasuke's vision to evolve further. Can Naruto really defeat this? Tsunade swallowed hard, a hint of regret creeping in. I don't know either. Jiraiya gave a wry smile, reaching out but stopping himself. Neither of them had seen Naruto at full power. Their minds were still limited to the level of a Kage, so they naturally had no idea how strong Naruto had become. If they had witnessed Naruto's six paths sage mode, they would never have harbored such concerns. Ha! So this is the power of the Rinnegan. How formidable! Sasuke tore off the white cloth covering his eyes, and a purple light blazed from his gaze, mesmerizing. Unlike the original story, both his eyes had become Rinnegan, though ordinary ones. Fortunately, his ocular ability remained unchanged, a space-time technique, a Manotajikara. Master Jin, I have prepared everything. Please lie down here. Ujien spoke with a respectful tone. Let us begin then. Are you sure the experiment won't go wrong? Qianli suddenly interjected, her voice tinged with unease. Please do not question my expertise. Over these past few days I have rested only 3 hours, and that was just minutes ago. I have conducted hundreds of experimental surgeries with a success rate exceeding 90%. And I have also prepared for the possibility of failure. At the very least I can ensure Master Jin's survival. Ujien said calmly, a flicker of hostility in her eyes. That's good to hear. Qianli was clearly silenced, a hint of defiance in her voice. She still harbored some prejudice against Ujien, who was after all the most brilliant researcher under Uchiha Jin, and received his utmost attention. As Ujien took out a pill refined from the sap of the Datong Mu sacred tree and placed it into Jin's mouth, the entire experimental apparatus began to vibrate, helping to regulate the flow of his bodily energy and bloodlines. Afterward, Ujien administered some secret medicines to Jin. The reason she avoided using pills was to ensure that his chakra vitality and dojutsu power would not increase, thereby preventing any deviation in the experiment. Before the experiment began, Jin had already used the sealing technique to temporarily suppress his dojutsu power, chakra, and vitality. The secret medicines only served to restore without significant side effects. As the pill refined from the Datong Mu bloodline dissolved into a medicinal liquid in his mouth, Jin felt every part of his body being nourished. This sensation was similar to the awakening of the Rinnegan and the eternal Mangekyō, but far more intense. Truly the bloodline of the Datong Mu is formidable. As Uchiha Jin marveled, Ujien's hands never paused. Listening to the data reported by the researchers beside her, she began administering various secret medicines to stabilize Jin's internal state and promote the full integration of the Datong Mu bloodline. When Jin's fingers began to swell, Qianli grew alarmed. Fortunately, Ujien was prepared. She took out another pill and fed it to Jin. This pill was refined from substances extracted from a special plant. Its main function was to temporarily accelerate the flow of energy and prevent stagnation in any part of the body. As expected, the swelling soon subsided. Qianli sighed in relief. Don't celebrate too soon. This is only the beginning. Seeing Qianli's worried expression fade, Ujien remarked calmly. Lord Sunren, all the Mangekyō are ready. Good. Place them in this formation. Later Yaoshi-Do and I will channel the six paths power and sage chakra into them. Sunren nodded solemnly, exchanging a glance with Yaoshi-Do. Let's begin. Do pressed his palms together and instantly entered sage mode, his sage chakra surging and a serene aura emanating from his entire being. He immediately placed both palms on the apparatus before him, slowly channeling his sage chakra outward. As for Sunren, he retrieved a container made from a meteorite about the size of a watermelon and placed it into the apparatus. Then, using the meager six paths power within him, he gradually guided the six paths power from the meteorite into the apparatus. Countless Sharingan, each comparable to the dojutsu power of a Mangekyō, were then thrown into the center of the apparatus. As the last person flipped the switch stimulated by the sage chakra and six paths power, all the Sharingan instantly transformed into Mangekyō, emitting a dazzling red light. The red light lasted for a full half-hour before revealing its true form. This is the sixth Tomo Rinnegan. Excellent, we succeeded. A spiritual sacred tree dozens of meters tall and spiraling above the base seemed to sense something. It drew out its own attribute energy, which quickly established a connection with the giant sixth Tomo Rinnegan. Xiaoyin tried to see what abilities this giant six-tomo Rinnegan possesses. Yuzhibo Ming was overjoyed communicating with Xiaoyin in the Tsukuyami virtual space. The others were momentarily stunned, then also entered the virtual space. Infinite Tsukuyami Drunken Dream. Universal Pull Heaven and Earth Return to Void. Almighty Push Universe Shockwave. Reincarnation Reversal Life and Death Retrospect. World Construction Illusion Realization. Soul Devouring Whispers of All Spirits. As each awe-inspiring ability was announced, everyone present was thrilled. This is great. Now we can harness the power of the Pure Land. Yes, that old man Lu Dao would never have imagined that we could create a Rinnegan capable of seizing the authority of the Pure Land. And this is just a Rinnegan formed from ordinary Mangekyō. Imagine how powerful a giant Rinnegan made entirely of eternal Mangekyō or even Rinnegan would be. Haha, we'll have that in the future. Even now, upgrading from ordinary Mangekyō to eternal Mangekyō or even Rinnegan is not too difficult, as there is a fixed path. Should we report to Lord Jin immediately? No need. Xiaoyin will inform the leader on its own. The power of the six paths flowed slowly within Jin's body, allowing the Otsutsuki lineage to rapidly merge with his own genes. So this is the Otsutsuki bloodline, truly formidable. At this moment, Uchiha Jin had already unsealed the restraints on his body, and his chakra vitality and dojutsu power surged dramatically. His Rinnegan was also taking form rapidly, likely to fully awaken within a few days. With the additional boost of the Six Paths Sage's power, he could probably attain the Rinnegan in just one day. Jin waved his left hand and a portal materialized behind him. He stepped through and appeared in his office. Lord Jin, how do you feel? Back in the laboratory, Yu Jian and Qianli gathered around him. Excellent. No adverse reactions, and the boost to my strength is immense. Now it seems there's no need to send others to probe the Six Paths Sage. My power is enough to sweep across the entire ninja world. Jin smiled faintly, his tone brimming with confidence. Lord Jin, shall we begin now? I'll summon all subordinates to act immediately. Qianli said excitedly. No, wait one more day. My Rinnegan hasn't fully awakened yet. Before Jin could return to his office, an intangible wave pulled him into an illusion, and his secretary Qianli followed him in. Yu Jian thought for a moment, and agreed. Xiaoyin, what happened to make you so happy? In the Tsukuyami dimension, Xiaoyin appeared as a lively and adorable girl, always treating Jin as her father, and never causing him trouble. Father, a new giant Rinnegan has been synthesized. It's incredibly powerful. I feel it's not inferior to yours at all. Oh, is that so? Jin was delighted. He knew that once his Rinnegan truly awakened, it would not be ordinary, at least at the level of 6 Tomo. Though it might not reach 9 Tomo, it would certainly surpass Sasuke's ordinary 6 Tomo Rinnegan. The power of his yet unawakened Rinnegan was far beyond Sasuke's, perhaps 10 times greater. You say the Rinnegan's abilities have undergone a qualitative change and can even seize control of the Pure Land from the Six Paths Sage. Yes, father. That's good. Things have been going smoothly lately. Luck seems to be on my side. Under the black cloth, Jin's eyes gleamed deeply, a faint smile on his lips. On the Ten-Tails battlefield, Minato stared in astonishment at the face beneath the shattered mask of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, a surge of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. Who are you? Why do you feel so familiar to me? Even now, sensei, you haven't recognized me. How ironic. You're Obito. Minato was utterly stunned. The mysterious masked man who had never shown his true face was actually his own student. Why did you frame Konoha and harm me and Kushina? Minato's emotions flared, a surge of rage erupting within him. He might not get too angry if others offended him, but when it came to Konoha and his wife, he couldn't stay calm. Minato, he is no longer worthy of being your disciple. Calm down. The second Hokage suddenly appeared, stopping Minato. Father, is he the bastard who killed mother? Naruto clenched his fists, holding back his fury, and asked in a low voice. Naruto, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not being able to stop him. Minato's face was filled with indignation and helplessness. It's okay. I'll end the grudge of Mom and Dad. Kurama, lend me your power. I'm going to enter the Six Paths Sage mode. Naruto addressed the Ien Kurama within him. Come on, Naruto. Let him see our bond. An intangible aura surged, and Naruto quickly entered the Six Paths Sage mode. At this moment, he wore a black undershirt, a golden chakra cloak, and held a truth-seeking ball staff. 9 truth-seeking balls floated behind him, and his eyes had transformed into a golden cross without eyeshadow. What is this? Obito's expression shifted, sensing the special energy within Naruto that rivaled the quality of his own Ten-Tails chakra. Naruto, how could you forget me? A kunai flew into the battlefield and Sasuke instantly swapped places with it using his Rinnegan. Sasuke. You succeeded. Of course. Now I possess the power to defeat you. Sasuke smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to Obito. Let's deal with this guy first, then we'll have our rematch. Alright. Naruto didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. Though he harbored countless grievances against Obito, he knew that relying solely on his own strength to defeat him was still wishful thinking. A day later, with the combined efforts of Naruto and Sasuke aided by the second Hokage and others, Obito was finally defeated. His sword of Ninoboko was shattered by the armored Susanoo, his body was cut in half, and the tailed beast chakra within him was extracted by the allied shinobi forces through a tug-of-war. Deprived of the immense power of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, and after Naruto's heartfelt persuasion, he ultimately came to his senses. Just as Obito was about to perform Rinne Tensei to revive all the fallen ninja, Black Zetsu dragged him underground and fled. Lord Jin, should we send someone to pursue? Let Shien and Ing go. Their strength is enough. Jin said calmly, then removed the black cloth from his eyes and slowly emerged from the void. Chibaku Tensei. Jin clasped his hands together, and all the tailed beasts were instantly controlled, rising into the sky. You are Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Suiju suddenly became agitated, shouting in accusation. I didn't expect anyone to still remember me. However, we are still taking this Ten-Tails away. As Jin's voice faded, dozens of clan members emerged from the void, their eyes shimmering with the purple light of the Rinnegan. Simultaneously, a red six-tomo Rinnegan hung high in the sky, replacing the moon and casting a faint lingering glow. Suiju, you still have clan members? I thought all of them. Mingren started to ask, only to be thumped hard on the head by Shueimon. Back then he led a group of clan members to defect from Konoha. Now it seems these are the very ones. But how do they all have Rinnegan? Suiju was somewhat surprised but not overly worried. After all, he had exerted tremendous effort to awaken his own Rinnegan. How could these fellows all have siblings and also possess the Six Paths power granted by the Sage of Six Paths? So you are Uchiha Jin, the one who led the Uchiha to defect from Konoha? Hell, what kind of tone is that? Are you interrogating me? Do you even deserve to? Jin's expression instantly turned cold. Before he could act, Uchiha-lan beside him sealed off the space around them using gravitational force to pull the opponent and then pinned him to the ground with 3 black rods. The second Hokage. The suddenness of the scene caught everyone off guard. What gave you the audacity to be so arrogant before me? Jin stepped on the opponent's face without a shred of pity. Let him go. Mingren entered Sage of Six Paths mode and instantly blurred forward. Uchiha Suiju hesitated for a moment, then prepared to use his Amenotejikara to swap the second Hokage back. Although they were of the same clan, their positions were different. Unfortunately, Jin merely raised his hand and Mingren was blasted dozens of meters away. As for Suiju's dojutsu, it had no effect either, being directly suppressed by Lan and 2 other clansmen who also possessed spatial dojutsu. Uchiha Suiju, is this your choice? Then you can die. Though Jin had never intended to let him live, his siding with Konoha only intensified his displeasure. With a single step, Jin appeared before Uchiha Suiju, his right hand gripping the latter's neck tightly. Then he hurled him violently into the ground. With a casual flick of his right hand, 4 black rods followed, pinning Suiju's limbs. Finally, Jin threw one more black rod, ending his life. Aya! You deserve to die. You killed Suiju. I'll kill you! Mingren nearly lost his mind. Had it not been for Kurama's reminder, he might not have been able to maintain his Sage of Six Paths mode for much longer. Obstinate fool! Jin showed no mercy, sending several black rods from 4 directions to seal his escape route. However, Shueimon suddenly appeared and blocked the attack for him. You can dodge once, but can you dodge a second time? Using Yamatsu Hirosaka, Jin appeared behind Mingren and thrust several black rods into his entire body. Under such circumstances, no matter how vigorous one's life force, survival was impossible. No longer intending to waste time on these minor nuisances, Jin turned his gaze to the 9-tailed beasts. Ming, did you note down all the techniques that Black Zetsu used? Yes, Lord Jin. Shall we begin now? No, let's deal with the Sage of Six Paths first. In a dream, Mingren and Suiju once again encountered the Sage of Six Paths. Lord Sage, I'm sorry, but Uchiha Jin is too powerful. We simply cannot fight him. Mingren complained, looking at the sage with hope. Now only the Sage of Six Paths could stop Uchiha Jin. Suiju, on the other hand, looked dejected. Having just avenged his family only to be killed by another Uchiha clan member, his emotions were a tangled mess. Children, I will lend you some more power. I hope you won't disappoint me. You are the last hope of the ninja world. Just as the Sage of Six Paths was transferring power to the two, Jin suddenly burst in. So this is where you communicate. Quite hidden. I almost missed it. Jin walked over slowly, startling Mingren and Zhuizhu, who were receiving power. Hey young man, you are too naive to dare barge in here. Don't you know this is my domain? As the words fell, an endless tide of souls surged forward surrounding Jin. Perfect timing. Shaoyin, devour them all. Shaoyin, devour them all. The radiance of the six Tomo Rinnegan suddenly blazed and directly absorbing the encroaching soul power. Shaoyin's luxuriant branches trembled while channeling a portion of that power back to Yuzhibo Jin. Dad, this is the refined soul origin I extracted. It will greatly benefit you. Also, could you leave the entire Pure Land to me to handle? The taste of soul power is simply magnificent. Jin nodded with deep affection, offering no refusal. Feeling the cascade of transformations as the soul origin entered his body, he could not help but marvel at the Sage of Six Paths' impeccable judgment. Merely this origin alone would spare him years of pill refinement. A six Tomo Rinnegan. How is that possible? Last time it was only an ordinary Rinnegan. How did you achieve this? Jin shook his head, wasting no words. Shaoyin, commanding the Rinnegan, charged straight and plunging alone into the Pure Land. Stop. That is not something you can covet. At this moment the Sage of Six Paths was utterly horrified. He had calculated every possibility but never anticipated that Yuzhibo Jin possessed a plant capable of absorbing soul power. The Pure Land was his trump card aside from the Six Paths' power. How could he stand by while his own possession was claimed by another? Realizing he could not drive the intruder away, the Sage of Six Paths immediately commanded all the souls in the Pure Land to surge toward Shaoyin. With each soul body's explosion, Shaoyin's form trembled slightly. Shaoyin, are you all right? Jin asked through the virtual space, his voice laced with concern. Dad, I'm fine. The memories from these soul fragments are tumultuous, but I can process them with the six Tomo Rinnegan. I recall the giant Rinnegan didn't have this ability, did it? Jin inquired, uneasy that Shaoyin might be overexerting herself and fall into the old schemer Liu Dao's trap. Under the torrent of vast memories, who could still ensure they remained their original self? I've channeled all those memories into the Yuedu space without absorbing them. Shaoyin explained softly. The exploding soul power was entirely absorbed by her. The experience within was beyond words. Absorb as quickly as you can and wait for the moment to strike the decisive blow against the two. Despite his anguish, Liu Dao had not abandoned his plan. After lingering in the Pure Land for so long, was it not for the sake of dominating the ninja world? Now that an unexpected twist had defied his expectations, he could not tolerate it. He could only sacrifice a portion of his interests to eliminate the enemy. Why isn't it over yet? Hasn't this creature gone mad? Watching one memory after another pour into the spiritual sacred tree, Liu Dao's face betrayed his suspicion. Let's go. We can't wait any longer or my Pure Land will be destroyed soon. This is the key to the reincarnation of all beings in the ninja world. It must not be touched by Yuzhibo Jin. These grandiloquent words convinced Mingren and Zhuizhu without a doubt. Having absorbed a third of the Pure Land's power, the two had undergone a remarkable transformation. The former mastered the Sage of Six Paths mode more adeptly, shedding all previous awkwardness. The latter, empowered by this force, awakened the six Tomo Rinnegan in both eyes, each gaze emitting a piercing, chilling gleam. Shaoyin, deal with these two. Jin rolled his eyes at the overstuffed spiritual sacred tree and commanded with a hint of exasperation. All right, Dad, leave them to me. Shaoyin brandished her materialized branches, lashing relentlessly at the charging Zhuizhu and Mingren. Every swing left a deep fissure in the dreamscape. Sensing the dream world was about to shatter, Jin withdrew first. Inside the dream world, after Yuzhibo Jin's departure, Shaoyin grew even more unrestrained, paying no heed to the surroundings. Countless branches descended simultaneously, tearing the entire dreamscape apart. Many branches seized the soul bodies of the Sage of Six Paths, Mingren and Zhuizhu. Damn it, this creature is even more terrifying than Yuzhibo Jin. There's no choice, I'll have to use that technique. Sob, Dad, old Six Paths detonated the entire Pure Land. I'm also injured. You have to avenge me. Inside the virtual space, Shaoyin complained to Jin with a sobbing tone. What? Where is he? I'll kill him right now. Jin was instantly enraged. He had thought Shaoyin could handle it easily, but unexpectedly old Six Paths, even after detonating himself, refused to be absorbed by Shaoyin, and even injured him. He was swallowed by me along with those two younger ones. Their souls were also devoured by me. Then how do you expect me to avenge you? Jin asked with a dark expression. What about these guys? Shaoyin pointed at the Ninja Alliance before him, looking somewhat naive with a few strands of drool at the corner of his mouth. Didn't you just swallow nearly half of the Pure Land? How are you hungry again? Jin put down the girl in his arms irritably. Just a change of appetite, you know. Fresh ones taste better. Alright. I still have use for these people. In that case, I'll build a pure land for you in the future specifically to preserve the souls of the living beings in the ninja world as your food. How does that sound? Jin came up with a compromise. Fine, but you can't forget. Don't worry. Go back for now. Alright, all of you can get lost now. Jin glanced at the ninja alliance before him and his aura alone crushed them. From today onward, the ninja world will no longer have ninja villages or great nations. There will only be one voice, the Tong organization. If anyone disobeys, you know the consequences. Then at Jin's signal, Ming merged with the Ten Tails. Jin also threw the corpses of Sasuke, Boruto, and Urashiki, who had traveled back from the future, to the Ten Tails. After swallowing the three, the Ten Tails immediately began to transform. Soon a divine tree that occupied the entire sky appeared before everyone. Before long, a giant purple Rinnegan with Tomo emerged in the sky, radiating a faint glow. Infinite Tsukuyomi. The moment the Genjutsu was cast, everyone fell into the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Without the assistance of the Six-Paths Sage and the Rinnegan, no one could escape. As for Black Zetsu, he had long been dealt with by Shien and Ing. And Uchiha Madara failed to resurrect. As time passed, all chakra was absorbed. Overnight, every living being in the ninja world became an ordinary person without chakra. As for the members of the Tong organization under the protection of the Rinnegan, they were naturally unaffected. Time flew like an arrow and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Under the rule of the Tong organization, the ninja world thrived with vitality. Nagato, at Conan's invitation, became the first ruler. The fruit born from the divine tree was refined into a pill by Jin and consumed. His life level, without his notice, underwent another transformation. As for the Ten Tails, it was completely subdued by Jin 10 months ago, used as the main material for alchemy, fostering one strong fighter after another. Lord Jin, the aerial fortress is completely finished. It can fly in space. Then we can leave. Does Nagato want to come with us? Jin looked at Conan, who was pregnant, and asked with a smile. No, he said, dying in the ninja world this lifetime would fulfill Yahiko's dream. That's good. Let's go. The ninja world is just the beginning. From now on it won't be so easy. Thinking of the leader of the Otsutsuki, Jin felt a bit more pressure. Quan seemed to sense Jin's thoughts and took the initiative to hold his hand. Don't worry. I'm not that fragile. Jin smiled faintly, feeling a bit paranoid. Backing off before even making contact, that was not his style. In the eyes of everyone in the Tong organization, he had always been the leader who masterminded everything.